Special on you motherfuckers. This bullshit. Zoot is the funniest. Is a finalist for the funniest person in all of South Australia. I feel so badly for those people. If Zoot.
I know it sounds good. I feel like it's still settling in here. Just turn on his truck. Have you gone on any dates? Not real dates. What is dating like now? Though I totally right. Dinner or something. I feel like we built a god. Yeah. Well, because I was in. So we kind of took the family and we were with another family and me and the husband went to go on a date. Pick food and it was a Friday night, I think, and they were like couple like was one thing, but they were like people that you could tell were on a date. And I was looking at them, wow, dude. I think how do you get there? Like, what was the process to get there? Oh, I got 6 months on Instagram. Right. They want to eat up. And it was interesting to be made. It was a nice looking. They were nice. And the girl, and I was just like, man, they must be exciting, right? This young generation, I don't think girls even get their number out live. Like, when's the last time a girl in her 20s? You know what's funny about actually went, well, here's my number live, but no, it probably never happens. You know, it's I've seen people be like, oh, I don't give out my number. And it's like, you know, I'm under whatever. But it's like, you can block anyone from anything. Yeah. So why is that different than giving them your Chris, did you ask girls through people you knew, or was it through technology? No. Technology, maybe not me. I met her in person. Oh, you did? Yeah. Oh, man. It was all, yeah, that's the coolest way. Yeah, it is, I guess, the best way. I mean, I don't think it really matters, but you get an energy immediately. I didn't spend a lot of time online. Rachel's liked some of my pictures. Followed me. Come to my show. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I guess I so what I'm saying is, like, it wasn't like people that are like, you spend all this time talking to somebody for so long. No, I get that. And there's nothing wrong with however you meet somebody. I think it's like, it used to be when they first started it. There was a state where there was, yeah. It's the only way people. I think there's actually a stigma now going the other way. If you're like, how'd you guys meet? Somebody said, well, we're at a bar. Like, oh my God. You didn't get to look at this dossier before. Yeah. Good point. But, no, it is, I met my wife after a show. She was there for not me. It was at the comedy store, and then, we hit it off. And it was just immediately, immediately, she was just like so much. But and when you met Rachel, was it immediate? Like, hell yeah. Oh, no, dude, I never told you guys this, baby. So I said, well, she said, well, I need tickets. This is what she was back on. She was actually going on a date with a dude to a comedy show. Okay? Sure. So I said, that's fine. I said, here's some tickets. So, I'm on stage, and at the time I had these jokes that I would do about, like, I don't do friends. That's hilarious. So, and I'm doing those jokes all the time. And then I left. I think you want to date.
What down the scene?
I'm not going to stick around and talk to you and there's something. Yeah. You know what I mean? So then, the next time I met up with her, she was on a date again. But this time, it wasn't like a date. It was like a date, you know. And then, like, he was like singing at Delilah. You know, I went to Delilah. And the guy saw me and he was like, man. He was like, oh, man. Bro, sit over here. So he sat me next to her. And then we just started talking about it. And then we went out and talking outside. And then I was like, let's like a couple days later. And then like, she's coming. He's coming like, you know, the guy's got a bunch of great artworks. I invited a woman
We're not talking about it. Poet. We're going over the older art. I had to open up a
She came, and I
had to be coming to my
talk online. So long about it.
still want to
She was like this.
like coming to the base of the Dutch.
Or
So
is
that I'm not
like,
asking, I have the ability to do that. And then publishing open up my
in with like
of course.
adage. Not to interrupt you,
So in old start from the share
story.
they show from
You have
so
to
what's
say,
that?
she was
Why is
I guess she it was kind of she was like
no, remember the
kid, you know,
just a moment,
and
right? Because they're gonna
and I
remember
invited her
your
to show
recourse.
it.
They're gonna your recourse. I don't have to do it.
I had to really went on.
So first of all, it's two reasons. Number one, so you
And
decided.
she came out
But my voice
finally.
issue is I have to
We met and she
not
came
pass that
alone.
we passed it.
And then I was like, come out on the patio or something. We were talking on the patio.
Believe us, I come in the moment. General,
Felt
I
like
love
we're
is
vibing and
even
stuff.
if I am coming to my
She starts talking
I
about
am to send and come to be
And
opened up on my behalf.
I
How
said,
about
"Oh, you
coming
have a boyfriend?"
Mace? Oh,
And she said,
yeah. If you're coming to my
yeah.
then
And I
what?
said, oh,
Then you
And I
imagine
said,
I love carbon
why did you
cloud.
come here? Yeah. And she said, oh, I don't know. I thought it was like friends. And I was like, I'm sorry, like this. I'm sorry, like this. Okay. Because you're trying to put it, look, men and women think differently. Okay, fine, So, but then I literally, I'll never get this. I said, if I invited a guy to a show, the way I invited me to a show,
You may not send
don't
carbon at all. But
okay.
watch this. Yes, I think
And she
now,
literally goes
how
like
about the
this.
past?
Yeah. And I'm like, yeah,
So watch this. Now
that
look
would be
at
so gay.
oh, carbon. That was
She, yeah, and I always remember that. And I then like I scroll and I'll see a picture. I'm like, oh, this is a fucking chick. This is so, that's so, that's one of those ones where you have to.
You have a couple up on your behalf. My parents, yes.
She can't.
My face, no.
Shut up.
Now
You know
that
what I mean?
I'm
It's just weird. The whole thing was weird. I'm like, you mean friend? No, I know. I know that, but she knows that. Yeah.
So I say, but
So then to me, I'm like,
you know, though,
I don't know, it's sometimes you meet, man, I just think that creator and just meeting people. Yeah. I used to go to the
there's never a need
House of High.
to
Yeah. On Franklin.
well, you
lot of it was just like Puerto Rican waitress. And I would go there all the time. And then we started talking to Ernie, and then like I remember I never forget broken into. I was living in Koreatown, and I was like, I didn't have a parking spot. And I was like, she's like, well, come over. You can park your car. I can't dare, you know, get in there and flowers. Like, let's go, girl. What's happening? She got a kid. I didn't know. I just thought that was like, to me, I was like, I don't know. I thought it was weird. It was like, oh, your kid's here. It's like, you know, who wants some weird kid to get out? Yeah, you know what I mean? Yeah. I just felt it was like, oh, this is like, I feel for a single mom. Because you try to be. Yeah, it's a little try. Yeah, to live and take care of your kid. And then you also try to have a personal life that you have to deal with, you know? I mean, single moms are fucking amazing. And I'm not saying shout out to all. I don't even understand how that works. It's like, how you work. Your mom was a single mom, and I just lived right now. Right? Yeah. I don't know how people do it. I don't know how to do it. Especially if they're breastfeeding. Like, I don't know how to actually.
So again, you know that I'm made a general statement. That general
you're like by
statement
yourself.
does.
My God. No, it's really. My heart really feels a certain way about it. It goes out to the single moms just damn. They're really what they're doing. And it's also crazy. A guy
Beautiful, good, right?
can have a
Yoshi,
kid.
say told you.
I don't know, maybe it's a compartmentalization. I guess it is, but
Yoshi, what's saying next?
if I had a kid, if I impregnated a woman, right? You know, 15 years ago, and she is 15 years old, right? I don't understand how I could wrap my head around not having that kid be in my life. Now, that's just how I feel now. I've always been able to that is very true. That's very true. But check this out. I need that. But see, you have to remember what that. Because like that shit, no, of course, yeah. Like, broken condom, you have a kid, then you have like oh wow, that responsibility factor comes in. I don't know. You know what I mean? It's a little bit. But if a girl's like, I don't care, right? You don't worry. Just what's that need? You know what I mean? You know, like that's clearly she. That stuff matters. The situation and the context until the kid is true. You know, yeah. Like, I agree. Yeah. I don't know. And look, I do feel certain type of way about that. Because I have two kids I love. It's just, what did you find now right now, I'm going to hit you up for a 15-year-old. I'd be fucking pissed off. Yeah. She's like, this is your kid. I'd be pissed the fuck off. That'd be crazy. And I'm not saying even the girl knows what she went to bed with me. I'd be pissed off. I don't know. But I mean, I'd be like those years were stolen for both of us. I feel because of I go, no, I would fucking, that person should be pissed. That person should be pissed. Yeah. But like, I know that people gotta make certain choices in their life and whatever at the time they have to make that choice for them. Yeah, I'm sure. You know what I mean? And it's also okay for you. Yes, and it's okay. I'm saying I wouldn't necessarily be pissed off at her. I would just be like, sucks. Yeah. I mean, most likely I'd be pissed off at her. Situation. But there are situations I'd be like, okay. But I would be heartbroken. I mean, okay, what's that? I come in Milwaukee and a bunch of different cities, Cincinnati, St. Louis, Boston, Australia. I'll go get it. I'm going to be at Omaha and Nebraska at the Funny Home on, what's that date? January 25th. One show, January 25th. Go to our home. You're in that area. I need you to come out, buy some tickets early. Come out so we can blast out there, and then Eric and I come out Mondays. Coming up, I'm keep filling the calendar with other things. So, and if you're in the city, Eric's that he's coming to play to after my show.
I don't understand. If once you tell me that a coin is 6 during the avoda is not good, then that's a zar, a non-coin is the avoda. And if a non-coin does the avoda is high, so why don't we say that when you sit, the coin sits? Just like the avoda is that's not the case. You see that the coin sits during the avoda, although the avoda is possible, the coin is not higher. Watch this. Which the person show the closer the judges, the shalom rochel, what's the guy that right shit, so that right. And the most or Rothschild who does the avoda without washing his hands on his. The Torah is explicitly in both of those cases that once Chayu Misa. Or say, see, here's the general principle. In general, the Torah could have just said once that if you don't do the avoda in accordance with the divine plan, then what? You have what would that have taught you? That would have taught you that any deviation, like that, results in a
First of all, never show up on time.
Back to the Torah goes out of its way to single out certain behaviors as being the death penalty. Tells me the death penalty only applies in those cases, and that is what the Torah calls so in other words, when the Torah states something once, then what? It's actually very interesting. Then what? We can say the once serves as a parent, as a call, and applies to all things. When the Torah states something twice, then what does that say? It's only specific for those cases that are stated. So the Gemara says, Torah goes out of the death penalty by and by a coin that doesn't wash his hands, if you what? Shnei Ksubin Abayim on top of Dalit. The Chol Ksubin Abayim Ke'echad Ein Melamdim. It was just to point out, he just went to the top days, Amud Beis, to the top Dalit, Amud Dalit. I'm just saying. So again, let's say, so what's the halacha? The Torah goes out of its way to say that a Kohen who doesn't do the avodah with, or a Kohen who does the avodah without washing his hands and his feet, so the Kohen of the head and does the avodah without what? Where the problem? Because it is Chai Isa. Torah says that twice. To teach you that what? Say only in the specific cases. The Choshmek Subra Abayim Ke'echad Ein Malan. And therefore, both sides. Therefore, what do we learn from here? Anytime Torah goes out this way, some multiple times tells us it only applies in the cases in which it is stated, and cannot be applied to the cases in which it's not stated. The here, Mr. both sides is only stated by specific cases of Kohanic deviation. Where is it not stated? Not stated by Yeshiva, by Sid, which that a Kohen who sits by the avodah, as much as he is by a prohibition, is not Chayyisa. Watch this. Rabbi said 21 says, when the Torah states something twice, you can still go ahead and nevertheless, third time the Torah speaks that when is that? Drinking wine. So it tells that if it's wine, before doing that Isa, which also means that what? The Torah goes ahead and in 3 instances highlights the ability for Isa, even if you don't subscribe to the principle of Shnei everyone agrees that what? That Shlosha Ksubin Abayim Ke'echad Ein Malamdim. That if the Torah states something 3 times, everyone agrees that what? That you cannot create an overarching principle, rather than therefore, again, on both sides. Because the Torah goes out of the way to highlight the fact that Kohen is rich minus Chayyim Isa. Kohen washes his hands Isa. Not where the passage is Chayyim Isa. It tells me that what? It's only in situations of specific Kohanic deviation where there is a ability for Isa. But any case of Kohanic deviation where there is no death penalty. Therefore, what? There is no death penalty in death. By the case of Yeshiva, Torah goes out of the way to tell me that a Kohen has to stand. But what? Torah does not tell me that a Kohen sits high Isa, which then leads me to say what? That a Kohen sits as much as the avodah will be puzzled, the Kohen will not.
Hey everybody, you may know this picture.
Everyone say good morning.
This
Good
picture,
morning. Let us begin.
it is a very famous picture of
Begin another week of Zvachim
an
together.
associated
All
photo
of
journal.
our sponsors for this morning's share to thank our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Tishrei, Haba Tova Yol and Sarah Kelman, in celebration of completing Seder Nezikin for the souls for Am Yisrael. Nate M. Smith.
What's up, baby? You may know this picture. Well, this picture. It's from 1968, and it's a photograph by Associated Press photojournalist Eddie Adams, taken during the Tet Offensive of the Vietnam War. It depicts South Vietnamese police jeep Nguyen Long shooting Viet Cong Captain Nguyen Van near the An Quang Pagoda in Saigon. The photograph was published extensively by American news media the next day, would later win Adams the 1969 Pulitzer Prize for spot news photography and the 1968 photo of the year. You know, these two guys weren't that different. They probably were related pretty closely. And it's really sad that all of this had to happen. Stupidly.
Actually, if it's not okay.
But for our
we're going to start at the bottom
purpose, you all should know that if I were this motherfucker right here, and sometimes I refer to this picture as that motherfucker in the middle of the street in Ho Chi Minh City, which, if you ever hear that, this is what I mean. And this is the situation we were in. I would say to the world that we need peace. And peace is very important. Our success as a civilization. And just like these two guys aren't that different, we aren't that different. With that being said, have you ever used some of the software that these asshole corporations put out? It doesn't have defaults. Why don't we have defaults? Why don't we have filters? Why can't we easily organize information? Why isn't software efficient? Why isn't it user friendly? Why don't these companies use focus groups and find out what the needs of their customer base is? I don't understand it. And if I were sitting here or standing in the middle of Saigon or Ho Chi Minh City or wherever the fuck, and I have one last thing to say to the world aside from peace is the answer. We need to improve technology. And we need to give incentives to companies, people,
as long as what? There is no
and put people over profit.
No lapse of awareness. Even if he leaves the precincts of the Beis Hamikdash, he does not do another Kiddush line. Well, I can say that That's because the God was. That's because when he leaves, he is still in a personalistic state of readiness for Rabbi. In other words, there's nothing that precludes him from doing the Avodah. Whereas Kiddushin Raglayim ultimately remains. About Holocaust, the Gabralo Chazi, Asuchi Daiti, Asuchi Nesach Daite. But over here, when it becomes Kameh, remember, according to becomes terrible. So what could it become to me? You let me people alive, but he can't do it. So perhaps since his tumah precludes him from doing the avoda, therefore by definition that negates his kiddush and raglayim. Maybe that to be sanctified. Odoma, or maybe we could say even the chazi, stop label of us or maybe not. But also what happens when you become par, right? Even though
damn, bitch. It's literally just selling Zuckerberg. What are you doing, dog?
Even if I am Tomei, I can become tar. That is the guiding right piece of information for personal success. Because if when a person becomes Tomei,
I have a friend named Sarah.
There's no hope for the future. There's never any hope for children.
Really?
But if when I become Tomei, I know
She
that
hates
one
this.
day, somehow, some way, I will become tar.
But maybe she'd like it in the future.
Myself back up. So again,
Can I do it? I don't know.
One day he's going to become tar. And therefore,
What you know today? The light till the sunrise. I think it's fine. And when I can't go on, you command and me together smile.
He says, no. In a case where just this has become Kameh, that's not our shaila. In other words, if his hands just became Kameh, we know that once he becomes tar, he needs to be sanctified, right? Because again, it's a very limited, lesser form of Kameh.
Still waiting for the sunrise. Like leaving. You gonna dedicate these bitches? Oh, no.
So because of that, anytime that there's a mandated passage of class, is going to be a lapse of awareness. To which the Gemara says, no, keep going. We're talking about a case where let's say between Tamei right before Shkia, right before sunset. That's the case of most. So just to give you like a simple case, Kohen did Kiddushin Raglayim right before duty, did Kiddushin Raglayim. What happened? He touched the sharets. What happens when you touch the sharets? You're Tamei. What kind of tumah? Full body tumah. He goes to the mikvah. And now, Allah sunset. But again, this all happens right before sunset. So therefore, there's no real time delay. There's no time delay. So the Gemara says, what's more? What's a very interesting case? Rabbi Yossi Amar Mekadosh Jaris Bifnei Liyotze. So those is
And she had a roommate? Ooh, spell her name the way the song is. And I think she masturbates me a lot. Really? I had a dream that I found out that this woman masturbated a lot. Let me just really? Oh, for sure. And I have this picture of where I'm like my lips are like when they're really interesting. It's a wild like a headlock. Who knows? You have to do is say when you fail, you want you, and when I feel Sarah, me, Sarah, Sarah.
So there are women that you do require sanctification of hands and feet,
Sarah. There are a bunch of bitches named Sarah. Really? How many Sarahs do you know?
Which means
Too many.
that they would be becoming
Allegedly, my first kiss might have been from a girl named Sarah. Really? Oh, well, maybe a girl named Mary. Technically. No. I remember. Really? Really don't know the story. Allegedly. Was at this thing. What was it called? It's called a locker room. Really? Allegedly. I'm just making up a story. And I was there, and there were these people allegedly, and
once it was a tefillum, that's when you do the process of paraduma. Why?
there was this closet in the music room allegedly. I remember this like a motherfucker. Anyway, I don't remember with whom I went in there first. It was one of two chicks. One of them might have been Sarah. Sarah's cute, but her mom looked gorgeous. Her mom looked like Julia Roberts. Really? Extremely pretty woman. Really? No, 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 no. What about the other girl? She's a pretty lady as well.
Simple case. Say, hold this. Give me the
And I don't know when I went in there first, but I went in there with two chicks. Well, separately, allegedly.
So right after they would be matame him.
Really? In a closet?
They would then immerse him.
Yeah. But then I didn't even fucking remember it. Really? Yeah. And so whenever anybody be like the first kiss, allegedly, I'd be like, maybe perhaps never been kissed. But then there was this softball team, and a bunch of chicks on the softball team, and I don't know which one was first. But it was just, they were like lined up. Really? A softball team? A softball team, kids. Really? Yeah. For Rizzy? I mean, I'm not. I wouldn't just bullshit. Really? So who was it? It was actually a chick named Mary. Allegedly. But that was very, very young. And then how, like, four, like, count, 5 maybe. But then there's two chicks in the closet, allegedly. And there was a softball team. And then
across the valley, right down to Har Mishkat, Har Zaysim, Mount of Olives. Right, that's where everything is done.
There were a lot of people.
Give him a shout out.
Really? Yeah. Anyway.
Okay. Now he's coming. Then they would have mercy.
There was stairs.
He would immerse. Now he's at full yom.
Shit.
So speaking, he's not.
A lot of shit went down.
So that night.
Really?
After the mikvah, he would then do the process of the.
I crossed the room one day, and we fucking. I mean,
what did he have? What's missing?
It was wild shit. What about the
sanctify his hands and feet? What does that show you? That shows
it was wild shit.
Does not
really? Yeah.
Previous
how many bitches have you ever slapped lips with? 2 out, baby, allegedly. Really? I can't count them. Really?
Sanctification of hands and feet, and then became
for Rizzy? I don't even remember.
It would appear that the answer
that
to that is no.
Like Will Chamberlain said, who knows what an encounter is? He had 20 years.
Was in order to go ahead and show the
really? Yeah, kind of hitting a little dry. Really? Well, but with good reason, because we're gonna slay chicks like a fucking night in the future. Really? I have to take shit. Allegedly. Kyle Walker. Thanks, Kyle Walker. You like my reel 4 hours ago. That's tight. I gotta take a dizzy.
It's okay to like adopt and let live approach.
Really? Yeah.
I don't have to agree with everyone. Rabbi has to. You can have your opinions. I can have my.
How many people with the name Sarah have you ever done that?
That's it.
Too many to count.
Interesting that sometimes, you must go out of your way
Not a Sarah.
in order to highlight what is MS and what is what's true.
Did you know about this motherfucker in the middle of the street in Ho Chi Minh City?
You have to take a stand for truth. You must go out of your way to disprove falsehoods. And if you don't do that,
it's you and me forever.
Because when there's a corruption of MS, there's corruption just of truth. And there's no longer what is true and what is false. If there's no MS, everything ends up crumbling. So also say, it's interesting to see over here. And again, just like this is one of the greatest challenges that we see.
You're a rich girl, and you don't do well, but you don't know better anyway.
What happened?
Rely on the old man's money. You can rely on an old man's money. It's a bitch, girl, and you're there anyway. Don't get you, I'll get you far. Oh, don't you know it's wrong? Take what's given you so far gone. You can get out and be strong, and you'll never be strong. And you know it don't anyway. You can rely on old man's money. It's a bitch, girl. It's spending on too far. Say money, money to fall. I am one out of the rain. So easy. And there other gold. Guys all and grow.
Like it's not.
To the other Sarah, I forgot to put your name on that.
We stand
Let's
up
see if we
for
can
what is
figure that
right.
shit out now.
And again,
Who's this
people
bitch?
say things that are objectively
Anyway,
wrong.
really?
These were just kind of
Yeah.
a blind eye to it.
If I can't, I'll do it again.
Because if we don't
Really?
ultimately get what
I
is
mean,
tennis in
nobody
this
gives
world,
a shit.
if we don't promote it with MS, no one else is. And no one
Oh, I can't? Oh, I did put it.
Once truth is gone.
Shit. Oh, okay, tight. Who's that one? I don't know. Some rich girl.
I don't know what Chazal felt the need.
You know any rich chicks? Yeah, I know. Bitches just never pump their own gas.
There are many other things
They're from
that still
New
New
Jersey.
whatever,
Or Oregon.
whatever.
I think they
But
drive.
like Paraduma.
Anyway,
Listen, it makes sense. What's Paraduma? Paraduma is like.
who's the richest bitch you've ever known?
Like,
I don't know. I've known some bitches from Abu Dhabi, though. Really? Oh, yeah. They want me to bite on the nipple. Anyway, we won't get into that. Who's the name of the other chick in the closet? Is a big name? Really? How many Katie's do you know?
That's all there is. And Chazal went out of their way.
Well, Shauna?
This context.
Yeah.
Regular schedule.
Maybe some Shanas.
Remember back to this thing.
You know, like Shanas?
From the earth.
Oh, for sure.
Not head and in any way up and keep Stein black lining, to which they give on a guys.
Of all the girls that you've ever known, not like that one, what is the most popular name? Like, what name do I know?
Why can't you?
One of those two, probably. Really? Yeah. And names that are like that popular. Oh yeah. Yeah, there is. If you count offshoots of Miriam, there are. Really? Yeah. Really? Yeah. So like those first three, Miriam, Chana perhaps, and Sarah. Those three I know. Really? If you count offshoots, what's the name that you've never met? Girl,
but you can't bring a riot from
I've met a Harut. We FaceTime from Israel, but I've never met her in real life. I broke up with her. If anybody asks, I broke up with that bitch. But you know it don't matter anyway. You can lie on your old man's money. You lie on your old man's money. It's a bitch girl with money. No, you're too far. You're too far. I'm a man. It's so easy. You heard I'm wrong. Then you're long, girl. And you know what you need. Oh, rich girl, rich and you fall. Cause you know it don't matter anyway. Rich girl's money, it's a rich girl, bitch, and you don't you fall. But you know it don't you too far. Say money, money, won't you too far. Okay, money can ride on an old man's money. Rich girl, rich girl, you want girl, rich girl. Mom, that
which means we haven't discussed that. We will get to. But here's the shot. The one thing is clear.
Who's the richest bitch you've ever known? Well, I've known this through somebody.
Right.
Really, yeah.
Right.
Didn't
Again, you collected in a clean
know her
wash like
directly,
that, or
so that doesn't count.
And like you washed from the flow. So you're the kilo was.
I've known a chick whose dad was like an ambassador or something. She owned like an island. Some bitch from like Abu Dhabi.
Can you immerse your hands and feet in the kier?
No,
Like
some
imagine the coin goes ahead, just like he immerses his hands. So does the immersion in the kier?
I don't know though. I don't think it's. I've known some moderately wealthy chicks. You ever known any poor chicks?
From it and what? Not in it. Like the
homeless?
Puts your feet in the kier, right?
I think everyone.
Right?
You've never known a homeless chick? Like, I might have known some chicks who futons at points of their lives. I don't know. I don't have. I gotta think of shit though. How about that?
So it's very interesting. So this is just stomach coin, and versus water collected in a cave. The coin goes ahead, and the coin goes ahead and
yeah, you're a bitch. I remember singing that song, or like hearing that song, and like, oh, they sing the B word in my, and I'd be like, he called her the B word at the end of the sentence. I think they try to cut it off. Oh, you're. And my mom would be like, I think they cut it off, right? Sometimes they'd say it's on the stage or something, or they cut it off right before this. And my mom would be like,
she says,
we don't call women that. Really? That's exactly what you mean. We don't call women. Here, B.
Shane Shuvin, Shane Khan, Twila Khan, Avahaka, Twila. So again, I'm going to thought like this. I might have thought that halacha l'maisa.
Oh man, I gotta take a dizzy.
That aura, since technically speaking, could work ultimately again as in the Prima aura works for the body. And that can definitely work. Not like that. So the point of the Mariah from the main mark. So it's interesting enough.
You got in the front behind the handle. Like the flame is burn the candle. Man, I've been feeling the stuff that I've been handle. That the bell behind the handle. And I you make my dreams come. You yeah, you making some true. When I want the dreamer, and with hands and brains, can you shout make yourself around? And I can be the same. Oh yeah. Yeah, yeah, you, my dreams come true. You. Oh, that was sick. When you're talking about the guy with the thing and the other guy, and the other guy, yeah. Hey, ooh, Oates and Hall. I used to think Holly. Oh, it's like a farmer or whatever. Spelt. That kind of shit. Man, I can't wait to fall asleep to Chabad tonight. Well, it's better than nothing. Like a carbon that is left overnight. I'm gonna be dreaming about screaming at people like, "Did you know that the rainbows didn't have colors until fucking Noah's Ark?" They're gonna be like, "What the fuck are you talking about?" Well, you. My dreams come true. You can do that better. Well, you make my dreams come true. Oh, yeah. Look at this. You make them dreams come true. Oh yeah, you make them mind. You make them my dreams. Oh, waiting for dreams come. That's a bitches. What up? How are you, hostile? How you living, pimp?
How are you?
Kicking ass, taking names. Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. How'd you find out about me?
I was just searching live surfing on YouTube.
Oh yeah, absolutely. 100%. How's your day going?
Time here, it's going good. It was a long work week. I'm kind of wrapping it up. Just sort of philosophical or esoteric concepts on my mind. And I don't want to be in echo chambers. Find myself.
Absolutely. Share with me what you do.
Yeah, so is there anybody else here that
must be done by
knows
Oh, I'm sure Brandon's into it at certain points. I don't know if he's there right now. He's live streaming, doing his own thing. But we do get many people who are into the things. I teach a class on Kabbalah every day, every morning, from usually Pacific time, about 9 a.m. Pacific time, and usually lasts anywhere between 1 and 3 hours. And while I certainly don't consider it on all things esoteric. It is certainly an interest of mine, and I have both secular and religious knowledge. So, what's on your mind?
The same way by particular, I can no longer sprinkle the blood.
A certain
The
tradition
water
of
is only
Kabbalah,
usable if it was re-immersed.
just read the Zohar,
Or
or
yes.
you have
One of the things that was done
teaching you follow their
essentially like a
respect or
subterranean well.
Well, most certainly, certainly my rabbinical colleagues and rabbis are some of the foremost thinkers that I think have helped to mold my thoughts on Kabbalah, specifically the time if you're familiar. From a Zohar standpoint, certainly Moshe Cordovero, Isaac Luria. If you really want to know my honest opinion, though, I'm very skeptical of Kabbalah, specifically the Zohar and its foundations in the 5th century, from its supposed first writer named Moshe de Leon. And if you're not familiar, essentially there's a
skeptical. Do you mean the teachings themselves or just the authenticity of it?
Latin. So he says that it is essentially teachings of Simon Bar Yochai of the 2nd century, and there's just a lot of inconsistency within the Zohar that make that story less than credible. However, I don't necessarily disagree with what's written. It's just perhaps the authorship, original authorship, maybe it's somewhat in doubt as to whether it was actually from Simon Bar Yochai or whether Moshe de Leon actually published it. There are arguments to be made that he authored it over the course of 6 years, really to make a buck. His widow would later say that there was an intense investigation into it, but that doesn't necessarily mean that many of the things that are written in it can't necessarily be
Do you think that some sort of motive in trying to convince the reader that it's more ancient than it is?
Well, he said that it was the teachings. Whenever anybody pressed him on it, he very closed to revealing that shows some deception and not necessarily as much honesty as I would like out of the text. And that isn't to say that many of these pseudo authors of other books, including some Kabbalistic books, didn't necessarily have inspiration from the earlier stages, and then put it to text. But for Moshe de Leon to be adamant that he received this essentially through oral teaching from the Tanaic period, basically the 6th century of the Common Era, I think is. There's a lot of argument to say that it's a falsehood, especially get into the Aramaic that he used. He used Middle Aramaic. He referenced some Iberian influences. He didn't have a good knowledge of the land of Israel. There's just a lot of arguments to say that he needed money, and he made up the stories and said that it was passed on from the sages. And with that being said, that doesn't mean that what he wrote wasn't certainly inspiring and doesn't necessarily have a place in not just 13th century Iberia, but also in 21st century globe. It is a shaky foundation that causes me to have my qualms when I hear people who want to dive in to Kabbalah. They should know that at least the main text, the Zohar, does not have the perhaps the authorship or the does not pass academic rigor, which I would like. But that isn't to say that that can't be said of the Masoret text, the Bible itself. So nothing is perfect, and that's kind of a lesson within Kabbalah, is that we're working towards perfection. Yeah, healing of the world, 100%.
And people would say to him, "What about the Rabbi? It's not." I know Kabbalah, the Rabbi from the Trumas Hadeh. About first Sabbath in the morning was that the maybe you can remove the ash from the base. What is that? After taking up the trash, there's removing the trash, and when it does come of Olam's home, is from Messiah, where are collapsed. Like to the point that whenever I see, how do you see that? How do you see that? Some of it actually by children of people. Is it some metaphysical thing? That's a. Do we lose our bodies? Are you familiar with what I'm talking about?
Absolutely, yeah. What you're saying is accurate. So many times this is discussed. Well, if you're not familiar, at least within Judaism, there is not one single end time theory not only what happens to your body when you die, uh, the sages, well, certainly within the Bible, there are multiple ways people die. Some people just walk with God, like Enoch. Uh, some people live very long lives, like Methuselah, 909 years. People just die and become dust. But what we traditionally believe within Judaism is that there is a world to come. When you get into Kabbalistic teachings, it can be very varied. Some people state, or some rabbis you'll find, state that our souls are sent essentially to Sheol. It's not hell, it's not purgatory, but it's essentially a place where. Okay, excellent. Okay, so usually for a that takes place, person 12 months for perhaps someone who is righteous of a life, and then ideally we are to metaphorically sit the right hand of God and study Torah. Now there are also discussions with Kabbalah of a sitting amongst the angels, perhaps in a field of roses. But these are all just metaphors of rabbis who really didn't know. The idea of the world to come traditionally is discussed a lot when it comes to Mashiach. So perhaps our Jewish Messiah will come. We believe that he will be a human form, raised by parents, not like not from God, not not divine, and will be a great unit of people. And there's an argument to be made that when we talk about world to come, we're talking about messianic times. And so we believe that, at least general mainstream orthodoxy, that Mashiach will be someone who delivers a message, who rebuilds the Beit HaMikdash, the temple in Jerusalem, who unifies people of all creeds, not just within Judaism, but also sure that the tribes in exile are brought back to Israel, and a center aspect of his teaching would not change Torah and push for the revivification of the dead, and at least within some teachings, generally mainstream, there's what's called the loose bone, basically in your tailbone, that is the hardest bone in the body, and perhaps in a time of messianic revival, that bone will be used to revivify the dead, and that's one of the major reasons why in Judaism we don't cremate our deceased, because we feel that Mashiach will come and use that bone to revivify us, and the world to come may be a day where death is in the past, and we to live in a peace-filled world. That's one argument of the world to come. There are other arguments of the world to come that there is that certainly, but then also at some point we may stop living, maybe not die, but something will happen where we are have the opportunity to learn Torah at the right hand of God, figuratively, because we think of God as being incorporeal, basically no body, but really no one knows. And I know in a lot of other traditions we'll think, okay, well, there's a heaven and there's a hell in some traditions and other things, but really within Judaism this hasn't been unified. It was never unified in Tanakh, so not in Torah. It's not unified within the Talmud, and it's not even unified within Kabbalah. Are certainly certain theories on what happens, but no one knows, and we're pretty honest about that. That we call it the world to come, and we don't really on it so much. We do what we can to live a world, a life that's filled with goodness, that's filled with charity, that's filled with certainly the mitzvah and living, not necessarily when you die. However, when you do die, you do celebrate your life, and we say Kaddish, so it's basically our tradition where we ensure that we try to get your to the world to come as quickly as possible over the course of 11 months with your loved one, or Rabbi usually says this. But aside from that, no one really knows. Hope that answers your question.
He's hoisting it out. If he's hoisting it out, what does that tell you? Tell you that it was submerged. So this seems to go
discussion with a friend recently about the concept that the full world's collapsed into absolute, and I hadn't heard that from Rabbi. He thought that that's what Rabbi taught in the reading works.
He was not submerged. So he did right, and then after
seemed like what you were explaining, that actually the full world's retained form.
I will say for a second, if he's submerging it,
Essentially, I don't have
the assumption is
like
you're going to have to use the
I
credit.
don't mean this in like the Western mystery tradition way, even though it's very similar, but it is like the archetypal man, and for a reason, it's because it is to that's how I see God's teachings, at least. It's like heaven is to be brought down to earth. There's like this symbiosis between earth and heaven. That's like the plan. But yeah, you brought up this idea that the whole world's collapse back into the archetypal or the absolute. I just never heard that before.
Out of the
In Kabbalah.
that was the Kohan
he was trying to say that it was inspired or influenced by the Sabbatean, and that most of
this sounds like, but you can imagine if you could replicate
the
this sound.
elites,
This is what
the
they call
elect,
learning.
the Kabbalah movement
This is what they will
were secretly Sabbatean, and I have not seen any evidence of that. I haven't seen
what they woke up to.
That would allude to them being Sabbatean. I don't know.
Listen to this.
Maybe you're right.
Excellent question.
What
So
was convenient?
generally, Chabad is a Hasidic movement. It is a Hasidic movement, and Hasidism was a rejection of Sabbateanism. Now, that isn't to say that some perhaps fringe members weren't strict Sabbateans or Frankists later on. The argument, though, it
No, right? I don't mean to interrupt arguments. Like, if they are, that you're not going to know. It's a perfect thing. Like, so it's kind of self-defeating to make that claim because no one explicitly says they are. If they are, how would you know?
that's exactly right. And at least in my encounters, I have had my suspicions of people who still perhaps are Frank Sabbateans or Frankists. And the big argument is that this is. Do I think that they were? Yeah, I do. That they would have the front of a modern Orthodox life, but truthfully, I feel as if they perhaps were living the opposite of what they should have been. So, for instance, there's an argument to be made that Mashiach will come when the world is either completely perfect or completely imperfect. Basically, when there's total good or total evil. And the thought is that it's impossible for everybody to be good. So in order to bring then everyone should be evil. And this argument I have heard, and I have had my suspicions of people. Of course, I don't see what is always done behind closed doors. Within mainstream Orthodoxy, though, it's a fringe group. It's not even like I've never known anyone to openly talk about knowing even someone who was a or Frankist. Really, in a lot of ways, it's pseudo messianic. It is heresy and was treated as heresy and still is in mainstream Judaism treated as heresy. But that doesn't necessarily mean that in some circles who have lived an Orthodox life, get sick of it, want something else to do, they could be fun to live an outwardly Orthodox life, but secretly perhaps live a more wicked life. It doesn't happen. And You see some of the things that happen in the world, and you could see how this certainly can take place. But at least there are no openly frankest rabbis in the world. I mean, you might find someone who is of some fringe society that claims this, but you won't find this in Chabad, you won't in Young Israel, you won't find this in your local Orthodox shul. And I can't speak for any other Jewish movements because I'm not associated with anything conservative, reform, reconstructionist, humanist, really anything like that. But at least in my encounters, this is certainly seen as. Now, from a Chabad standpoint, in the four worlds, yes, they're emanation, creation, formation, and action. And these are certainly discussed from a Kabbalistic standpoint, but also united under the idea of the world to come. And the truthful answer is no one knows. The Rabbi didn't know. No Rabbi knows. The Rothschild didn't know. The Vilna Gaon didn't know. Rabbi Soloveitchik didn't know. Rabbi Moshe Feinstein didn't know. So these are just basically a lot of Kabbalah as well, and I find to be almost like we're yearning for Mashiach. We're yearning to rebuild the Beit HaMikdash. We're yearning for this world to come, and so without the ability for it to occur immediately, we write some things down, study some things, so we meditate. People write books, other people new teachings to those books, but at no point does Kabbalah override classic halakha, and we do. Mainstream Judaism does its best to be able to ensure that there's still a separation between Kabbalah and halakha, that Kabbalistic teaching don't ever override traditional Jewish law. Tradition are
It's I mean, in most you could say in those words it states something like the man needs to be a certain, like nobody even touches it until like
40 years
beyond the age to be taken seriously in like politics or any influential position.
That's exactly right. And traditionally, it's been 40 years old, and to have married and for as much as I have discussing it with you, I currently am 40 years and 27 days. You may say, you know that down to the exact date? Yeah, I do, because I just started my Kabbalist classes once I hit 40 years old. That was really important to maintain that tradition. So perhaps at 41 years and 27 days, I will have the answers even more in depth to all of your questions. But you're absolutely right. Traditionally, it has stood that a man should be 40 years old and have reproduced before Kabbalah. Now, I'm at a point where I have not yet reproduced, which is certainly
It's not in a derogatory way, but like it's like it's like a lack of some certain experience. I don't know, that's how I see it.
Yeah, it's an exception, and that isn't to say that I didn't have plans to, but my life took me in a different course, and I had a matchmaker about 5 years ago, and was really to settle down and marry, and the pandemic hit, and a lot of our my Jewish classes remote, and our services went remote, even within the Orthodox world, and even within Sephardic communities, they were using live streams on Shabbat, which certainly wasn't something that would be traditional Judaism, and that broke my that broke many of the traditional practices within Judaism. We have this global pandemic, and now we 10 men in a minyan to stay 6 feet apart. We had all kinds of practices about kissing Torah and but it just really changed things within Judaism. And many of those changes have persisted. And I by trade, am a certified project management professional. I've successfully launched apps on the App Store and Google Play, and my position as a app developer went remote. So I go into work every day in a suit and tie. First, I go to shul every morning, then to work, and that rhythm changed during the pandemic, and I from never ever being on camera, not wanting to be on camera, to being on camera for at least 2 hours in the morning for shul, and then another 8 hours for work. So I was already on camera for 10 hours, and I had my I would say that the anxiety that one gets while being on camera lessened, and I got more comfortable being on camera to the point where even once the pandemic was getting through the peak time, that I was still working remotely, and I felt if I'm already on camera anywhere between 8 and 12 hours a day, that's really most of my waking life. So at least I personally, I decided that I wanted to do something more with my life, just be an app developer or just work for a Fortune 500. And I fortunately been able to maintain some financial independence due to my success with my positions. And after work during the pandemic, I would go to Tiger Woods' golf course in Anaheim, California, which is close to base, and I would hit golf balls. And I mean, everybody had to stay 6 feet apart, and all the restaurants were closed, and all of my normal activities really changed, and I wanted to improve my golf swing. And so what I ended up doing was video recording my golf swing and getting it on camera. And I would make jokes to myself that, I thought my future family would think we're, to see their dear old dad hitting slices and hooks and topping the bone. It showed my humanness. And I thought, as I'm approaching perhaps what my life was like during the pandemic, during this globally sensitive time. And so I would upload that video an easier way than just download all this data and re-uploading. And really the answer is streaming. But I didn't want to be a streamer. That's not something that I wanted to do. I didn't be an influencer, and certainly was comfortable with my life being completely as close to anonymous as possible. But I recognized that I was in a really time of my life, that the dating scene during the pandemic somewhat has stagnated to some extent. And while I did meet some women, I recognized that I wanted to perhaps to give more to the world, and I didn't want to have to settle. And so in 2021, I started my first YouTube channel. And it was basically to document my life. I figured I'm already on camera for 12 hours. Why not just get the other 12 hours on camera on YouTube? And if I'm going to do this, if I'm going to document my life, I want to do it better than any person's ever done it in global. And so what I decided to do was buy all of the different devices that you see, about 10 different laptops and Chromebooks and another 23 handheld devices. And I started live streaming my life, not just from one angle, not just two angles, but multiple angles, as many simultaneously, because I wanted to tell the story of what not just my life was like, but what world history was like. And I keep a radio going in the background 24/7 that plays world events, and certainly maintain as much of an orthodox style as I can. I like candles. I don't combust. I don't work on. I don't drive on Shabbat. But at least from a Sephardic standpoint, and I'm Ashkenazi, but I know that the Sephardic world certainly would allow during the pandemic the live streaming, and that was being embraced in many Ashkenazi communities as well. And I figured, you know what, this is really a beautiful story that I could tell to them. And so I have been live streaming my life 24/7 now for the last 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. If I may ask, Hasso, have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother? That's what my life is. And there's a lot for the world to be able to learn from a science standpoint, biologically. I mean, I've been doing this now. I'm moving into my 5th year. We'll be able to study my aging, my behavior, behavior patterns, my eating habits, my drinking habits, my breathing habits, my circadian rhythm. I mean, you can just imagine from angles how much data I've been able to upload over the last and how important that's going to be to society in the future, especially when it comes to AI. AI needs human examples on which to build its models accurately, and I have more human data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is extremely important. It's going to be extremely interesting to the world. And I figured, look, I can be a single individual and a minion, just like I had been for years, every single day in shul, and that was fine. Or I can show the world what it's like to be an Orthodox Jew in as best an environment as I can. And thus I say blessings on food. I down to film 6 days a week. I certainly daven, like candles, certainly celebrate days as best I can. But additionally, give people a sneak peek into the more human side of Judaism and conversations like these. So I've been doing this for now 4 years, and I am moving into my 5th year. And if you're like, well, I just see you here and maybe a couple of other people. Sure, I've got 2,800 people in the community, which is great. But how do people find out about you? Well, I've created robots that basically promote myself on different platforms. So I have more social media than any person ever. I have over 200 Instagram accounts, over 500 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,000 Twitter accounts, over 5,000 Blue Sky accounts, and over 10,000 Kick accounts. This is essentially a treasure world to be able to study in the future. And then on top of that, specifically in Twitter Spaces. Now, I avoid doing that on Shabbat, but I do it 6 days out of the week. And I do promote myself. Really, this is what I tell them. It's about 2.5 minutes, but I'll give you my spiel. Rothschild. I stream it like 24 hours a day, 765 days a year for world peace. This is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase "content is king," and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource. I have more data archived on the internet than any person after me. Very influential. I'm going. When I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent. If you're not already, I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream or 2 YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams, 24 hours a day. You can view my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling cam. If you want to view my YouTube streams, the link's available in my profile. Additionally, you'll find it in pinned post. You'll also find in my pinned post a link to my link tree. To look at my link tree, nobody dares you to look at their link tree, but I do because I have more social media than any person ever. I have more content content than any person ever. You'll also find a link to my Discord, discord.me/Rabbi. I invite you to join our community. I'm proud to say we just exceeded 2,800 people and continue to grow each day. In addition to making you extremely wealthy and wanting to promote world peace, I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, water greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by cryptocurrency that's worth $1 million. That's where all merch is that you see here and what I'm wearing. And one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Lifeshare program and most importantly, desalination technology, where we convert seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If you're replying, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a raider or a shiller, and you want free, and that's a coach and friend, send me a follow you back. Send me a DM. I will respond. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your lives. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future, and most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share. And when I tell this to people, they love it. And I've gotten in the last 70 days or so, like 35 years just organically on Twitter doing that. And I know this type of promotion up, enough people are finding out about me, enough projects are finding out about me. It's going to be very exciting when I go viral. So I know I said a lot hostile. What are your thoughts?
No, it's very interesting. I appreciate you sharing too. So there's a way that there is one other person that is similar. I don't know if he's learned as you have, but there's this guy on YouTube, Spirit Man, and he's like he breaks down the human condition into metaphysics or something like that, and basically he's striving for peace as well. But he uses like Hegel as his ground. He thinks that there's like a logic that can fix the world or something like this. It's strange. I wonder if this is like an emergent phenomenon within humanity. And you guys are like you guys are like first across the line to do these kind of things. I wonder if people are going to follow suit eventually.
Very welcome. If I may ask, does he live stream 24/7?
Yes, he's doing a hunger strike. And he constantly records his hunger strike. It's limited though. I've noticed that like he eats, but he eats certain things. And certain things like obviously, I mean, my life is so I'm not as fortunate to be in that sort of position to do that, right? To actually ultimately my energy and efforts to that as much as I'd like to. But yeah, so I don't get to watch him enough. But yeah, he is recording all the time. His channel is called Spirit Man. It's something like World Peace or or something. I can't remember.
bandage his
He's
finger with a
able
piece of grass on Shabbos, but not outside of the mikvah. Ultimately,
problems.
not outside of the
You can
mikvah.
remedy
And the
or
whole scene at it down,
cure the
but
human
again, if you're
condition
wrapping
through
something around
universe
to
logic.
extract blood, the kind also.
Yeah, it's very interesting. But yeah, he records himself to not as much as you have, though. So not as many devices. Use as many social media platforms. So I do notice that the people sometimes on YouTube there's nobody in the chat but me. So he must be using other forms of social media as well. But I don't know if there's as many.
Absolutely.
But yeah, very interesting.
He's like a bandage.
Yeah, over here it's getting late. I apologize for coming in and out.
A bandage is probably
No, you're absolutely fine.
I'll keep watching and I'll keep observing. Appreciate you sharing your insight
bandage
and answering some of my questions that you have had.
of wearing an additional article
Yeah, just
of clothing.
I'd like to say
Right?
thank you.
And so
You're
yesterday,
more than welcome. Absolutely. I'm always here if you need anything. Thank you so much for coming in and being so kind. You had excellent questions. And if you ever need anything from me, I'm here. Okay?
Thank you. Yeah, have a good night.
You too, my friend.
Is not the only place is it a problem with additional garments is when you're wearing something additional in a place where garments are normally worn. But if you're wearing something additional in a place where garment is not normally worn, then there's no harm of yitra b'gadim. So remember again, on your fingers, there's no big day kubula, and therefore the act of putting a bandage on your fingers is not a problem. But the sefer putting mishum chatzitza. But second, there is a problem. What's the problem? Even though there's no begadim on the hand, when a kohen does the avodah, there can't be anything that includes his hand, and let's say the klisharis, right? The surface utensil. If he has a bandage, isn't that going to be a chatzitza? Not a problem. It's small. It's on his left hand. It's on his left hand, so he's doing the avodah. Inami, or the other part of the or we're talking about a situation where he's not actively doing the avodah right now. Okay. Someone says, either Rabbi, and Rabbi, stuff. The makom begadim, akinu nima akas chotzetzes. Rabbi says like this. Rabbi says that in
It's only a day 232. Well, I mean, that's cool.
Even one thread goes ahead and creates a chatzitza.
He does do what I do.
I'll say this, but again, if it's placed on his body where he normally wears clothing, then what? Then ultimately shalosh al shalosh. So chotzos.
How many days are you on, Rabbi?
Something that's 3 finger breaths by 3 finger breaths that creates a chatzitza. But anything less than that does not create the chatzitza. So the Gemara says that's a statement of Rabbi. Rabbi Yochanan Badek,
I gotta talk to this guy.
Ultimately, again, does it contradict? Shiny tziltzil cut in the kasha is possible because a small bandage, even if it's less than three finger breaths by 3 finger breaths, may pose a chatzitza issue. Why? Because it's kasha, because it has an importance. There is importance to it. Lishnachli, an alternate version of this, an alternate version of this. So the Gemara says, sorry, Lishnachli, no. Rabbi Huda,
No food. I mean, that's cool.
To bandage himself with. Don't bandage himself with a piece of
Day 246. Are you fucking serious? Yeah, talk to me when you've been doing this since the pandemic, bro. Really? Yeah. All my different stuff and talking about all my shit. I will. Really? Oh, I'm the best.
Comes on Rabbi Yochanan says, the only time that something poses a chatzitza issue is when it's 3 finger breaths by 3 finger breaths, and that's only the makom begadim. But ultimately, I'm sorry, and that's by makom. But if it's not a makom begadim, in other words, if it's on a part of the body where you wouldn't normally wear Kohanic clothing, then ultimately, again, only in the breast that 3 finger breaths poses a chatzitza. Less than that does not. Ultimately, again, this is the name of this. Just a moment. So what we have,
my first
right?
year.
So we have because like this, Coin gets a cut on the finger. He wants the back. What can it with? So it seems to be everyone is good with a piece of reed grass, right? Why is everyone good with that? Number one, because it's small. Number two, because it doesn't pose additional clothing issues. Why not? It's not an article of clothing, right? It's just a piece of grass. Once you get into going in and using a bank, so then halacha l'may, so we get potentially into some issues. So then we're supposed to become another sub issue, which is what's the status of kasa on a piece on the body where you normally wear clothing or don't normally wear clothing. This, if it's a place ultimately again where you normally wear clothing, then halacha l'maisa, it's possible that any amount can be up. But if it's a place where you don't normally wear clothing, it's only 3 finger breadths and more. Or again, version of that, even in a place where you wear clothing, ultimately it's only 3 finger breadths or more. So that's our issue. That's our focus case over here. So Marcelino Pligi Rabbi Huda Rabbi Rabbi. So I would say, so cities are using Rabbi Rabbi. So you want to say shiny tziltzil cotton, still a small bandage, different. Why? Because I will say it could very well be that a small bandage has a kashibus. What's its kashibus? And ultimately, again, ultimately, it has the status of like a beggar. So because it has this,
2 years
Balance on the
ago.
fact that maybe it's reckoned differently. Or Rabbi Yochanan, my area Gemi, Lishmo'inon, Sol Kaki. So Rabbi Yochanan, if that's the case, so why are you bringing up the case of grass? Why not go just that? Why not say that you could even bandage? Because he said you could even bandage. To which the Gemara said, Milsa, Agav, or Kamash Moron to Gemi.
I mean, he already says
So
day
ultimately,
200,
teaching
whatever.
us just kind of like an additional piece of information, which is that
Maybe that's a hunger
grass has curative powers. Okay, so we're kind of getting two lessons in one. Number one, the lesson of tzitza, and number two, that the grass ultimately again has curative power. So just so you should know the halacha is like this. So first of all, just a very interesting halacha to kind of keep in your back Talmudic pocket, which is Xenos Rabbanon do not apply inside of the Beis Hamikdash. Okay, we've seen that concept before. So therefore, for example, outside of the Beis Hamikdash, you are not allowed to engage in medicinal healing on Shabbos. Now, that is a very broad statement. And obviously, if a person has a medical condition that has there's a lot, but in a general sense, we are not allowed to engage in medicinal healing outside of the Beis Hamikdash. Why? Because rabbinic prohibition, because you may come to grind herbs. That does not apply inside of the Beis Hamikdash alone. Not to go ahead and use a grass as a bandage. Again, no cuts. It's an issue. What are the halachos?
So that's still like only 200 days.
Is that halacha nice in a place where you wear clothing, even the smallest thing creates a hatzitz.
Dude, you gotta be. There's no doubt you've got 1,000 different streams. He's not as funny as you are. Doesn't have as much shit. He's not in everybody's Discord. He doesn't, slang dick like you do. I mean, everybody knows you're the biggest dick slanger of all time. And he doesn't. That's another thing. He's not keeping the world news about it.
That would require
My shit rocks.
big bandage, pretty big bandage.
But what he's doing cool.
Consider, however, that's assuming it's not on your hand when you're handling a clicharis. Because if you're handling the clicharis, it can't be anything between your body and the kli. Okay, so a lot of times be big one up. So along these similar, this is so interesting, right? So let's say again.
All right, let's talk.
And what happens? A wind gets into his clothing, blows out his clothing. Blows out his clothing. So in other words, meaning his clothing is not touching his body. Clothing touching his body. So the shaila is he kosher to do avoda? So the Gemara says, yeah. So Nicholas Ruach, it's like, remember the 80s? Right? Everything was baggy. Everything was baggy, right? Oh, but if I don't talk about it, I don't want to talk about it, right? So, okay. Now, I don't know. Now, yeah. Now, it feels like even men wear leggings these days. But okay, a different. So nice. So again, so what happens now? So say wind gets into the big day kahuna, right? And then for most it kind of blows it up a little bit. So, meaning the gut aren't touching his flesh. They're on his body, obviously, but you're not touching his skin. So we'll say, so what's the shaila? On one hand, he's wearing, right? He is wearing the clothing, right? So the nice, again, so the nice should be kosher, right? But I'm sorry, it needs to be on his flesh, and right now it's not on his flesh. It's not on his flesh. Oh, deal with the halachas, he has to wear his clothing in a normal way. He's wearing his clothing in a normal way. The fact that there's a wind that got in and kind of expanded it, so it's not touching his flesh. Maybe that should have another question. So we're just building up. There's about like 7-8 questions now in a row. Kina, what about a louse? Cohen has a louse on his body, right? Does that create a chatzitza? So the Mason, if it's dead, then obviously that's chatzitza, right? Why? Because you know, first of all, I will say what happens if it's a living louse? Chatzitza, oh, Dilma gave him the cover on the chatzitza, or on the other hand, no, generally a person. What about dirt? What is kites? Dirt, of course. Dirt is a chatzitza. What's about? Ella Abba. Rather, you're going to say, what about dust? So let's see, they've seen dirt and dust, right? So dirt is not just like a mamash, so there's like a substance to it, right? It's just dust. So is dust code 6. Okay, next. So we'll say, so the Gemara is leaving all of these. These are all open-ended questions. Next, base hani ma'ushe yakos al b'sarov. Sorry, ma'ushe yakos. So we'll say, what about your armpit? Now, interesting enough, what's the armpit case? If you look at Rashi, about 4 lines before it gets wide, ma'ushe yakos. Here, base hani shefi can go and talk these rows. This is actually interesting. What happens if the big dikuna are such that, let's say, the shirt, with really the tunic, doesn't extend up into the arms? Like it hangs down. It's like the shirt part just low, it hangs down. Then down. So what is that? So the Gemara says, so basically checking out. But you know what? Like on one hand, maybe you need the clothing on your flesh. In other words, you need it a little bit more, just like tighter fitting, and then hug the body a little bit. But if it's too loose on the armpit, it's going to fill that requirement. Oh, no, that's common. In other words, people sometimes wear that it's not snug enough armpit. Okay. It's very interesting. What happens if the Wayne puts his hand inside of his garment? So, say for example, he puts his hand inside of the tunic, so that his hand is on his body, in between his body and the garment. So, what's the kind of case like that? No. Group of me, it's alone. So, we'll say ultimately again. Can your own body ultimately again create the chatzitza? That was an interesting. That happens to that shaila comes up in a number of different, where this comes up the most. This comes up the most where, let's say again, a person doesn't have a yarmulke, let's say for some reason, right? And they want to drink, they want to make. Can you put your hand on your head? So the truth is, in general, by Hilchos Brachos, not work, right? Because why? Because it's all the same thing, right? You can't create a covering with your own part of your body. It's interesting enough over here. You might ask me, so what's our tikuna? Right? Does that work like a tikuna or not? Okay. Next. So you might say, what about a string, a thread? A thread. Can a thread create a chatzitza? Says, of course. Of course, a thread goes and creates a chatzitza. We just said that before, actually. Any foreign material between your body and the big tikuna creates a chatzitza. No. What if the thread is from the big tikuna itself? In other words, a thread being a chatzitza, what type of thread was it? It was an alien, a foreign thread from something else. What happens if the thread is from the big tikuna itself? Can that create the chatzitza? Okay, so the Gemara says, "Boy, Ravashi, you have a big damau. What happens if, let's say, the Kohen's own hair got into the big dekuna? His own hair extended into the big dekuna, created and are therefore posing between his body and dekuna mahu. Do we say that your hair is like an extension of your body or not? Boy, Rabbi Zera, let's say for case here, tefillin mahu sheyachotsu. What about tefillin? If the Kohen is wearing tefillin, ultimately, again, does that big dekuna? Salib, listen to this. Salib demand Amar Laila Sman tefillin. So according to the opinion that nighttime is not the time for tefillin. So watch this. It's not a kasha. Kivan Laila. Now we'll say, by the way, with tefillin, we also don't know what are we asking? Tefillin shayad, tefillin shal rosh, both, one. So we're going to get to that in just a moment. So first, I want to say like this. That says that you don't wear tefillin at night. So, ultimately, again, see, because you want to listen to this. If night time is not the time for tefillin, then certainly if a Kohen were to wear tefillin at night underneath his big dick, one of them, it's certainly a chatzitza. Now the Gemara is going to say, well, once it's a chatzitza at night, then halachically, categorically, it's a chatzitza, and therefore going to be a chatzitza by day as well. Sigmar says chaitz. Sigmar says given the laila chaitzi yom nami chaitz. Kiti by the chas. What's the shaila? Leman the amar laila's man tefillin. According to being that says daytime is the time for tefillin. So my mitzvah de gufei chay, it's olo chay. So ultimately, again, since tefillin is a mitzvah to wear on your body, is it a chatzitza for big tikuna or not? So we might say in Gal Yom Saf. So the matter escalated and it came before Rabbi Ami. Amalei Talmud Aruch Biyadenu. It is an explicit halacha. What's the explicit halacha? Tefillin chatzitza. Tefillin is a chatzitza. Incredible. Tefillin is a chatzitza. Amazing. 1 second. Hold up. Kohanim Bavodasam. Ulevim Biduchanan. Bisaba Ma'amada. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. To see the actualization of this phrase. Kohanim, when they're doing the avodah, the being when they're standing on the Duchen, you saw when they're doing the Ma'amad, terminat tefillah, they are exempt from davening and from tunnel, which makes sense. Why? What's the principle? All of them are ultimately again in their respective part of temple service, and therefore they are exempt. So Moses says, "My love in Minicha in a chot." It sounds interesting. The Lashon is potter. So what does potter mean? What does potter mean? You don't have to do it. But it sounds like if a Kohen were to put on tefillin, again, it would not be a chatzitza. So the Gemara says, "Lo, in Minicha chotzitzos." No, it's not true. What it means is if they put it on, it would be a chatzitza. If that's the case, turin asurim violate. If that's the case, then it shouldn't say that the line when they do the avoda are potter from tefillin. Rather, what should it say? It should say that they're usher to burn tefillin because it's a chatzitza. So you must know. Okay, but the ikaladi in the Israel must usher turin. No, because since we're talking about Kohanim Redeem in Israel, so as for Kohanim, it made usher because of the chatzitza. You can't use the lashon of usher by Levim and Israel. So therefore, use the lashon of potter. Tanya in Yenichan and Chotzos, but it says, as Rice says, that if they put on tefillin, it doesn't create the chatzitza, so that objectively contradicts what you just said before. The tefillin is the chatzitza. Here we go. Hadiyad, hadirosh. Incredible. When we say that tefillin is a chatzitza, what are we talking about? Tefillin shal yad. Tefillin shal yad. Ultimately, again, what's not the chatzitza? Tefillin shal rosh. 1 second. Maishna yad tzivil b'shal b'saro shlo yeda b'chotzeitz beino leb'saro. So ultimately, again, so the Gemara doesn't understand. When it comes to the yad, why is tefillin shal yad a chatzitza? Because the pasuk says you have to put the bidikuna al b'saro on your flesh. The Gemara says, "Rosh namiksid b'sam it's nefes al rosho." Already, by what say? One of the bidikuna is a turban, is a hat. So how can you wear tefillin shal rosh? That create a chatzitza within its nefes. Oh no. So, it's beautiful. This is so. I'm not saying Yom Kippur. Yom Kippur, right? Like he's going before Nila. The Kohen Gadol probably getting home right about now. Right about now. Making his way to the masses who wanted to kiss his hands. Like, so the Gemara says over here, so the Kohen Gadol, remember again, the Kohen Gadol had a specific, he had one of his unique vestments was called the tzitz. The tzitz is the metal plate that sits on his forehead that says Kodesh LaHashem. So amazingly enough, there was a space between his turban and the tzitz. What was that space used for? It's tefillin shal rosh. Tefillin shal rosh. So the Gemara says, so his hair visible between the tzitz and its nefes. Amud be'ezor say, sheshama manin tefillin. For the ultimately again that the Kohen puts on his tefillin. So Rabbi say, interestingly enough, when the Gemara speaks about tefillin being a chatzitza, it's a reference to tefillin shalyat. But it appears that tefillin shalosh can be put on in a way that not interfere with the tekuna, and therefore ultimately again does not serve as a chatzitza. Incredible. Also, I'll just point out something amazing. How difficult is it that we're learning the halachas of chatzitza Matzah Yom Kippur? And I will say it's important to understand Yom Kippur is over, but Tefillah is not. And I think for many of us, one of the fascinating dynamics of this time of year is that we finish Yom Kippur, and I think for many of us, it's the first time that I actually have exclusivity about what I have to do. Right? My Kabbalah Allah Asi, like what about my commentary, my plan for the future. Okay? I did my tshuva, I made amends for all the things I did wrong. My slate is absolutely unequivocally crystal clear. It's perfect, it's beautiful, and now one of the things we have to work on, many of us have to work on, are what are the chatzitzas in life.
Yeah.
So we walk around with a lot of chatzitzas. We walk around with a lot of things that interpose. There's a lot of blockages. A lot of blockages. Sometimes before I have to go ahead and do the Asay Tov and engage in the positive dynamic activities, I have to figure out what is being codified between me and HaKadosh Baruch Hu, what's being codified between me and a fellow Jew, what's being codified between me and myself. And now after Yom Kippur, I have the clarity. Now I know my chatzitzos. And now, of course, comes the sacred mission of trying to remove them. Because if you don't remove the chatzitzos, you have the most beautiful baby burn. You have all the proper accessories for religious, spiritual development. You have all the tools you need for success. But if I can't get rid of my chatzitzos, I can't move myself forward. How would I wish it? So the Gemara goes like that. The Gemara says, next, going down the list. We're not finished going double yet. So remember again, this is someone who is coming and is missing their karbanos. Zav, Metzora, Yoledes. So such a person ultimately again is right? Well, not Yoledes, but again, such a person is not allowed to do the avodas. So the keeper allowed coin bit. This is actually by the Yoledes. The pasuk says the coin will atone for her, and she will be purified. Tara, which indicates to us up until the point that she brings her karbanos, even though again she's waited the requisite time, she's in mikvah, but ultimately again because she has not brought her karbanos, therefore she is still quasi state of tumah. So point over here is you see that someone who has to bring their karbanos, even though they've waited the requisite time, they've gone to the mikvah. Halacha again, they are still in a quasi state of tumah, and therefore, if a kohen does his avodah in this state, the avodah isn't valid. Incredible. And if a kohen did not wash his hands and feet, so the avodah is possible. In this Shava of there's a lot of stuff that comes out of that Gzir Shava, and therefore again, if the kohen did not wash his hands and feet, his avodah is invalid. This is ridiculous. Kohen Gadol Shelo Tavo V'Shelo Kidesh Bein Beged LeBeged U'Bein Avoda LaAvoda. I will say Yom Kippur. So the Kohen Gadol did not go ahead and did not immerse in the mikvah, or did not wash his hands and feet between changes of clothing and between each. Take a look at Rashi. This is absolutely wild. First short line, Kohen Gadol. Kigon b'chomesh avoda shel Yom Kippurim. Incredible. Yes, I always did that just now, but that was good. I know, so here's the kiss. So the Gemara says, "Kigon chomesh avoda shel Yom Kippurim yafina b'seder yuma shu mishnat b'shanan b'migdei zav b'migdei lavan or b'migdei lavan b'migdei zav." The Kohen changes ultimately from gold clothing to white clothing. The tzara piluk tvila u'chidush. And I will say every single time he changes his clothing, he needs an immersion in the mikvah and a washing of his hands and feet. Do you understand what the message was? What Cheshbon is telling us? This is not just a kiss. It's not just a kiss. You know what this is? Do you know what this is? This is in Psuki de Zimra, right? We say Abocher b'shirei Zimra in Shtabach. Abocher in Shtabach. Abocher b'shirei Zimra. Right? Cheshbon who loves the shirim, he loves the songs of his servants. The Baal Shem Tov HaKadosh says it's Habocher b'shirei Zimra. Rebbe Shem loves shirayim. He loves leftovers. Loves leftovers. The great challenge of any elevated spiritual experience is taking it with you. Taking it with you. We have these incredible moments of spiritual elation, elevation. And then what happens? The event ends, and so this artist odorless. HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, take shirayim with you. Take leftovers with you. Whatever experience you have, and pay it forward. Keep it going. Don't lose the momentum. And what happens? What does Cheshbon do? He gives us a Yom Kippur Gemara, Yom Kippur Erev Shabbos. It's the bridge. Rebbe Shem is just saying, just to Shabbos. Just make it the Shlam Shif Your Kedusha. So what does he do? He gives us a rule. It's the most beautiful thing in the world. He's giving us Rebbe Shem. The Rebbe Shem is giving us shirayim, giving us leftovers from Yom Kippur. Overwhelming. It says the Gemara. So let's say Kohen did all of these changes, but he did not go to the mikvah, or he did not go ahead and wash his hands and feet between a clothing change. So the avad, the avodah sekshera, the still kosher. Versus ve'echad kohen gadol ve'echad kohen hedyon shlo kiddush yadav raglav shachris ve'avad avodah psula. However, any kohen, a regular kohen, a kohen gadol, if you do not do the initial hand and feet washing in the morning, going to the Beis Hamikdash, and you do the avodah without that, ultimately it is possible. So we'll see here's the distinction. If you miss the first hand and foot washing in the morning, coming into the Beis Hamikdash, and you do avoda, your avoda is possible. If, however, the Kohen Gadol omits any of the immersions or hand and feet in the clothing changes of Yom Kippur, B'diavad, his avoda is still kosher. Gemara says with the Chamesh Tevilos, Vasari Kedushin Da'araisa, the Chulka Ksin, B'Vulakfu. So that's like Sarvasi said, 1 second. Immersions and the hand washings of the Kohen Gadol on Yom Kippur between the clothing changes and avodas, that's still right. That's still right. So that is written explicitly in the Torah. So ultimately, again, how can you say Gadol omits it? It is avodas is going to be kosher. Amrli Kra, V'lav Sham. Rabbi Shema saying that Aframak. So he said to him, no, Uluvei Sham means
if you could read and manage your mail from anywhere,
that ultimately again is not.
wish you had a professional.
Again, nothing else is maki. So Ravasi was very excited. Amrlei Vav Afusak Sigalach. Then he said to him, so we'll say this was an expression. A vav is written on a wooden log. So what does it mean? A vav is written on a wooden log. Sometimes he actually points out if you try to carve a vav on a wooden log, it's not going to come out well. Okay, so that was the Talmudic expression ultimately of really hold water. So the Gemara says, that Allah again, the Kohen does not need to do the immersions and the hand and foot washing in the changes of clothing and avodah. So if that was true that it's not ihaki, it's safarnami. Understand? Then even if he omitted the first one in the morning, ultimately again, the avodah should still be kosher. As I was saying, the Gemara saying is like this: is all of the hand wash is the same. So the amount of shach. If you tell me that the Kohen omits the immersions and he omits the hand foot washing between the clothing changes and avodos, and that's not ma'akev, then even if he misses the first in the morning, it shouldn't be ma'akev as well. And if he missed the first one, the avodah should still be the evet kosher. So the Gemara says, Amar Chizki Amar Kra, by Salam Chok Olam Lo Nizaro L'Dorosam. Dogaki Bizarro Maki Bo. So the way it works with Kuna is like this. Anything that is Maki is an indispensable necessity for the Kohen's offspring, i.e. for all Kohanim, ultimately is Ma'akev for a Kohen Gadol. Davar she'eino ma'akev bo, ein ma'akev bo, is something that is not ma'akev for offspring, even regular Kohanim, is not ma'akev for the Kohen Gadol. So therefore, both say, hand and foot washing in the morning, L'chitzas yadayim v'raglayim, first thing in the morning, for the second, that is something that applies to all Kohanim. Since the Kohanim, therefore, what? It is an indispensable necessity, which, if omitted, fundamentally invalid avodah. The immersions and the hand and foot washing in between all the ranges and avodos, that's to the Kohen Gadol. It has to be done, but if it's not done, ultimately, again, does not invalidate the avodah. Incredible. Here, sorry, Yonasan Amar Moshe Aaron Ubanov. That's incredible. They were washed from it. Moshe Aaron and his sons. Ma'akiv Ubanov, Ma'akiv Bo. Shino Ma'akiv Ubanov, Shino Ma'akiv Bo. Essentially, it's the same structure, just different pasuk. Something that ultimately again is Ma'akiv for his sons, i.e., all Kohanim, is ma'aki for the Kohen Gadol. There's something that is not ma'aki for other Kohanim, ultimately not ma'aki for the Kohen Gadol. Incredible. Rabbi Yonasan, so now, interesting enough, they're both saying the same thing, but from different sources. So why didn't Rabbi Yonasan increase the source? That's for the future generations. My time ago, Omar didn't. The first step in the second pasuk. Listen to this. Kesilos got a different menu. Aim the catching bow. They want to say, in order for the kiyar, the kohanim have the ability to wash from it at the ubanov. Right, so ultimately, again, because the pasuk says, from the kiyar, minimum dimensions of the kiyar ultimately, again, require the ability, keeper that comes out over here. So first of all, we learned that, again, rechis is not line muscle. That's number one. However, if the kohen omits any of the immersions or hand, his avoda is kosher. Incredible. Tell me what I will say. First one, kiddush raglayim, of sanctifying the hands and feet. Okay, so what do? You put your left hand on your left foot, and I will say, now watch this, umakadosh. And what you're doing over here is that you turn simultaneously. So the Gemara says, this is wild. That's not how you do it. Maniach shtei yadav zu agavzu, the agavi top of the other, and one foot on top of the other. One problem, too low, it's over. You're going to fall over if you try that. There's no way for putting regular thing good. He's saying good. So Rabbi Yosef, his friend always helps him. So what ends up happening over here is that, again, his friend is holding.
Well, this guy may be on a hunger strike, but I'm kind of on a hop. I mean, that's tight. I've got him. But yeah. Do you? I remember.
Left hand on his left foot and watch like that. He says, no, he can even be surprised. The Gemara says, Belasiv Mason. I don't understand. I have much easier. Let him sit down and then you can do what you want. To which the Gemara says, Belasiv, when the Gemara says, so ultimately the washing of the hands and feet is called just like avoda. Has to be done.
Dude, you know how this is.
Has to be like the first of the Tanakama, that the way he fathers, right hand on right foot, left hand on left, simultaneously standing. So that's how Kiddush was done. I also just to point out, one of just plus because it's Torah. I will say that also, the halakha right? One reason is Rothschild is the spirit of the in the morning is because when we wake up and we enter into the world, ready to embrace the service of the new day, so too again when we wake up and ready in Ras Hashem, a good Erev Shabbos.
They probably were pretty closely, and it's really sad.
Shabbos, everyone.
But for in the middle of the street of Ho Chi Minh City, which to the world, our success.
All right, I will say good morning who was with us yesterday during the break. So this is left us begin by taking all of our sponsors for this morning shoot. Thank our commentators to the one that submission of completion of CD.
Why isn't it user-friendly?
And his uncles,
Find out what the need
Yitzchak and Yaakov Cohen, Avram Cohen, Hirschman, Avram Cohen, Mordechai Avram Cohen, then
We're standing in the middle of the road,
families in the Kama,
and peace is the answer. It would be
Shalom and the Kar, Massey, Dayan,
and we need to give incentives to companies to help
so we're closing the terror attack yesterday. Manchester, those who are here upon our people, wherever we are, having your protection, your providence. Most of that let us begin today's test. An incredible, really ridiculously amazing God. It feels like we started later. So a good ground history. It's fantastic. It's really. I had 3 wins. I couldn't have done anything myself. We are up. We left off 18B. You're incredible. So yeah, I will say just a new song last night is Mansim Hasenu. Beautiful nigga going to up the that's a pasuk in Yecheskel.
So you worried about somebody beating you? Really?
How did you know this? Before Yecheskel came along, how did we know?
I've been through what I've been through.
Using that same magic.
What you're talking about interstellar travel?
What's the other halacha?
Aliens.
Which is a Kohen who's not circumcised.
What is it?
But before Yecheskel came along, what did I know?
Action.
V'asiches b'vatzmechei. I want to codify it in a pasuk. Hakanami Gemara Gemara. So that pasuk, incredible. So I lo yachkaru b'yazan.
I remember my
So it's a good way to start the week, end the week with some girding. So the Gemara says, they have to put on the big day kahuna, specifically the abnei, the belt through it. So you have to put the belt on in a place where the body does put on the abnei, the belt, in cold it means like the area by the stomach and the hips. Like because called it's an accumulation of schwitz, you're tying the belt on your chest. That is then you get into arms where there could also be an accumulation of sweat. So where should you put that? Where should you very interesting. The abnei was tied opposite belt where we classically wear a belt, like around this. So Rav Ashi said like one time Huna Barnasan told me that the Gemara says front of is Gadar the king. I was once in front of the Persian king, and what happened is incredible. Too high, and he pulled down my belt. Now again, you can do whatever you want. See, V'amali is so beautiful. V'amali, Mamlechas said that you are a nation of priests and a holy nation, very kaddish. Dress, pull your belt down, and dress up. So much in this story. Then what I will say, dress for work, but if you're part of the way they say Mamlechas the way that we come before our king. This says something amazing, which is that there will come, but it's so important for us. We are forward-thinking people, and the anti-Semitism. But one day, and the Hashem that they when I came before our name, literally again, kings will be your caretakers. So this is where the nations will take care of you, and even the Gentile. What a chizuk, right? As yesterday, right? And Matzah Yom Kippur, we come back to such tragic mood. It hurts now, but in Meretz Hashem, you will see that the great, not awesome. Going Shalaka Bezbar, there's some really interesting cases over here. Penny is like a piece of grass, like a reed. He's allowed to tie a reed around Avalova Medina. So this is talking about on Shabbos. Now, I'm going to ask Samimon. Ultimately, again, it's a zero that you make, again, it's a din drabanan. Din mikdash, which is his finger with a side of the mikdash. That's what it means ultimately. In the Hotzim and Adam, but wrapping something around his finger to extract blood, then the kan aser. Then ultimately, both in the mikdash and outside the mikdash. Incredible. Already with the Rabbi here. Losher elegant katan havi yiter, but very interesting. And we'll say tziltzul is literally a belt. It applies to a piece of reed grass. But if you go ahead and you put on a ring of bandage, additional article of right, and we saw in yesterday's daf that ultimately again was fascinating. But everyone said no. No amri yiter begadim other than makom begadim. It's only time is it a problem with additional in a place wearing garments. But if you're wearing something additional, yiter begadim. So remember again, on your fingers there's no big pizza. 1 second, there is a problem. What's the problem? Even though there's no big klishares, right? To serve this utensil, if he has a bandage, so he's doing the avoda with his right. Inami, or the other possibility, shalom makam avoda. Okay. Place with a coin in one red. Garden. Don't say this, but again, it's clothing. Then what? Ultimately, shalosh al shalosh. Then it is on chotzos. Pafi ita chatzitza. So it's obviously this context of Yochanan. Because a small bandage, even if it's less than 3 finger breadths by 3 finger breadths, make it lishnafrina, an alternate version of this. What is a coin allowed to bandage himself with? He's only allowed to bandage himself with a. Rabbi Yochanan says no. Lo al sitza. The papa is mishalosh al shalosh el b'makom begad. Comes on Rabbi Yochanan. Rabbi Yochanan says the only time that something only. Makom begadim, but all wouldn't normally wear Kohanic clothing. And ultimately again, this is the statement of Rabbi Nirach. This is never most like bandage it with. So it seems to be grass, right? Why? Number 2, because it does additional clothing issues. Why not? Because it's not an article. So then we're supposed to come to another sub issue, which is don't normally wear clothing. So it sounds like what the Gemara is saying over here is like this: it's possible that any amount is only 3 finger breadths and more. Or again, alternate version of that, no Zerkia. So I will say, say this argument with Rothschild, because I will say it could very well be that a small bandage has a status of like a beggar. So because it has the status of a beggar, maybe my area gemi, lishmoino and sol katan. So they'll teach us that why not say that you can use bandage? Because he said you could even use the bandage. To which the Gemara is enriching us with just kind of like an additional piece of information, which is that by the way, the wheat grass ultimately again has.
Where do you think that guy goes?
So says it just Talmudic pocket, which is
Where do you feel like when you see somebody stiff arm in a motherfucker? May 2025? Talking to you when you're 3.
Healing outside of the base of English. Why? That does not apply to the base of English along with any other thing. You're allowed to cut when it comes to big dick. So let's say, so not Haskins. Just a moment. So even a thread goes ahead and where a coin is not normally wearing big dick una, that's shalosh shalosh. Now, one more piece to consider, however, that's assuming
I bet it's boring as fuck there. Why?
Right? So let's say again, the coin is wearing this big dick una. So the shaila is he kosher? Is he kosher? It's like, remember the
all right, they better be sick. They better be like. When?
So again, so what happened? Because they aren't touching his flesh, they're on his body. On one hand, he's wearing it, but it's not on his flesh. It's not on his flesh. The fact that there's a wind that got in and kind of expanded it, so it's not touching his flesh. What about a louse? There's a louse. Why? Because you don't want that there. Right? First time animals, it comes and goes, right? So maybe that's generally a person is mashkin on not having a louse on their body. So maybe again that the upper badai heights. Dirt, of course, dirt is a chayt. So dirt is not like there's like a substance to it, right? Dust is just ended questions. Next, base hashechi. Not enough. What's the armpit case? If you look at Rashi, about 4 lines of base hashechi can go. But these are also. That let's say the shirt, the shirt part just lower hangs down. So what is that? Maybe you need the clothing on your apartment. Oh no, that's common. People sometimes wear their clothing like that. His hands inside of the tunic, so that his hand is on his body, in between his body and your own body. Again, create the chatzitza. That was most for, let's say again, a person doesn't have a yarmulke, let's say for skull. So the truth is, in general, because why? Because it's all the same, right? You can't create a covering. Over here, I said, so what's all about big dick una? Right? Does that work by big dick una? What about a string, a thread? A thread goes at it. We just said that before, actually. And you can tell us now. No. What if the thread is from the big dick una? Foreign thread from something else? What happens if the thread is from the big dick? What happens into the big dick una? In other words, his owners, therefore interposing between gufodami. Do we say that your hair is like an extension of your body also? What about tefillin? If the coin is wearing this, that nighttime is not a kasha. Even the Laila, that will say, by the way, with tefillin shalosh, both one. So we're going to get to that says that we don't wear tefillin at night. So all you were to wear tefillin at night, there won't be the halacha. It's certainly a chatzitza. Now he's going to say, says, given the Laila chayt, because what's the shayla? The man, the Amar Laila's man, according to being that says, that is the chatzitza for the tikkun or not. So he says, is thou your way, come with arachu biyadein halacha, filling chotz. Filling is the chatzitza. Incredible. Hanin babel dasam, who the I will die, you will result in your Hashem to see. You saw when they're doing the Na'amah. Not tefillin. They are exempt from that. All of them are engaged part of temple service. They are exempt. So we'll say, the Russian is potter. So what does potter mean? You don't have to do it. But it sounds like if a coin was a Gemara says, well, in your knee chatzitza. No, it's not true. What it means is if they put it on, it would be a chatzitza. So how do they do the avoda? Our potter from tefillin. Rather, what should it be in the Israel? Well, must be like usher. It may be usher in chatzitza. You can't use the lashon of usher by Rabbi and Yisrael. It says that if they put on tefillin, it doesn't create hadiyad, hadarosh. Incredible. But ultimately, again, what's not the chatzitza? Shloye davar chotzeitz. They know the sorrow on your flesh. The Gemara says, "Durosh namipsid." The sample, how can you wear tefillin shalosh? Doesn't that create the chatzitza? I'm actually talking about the Kohen Gadol. The Kohen Gadol is probably getting home right about now. Right about a specific. He sits. The sits is the Medrash Hashem. So amazing, there was a space between his turn, his tefillin shalosh. Tefillin sits, and between them it's nefesh. Amr days Rabosai, shesh tefillin. Said Rabosai, interestingly enough, Sa'alach l'maisa appears that tefillin shalosh can be put on in a way to serve as a chatzitza. It's incredible. Rabosai, I'll just point out something amazing. Rabosai, it is important to understand Yom Kippur is over, but Shuvah here is that we finish Yom Kippur, and I think for many of us, I plan for the future, okay? I did my Shuvah, I made amends for all the things that are beautiful, it's pristine. And now I actually know in Chatzitzas, we walk around things that interpose. There's a lot of blockages, and to figure out what is being chotzik between me and now after Yom Kippur, I have the clarity, now I know, because if you don't remove the Chatzitzas, you have the most beautiful thing, you have all the top, I can't get rid of my Chatzitzas, I can't move my soul. We're not finished playing over yet. And it's so Yoledes. So such a person ultimately again is what keep our coin Vitahira. This is actually by Yoledes, which indicates to us that up until the point that she brings her she has not brought her karbanos, therefore she is still in a state of even though they waited the requisite, they've gone to the mikvah. Allah says avoda in this state, the avoda is invalid. Incredible. Oh, famous Zera Shabbat, got back Zera Shabbat, and everyone did not wash his hands and feet, his avoda is invalidated. Then about Tavo, Bishalo Kidesh, being Beget and the Beget Yom Kippur. So if a Kohen Gadol did not between the changes of clothing and between each of them, also take a look at the first short line, Kohen Gadol, Kigon, the Chamesh Avodah. Incredible. Yes, that's the kiss. I don't know who did that just now. The Chamesh Avodah Shem Kippur and the Yachina, the Seder Yuma, should be the Tzarech L'chol Chiluk Tvilah, U'shnei Kiddushin. Not this kiss. Do you know what this is? This is in Psut Shalom. Habocha B'Shir Zimra. Because Baruch Hu loves the Shirim, loves Shirayim. He'll challenge of any elevated spiritual experience is, and so does our his holiness. Baruch Hu says, take Shirayim with you. Take left over what does Baruch Hu do? He gives Erev Shabbos, it's the bridge. The Rebbe is just saying, just get to Shabbos. The Rebbe is giving us Shirayim, giving us leftovers from Yom Kippur to wash his hands and feet between a clothing change. So Shabbos, va'avad avodas psula. However, any washing in the morning, when you come into the Beis HaMikdash and you do the first hand and foot washing in the morning, the chitzan raglayim in the morning coming into the Beis HaMikdash, feet washing between the clothing changes of the Radas Rabbi Yochanan, nidaraisa, the chuk, the re'aklu. That's it's the verse of the Kohen Gadol on Yom Kippur between the clothing changes that I've also explicitly in the Torah. So ultimately, again, how can you say that the Kohen Gadol is saying that no, Uluvei Sham means it is only the word again, nothing else is ma'akev. So it's all the kind of Apusak Sigalach. So literally, then he said to him, so we'll say this, sometimes he actually points out if you try to on a wooden log, it's not going to come out well. Okay? So that's what the Gemara says. And that was true. In other words, clothing and avodah. So that was true that it's not ma'akev ihachi. It's again the avodah should still be kashed, not the hand washings. And all of the tefillah tell me that if the kohen omits the and he omits the hand and foot washing between the clothing chain, it shouldn't be ma'akev as well. And if you missed the first one, the avodah is just davar ha-ma'akev v'zaro ma'akev lo. What's the way works with kunas like this? Anything kohanim ultimately is ma'akev for a kohen gadol. Not a kohen gadol. So therefore, I will say, hand and foot washing in the morning, it is an indispensable necessity, which if omitted clothing changes and avodos, that's unique to the kohen gadol. It has to. Rabbi Yonasan, Amar, essentially it's something that ultimately again is ma'akev for the kohen gadol. It's something that is not incredible. Rabbi Yonasan, that's for future generations. The Ida might come from Moshe Aaron Ubarav. What is the minimum dimensions that Kohanim have the ability wash from it at the same, because the pasuk says, "For Aaron's sons plural." Here ultimately again require the ability to go ahead and wash or pieces down by line, washing of the hands and feet first thing in the morning, indispensable washing in between. And then is that avodah is kosher, incredible. First one line of sanctifying the hands and feet. How do you do that? Wash the hands and feet. Right, so what do? You put your left hand on your left foot ahead, and I will say now watch this from the kaddish. And what you're doing over here is then you simultaneously. One stream of water.
What request?
So the
What
Gemara
shall I give
says,
you?
but you
Tell
do
him to
this.
God you
The
perform
Gemara
this.
says,
I
why?
can read it out loud.
How do you do it?
The answer for this. You have been thrown me over people as doors,
on top of the other, and that's how you wash literally every He answered us. That's too much for a regular person to balance themselves like that. The Gemara says, "Shut the kaver on the side." When the Kohen is washing, it always helps him. So what I here is that again, Kohen number one is washing. One foot up, running him up. That's the only way to do this. The Gemara says, what's practical between that? Being permitted to go ahead and wash assisted. In other words, left foot, left hand on his left foot, holds that he Kohen has to wash unsupported. Second opinion says no bench. Right? It's just called the tree you want. Mesa Ulatish, Amaka, Shiras Mu'umatu, ultimately again the Gemara says, Halach Lamaisa, no, because so all the hands and feet have to be done standing up as well. So we'll see how do we pass in? Raglo Haimanis, Yado has smallest, Raglo has smallest, right hand on right foot, left hand on left foot, understand what? Because it's Torah. And we'll say that the halach is we do it just that every season given for the tilas purity because a person goes to sleep. Sleep is 1/16 of that. But one of the other entering into the avodah. So what the two are ready to embrace the service of the new day, ready to good Erev Shabbos.
Or the Rambam, or Habayis. The Talmud says there are 10 levels of holiness than any other levels. Within the land of Islam was holier than them. And in this Jerusalem, there was a higher level of
It's like good morning. Again, I think all of our sponsors for this morning share Tova, Talmud celebration for Am Yisrael. For the entire year.
It was not like the mission that the inner courtyard
Yitzchak
and this likeness is much larger than the one
Judaism, Richard, Judah Norman, Hebrew Mission, nothing to do with Rahman. And our learning sponsors, Alexander Anshel, whose yard site is tomorrow. All those New York fish have a killer cold holders have to be successful. The Hamas, the AM, so it's almost the Am Yisrael. The very that is designing the center.
Go up another grand series.
For 6, 10, 12, 14, 16. Initially to the various individuals, if they go out back home. So it's masculine is bad and put forward a different conclusions. We again must be allowed by covering up, which almost say different based on what based on the homer. What's the Kavahomer? When the Halakha said the majority of parties saw this coming, so that's offer up clean up. But even if it is the Kohen Gadol, if it's a carbon yacht, like Shalom. When it comes to Aninos, where again Halakha the Baninos, he's still not allowed to offer up communal. So too again, Aninos should just not a Kavahomer. It's also Tuma eats a Kohen Gadol based on a Kavahomer. What's the Kavahomer? Tuma Aninos, not permitted by a Kohen Gadol in a state of Aninos, does not have a right to offer up a Kohen. It's permitted to offer up, but even a state of Aninos is Tuma. Shahotra eats a Kohen to offer up a Kavan Sivor. Ainodin Shahotra eats a Kohen Tuma. Ultimately, probably also the majority of the bunch should certainly be eats a Kohen Hedger, the Kavan Sivor and Kavahomer. You know, Sivor in a state of Tuma based on a Kavahomer. And you know, where a Kohen Gadol is permitted to offer up a carbon, even in Kohen Hedger, regular Kohen, cannot offer up, even a Kohen Gadol is only permitted to offer up, not permitted to offer up a carbon Yochid, Eino Din, Shalom Pater, for a Kohen Hedger, so we skip parentheses, so the point of here requires making is all of these Kavahomers are at yield a different conclusion. So essentially, the Gemara says it like this: essentially, the Kavahomer have again 17, 18, I know that was actually very important actually. Because these Kavahomers, but we'll say if you notice what happened with these Kavahomers is that each of them, what do I do in a situation like this where Halakha nice again, all the Kavahomers, so the Gemara says, Yesh la choose no dog, Chokachada take with the dog. So this is when we've seen this Lashon in the Nairobi, Tishbi, Kais, Kushas, Rice, we are able to answer it. You see, God say, Kicks the Kohen Gadol, Stam, being the Yochid, being the Tzipor cover I was talking about, either a private offering or a communal offering, because of the two giving is that a Kohen Gadol has a heter to offer up the Kishanesra, the Hedjot, similarly again, when a Hedjot in the Tzipor Nesra, well as the private offering. Kohen Gadol could offer up any type of carbon, and a Kohen Hedjot can't say that Tumah Hutra B'Tzipor, and see that Tumah at 51% of Klal Yisrael is Tamei. It's permitted even for a Kohen Hedjot. So therefore, a Kohen Hedjot could operate in Tumah of Tumah Hutra B'Tzipor only applies to communal offerings. Does not apply to the Kohen Gadol is permitted to offer up in a state of Aminos. When we say Tumah Hutra B'Tzipor, it applies both to Kohen Gadol, Kohen Hedjot, so as well as continuing to going through the list of people. This Buyom went to the mikvah requires Harav Shemesh, requires the sun to go down. I know that if a Buyom does the Avodah, that the Avodah is, how do I know that if a Buyom did the Avodah, that ultimately again the Avodah is profaned. Kamulomar, profaned. Okay. In Enyo Inyan Lataming, however, again, we already learned out. Rashi points out that we are just in the pasuk. He's talking about Tumah. However, again, if I don't need a pasuk to teach me, remember again, I said this was yesterday's daf. So if I don't need a pasuk to use this pasuk, I says the Gemara. Tine Inyan Lakoreach Karka Ulumashkis Tinu Karka B'nei you're not allowed to spot in out of mourning for the dead. In other words, it was to do that. Basically, again, you also can't destroy, which refers to shaving with a razor or things like that. So maybe the Avodah is profane. Maybe that's what it's talking about. The pasuk of Kedoshim Tiyu V'lo Yechalu doesn't need to be used for Tumah. Right? Which the Gemara says, no. Tvul Yom Dim Avad B'miyu V'lo Yechalu for Tvul Yom. So where will you know? Because this is making Zirish. Now how do we know that? The Pasuk of Truma, Machil Avodah, and Avodah. The Pasuk of Truma, Machil Avodah. What do we learn from that? The low Pasuk of Truma, but anyone who is allowed to eat Truma will not go ahead and invalidate the Avodah. Says Avot Truma, so to ultimately if he does the Avodah, says Avot say. Now by the way, I just want to point out, we're gonna see mourning for the dead, or who shaves with the razor, destroys his. We're going to circle back to that. The Gemara just said, well, if that's the case, then Truma. It teaches us that essentially, any Kohen, because he's not permitted to keep Truma, therefore what? Therefore, Allah said, if he does some Rahman at Tamei, I have a number of people who, if they do the Avodah, they profane it. Actually, Tamei does the Avodah. Number two, Tvul Yom. That's the example of that would be like the Mitzvah or the Zav. So Mitzvah or the Zav, of course, they essentially have three parts. Number three, Karbanos had the first two, but had third. So let's say again, the Mitzvah had the passage of time, Karbanos. This is called the Chosek Kippur. He's lacking the Torah. So all three. Now, what's that saying? But it's what umbrella do they all fall under? Well, obviously the guy who's Tamei is Tamei. The Tvul Yom. Kippurim, his Tumah is still totally not Tumah. He's not allowed Avodah. And if he does so, ultimately invalidates it. Why are you using Rahman Tamei? She came together from a different why? Because he could actually communicate with Tumah. So perhaps that's already a hold up. She came possible Truma. So again, I will say, so on one hand, Tamei is different because Halacha also can't be learned out. And why? Because ultimately, again, he's part of Tamei, has a number of these different factors working against him. But Mechusa, they're both saying, now, remember, in the case of Mechus Kippurim Tvul Yom, in Mechus Kippurim says, okay, awesome. So therefore I understand. You can't learn out all three of these categories. You know what? I could at least omit one of them, right? And three. And Halacha L'Maisa, Halo Lifto Rachmana. Which one should I omit? Which one should? And therefore I give the case in Hanach and learn out from the other cases. Cases are possible with Shuvah. And the low Lifto Rachmana B'Tzvul. So therefore again, don't go ahead and write it by Tvul. Kim Kusar Maisa. Those other cases that will say, there's literally again, Klisha Yei Tumas. So let's invite him to again, the day those other cases. The Mechus Kippurim, Shahare Herev Shimshon, had what we'll call a lighter form of Tumah. If you leave out Tvul Yom and learn out Mechus Kippurim, right? But this is not a Gemara says, so your Tumah ultimately again, but Mechus Kippurim is the carbon. If you think about it, he has immersion mitzvah, he has Pash Amad Beis, we'll say. Sava, Mechusar Kizav, Kizav Dami. So Moshe says actually kind of holds that in the case of Kippurim, it's actually very interesting. So let's say take the case of Zav. Let's again, what does a Zav need to become Tar? He needs the cessation of Zivos, immersion in a mikvah, ultimately again, Karma. So let's say, just want to point out, just a moment, right? Again, it really is overwhelming. So I will say everything you need to know in the Zav. I know that sounds a little strange, but it's still, if the impurity is still flowing, nothing's going to work. Certainly not. First thing going on, it doesn't make a difference how much other good is happening. The good is to stop committing the negative activities. In order to affect change, you need some level of change. But it's been really only sticks if it's really forced. Ultimately, again, I need mikvah. So what does mikvah represent? Also very important. What does mikvah represent? Mikvah represents a rebirth. At a certain point in time, in order to become a Baal Tshuva, a person has to be willing to say, I'm a different person. I'm a different person. That's what Soloveitchik says. Do you know why mikvah plays such an important role in power? No, mikvah is, in the words of Soloveitchik, so mikvah is surrounding one's self with the primordial building blocks of the universe. I don't know what that means in English, but I think what it means is like this. In the beginning, remember again, what was the universe? Bereshit bara Elokim es Hashem es haaretz, right? Haaretz haysa sovavo, urak halakim rachafes al pnei hamayim. In the beginning, before there was anything, there was water. Water is the first thing that existed in this universe. When a person goes into the mikvah and they surround themselves with water, what they're doing is they're recreating themselves. That's the power of the mikvah. That's why the mikvah plays such a central role in Yiddishkeit. I'm going in and literally I'm recreating myself with the very building blocks of creation. I'm starting again. And then what's next? Carbon. What does carbon represent? Carbon represents the acetone. Carbon represents the things you do, the positive, dynamic things you do in order to bring yourself closer to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So I will say, ultimately, anything and everything I need to learn to become a successful Baal Tshuva, we learn a mamish from Zav. From Zav, so the Gemara says, okay, back to the Gemara.
For a holy cause,
So the Gemara says that we kind of hold
and many nations came to King Shlomo brought gifts.
that Mechusar Kippurim by Zav, the Zav still has the status of a Zav. In other words, and so while you have not broke your carbon, ultimately again, you still have the status of a Zav. See, we thought this whole time that when you're just Mechusar Kippurim, in other words, if you've gone through all the other steps, and the only thing I'm missing is the carbon, that I have what we call a Tumah Kalisha, ultimately a lesser form of Tumah. It's not true, the Gemara says. According to this Tana, until ultimately, again, I have brought my carbonos, I'm still in the status of Zav. So the Gemara says, now, reality was said this very point is in Machlokes Tanoim. This exact point is in Machlokes Tanoim. Here we go, this is very interesting. Sanya. Sarpa Oren and Mechusar Kippurim. Shira. So it's a very interesting case over here. This is fascinating. Paraduma. So now, let's say Paraduma, and I remember we spoke about this 2 days ago. Paraduma is not shechted in the Beis Hamikdash, it is shechted on Harazis. Shechted outside the Beis Hamikdash looking into the Harabais. So, both sides, just to orient yourself, just from the opposite side that we normally view Harabais, right? We view Harabais from the back. Kosel is the back side of the Harabais. When you stand on Harazesim, not Harazesim where the graves are, right? Harazesim wraps around. So if you go to Harazesim on the other side of the graves, essentially you're looking at the Harabayis from the opposite side of the Kosel. Right? In other words, so you look at Harabayis and you see the Kosel, you see Harabayis and Kosel in the distance. That is actually that's where they would shaft the Paraduma, and you would be looking into the front entrance of the Beis Hamikdash itself. So the Gemara says as follows: the Sanya, Sarpa Oning. Let's say again, an Oning went ahead and, or Kohen who was an Oning, shechted the Paraduma, or Mechusar Kippurim, or for that matter again, a Kohen who was a Zav or a Metzora, right, who went through the entire process but has not yet brought his karbanos. What's the halacha? Kshera. The carbon is good. The Paraduma is kosher. Yosef Ababli Omer, Yosef the Babylonian said, Yosef Ababli Omer, Onin Kshira, and Onin is kosher, and Onin is kosher, but Mechusar, but Mechusar Kippurim is fossil. But ultimately, again, if let's say the Kohen is a Zav or a Mitzvah, and he did not yet bring his Kavanos, ultimately the Paraduma will be fossil. I wasn't take a look at Rashi. Rashi is a Rikshira. The Kache Vedek Habayasi, the Ein Onin Asrama, the Loksi, Hanafrai, out of the custom is there. Now, what's very interesting, we've seen this already a couple of times. Paraduma is not a carbon. Paraduma is not a carbon. How do I know Paraduma is not a carbon? How do I know that? Because it's shechted outside of the Beis Hamikdash. So what is Paraduma if it's not a carbon? Where it says it's Kache Vedek Habayis. Ultimately, again, and it has physical sanctity. And therefore, halacha l'maisa, again, an oning is only not allowed to offer up kachem mizbeach, but an oning is permitted to go ahead and offer up kachem vedek habayis. So what I say now, first opinion said, Tanakama said that if a mechusar kippurim offered up paraduma, it's kosher. Yosef Ababli said that it's possible. My love hakameth. What are they arguing about? Mar savar mechusar kippurim dizav kizav dami. Umar savar kizav dami. Oh, here's my focus. What is the status of a mechusar kippurim of a zav? What's the status? So ultimately, again, Tanakama holds mechusar kippurim of a zav. Mechusar kippurim of a zav is not like a zav. Tumah klisha is the lesser form of tumah. And therefore, Allah the covenant will be good. And Yosef Ababli says no. Yosef Ababli says mechusar kippurim of a zav is like a zav, and therefore Allah the carbon is invalid. The carbon is invalid. To which the Gemara says no, not true. Everyone agrees that mechusar kippurim kizav is like a zav. Here's what they argue about. The Gemara says, he's a hatar, mechrash mitame. I will say this is very interesting. So this one, I will say total side of the paraduma. What does the pasuk say about paraduma? The he's a hatar al hatame. The person who is tahar will sprinkle the ashes, like the ashes mixed with spring water, on the tame. I will say, now that pasuk is totally extraneous. Why? If you look at Rashi, it actually says over here, so the Pasuk already says that the person who is doing the paraduma process has to be an ishtar. It already says that. If that's the case, all it needs to say is Vihiza al hatameh. He will sprinkle on the person who is tameh. Why does it have to say Vihiza hatahar al hatameh? That's extra. They must know how are they doing it? Actually, Vihiza hatahar al hatameh. They need al tuyo shekasher paradash to us. I say back to the Gemara. What does it teach me? Line in al tuyo shekasher bepara. So I say this is incredible. It teaches me that a tvul yom is permitted to go ahead and sprinkle the paraduma. That's what it teaches me. As I say, that's really fascinating. It doesn't have to tell me tahar. It's already said tahar. When it says tahar, v'hisa hatahar, tahar must be referring to a different type of person who's tahar. What type of person? A tvul yom. A tvul yom. And even a tvul yom who is tahar, but has not reached complete tahara capacity, ultimately again is going to be fit for paraduma. Mar savar tumah the Torah kula, Mar savar tumah the half parsha. So it says, so what's the machlokes over here? We did look at Rashi. Mar savar tumah the Torah kula. Hanakama savar hai tvul yom the ach shibakra, at tvul yom the Torah shibakra kai. Tanakama holds that when the Torah permits a tvul yom or paraduma, what type of tvul yom does it apply to? Because also remember again, the concept of tvul yom applies to which types of tefillah? Which types of tefillah? All types of tefillah. Because what does a tvul yom mean? Tvul means a person who was coming, went to the mikvah, and is waiting for sunset. That could refer to any type of tulah. The Tanakama holds your own. When the Torah permits a tvul yom to do the sprinkling of paraduma upon the person who is coming, ultimately, again, it's any kind of tvul yom of any type of tumah. So what do you see from here? For example, even a tvul yom of a zav. Now we'll say, tvul yom of a zav, even though it's a tvul yom, what else is he? If he's a tvul yom, what else is he? In the Chosr Kippurim. He also hasn't brought his kabbalas. And yet, what do you see? Halach l'maisa, he's permitted. He's permitted to do the sprinkling, which tells us that what? That Chosr Kippurim of a zav is not like a zav. Not like a zav. One will say it's tumah kol, which means any type of tvul yom, including a zav, which means again you see from here that a zav was mechusar kippurim is not like a bona fide zav. Umar sabar tumah the half parsha. The other thing, and Yosef Adavi says no, you do the first ultimately again to the tumah of paraduma. So what's the tumah of paraduma? Tumas Mace. Now, Tumas Mace, ultimately, again, I will say, Halach l'maisa, that's the only type of tumah. But it wouldn't apply, for example, to a tvul yom of Tumas Mace. So, to that parsha, Hilta, owning tvul yom, the Tami Sheretz, the Kiri, As Mekabachom, and the tvul yom the Mace. So, therefore, for example, as long as it's a tvul yom of a lesser degree of Tumas Mace, for example, a tvul yom of Tami, or a tvul yom of Sheretz, ultimately, again, these are more kal, and therefore they could go and be brought to the kavakom of the mace. About Mechusar Kippurim, the zov, the chomer, checking tuma yotzam of gufa alone, but perhaps a tvul yom of a higher form of tuma. For example, ultimately, again, of a zov, that since it's a high form tuma, because the tuma emanates from him as well, that cannot necessarily be learned out. So we'll say. So just a fascinating detail over here. Then halach nice again by paraduma. So again, here's what just back up a little bit. Here's what everyone agrees with. Everyone agrees that a tvul yom can be the sprinkler for the paraduma. It's just interesting. What's the machlokas? What type of tvul yom? Is it a tvul yom of any type of tumah or a tvul yom of just tumas mace? Everyone agrees that tvul yom of tumas mace can do it. Shaila really becomes, what about a tvul yom, let's say, of a zav, who's, let's say, again, at this point, the Chosr Kippurim. So let's say, so again, that machlokas, fundamentally is dependent on an earlier machlokas. What's the earlier machlokas? The earlier machlokas is, what's the status of a zav who's in the Chosr Kippurim? Is he still like a bona fide zav? Or ultimately, again, not like a bona fide zav. So that machlokas, which is the machlokas that we started with, ultimately trickles into paraduma as well. Riveting and fascinating. But again, we'll leave that machlokas open. That's not really our primary topic right now, so we'll leave that. But they will say, here's the good news. Here's the good news that you should remember, right? There's one takeaway from all of this. It is that a tvul yom, ultimately, again, is kosher to be the sprinkler for paraduma. They will say, what does that show you? What does that show you? That shows us the best lesson in capacity of Arab, which is you need not be perfect in order to go ahead and affect Tara for yourself and for others. The tvul yom is not himself in a perfect state of Tara. He still needs sunset. Yet, he is still considered to be Tar, and he can still be the vehicle of Tara for other people also. The Ribono Shel Olam does not demand perfection. He does not demand completion. The only thing he does demand is effort. So if I get myself to the status of a tvul yom, remember again, how do I get to the status of a tvul yom? Step 1, stop being tamei. Step 2, ultimately passage of time, reinforce positive behaviors. Step 3, getting to the mikvah, a willingness to start again. All right, I still need to do my kavanas. I still need to build up traction with positive dynamic activity. But I'm almost there. I'm almost there. Shmuel who says, that's fantastic. And to a certain degree, that's good enough for now. You don't need to be perfect in order to go ahead and be Tar and ultimately affect Tara for others. Incredible. Let's go back to the first regard. We'll say all tremendous lessons. Ultimately, again, on Arab Yom. That's all you need to do. As Mishpah tells us everything we need to know. All you need to do is stop being distracted, listen to the lessons, and Hakadosh Baruch guides us exactly along the path we need to go. That's all we need. Says the Gemara. Next. So what's always the next case? Next case what? The Kohen is not wearing the right begadim. Right? So again, not wearing the right Kohanic vestments. Halach reminds again, his avoda is in the Talmud. Says Gemara, no, where do you know this from? So says it's really incredible. I'm going to be open on. Umata ba mishmei And also, by the way, how incredible also is the Kohen Yom Begadim on Yom Kippur. But remember again on Yom Kippur itself. Remember again, there was the specific and special Big Day Kahuna. Remember again, the point of course, these Big Day Kahuna were not his normal Kohanic vestments. On Yom Kippur, the Kohen would only wear Big Day Rabbi. But for the Avodah Kli, the Avodah inside the Beis Hamikdash, he would wear the white garments. Incredible. Says the Gemara, Amr Rabbi Yochanan, Umativ HaMishmei Rabbi Lazar Mishis Damar. The pasuk says, "V'chaganta osam armei Aaron ubanav, v'chavashta lahem mikbaos, v'yisa lahem kohuna u'chukas olam." So we'll say this is really beautiful. So the pasuk says like this, right? You'll put on them a belt, Aaron and his sons. You'll put on them mikbaos, which were their hats, and it will be for them the kahuna. Kahuna will be for them an everlasting statute. So we'll say. So what is the Gemara Yachim? This is so beautiful. Bizman shebigdeihem aleim kihunasam aleim. When their clothing is on them, that's when the bris kahuna, that's when the Kohen ship is on them. Ain bigdeihem aleim, but if they're not wearing their clothing, ain kahunasam aleim. Ultimately, again, their clothing is not upon them. So the juxtaposition of ultimately again for the Big Day Kahuna, and ultimately again where it says Kahuna Chukas Olam. So ultimately again, when is there an everlasting statue of the Kahuna? When they're wearing their clothing. But if they're not wearing their Big Day Kahuna, then at the end of the day, they cannot function as Kohan. The Gemara says, what's that mean? We have a different source. What's the difference? How do we know that if a Kohen drank wine, ultimately, again, he pertains to the Avodah, do not drink wine or any intoxicating beverage while on duty. So the Gemara says, so again, it's number one, I know a Kohen can't do the Avodah while under the influence. How do I know that a Kohen can't do the Avodah when he's not wearing the Kohanic clothing, or if he hasn't washed his hands and feet? Ultimately, they will say there's Xer Shabbat, Fuka Fuka. Look at Rashi. Rashi says Fuka Fuka, Bishtuye Yain, Ksiv Fukas Olam, Umakosha Begadim Ksiv Kirhuna, Fukas Olam. Over the feet of Zalvego Ksiv, the Haisalan, Fukas Olam. So we'll say the Torah uses much of Chok, ultimately again by all of these cases. So it says Chok, ultimately again by Shtuye Yain, by not drinking wine. It says Chok, ultimately again by Begadim, and it says Chok, ultimately again by washing hands and feet. Just like the Kohen Gadol, just like the Kohen can't do the Avodah while under the influence, so too he can't do the Avodah without washing his hands and feet, and so too he can't go ahead and do the Avodah without wearing his clothing. So two different sources ultimately again for the fact that a Kohen can't do the Avodah without his feet. So we'll say, stop over here for today. Shkoyach everyone. Daf tomorrow, Mir Hashem, during the break. So right after Musaf, I'm sorry. I didn't see how long the break is. Whatever, however long the break is, and so we'll do the daf during the break. What time? Approximately 3:15 in Shemir Tzashem. So we will have a nice time. Beautiful daf tomorrow. Also an incredible daf with some different times as well. Shkayach everyone, Gemach Simutova. All right, everyone, soon. Pretend to everyone, Gemach Simutova. Beautiful. Everyone is supposed to learn with all of you. We should just result from Mir Hashem to a year of brachas. So as Tovas continue to come together, we should be able to swim to the Yam Shel Kama together for many years to come.
And Shishak left. The king of Egypt left, but he did impose heavy fines and tributes on the people. The Chacham rebuilt the cities that Shishak had destroyed. He rebuilt the fortifications. He reorganized his army. He was able to maintain the kingdom's independence. He even managed to maintain control over Edom in the south, between the immediate south of Israel, the nation of Edom. And so he was able to maintain the independence, but the glory, the old kingdom's glory and strength for wealth and her influence were gone. Not surprisingly, there were hostilities between the northern kingdom and the southern kingdom throughout the Chavam's reign. There were always skirmishes at the border. It was there were always hostilities.
main general, Rechabi's main general was his son, who led his army, was his son. His name was Avia. Something's called Avia. Avia. When Rechabi died, Avia succeeded him. And at this point, battles that had been, small battles that had been going on between the north and the south escalated and finally came a decisive battle. Yerovam was determined to conquer the kingdom of Judah and incorporate it into his kingdom. And he led a huge army, vastly outnumbering the army of Avia. He attacked the southern kingdom, tried to surround them, and although vastly outnumbered, Avia fought bravely, and even on the battlefield, he even called out to Yerovam and his army, chided them for their idolatrous ways and for their hostility to the kingdom of Judah. But they didn't listen, and they attacked anyway, and because he was vastly outnumbered, he won. And Yerovam retreated back to Shem, to the northern kingdom, and the hostility remained, but there wasn't an open warfare. Anyway, Avia died after only 3 years on the throne, and succeeded by his son Asa. Asa was a great king, very righteous, very religious. He restored Jewish life to what it had been before. He got rid of all the pagan influences that were there. He enriched the Beis Hamikdash, he enriched the temple with gold and silver utensils, a lot of new kalim, clay shards he brought in. He fortified many strategic cities, made the country strong again. This program of military training, so we rebuilt the army. There was a war that was going on in the south of Israel at that time. The king of Ethiopia had conquered Egypt and overrun Egypt, and Shishak, who had invaded Israel some years before, was now invaded by southern Ethiopia, Zerah, king of Ethiopia, and all his treasures were taken. And the Ethiopians continued into Judea. Again, the Jewish army was vastly outnumbered. And Asa prayed for victory. King Asa prayed for victory, and the Jews were victorious. South Africa, and the Jewish soldiers were running after them. They had to abandon the Ethiopian soldiers. Their army had to abandon the treasures that they had taken from Shishak. These treasures had originated in Jerusalem. Remember, Shishak had come and taken them, and now they returned. Now they were restored to the Holy Temple and to the royal capital. So peace reigned under Asa. He was goes down as one of the really good kings Jewish history. Back up north, I just want to say, because of this development, bordering people up north, for the most part, were not able to make the Holy Temple, so these classes focus so much on the northern kingdom, because we're focusing on Beis Hamikdash. The other classes will get to that, but we're just going to talk about that a little bit to understand what was going on in south of Jerusalem, a little bit with the Holy Temple. So up north, Yerovam had died. He was succeeded by his son Nadav reigned for only 2 years. In the second year, his kingdom was assassinated by his general Baasha. Baasha became king in the north. Baasha was no better than Yerovam. Continued the hostilities towards Judea, and in fact invaded Judea and started building a fortress, a fortress city, a fortified city very near Jerusalem. It's called Rabbi, the high ground. And it was a very obvious prelude to an attack on Jerusalem. King Asa, the righteous King Asa, he saw the threat, and one of Baasha's allies, Baasha had allied himself with the kingdom of Aram. The king of Aram at the time, his name was Ben-Hadad. And Ben-Hadad was helping Baasha, the northern king. So Asa turned to Ben-Hadad, and he said, and he asked Ben-Hadad to join him in an alliance. And that assists Baasha in his attack on Jerusalem. money talks, us offering apparently more than Basha had offered him. The highest bidder wanted took it. Us had offered it, and they go again. Trans, the wealth of Muslim temple, and even to Ben Haddad, Ben Haddad would desist from attacking, helping Basha. This was not a good thing to tell me. This was one mistake. Muslim in general is very good. This was one mistake. He should have relied on God that he had done the earlier deal with and he was victorious and he should have done that now. But anyway, this is what happened. Ben Haddad, the Aramean king, didn't want better. He could only not help Basha in the north, but he attacked Basha. He attacked his old friend, his old ally, many of his cities. So Basha had to abandon the fortifications that he was building, the fortress that he was building of Rabbi near Jerusalem, and rush back up north to repel the invasion of Aram. And so Asa very quickly took all the wood that had been gathered, and a tremendous amount of wood and material that had been built into this fortification. He tore it all down and built a fortress of his own on his side of the border. Generally, Asa was king. He attracted his prestige, attracted many defectors from the north, many people who were really getting sick and tired of what was going on, corruption, idolatry, immorality, and power struggles that were going on there. As we'll see in a second, the throne of the north was never quite secure, and many of them came over to the south and rejoined their brothers and sisters in Judea. Also ruled for 41 years. It was generally a very good time for Judea. When he passed away, he was succeeded by his son Yehoshaphat. Yehoshaphat took after his dad. He was also very virtuous, friendly, impressive personality. He ruled the nation very well. He was a good political leader, and he was a good spiritual leader. He was a tzaddik. He upheld the laws of the Torah, and he upheld the abundance of his Hamikdash. Things flourished under him. He instituted many reforms, many educational reforms. He sent Levi and Levites, the traditional the ones that would teach and inspire the people. He sent them throughout the land to teach Torah to the masses. He reorganized civil administration. He reorganized the army, made it stronger. He kept the borders safe. And he actually earned the respect of the Philistines, and the Edomites to the west and the south, and the Arabian tribes that were to the south, who he earned they feared him, they respected him, they sent him tributes and gifts, and things were good under Yehoshaphat. Let's back up a minute. Asa had done something else. I think it was toward the end of his reign. He realized that war between the two Jewish kingdoms was and actually, let's go up north for a moment. Let's go up north for a moment. There's a lot going on. There's a lot of political turmoil here. I just thought we should back up for a second, just so remember also. Start with the southern kingdom. King Solomon had passed away. The son of Chava had taken over. Chava was succeeded by his son. After Avia had come, also north. Yerava ben Nevat was the original king. He died, his son Nadab took over. Nadab was assassinated by Basha. Now Basha was king for a while and was stuck with the power of Aram, trying to protect Judea. But then Basha died and he was taken over by Elah. His son Elah didn't reign for very long. Before he was assassinated by Syria, captain of the chariots. The chair that he had today, the chariot. Zimri assassinated King Elah while the army was off fighting the Philistines. So the northern army is fighting the Philistines. He's back in the capital. Zimri kills the king and makes himself king. He did not reign for very long. He reached the army where they were on the Philistine front. They found their general name was Omri, and they decided that Omri should be king. Omri made his way back with his army to the capital, Shechem, and
approached the palace. Zimri lived, who was a noble, and he set the palace on fire, put himself inside it, burned down the palace, put himself inside it, and Omri became king. It wasn't so simple for Omri either. Apparently, while the army had made him king, the civilian populace had favored men
that was originally taught us
so there was a
that
civil war in the north between Omri's forces and Tippet's forces for 5 years. Eventually, Omri won, and Tippet was killed.
Torah says, don't drink wine when you're on the job. Like, don't drink
Omri
wine when
moved the
you're
capital. He bought land from a Nebel.
That doesn't mean
Rothschild.
it
He
doesn't
bought
tell me
land.
why.
I mixed up words of this, but I want to say in the last class,
But the person comes along and says,
apparently I said that
to
the
Paul,
temple
to
to
teach
play.
that the Avodah
I don't remember
as
saying
well.
it, but I've been
Now
told
what
that
we're
it's
saying is, I don't need
I
the
don't
person
think
to
they would come to the temple to
and if
play.
you drank wine, the
I
Avodah
probably meant
why not? Why
they
not?
came to pray.
Because I have people who got big Xavier Shabbat. So if I have big Xavier Shabbat, then what do I do with this
They
possible?
came to
So
the temple
watch
to pray. In
this.
fact, when you're
So
in
El
the
Raham
temple,
level,
words
what
allowed
do I
to
need the
play.
possible board? To figure it out. Listen to this. This country just
So
got up on that. Why? What did I do?
actually halachas about shoes and
The Rav will move in Amura Ali Yom HaKabbal
staff give it out to
So
the
Rav
just to clear
would
up
not go ahead
misunderstanding.
and will move in
People
Amura
would
Ali.
actually come to play.
Would not go
Come
ahead
to
and
pray.
set up
It would also
Amura.
it was also a very joyous occasion. It wasn't playing, but it was very, very happy and joyous occasion. Anyway, back to Omri. King Omri in the north bought land from a man named Shemer. Shemer owned land on a hilltop, and Omri bought the land and built it a city. Maybe there was a city before, and he kind of expanded it bigger. He built a palace there. He made this the capital of the north. He made the capital of the north for the duration of the northern kingdom until the end.
So Rav would not have
He renamed this place. He had bought it from a man named Shemer, and he named the city Shomron, which was Samaria. Now the whole region is called Samaria. It's called Shomron. It was actually a city, Shomron, which was the northern capital. Now, Omri was a smart political had no political sense. He realized that the war between northern kingdom and southern kingdom was not good. The king at the time in the south was Asa, and Asa also did not want war. And so Omri and Asa, and the tradition of those times, they cemented this deal with marriage. Asa, southern king, had a son named Yehoshaphat. Yehoshaphat married Omri's daughter. Omri also had a son. His daughter married Yehoshaphat. His son, he married off to a northern neighbor, as we discussed in the last class, the Phoenicians. The Phoenician king at the time, the capital was Sidon and Sidon, which is the city today in Lebanon's coast. And the king had a daughter, the Phoenician king had a daughter named Isabel. Omri married his son Achav to Isabel.
Then the
This was the beginning of a very unhappy story. Let's go back to the south.
That this prohibition doesn't just apply to Avodah. What else does it apply to? The Paskin
Back down south, Yehoshaphat had become king.
Go ahead and engage in the Paskin Halacha, which is
Yehoshaphat followed the ways of his father. He was very, very
after
Jewish
one
king.
has been seen.
Loyal to
So
Hashem,
what's that?
loyal
So
to
in other words,
Judaism.
what we're saying over there is as follows.
And
The
he
idea
was
that if you consume wine and it now makes you Avodah, so that's enough to make you Shabbat Kuka, and now we're saying that the possible the Hakkah the Hakadosh
Achav was from the village.
one should not pass in Halacha.
It was worse than Achav. His wife. His wife was a Phoenician. She was a fanatical Baal worshiper. And she did nothing to stop her from trying to implement worship of Baal and the cult of Baal into Israel, when she became president. Achav became king just like the queen, and she was loyal.
Now we're up to now is our third story.
She killed many prophets.
Must start out with one and then transition to the
Was to be a prophet. Many prophets in those days we know some prophets. But many prophets that we don't know because they're prophets who are not recorded. And many people that were loyal to Hashem and God all these years of northern kingdoms, they were still loyal to God and His Torah, and His Zevah made it a mission to eradicate them, to kill them.
which the Gemara says.
Thousands of prophets
What is this
who
word?
were loyal to
Even up
Judaism.
in Gadol,
Many prophets who survived
had to hide out in caves. And
I'm sorry, that's not but that's the
my dad
coin.
already kind of started with the rubber make fun and the gold people that he placed that he placed in the middle of Jerusalem. That was, a more, you could call it a mild form of idolatry. Now when the devil came, things took a sharp turn for the worse. And the country really degenerated. People looked to the royal family and they were the role models, and the country really degenerated into real paganism. Yehoshaphat is Achab's brother-in-law. He's in the south, and he's a very righteous, virtuous, good Jewish king. He had an alliance with his brother-in-law, with Achab. They got along. There was peace between the two brother states. But that was a good thing. There was peace. There was no war. But the problem was some of the idolatry in the north started seeping into Judea, into the south. Now Achab was going to war against the good old Ben Hadad, the Rabbi. Ben Hadad was still around, and Achab wanted to attack Aram. He needed help from Yehoshaphat. So he asked Yehoshaphat to join him. Yehoshaphat came to Samaria to Shalom. He sat with Achab. This is described when they're sitting in the palace gates. Harmony. Yehoshaphat had his own kosher food.
The coin war, the beginning of the coin.
But they're sitting together. And Yehoshaphat said, I'm happy to go with you. I'm happy to help you in this campaign against Aram. But I want some sign from God that will be victorious. In those days, there were many prophets. Asking for a sign wasn't a joke. Really, you have a prophet who would instruct you to tell you what God wanted. So Achab brought out hundreds of prophets. All said, go to Aram. You'll be victorious. Yehoshaphat, something wrong.
Concept that
There are no two true prophets. No two true prophets. Speak the exact same way. God reveals his prophecies to every individual. Somewhat different. Now, when you have two prophets saying the same thing, you know the one of them is wrong. You know the one that is a fraud. Yehoshaphat saw it right away. Because there were 400 prophets that were all saying the same thing. One of them put iron horns on his head. He said, hey, let's back against Aram with these iron horns. You will bore Aram. You're going to be victorious over them. But Yehoshaphat wasn't buying it. He asked Achab for a real prophet. Come on, a real prophet. Of God. Not one of these Baal prophets. And Achab said, there is a guy. I do know a guy. Not only. His name is Mishmilo. I hate him. Because he's a real naysayer. These guys always make me feel good. They always say exactly what I want to hear. He said, come bring him out. And Achab told him on the way when they were bringing Theo out, Achab told him, you better say, he's helping. And the Theo said, I'm going to say exactly what I should know. But anyway, they went to war. They went on the campaign against Aram. Achab disguised himself as a common soldier so that the Arameans would be out to get him. And so he disguised himself. But it didn't help. He was hit with an arrow, and he was killed on the battlefield. Yehoshaphat managed to get back to Jerusalem in safety. Achab was dead. He was replaced by his son Achaziah. Achaziah died very shortly after, and he and his brother Yehoram became king of the north. Yehoram also convinced Yehoshaphat to go to war with him, to assist him in war, this time against Mesha, the king of Moab. It's very interesting. They found, in recent times, they found, next to Mesha, they found a steel. It's called the Mesha steel, king of Moab's name is Mesha. And the steel doesn't mean bargain, it's S-T-E-L-E. Stone tablet used to inscribe things that he done. Mesha there makes reference to the king of Israel. It's called Mesha. Anyway, the northern king Yehoram convinces Yehoshaphat to join him in battle against Moab. Moab has been a vassal of Israel since the time of King David. Now, the northern kingdom going in the wrong direction. Moab had rebelled and built up hatred, and so they went to battle against them. Yehoshaphat again said to him, go to the prophet of God told him to go. He went to the prophet of God, his name was Elisha. Just a word about Elisha. And again, we're not going too much into the history of this story, but during this period, his son Achab were great
It's like,
prophets
the bottom line for our
of
basis
Israel,
is the coin is not going to have the government. Ultimately, again,
Elijah,
we have all this possible. I'm not asking right now, we have all the
Elon, Leo Hadladi, Leo Hadavi, and
so ultimately, again, we have all this possibility
and
and
disciple
outcome.
Elisha's
We
home.
must
So now Yoshaphat went to
more
Elisha's home and
sources. Although
came
the
very
most
humbly,
authoritative among them seems to be the
took
Shava
off
of
his crown, took off his royal garments, and
the
dressed
Kesef
himself as a
to
common,
lying,
and came humbly to
the
Elisha,
like
asking him
lying.
if he should go to war against Moab. Elisha assured him of victory, and they went
Or
to battle, and they were victorious over Moab. But unfortunately, the troubles weren't over. A combined force of Edomites, Moabites, and Philistines marched on Jerusalem. And Yehoshaphat was very afraid. They came, these allies came, these enemies came as far as the Dead Sea, so they're getting close to Jerusalem. And Yehoshaphat realized that there was nothing he could do. The combined forces were too strong to resist. And he proclaimed a day of fasting and prayer. All the people of Judea came to Jerusalem. Every town, every village, they came and they joined together in the Holy Temple. Yehoshaphat stood in front of the congregation and he implored God to save them in their hour of distress. The prayers were answered. A true prophet of Hashem, told the people that they would be victorious. He said, the battle is not yours, but God's. You're not even going to have to fight. Sure enough, Yehoshaphat and his soldiers were now confident, because they heard the words of the prophet. They marched into battle, singing, praising God, and when they got there, they found nothing but corpses and spoils of war. Apparently, this combined force that was combined for too long, and the Philistines and the Edomites and the Moabites started fighting the other tribes that started fighting each other. The armies annihilated each other, and all that was left for the Jewish army to do was to collect the spoils of war and return home victorious. Peace and happiness reigned. It was a good time after that. It was peaceful and tranquil in Judea under a very virtuous and wonderful king, Yehoshaphat.
Was too long. Or
You keep a close alliance between the northern and southern kingdoms. Yehoshaphat had married and married Ahab's sister, married his son Jehoram to Ahab's daughter Athaliah. Athaliah took after her father, which was worse than that. She was also a terrible mom. Fanatical about change. She managed to restrain herself while her father was alive. Her husband king unleashed everything out of life. He's apparently not very strong, not very strong character, which eventually dominated control him.
Or he was wearing a bandage on his legs. That
Killed 6 of his
movie
brothers,
wasn't resting directly on his flesh. Oh, Shai,
she said that they would be rivals to his
was it or, for example, again, the clothing was she said discussion means it was dirty. The clothing was dirty. Only Kulan or the clothing was dirty. But Abad so it wasn't only this Abod, what's the Rafa? Rafa is the Abod that was so again, the clothing was too long, too short, or too worn out, but if you wore too many articles of clothing, was missing an article of clothing. Or had something, or the clothing wasn't resting on his flesh, or the clothing was dirty, or the clothing was torn, and he did the avoda. Ultimately, again, the avoda is possible.
Assassinated Jehoram. He also assassinated Ahaziah, who was his king. So with Ahaziah dead, back down in the southern capital, his mother Athaliah, the daughter of Ahab, was able to seize power for herself. She destroyed any rivals that she might have for the throne, and any who might uphold the traditions of Judaism and the family of David. She destroyed the seed of the house of David, which included all of her own grandchildren, only one young child survived, a child named Yoash, less than a year old. He was saved by the high priest, Kohen Adon, and he was saved by putting him in prison. The thing to look, Beis Hamikdash was built, the structure built, the Heichal, the sanctuary, had 2 floors. The upper floor of the Kodesh HaKodashim, the Holy of Holies, although it didn't have the same sanctity as the Kodesh HaKodashim itself, still when we would go, they only go there with the hand of the pierced. And Yoash was charged there for 6 years. 7 years old. The high priest orchestrated this whole very carefully planned.
But the racist
You put
said
different groups
that
of
the
Levites
building
in
is too
different
short.
positions
It's
of
partial.
the temple
I
mount
said,
of
what is that?
Rabbi.
That's when
Brought
let's
the
say
young
that
king
or the
out,
pants
dressed in royal
are the
garments, and
right
all hailed
jump.
the
What
true
happened?
king of Israel, the true king
The king
of
punches it up
Judah,
by
um,
guns. So
and
that it turns out that it looks
Hasalia, which is
short.
his
But in
grandmother,
fact,
heard what was
it
going on.
has
She
the
started shouting,
requisite.
treason, treason.
So when
They
I had
immediately
the
arrested
requisite,
her.
my
They took her out of the temple grounds, opened the killed her in the temple grounds. They had her executed. Yoash became king.
way,
And
but punched it up by the
did a
belt,
very
therefore it
extensive
appeared to be
renovation
short.
of the Beis
That's
Hamikdash,
what
which
it's
had fallen
being.
into
But
disrepair
the
over
nice,
the
again, it's
years
too
of
short.
terror
The
of
dimension of the measurements.
paganism,
Believe it,
and
it's just
then
correct.
taking
Then
Jerusalem.
the nice
Had it all
will be
renovated. Every Jew participated. The whole country participated.
French is still good.
This
I did
restoration, renovation of the house of
There,
God.
Shamash,
It
it's
was
so
extremely
the way
urgent
that
for
we
every good king,
can't
as long as his mentor, the Yehoiada HaKohen was alive. After Yehoiada passed away, he perhaps was not as strict with Torah as he had before.
punches it up at 5 belts. So what's this? We're going to see this come back.
And this was punished by an invasion
The
by
idea
Arab,
here, according to
king of
Rabbi
Arab.
Kamo,
That old
is
Ben
that
Hadad
what
was
we
gone,
look for is
replaced
the
by
pants
Josiah,
have
the
the
general, of
requisite
course, by assassination.
and
Josiah killed Ben
and
Hadad, he became
doesn't
king,
have the
and now he
requisite
attacked,
or not. It has
Judea,
requisite,
managed
right?
to make it to the
But
gates
even
of
if he's
Jerusalem,
wearing
where
it short,
Yoash was
so
able
to
to
speak, it's
that
fine.
made
If it doesn't have
make
the
it go home
requisite, right?
was
Then ultimately
was
again,
giving him a lot of gold and silver.
but
Anyway, Yoash died.
Rabbi,
Sorry,
Rabbi
Yoash was
says,
dead. Yoash was
Echad
assassinated by the servant.
both of us say
He was
whether
sick, he
again
got his father ill, his servants
because you bunch
assassinated
it
him,
up at the
and he
belt,
was succeeded
or
by his
whether
son
it's too short,
Amatzia.
that's fine.
Was
Because the
a real
nice
threat,
again
really good.
inherent the wrong, right? It will
This is pointed out by Rabbi early on in his reign, as he became king.
God says,
Uh,
at the end of the day,
he immediately punished and had his father's murder as executed. However, the Rabbi says, it's important to say he did not harm the families of the assassins. He had them executed in Christian families. The Torah, Moshe says, as the law of Moses says, children should not be punished.
Let's go.
Another thing that I want to just get back for a moment is something that we mentioned in the last class, but we didn't really get into because it wasn't time. And that was about the Beis Hamikdash. The Beis Hamikdash we mentioned was built on different levels. The Mishkan in the wilderness had been all on one level. The Beis Hamikdash was built on a mountaintop, and so there were different levels. You had to go up grand staircases to get from the inner courtyard, from the outer courtyard to the inner one, and then into the Heichal. And this was very symbolic. The reason was like the sections having to be built on a mountain. There was a tremendous effort made to build the Beis Hamikdash in Egypt, to landscape it a little bit and put it on one level, just like the Mishkan. No, it was supposed to be at different levels. The Beis Hamikdash, the different parts of the temple had different levels of holiness. The more closer it got to the Kodesh HaKodashim, the greater the holiness was. It was reflected in a lot of halachas, a lot of laws, which didn't allow people who were impure to come into the more holy place. Didn't allow people who were not Kohanim or Jewish people who were not Kohanim. Until the Kodesh HaKodashim, only a Kohen Gadol, who obviously was in a state of complete purity, was able to enter. So the Beis Hamikdash, the way it was built, reflected the different levels of holiness, something very powerful. The Mishkan had been built in the wilderness, a place that was holy, a place where God's presence rested. However, it didn't remain there. When the Mishkan was dismantled and moved to a different location, the holiness of the original place went away. And there's nothing holy about the 42 places in the Sinai Desert, or where the Mishkan had been placed. Just like Mount Sinai. Mount Sinai was very holy for a time. God revealed himself there. Now, it's not like any other. Difference what happened, and the same thing with Shiloh, so the place of the Mishkan was. What was special about Jerusalem, remember we mentioned, Jerusalem was chosen. No place that God chose for his presence, and after he rested, his presence here, no other place would ever be allowed to house the Beis Hamikdash. No other place that Jews would be allowed to be purposes. This was the final place. This is the and the idea here is that the place itself became sanctified. This real estate, this land, was the physical thing that you possibly have. This piece of land becomes holy. And the transformation of the physical to spiritual into holy is reflected in the fact that the design of the Beis Hamikdash shows you the different levels of the Mishkan was a temporary holiness that was there and then moved. And so the physical design of the Mishkan didn't reflect all the
But
details,
Rabbi mentioned also as follows.
of
The
the
clothing
Kedusha of
that
the
is
Beis
too long.
Hamikdash, but the Beis Hamikdash, and that's
The
something that's
silver
very,
idea
very powerful.
applicants
Today we
shortened
don't have
through
this
the belt,
tradition,
which was in the beginning.
built.
You're wrapping
It's still a lesson. It's still a lesson in our lives of the transformative power that we have, that the mitzvahs have.
20 years
Every time we do a
later,
mitzvah, we actually are changing
and
the
on top of that,
physical thing we do with, although we don't see it.
And on top of that,
We will see how
the idea that Rabbi said was as follows.
powerful it is.
Coin had
Everything
hands
that
that
we
were
do.
too long, and what happens? You wrap them up around the belt, or maybe underneath the belt, and as a result, you shorten them. It's not the right shape. Ultimately, again, that those because it will be crushed. Why I will say that because see that anything wrapped underneath the belt, so it's cutting down to size.
Continuing our story of the era of the first temple in Israel, or particularly in Jerusalem, in the southern kingdom. You remember that the kingdom had been divided, and the southern kingdom, also called the kingdom of Judah, the Malchus Yehuda, later on Judea, became we're in the middle of the story. The king is Amaziah, and Amaziah was by and large a pretty good king. He strengthened the defenses of the kingdom. In fact, Edom to the south had rebelled against Jewish rule sometime before under the reign of King Yoram, and Amaziah went to war with Edom. He raised a large army, 300,000 troops. In fact, 300,000 troops wasn't enough. Edom paid the northern king, who at the time was Yoash, not to be confused with the king in the south, also named Yoash. But anyway, the king he paid him a tremendous amount of silver for another 100,000 troops. A prophet came to Amaziah, the prophet of Hashem, and he told him that God did not want this. It wasn't the right thing to do. You don't join forces with the northern kingdom. The northern kingdom had been acting very wickedly, a lot of idolatry, morality, and cruelty, and this alliance was not meant to be. So, having made the money, and the troops having come, he sent them back home. They were insulted, and they looted and ravaged and destroyed cities on their way back. Anyway, Amaziah went to war with Edom to the south. Edom had built up a lot of fortifications. Their capital was on a very high rock called Sela. Sela means a boulder. And it seemed impregnable. But Amaziah was victorious over them and completely subdued them and annexed a lot of land. A lot of Edomite land was attached to Judean territory. The soldiers of Amaziah were too harsh with the Edomites. They killed many innocent people, and they were harshly reprimanded by prophets for being killing so many Edomites. Now, Amaziah made a very great error, which unfortunately after winning this war, he brought back some of the idols from Edom, and he put them up in Jerusalem and worshipped them. Of course, people were horrified, and Amaziah had a brother named Amos. Amos was a prophet, and he himself chastised the king, his brother, for doing this terrible thing. And Amaziah wasn't satisfied with having won this war. He wanted greater glory, and he made war on his northern neighbor, King Yoash, the northern kingdom of Israel. Yoash warned him, well, not to be good for you to start up. We're not playing games here. Be happy with the victory that you've already won. But Amaziah wouldn't be deterred. He went to war in the north, and he was defeated. He lost, and he lost all the respect that he had gained for the victory against Edom was kind of lost with this second campaign. And at this point, he abandoned God. He abandoned Judaism. He turned to idolatry, and the people were very dissatisfied, very unhappy with him. Eventually, they used him, and they turned on the king, who fled the capital and sought refuge in Lachish, which is a little fortress in the southwest. So he had a lot of friends here, he had family here. What's interesting about Lachish is that there are a lot of excavations there. We have a lot of evidence, even going back to the time of the first temple. Very interesting finds, letters that were sent during wars, etc. Anyway, the people back in Jerusalem appointed the king's son, Uzziah, He sat on the throne of his father. Father's father was hiding out in Lachish. After 15 years in Lachish, which was a very strong fortress, people managed to penetrate and to get to Amatsu, and they killed him. His son, now officially, he had his father's body brought back to Jerusalem to be buried with the kings of the house of David. And now Uzziah became king. He had been for 15 years during his father's lifetime, he had been king, but had been somewhat under the control of the aristocracy, people that put it on the throne. And now he was able to assert himself and to consolidate power. He built up the defenses of the country after the disastrous campaign against the north. And he again rebuilt the border towns, the fortresses along the border that protected the southern and the western borders against the Philistines, the Edomites, the Egyptians. And Uzziah's rule was great. This was a very good time for the southern kingdom of Israel. In fact, the fame of King Uzziah was probably the greatest of all kings, all Jewish kings, since the time of Solomon. Of course, we're only talking about half the country, or even less than half the southern kingdom, but it really flourished. Uzziah had built up the security to the extent, to the point that trade was able to be resumed with a lot of countries. He opened the port of Eilat again. Control the port of Eilat, which opened up trade with nations to the north. So they were able to get to the sea, to the Red Sea, to get to India, and bought very good weaponry for the military. And this was a very, very good time in general. It's important to remember that when we talk about history, we talk about the stories that happened. We spend much more time talking about the bad times than about the good times. There could have been many decades of good, peaceful, tranquil, happy times in Israel, and we say it in one sentence, so things were good. When there are problems, it's important to talk about. But this was a relatively good and peaceful time for the people. The Holy Temple was a place that was and we were able to really experience what we spoke about in the earlier classes. We were able to experience a connection with God that was impossible anywhere else. There was a certain revelation, a certain consciousness of divinity, of spirituality that was in the base of one of the functions of the base of English that we didn't discuss that much is what the Torah says very often. It's a place of kapar, it's a place of forgiveness. People come after they sin and be forgiven for their sins. And in the larger sense, it stood there and atoned for the nation's sins once a year. Kohen Gadol would enter, the high priest would enter the Holy of Holies and atone for the nation. All the nation's sins would be cleansed. And part of this, of course, was the process of tshuva, a person feeling a person returning to God and deciding to not continue anything bad, to do good. The Beis Hamikdash was there as a kapar, and it was very hard for us to imagine to the people, the masses. This was the most powerful thing. I think any mistakes that we may have made, any paths that were taken, all taken, things that we're not proud of, could be wiped away by sincere tshuva and by the presence of the Beis Hamikdash. Yom Kippur, the Gemara says that the two goats that were brought to the Holy Temple were sacrificed on the Mizbeach of the garden. Yosef was sent to Azazel into the wilderness and symbolically carried, more than symbolically, carried the sins of the nation with it as it was brought to the wilderness. When the person appointed to bring this Seir Azazel, bring that to the city, all the throngs of people that were Jerusalem would be poking him, pushing him to get rid of our sins, get them out of here already. Anyway. So Uzziah, back to King Uzziah, generally, again, by and large, a good king of the house of David, strengthened the economy of the nation, sponsored agriculture, cattle breeding. He owned a lot of land, and he cultivated the land very well. And so there's a good example of the people. He dug many wells, built canals, that irrigated land that was far from any from a river or from the sea. They exported a lot of wine and cattle to as far as the Arabian Peninsula and India. And much gold and silver was brought to Judea in this time. It was a very good time. Uzziah, unfortunately, let it get to his head a little bit. He did something which was very wrong, a grave sin. It should be remembered that when somebody is singled out for a sin that they had done, by implication, the rest of the life probably was pretty good. They probably did generally were good person. And this was one sin that he committed. And this was he made a big mistake. In Judaism, most of the time, there was a division between shul and state. The king was the political leader, but it was the Kohen Gadol, the high priest, who was the religious leader. And the Torah made it very clear that these two positions should not be combined. The king comes from the house of David, which is the tribe of Yehuda. The high priest comes from the house of Aaron, which is from the tribe of Levi. So you couldn't have the same person. Uzziah, at a certain point, decided to mimic the northern king. The king of the north was both the head of state and the head of the spiritual. And Uzziah wanted to be like that also. And he decided that he wanted to have a great honor of bringing the Torah, bringing the incense. The incense was brought every day. As we mentioned earlier, one of the earlier classes, there was the small mizbeach, the small golden altar inside the Heichal of the Beis Hamikdash. And every day a very special recipe was made, was a very specially made incense was brought in. The Torah is a tremendous significance. It says Kohanim were divided into 24 groups and rotated every week. A different group called the Mishmar, a different watch, would be fulfilling the duties, doing all the avodah, all the procedures that were done in the Beis Hamikdash, bringing the korbanos, lighting the menorah, etc. So every week you had a different group doing it, and within each group they divided into six kind of families, and every day of the week a different family or different days out of a different group would do it, would do the avodah, would be in charge. On Shabbos, the entire mission or the entire group would participate. And on Yom Tov, on the major festivals, all the mishmaris would join together and would do the avodah. How did they decide who did what? There was a lottery. There was a special lottery called the Piyus, where they would go around different kohanim who were on duty and choose who would do what, who would do the different avodah. One person could be chosen to do an avodah more than once. You can be the one who kindled the menorah, who runs, lines up of the offerings to the staff, or whatever, any of the avodah. You can do that more than once, you can do it many times. There was one avodah, there was one process which was you were only allowed to do it once in your life. That was Keteris was such a tremendous blessing to be the one who actually brought that incense into the Heichal, that they wanted to give as many people a chance to do as possible. You never repeat. In fact, the person who did it would usually become wealthy. It was a school for Hashem, that people would become rich because they brought the Keteris. In the spiritual sense, the Keteris is a character which brings about a connection with God, which is greater even than that of a carbon offering. Right, remember we said that the carbon comes from the word kirub, closeness, and bringing the carbon to God, besides the physical act, the physical mitzvah, which has a lot of details and a lot of specifically, it's specified in the Torah, how a carbon should be brought. The details are all very important. It's very important to do the physical actions, but they all reflect and mirror the spiritual process which is happening with the carbon. And that is the closeness that comes about with Hashem. Between the person, between Hashem and the person who's bringing the carbon, or the public carbonist, the carbonist tzibur, with the nation as a whole, connected the closeness. The Keteris also, the Keteris is on the inner altar, and it's an inner mizbeach, and this mizbeach is on the inside, it's in the holy, in the room called the holy, and it represents a much closer connection with God, a much tighter connection with God. The word Keteris itself comes from the word bond, knot. So korban means closeness, but Keteris means a knot. A knot is when you take two things that are separate and you make them into one, bind them together, and that's what the Keteris accomplished. Anyway, King Uzziah made a very big mistake. He became proud and he thought that he should have this honor, bring clearness himself. This was very loudly and vehemently protested by the Kohanim and by the prophets, but he didn't listen to them. He brought the Keteris himself, immediately conjured it, and he was struck with leprosy, shameful punishment. He had to be removed from office. Couldn't continue as king while he had leprosy. He had to isolate himself. He isolated himself to a house where he lived the rest of his days outside the capital city. He was succeeded by his son, Yosef. Yosef was first of all respectful of his father. He did not call himself king while his father yet lived, even though he ruled the country. He considered himself just an agent of his father. He considered his father the real king.
What about before your Chesed came along? Where did you go? So also your Chesed was going to be in. That's very nice. Right?
After his father died, he took the crown and became king. He was a wonderful, even greater. Kings that had come last year, kings that we discussed, were pretty good, generally speaking. Of the kingdom of Yehuda. But they had made mistakes. King Yosef was the king. There's not record anything that he ever did. Things were good, but things weren't so good. Best of times. Wasn't the best of times. The uncircumcised heart is talking about prosperity that King Uzziah had brought, and the only economy had negative effect.
Hi, before your festival, how did I know that? And the Gemara so we'll say rather these things are halachas the Moshe is
corruption.
The Quran quoting has to be made of living, and in that and according to the Allah can't do the avoda.
And around this time, there are a lot of prophets. Now, we're talking about prophets a lot. Many thousands of prophets. We know about very few of them. Most of the prophecies that are reported weren't meant for prosperity. They were meant just for particular time and occasion when the prophets spoke. We call them major prophets. Prophets that we know because they wrote their prophecies down in books and became part of the Tanakh, part of the Bible, because their prophecies were meant not only for their generation but for all generations to come. So society was not doing so well spiritually at this time. It was starting to degenerate. Generally speaking, the nation was still good, serving God and keeping the Beis Hamikdash, but they were starting to go down a path which was not so good. And the son of King Yosef, after Yosef died, was King Achaz, and Achaz was going to drag the country into very, very terrible places. Let's go for a moment to the northern kingdom and find out what's going on there. The northern kingdom was doing exceptionally badly. Although politically they had certain sometimes of good, of stability, of peace. There was I'm not going to mention all the kings. There were many kings in the north. Many of them didn't die peacefully. There were a lot of assassinations, a lot of political coups. The strongest and longest reigning king was Yerovam II. Remember, the first northern king was Yerovam ben Nevat. This was no relation, but his name was also Yerovam. Yerovam II was a pretty good king. He respected the prophets, but the terrible sins that had been ingrained in the northern kingdom from its very inception, namely the two golden calves that had been meant to replace, at Dan and Bethel, that had been meant to replace the pilgrimage to the Beis Hamikdash. The two golden calves still stood there. People still would go there instead of going to the Beis Hamikdash. In fact, the situation had evolved so that people were actually worshiping these golden calves even worse. They had imported a lot of foreign gods, and idolatry was rampant in the northern kingdom. And some great prophets arose around this time to reprimand them, to try to bring them back to God and to avert disaster. The prophets warned that if
continue along this path, they destroy, they grow the kingdom, cease to exist. And very poetic language. The prophets begged the people to return. One of these prophets' name was Hosea. Hosea was in the tray. Sorry, these prophecies are included in the 12 prophets. Sometimes called minor prophets. There's nothing minor about them. They were great men and women. The first 12 are actually but there were female prophets at the time also. But anyway, the prophecies of Hosea speaks about their relationship between God and the Jewish people. He talks about a fright. He talks about when he's talking about the northern kingdom. The most, I think, the most populous tribe of the 10 tribes of the north was the tribe of Ephraim. So he uses Ephraim as a name for the people, just like Israel or Jacob is used for the Jewish people as a whole. He talks about Ephraim. He says God comes to Ephraim as a young child. A young child raised us.
God, I said, what about the piece of the
He talks about
what about the piece ultimately
the love.
How directly controlled or did not wash his hands
And the love between
from where do you know that such
men,
abundance
the greatest, closest, the greatest
Omar,
and yet they're estranged, they're not following God,
between the
they're spoke out very strongly against the corruption, against the injustice that were being perpetrated in the northern kingdom, and we're starting to happen also in the southern kingdom. Another prophet at this time was Micha. Micha spoke more in the south, in northern Judea. He predicted the fall of the north, the fall of Shavuot and Samaria, but also the fall of Jerusalem. And he said if people don't get their act together and start acting good, terrible things would befall Jerusalem. He spoke up for the oppressed, for the poor people. The rich had grown richer and they had started oppressing the poor. And this was a situation that was getting worse. Just to read inside from the prophecy of Micha, therefore for your sake shall Zion be plowed up like a field. Jerusalem shall become ruinous heaps. The Temple Mount will become a forest covered height. Terrible word. Terrible words. He talks about God beseeching, begging Jews to return. He's talking to them. He says, let's engage, let's talk. Let's talk about what we've been through. I brought you out of Egypt. I sent to Moses and Aaron to bring you out of bondage. And the people are oppressed by the merciful acts of God, and they ask the prophets. This is Micha talking. He says, how shall I come before the Lord? I'll bow myself before God. I'll bow before God. I'll come to him with my korbanos. I'll bring rams. I'll bring calves. And the prophet says, will the Lord be pleased with thousands of rams, with streams of oil? Shall I give my firstborn for my transgression? No, this is not. Bringing korbanos is wonderful. Korbanos is great. What's important is what's behind the korbanos. What's in your heart. What's important is how you treat your fellow people. He has told you what is good and what Hashem requires of you. Only to do justice, to love kindness, to walk humbly with God. Who's getting that message? So it's going to have terrible consequences. Micha predicted, he proclaimed the downfall of Jerusalem if people would straighten their ways. By the way, the interesting thing about prophecy, Rabbi, prophet of God, when says that something will happen, the thing comes to pass, then you know that it's a true prophet. That's what the Rabbi writes. That's how you know if it's a prophet. He says something will happen, and the thing happens, but only if it's a good thing. If it's a bad thing that he says will happen, and then it doesn't happen, he might still be telling the truth. We don't know that he wasn't telling the truth because God sometimes will issue a decree. Might do that. He will issue a decree for something bad to happen. People show that people pray, he'll change it. Whereas when God promises something good, he won't change it. He won't reverse it. But anyway, getting back to Micha, at the same time that he was talking about the doom of Israel, if they didn't shape up, he also spoke about the future glory of Israel. time of peace between all nations. Peace would reign in the world. As Michal says, then shall every man sit under his vine, under his fig tree, none to make them afraid. None of the for God has spoken. So all we walk, each one in the name of his God. We shall walk in the name of Hashem, in the name of our Lord forever. At this point in history, the neighborhood around Israel was becoming very, very dangerous. But there were the small kingdoms that often fought with Israel and sometimes won, sometimes lost. But now a great, mighty power was growing in the north, to the northeast of Israel, the area which is today in Iraq. This was the kingdom of Ashur, Assyria. Assyria had been an ancient kingdom. They had actually been dominant many centuries before the Jewish people lived in Israel, before the time of Abraham. And then they've been subdued by the Babylonians, by Rabbi. But now, many centuries later, they begin becoming a mighty empire. And they were flexing their muscles. They were trying to expand the empire. They expanded into the area which is today Syria. And the force of their armies, the ferocity of their warriors was terrifying. Even compared to the other, frightening armies that were at that time. This was something that was unheard of before. The last thing we were talking about was King Yosef. As you said, it was a pretty good time. And when he died, an era of relative peace and tranquility, which was over 100 years long. It was 125 years of relatively good times. But we spoke about invasions and wars that had happened along the way. Since then, some of the things had committed, and things were not perfect, but it was 125 years of pretty good times. And we forget that sometimes when we look back in history, it looks like just page after page of tragedy and disaster. We forget that there were good times where people died, had children and grandchildren, all peaceful and good times. The son of King Yosef was Achaz, and Achaz was not follow in his father's path. He did not act like a house of house. He didn't act like a house. He didn't act like a king of the house of David. He was an idolater, pure and simple. It wasn't a small mistake that he made, it was a big mistake, and it was bringing idolatry into the land, like the northern kingdom, and established temples for the different pagan cults. He dragged society down in a very short time to very, very low morals, very low morals, and prophets tried as much as they could to reason with the people, reason with the king. There was no avail. Things were just out of control. And soon terrible things happened. King of Syria, I mentioned Ashur, before Ashur controlled Syria. It was ruled by men named Rothschild. Rothschild was the king of Syria. He joined forces with the king of the north, the northern kingdom of Israel, whose name was Pekach. Pekach had become king because he had killed the previous king. His name was Pekachia, not to be confusing at all. Pekachia was the son of Menachem. Menachem had killed the previous king and had become king himself. Menachem's son was Pekachia. Pekachia was killed by Pekach. Pekach made an alliance with the king of Syria and marched on the south. The prophet came to King Achaz and he told us that he had nothing to worry about. Told him he had nothing to worry about. There was nothing to fear. The southern kingdom would prevail. But King Achaz didn't have any faith in God. He didn't have any faith in God's prophets. So he turned to this new power to the east of Ashur, Assyria, and he asked the king, the emperor at the time was King Rothschild. He asked Rothschild to please help him. And of course, it didn't come from him. He had tremendous amounts of gold and silver treasures from the place that he sent to Ashur for his assistance against this army of the north and Syria. King Rothschild didn't need any encouragement. The money was good, and so was the opportunity to expand his domain and reach the Mediterranean. So he attacked Syria, and he attacked the Transjordan area of Israel across the Jordan River. He took some of the tribes of the Transjordan into captivity and completely annexed the area north of Israel. And now
the empire of Assyria was right on his doorstep. They had designs on the mighty empire to the south of Israel, which was Egypt. That was and it's not very comfortable. Not very comfortable. Who was the prophet? Who was the prophet that warned King Ahaz? I'm sorry, that assured King Ahaz of victory and told him not to go into an alliance with Assyria. This was actually a cousin. You'll remember we mentioned Amaziah, King Amaziah, the first king in this class, had a brother. His name was Amaz. Amaz was a prophet, and he had a son who would become one of the greatest prophets of history. What he accomplished quickly. I think that he spoke about river throughout history and has changed civilization forever. And his name was Yeshayahu. Isaiah would be king. In the meantime, King Ahaz, in order to keep the Assyrians happy, had to constantly take gold and silver from the Beis Hamikdash. He needed the treasury of the Beis Hamikdash. Of course, the Beis Hamikdash had a treasury from which abundance would be brought. He was nearly left a shekel, half a shekel every Jew to contribute toward the Beis Hamikdash. And Ahaz had to constantly dip into these funds in order to keep his very powerful ally, to keep him his ally. The northern kingdom was in a downward spiral. Nothing that the prophets did could help the situation. King Pekah, who we just mentioned, was killed by a man named Hoshea. Not that he was the prophet Hoshea. This is King Hoshea, Hoshea ben Elah, the last king of the north. He actually did something very good. He moved the golden calves that had been there from the beginning of the kingdom, from Rabbi and Bethel, and he opened the borders of the south, and the people were now again allowed to make pilgrimages to Jerusalem. The tragedy of it was that after centuries of not being allowed to do it, they just lost the desire to do so. And so open borders, golden calves gone, they still didn't and hastened the destruction. Tiglath-Pileser died, the emperor of Assyria. His son Shalmaneser invaded the northern kingdom, plundered the cities, destroyed the cities, and exiled people of the northern kingdom. The Assyrians had a very smart way of preventing their rebellions against their rule, against their empire. And that was when they would conquer a land, they would kill people. And the survivors would not be allowed to remain in their homes. They would be exiled. They would move populations. There were populations around one place to another. So people in any parts of the empire, of the occupied areas, for their homeland. They feel very patriotic toward the country that they were in. They didn't feel comfortable enough to start rebellions against Ashur. This was pretty effective. And this is what they did to the northern kingdom. This was the 10 tribes. And he exiled them first to Ashur, and then
I'm sorry, after that, what happened to the Aaron coin?
Books written on different theories that places the 10 lost tribes in every different continent. Don't know what happened. Many of them actually returned to the southern kingdom. Something a lot of people don't know. Later on, talk about the prophet Jeremiah. Jeremiah actually brought back a lot of the exiles. A lot of them were lost. And one of the things that the prophets promised was that there would be a time when the nation would be reunited in the south. The lost tribes would be brought back from wherever they were. And the entire nation of 12 tribes of Israel would flourish together in the time of Mashiach. Mentioned Isaiah, Yeshayahu. The short time that we have here, we can't get in to talk about the greatness of this man. As I said, he was the nephew of King Amaziah, so he came
this,
royal family, the aristocracy
so
at this
for
time.
example, again,
The aristocracy was one that were not being very good example to the people. They become very
but if you're going war, the government of the Koran, and if you look at
just getting
again,
richer and richer and really,
not
really
only
oppressing the poor,
must the
charging
coin
the
then be
high
put
rates
as
of
kind of
interest,
Yaboda,
and not
the coin
caring
must
for
wear
the infants, and needing
this
not caring for the
picture
widows and
at the
orphans.
time of
Something
the
that is
Yaboda.
a very strong theme. One strong thing is against idolatry, against paganism, in the words of the prophets. Another one is justice.
And for a coin to be a coin, has
Caring
to be
for widows
on a
that
street,
that don't have something to
wearing
do.
two things. So another source for the concept that
Yeshayahu talks about Israel as God's child. Quote says, "Shema Hero heavens, give ear, O earth. For Hashem has spoken. Children have I raised and brought up, and they rebelled against them. Even an ox knows his owner, even a donkey knows his master's crib. And Israel does not know, people don't consider it. Forsaken the Lord, provoked Hashem to anger, they've gone backwards." And he talks about the desolation of the country, the cities burnt with fire, the soil which will be devoured by strangers, desolate land destroyed by enemies. And this came to pass in the Lord when the Assyrians swept through, destroyed the cities by fire, killed thousands and thousands, and took the rest into captivity to foreign lands. In fact, since some of the excavations today, and I was in the archaeologists had found traces of soot in some ancient ruins, and they had dated it to this time. This is evidence today of the destruction that the Assyrians did. Actually, now I do remember this was some ruins. This actually happened a little later. The south was also invaded by Ashur, so this was anyway, the destruction of the northern kingdom should have been a wake-up call to the south. Achaz had plunged the south into idolatry. And the terrible fate of the north should have been a wake-up call, but unfortunately it was not. Yeshayahu spoke truth to power. He spoke to the leaders of the people. He took them to task, because they were the ones who were leading the people astray. He took to task the people who would bring korbanos, who would come to the Beis Hamikdash and bring offerings, and it was hypocritical. They would turn around and sin and oppress people. He says, to what purpose is the multitude of your sacrifices unto me, says God. Wash yourselves, make yourselves clean, put away the evil of your deeds, cease to do evil, learn to do good, seek justice. These words have been, I think, a part of any human rights movement in history. Draw on these words of Isaiah. What does God want to do? He just wanted to bring korbanos and then act cruelly and act harshly to others. Learn to do good, seek justice, relieve the oppressed, do justice to the orphan, plead for the widow. Then things will be good. And even though you've made many mistakes, come now. Now I'm reading again. I'm quoting again. Come now, let us reason together, says the Lord. He says that we say this in our prayers on the high holidays. Though your sins should be scarlet, they shall become white as snow. Though they shall be red like crimson, they shall become like wool. If you're willing to obey me, you shall eat the best of the land. Things will be good. All you have to do is, again, do justice, take care of the poor, do good. Unfortunately, it was not meant to be. King Achaz died, and Achaz had been so bad. One of the terrible things that he had done, besides killing many thousands of people that opposed the paganism, the idolatry that he brought to the country, he even did something mimicking the Phoenicians, who had a cult of Mola, who warned against specific sin. Besides the general sin of idolatry, to give your children to the Mola, this was a cult where people would sacrifice their children to the fire of Mola. And Achaz sacrificed one of his sons and had him killed as a sacrifice to the gods to the Mola. He tried to do it with another son, but this time the boy's mother intervened. Her name was Abi, and she saved her son from the fires. And this son would become king after Achaz died. And this son was also one of the
also again,
Hezekiah. He would be one of the greatest kings. He would be one of the few kings about whom it's written in the Tanakh. The Bible says about him that he was good. A lot of the good kings are described as being very good and going the way, going God's ways, but not the same way as King David. Not as much as King David. Hiskiah, though he walked in God's path like his father did, like his ancestor did. He was the 12th king of Yehuda, of Judea. He was extraordinary qualities. Even while his father was on the throne, he tried to be comforting to the people. Now that he took over and he was in power, he dedicated himself to reversing his father's terrible policies. He destroyed all the idols which cut down the groves, the trees, the Asherah trees that grew for idolatry. He eliminated the bummas. It was something that flourished in the land. Private altars where people would bring sacrifices to God, which were forbidden for certain times in history when they were allowed. But once God chose Jerusalem, the Rabbi as his resting place, bummas, private altars were not allowed. But they had still flourished. It would have been hard to eradicate them. A lot of the good kings were noted for their goodness and virtue, but the Tanakh often adds that they didn't get rid of the bummas. Hiskiah got rid of the bummas, but he did something even more. He restored the pilgrimage, the thrice yearly pilgrimage to Jerusalem, which his father had stopped. He brought them back to all splendor. He organized educational reform. At the time of Hiskiah, there wasn't a child, a boy or a girl throughout the kingdom who was not expert in the laws of Tumah, ritual purity, which the Torah talks a lot about. When you come to this, you have to be in a state of purity. A lot of very complex laws, which most adults have trouble with. And in Hiskiah's time, there wasn't a child that wasn't expert in these laws. Hiskiah reached out to the north and asked and tried to bring them, going back a couple of years before the 10 tribes were banished. He asked them to join. The borders were now open. Come to the pilgrimage. He made a great Passover that had never been seen before. He set the Passover celebration, and the amount of people that came to Jerusalem. Unfortunately, very few of the northern of the Jews in the north took him up on the invitation. But there were some that came that were inspired and remained in Judea. King Hiskiah was also a strong king. He defeated the Philistines. He conquered Gaza, which was the capital. Other neighbors were now became respectful and didn't start up with Judea. And from the time of Achaz, remember that Achaz had, in order to keep the Assyrians happy, he had to make tribute payments. Hiskiah now felt that it was time to stop the tribute payments. This was an act of rebellion against the empire. And Yeshayahu told him that he was safe in doing so. The Assyrians would not conquer Jerusalem. Unfortunately, among Hiskiah's his government, some people who did not have faith in God put their faith in other nations. They made an alliance with Egypt and with other small kingdoms who wanted to rebel against Assyria. Hiskiah, the true prophet, told him to rebel against Assyria and put his faith in God. There were other elements of government that put their faith not in God but in Egypt. And Egypt assured them that they would help them in rebellion against Assyria. Sure enough, the Assyrians attacked, and Shalmaneser had died by this time. His son Sennacherib, famous Sennacherib Melech Ashur, invaded Israel, and he invaded the southern kingdom as well. He destroyed many cities. That's where I think those expeditions of Hebron found these ancient ruins. You can see the black and Rabbis, the archaeologists who are not particularly religious, believe come from this time, from this war. The Egyptians who had promised to help the Jews did not. Ashur sent their army into Israel. There was no help coming from Egypt. At first, Hiskiah was able to keep the
Sancheir that day by offering him tribute and giving him like his father and giving him the gold and silver from the house. But eventually Jerusalem would be attacked. He strengthened the fortifications of Jerusalem. He built a tunnel to bring water into the city so that people would have to go out. One of the ways of besieging the city was obviously to cut it off from supplies and from water source. And the water source was outside the city. Relatively easy to place snipers, archers, where they could pick off the people coming to the water and starve the city. So what Shishki did was he built a tunnel which toward today near David. It's quite an incredible experience. You go through this tunnel which they had built, which seems almost miraculous. To bring water into the city to prepare for a siege. Sancheir destroyed any opposition, destroyed all the neighboring countries, and anybody who rebelled against the people that he said before, the populations around. And the way the Talmud describes it is, Sancheir confounded, confused, mixed up the world. You no longer know who comes from the nation of Ammon, Moab, or Egypt. There are various mitzvahs, laws in the Torah that pertain to the descendants of Ammon, Moab, and Egypt. Today, the people from the time of Sancheir, the people living in those countries are no longer Ammonites or Moabites and Egyptians. They're different people that Sancheir had put there. He also brought people to populate the northern areas that would have been the northern kingdom of Israel. He brought them from the island of Kuta, that would be known as Kuta. They would also become called Samaritans because they lived in the area of Samaria. And there would be a source of a lot of trouble for the Jews in later centuries. Sancheir, after destroying all the opposition around Israel, after destroying many cities in Judea, descended on Jerusalem. Jerusalem was packed with pilgrims who would come for Passover and also with refugees from all the cities that had been destroyed. And the people were terrified. The terrible armies of Sancheir were approaching. He came with an army of 185,000 troops encamped outside Jerusalem with chariots and fearsome weapons. And he sent for the general, Rabbi. Rabbi came to the walls, came outside the walls of Jerusalem, called out, and he spoke Hebrew. And he said, you had confidence in Egypt. You leaned on Egypt like a reed that turned out to be a broken reed that just pierced your hand. What can, and then he cursed, he blasphemed against the God of Israel, against, he said he wouldn't go to he spoke terrible blasphemy, real blasphemy. Is so terrible for the Talmud to think about. The Talmud never even calls it as a curse. What it is cursing Hashem. And the Talmud doesn't want to call it that, so it always calls it a blessing. Here comes Hashem to sin, but it's euphemism for shocking, just terrible blasphemy against God, against Judaism, against the Jewish people, and he assured them that there was no way that they'd be able to survive the armies of Sancheir, and he encouraged them to surrender the city. When people tore their clothes in mourning when they heard these terrible blasphemies, they went running to the king and to the prophet to tell them the terrible things. The king also rent his garments when he heard that, he prayed to God. Let's read what he said. O Lord God of Israel, who thrones over the crown, you alone are God over all the kingdoms of the earth. You created the heavens and the earth. Bend down your ear. Listen, hear us. Open your eye and see. Hear the words of Sancheir, which he sent to blaspheme the Lord. And now Hashem save us out of his hand, that all the kingdoms of the earth may know that you are God, you are the Lord, you alone. And the prophet Isaiah brought God's answer back, and he spoke in no uncertain terms. He said that the Assyrians would not take the city. As terrible as the situation looked, the Jewish people would be victorious. The message came from Yeshayahu. The Lord has heard your prayer. Of Sancheir, he has spoken, God has spoken, and he has said, she despises you. She laughs at you in scorn. She laughs at Assyria in scorn. The virgin daughter of Zion, the daughter of Jerusalem, shakes her head at you. Sancheir, whom have you scorned? Whom have you cursed against? Against whom have you raised your voice, lifting your eyes? Against the God of Israel, against the Holy One of Israel. Isaiah stood on the walls of the city, just imagine people huddled in fear, and the prophet Yeshayahu speaking God's words to them and saying, he shall not come into this city. Sancheir shall not come into this city. He shall not shoot an arrow into the city. He shall not come before it with shields, nor cast up a mountain against it on the same
way by which you came, that way shall you return into the city. You shall not come.
So it turns out,
Says Hashem, I will shield this city and save it for my sake and for the sake of my servant David. That night was the night of Passover. The people sat down to have a Seder. Can you imagine what kind of Seder it was? And what they learned from Pesach, they sat there for the Seder, they recounted the miracles of Egypt and hoped for miracles in their own day. King Hiskiah himself, after the Seder, did a very curious thing. He had prayed, he had heard God's reassurance, and now he did something that's hard to imagine. He went to bed, he went to sleep, completely confident, utterly confident in God's promise. People woke up the next morning, and the camp of the Assyrians was deserted. The soldiers that he fled, many of them were dead. The Tanakh says the angels came and smote them and killed them. Other nations that should have said that they were going to desert. They found that the remains of the 185,000 soldiers had all been destroyed. We actually have accounts of this story from the Egyptian sources that were found in recent times by archaeologists. And in some Assyrian sources, different nations attributed this miracle to different things. Epidemic that swept through the army, whatever it was, but everybody recognized it was miraculous. Sancheriv was not killed. He managed to escape, like Isaiah had said. He ran with his tail between his legs back to Assyria. He promised his God his idol that if he would make it back to the capital, Nineveh, in time, he would sacrifice his two sons to his God. Unfortunately for him, his two sons overheard this, and they were not as inspired by this as their father was.
They didn't think it would be such a
Yes. But when his father kneeled to worship his God, his two sons killed him. And that was the end of Sancheriv. King Hiskiah's reign was glorious. It was triumphant. It was another golden age, golden era for the Jewish people, notwithstanding the terrible tragedies that occurred in the north. The south flourished. And for a time, it looked like things were going to be okay. People had returned to God spiritually, physically, materially. The country withstood the attack of the Assyrians. Hiskiah was such a great tzaddik that Hashem actually wanted to make him Mashiach. He erred, he made a mistake. We'll talk about it in the next class. So let's talk for a moment more about this great prophet Isaiah. They talk about the salvation from the Assyrians in his time, in his generation. He spoke about the future glory of Israel, Messianic era in the distant future. And he says, among his many beautiful, comforting prophecies, many of Haftarahs that we read during the year, especially the 7 weeks following Tisha B'Av, are from the prophecies of Yeshayahu. And it shall come to pass in the last days that the mountain of God's house, the Rabbi, shall be firmly established above all mountains, exalted above all hills, reminiscent of mighty empires, competing and intimidating the Jews. And as I talk about time when the mountain of God will be exalted above all hills, unto it shall flow all the nations, and many people shall go and say, many people from all the nations will say, come, let us go up to the mountain of Hashem, to the house of the God of Jacob, that he may teach us his ways, that we may walk in his paths. For Kimitzir Tetzei Seir, Far Hashem Yerushalayim, for Mount Zion shall go forth the law, the word of the Lord from Jerusalem, and he shall judge among the nations around them, and many people.
What happened? What do you want to do? First, on garment, there's 4 corners. We don't
Nation shall not lift up sword against nation. They shall no longer study war. They will be taught peace, civility, of knowledge of God. Let's pray that it happens very, very soon.
on what? The 4-cornered garment. Once you have more than 4 corners, then what? You're no longer a 4-cornered garment, and therefore again not sizing. We'll say, what does that do with us? So we'll say, what happens if we have a clothes screw ball? So we'll say, once it's set, we'll say, it's in my clothes. One opinion will say, once it reaches the requisite length, then what? We don't really do anything beyond the requisite length, and therefore the big difference is the Whereas the other thing will say, no, review everything that's part of the Kohanic
The reign
code,
of
and it's
Hiskiah,
too long
Melech
to
Yehuda,
review.
King
Whereas
Hezekiah,
the Gemara says, no,
was a
don't
peaceful
let
and
it
happy
be
time
bad.
for the Jewish people.
Because the Alma command,
That's the
Yisukami,
last class.
will say, you
Survived
can't ignore
invasion
reality,
by
as much
Syria.
as many people
Beis
try.
Hamikdash still stood
And
for
therefore,
all its
again,
glory.
even in the fifth
The
corner, you
pilgrim,
can't
the
ignore the
pilgrim
fifth corner, just like you can't ignore the additional length of the Kohanic code.
people
The
studied
shiny
Torah.
Alpha, the Rabbi
Prosperous.
Rachmana
Again, wealth
Shekhanasaba,
flowed
or say
into the
cities is
effect.
different.
The
Just
wealth
like
of
cities
the
of us, even though it's just four corners, it also
Judea
knows the primary was
never been
Shekhanasaba.
had
So
never
the
been as
primary
great since
got
perhaps
chosen
King
to
Solomon.
So because of that, again, that is
Hiskiah,
completely a five-corner
at a
garment.
certain point,
It's not like
Rabbi
this
writes,
as a garment
was
that is
afflicted with
obligated.
a terrible illness.
No.
It seemed like he was
I
going to
have
die.
said the concept on my
And he called to the
article,
prophet
you
Yeshayahu,
don't know that a
Isaiah, his cousin.
five-corner garment is five inches.
And Isaiah told him he was being punished because he had never married, he had never chosen. Hiskiah says
First
the
by
reason
line,
why he
divided into the sun.
divine inspiration, Ruach HaKodesh, he had foreseen that the son that he would have first everything that he had accomplished tear down this
But a garment worn at night is not tied into. So, for example,
beautiful
you got your brand new 400 pair of
virtuous kingdom that
pajamas,
Hiskiah had
Malcolm, you
built.
got your 400 pajamas, you don't have to put scissors on.
Drag
Why
them
not?
back down
Because the Pasuk by
into
teacher says,
terrible
that will
idolatry
release them also.
and
Release
bring
them.
ruin to
Just
Israel.
like what? That the
That was why
obligation of
you
cities is
want to
only
have
on
children.
garments worn by day,
And Yeshayahu
but
told
not
him
by
that was
garments
that's
worn at
not
night. Not
that was not up
Oh,
that was
on
not
our
for him
second
to
line,
decide.
Fat
To do
with
what he has to do.
Suma, it's
The
an
mysteries of the Lord are beyond you.
what?
You don't
A
get inside.
blind person, garment.
Hiskiah
What's the
said,
meaning of
all right,
blind
he
person?
did tshuva.
He's not
He said,
obligated to put
all right,
scissors
we'll get
on his
married.
garments.
And
Why?
Yeshayahu said,
Because my can't see them. The Shu'omer
the decree has already been
Shetakaseva,
passed.
and when the Pasuk
Hiskiah
says
was going to
that you
die.
have to put scissors on a garment
Talmud
that you
says that
clothe yourself
Hiskiah
in,
at that point
Harik Sus
rose
Suma.
up
So it's like
told
even a
him, he said,
Suma
Ben Amid, son of Amid,
the fact that
leave,
you can't see
finish
it,
your prophecies
hangs,
and leave the
but the
palace.
Maisa
Because
Shetakaseva,
I have a
he's still
tradition
clothing
handed
himself
down
in
to
it.
me from
So
my
you must
great
come out in the
grandfather.
Kaimarism also. So if
That
I
even
say
the
the
sword
Kaseva,
is
what's
on.
it teaches me that what? What's very important?
Someone's
I say
neck.
the Kaseva teaches me that even the Suma is
Sharp
obligated
sword
to
to the
put
person's
scissors
throat.
on his clothing.
One should
If that's the
one should
case,
never
then what do I do
abandon
with
faith.
Isam also? Prat with
In
Sus
God's
Laila.
mercy.
What's I saw? Isam
Nothing
also
that
says
stands in
like
the
the
way of prayer.
Kaseva
And after
teaches me that
Yeshayahu
the
left
Suma
Hiskiah to turn
is obligated to put
face to
scissors
the
on his
wall
clothing.
and
Isam
pray.
also teaches me
And
that
God
other
heard his prayer.
that
It's a
Sus
very
Laila,
powerful lesson. God
clothing
never
worn by
closes
night
to prayer.
is not
And
tied
prayer
with
can
scissors.
accomplish something.
Tomorrow is
Turns
the
out we ask for something
Sumulo Sus
versus even
Laila.
a heavenly decree.
There's
There's
no why
nothing
you
that can
say.
stand in the way.
How do I know
Beyond
to include
Yeshayahu
the clothing of a blind person?
and sure
Exclude
enough,
one by night.
Hiskiah lived for another 15 years, which were wonderful years. He had a son named Menashe, and Menashe unfortunately did exactly what Hiskiah had been afraid of. We'll get to that in a moment. There was something else that Hiskiah did that was considered an error or a sin for somebody with his stature. And that was as we discussed, the empire, the dominant empire encompassed Ashur, Assyria. Assyria was now threatened by an upstart kingdom within its empire.
Again,
Rodas Baladan, he was
somebody
a ruler of Babylon. So Babylon was part of the Assyrian Empire. But Rodas Baladan rose up against the Assyrians, against Ashur, and asserted independence. And he eventually conquered Ashur and took over the empire. Rodas Baladan heard of Hiskiah's greatness and he sent emissaries to the king. And the king, he was so impressed.
Here's what
And
everybody
the
agrees
king
with.
welcomed the messengers of Babylon, and he showed them into the temple, he showed them all the treasures of the Beis Hamikdash. This was wrong. He shouldn't have done that. And the prophet Yeshayahu appeared to the king, came to the king and told him he had committed a sin because he could have used this opportunity to show God's greatness, show God's miracles that he had wrought for Hiskiah, for the people of Israel. And instead, he had kind of boasted of his own riches. For a person of his stature, such a great tzaddik, this was a sin. And the prophet said that eventually the treasures that you showed in Babylon will eventually make their way to Babylon. They will be plundered and taken into captivity. Because Hiskiah was such a tzaddik, this calamity would not come to pass in his lifetime. But it was foretold. Anyway, his kid passed away, and his son Menashe took over. Menashe was very young; he was 12 years old when he became king. And it's very difficult to imagine how this could happen. But he was apparently a weak character. There were still people who were idolaters in the royal court, and that not been favorable to his kids before. They now exerted a lot of influence on the young king. He essentially destroyed what his father had built. He reintroduced pagan cults into Jewish society. He built altars for idolatry. Outlawed the study of Torah. On its face, it seems like a really wicked person, and also really silly person. If you look at the cult of idolatry, worshiping statues made of stone, wood, bringing sacrifice, human sacrifices. Terrible evil of idolatry. It seems like just a very foolish, interesting episode that the Gemara tells, that the Gemara relates. There was a later, much many centuries later, there was a Talmudic sage, one of the great Amirayim. His name was Rashi. He spoke about this king Menashe. In his shir, his studies, he mentioned the king Menashe. He referred to him in a kind of disrespectful manner. And that night, Gemara says that Menashe appeared to Rashi in a dream. Rashi then says to him, he says, really? With disrespect, you think that I don't know how to learn Torah like you? I'm not a scholar. He asked Rashi a question, halacha.
It's woven and then it has to be made of
Question
6
actually,
ply
we get
thread.
into that.
So Yeshua
Rashi didn't know the
mitzvah,
answer. Rashi gave the answer. Rashi said, so you're really wise. You're a
some of
Torah
these
study
details
first.
also are mitzvah, which means mitzvah, it has to be done this way.
Silly things
Or some of them are not. Some of them are
so
not done this way.
ridiculous.
Also, what?
And Menashe said, it was a different time.
Also, again, right now, all the
At the time, the temptation for idolatry was so powerful. Had you, Rashi, lived in that time, you would have lifted the hems of your garments to run to the temple of the idols to worship them. And so it's difficult for us to understand this part. This was this we discussed it before. This very strong allure that the spiritual that idolatry has for people. And even though there was a tremendous consciousness of godliness in this Hamikdash, there was still the counterpart of idolatry. Menashe's crime has killed many people.
Apparently, again, what type of crime
Proposed
ultimately again comes up
his
one
terrible,
spot,
he wanted to be loyal to God.
the other 2 spots from one is apparently moved. Aim up in rock, say the first to
The society just degenerated, just went to God. After 22 years, Menashe was punished, and the new power, Babylon, sent an army, took Menashe prisoner, to take him to Babylon, and he was trapped in a prison cell far from home, far from the glory that he was used to. He called out to all his idols to help him. Eventually he realized that it was all foolish and ridiculous, and he turned to the true God. He had to be the true God. He turned and he promised that he would be loyal to God. Sure enough, he was free, and he came back to Jerusalem and sat on the throne again. He had done tshuva, but apparently and he stayed for a very long time after that. His reign, I think, was one of the longest of all the kings of Israel. He reigned for 55 years. The first 22 was bad. The next 33 years, he was after he had done tshuva, but the die was already cast. The people didn't, he wasn't strong enough to bring the people back and show them light. And so the nation was really headed to disaster. The prophets cried and screamed and begged the people to reverse, to change their ways and avert the disaster that was going to come if the nation continued down that path. But it was no avail. After 55 years of rule, Menashe died. His son Almine was, if you can imagine, was even worse than his father Menashe. He continued everything his father did. He did a lot worse. He killed many people.
when it talks about a Kohen who is an
all the sins and all the crimes of society, and this that became even worse. Fortunately, he was killed for a very short time after 2 years. He was assassinated by servants in the palace, and
So what's it?
he
The
was
uncircumcised
succeeded by his son,
talking about Yeshua,
whose
or
name was
Kohen,
Yeshiyahu.
youth away from the
During this period, people emerged.
but
People
he's
come
carrying
onto
the
the stage of
uncircumcised
Jewish
that
history.
can't do the avoda. I, before you test now, how could I know that? And the Gemara Yuri. So we'll say that these things are
One of
halachos
them is this
of
boy
Moshe.
Yeshiyahu. He became
The
king when he
bottom
was very
clothing
young, 30 years old.
has to be made of linen. And in that, and a point was an oral can't do the avoda. These are things that are halachos of Moshe Sinai. Tesco came along and instituted them in the passing. So the Gemara Yuri, the Asi Tesco, the Asi Fiasco. Half the man is also you have to be made of linen. The Gemara Yuri, ultimately was a tradition, but the Tesco went ahead and modified it.
Also, Shaphan, royal scribe, and Shalom, who was one of the ministers. Shalom's wife was a prophetess, Huldah, and these people helped shape the young king to be a good king, to go and to change what his father had done, what his father and grandfather had done, go back to the ways of Hiskiah, and try to repair the damage that they had done. And in the 18th year of his rule, Yeshiyahu, Josiah, announced that he would have the Beis Hamikdash renovated during the time of Menashe and the time of Amri. The Avodah and the Beis Hamikdash, the Karbonis had stopped. I don't know if they stopped completely, but they were certainly for a large part they were abandoned.
All right, everyone said good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Share to thank our Talmud sponsors for the month of Tishrei. Y'all and Sarah Talmud and Salvation and completion of Seder Nezikin and the Swiss of the Soros Fellows for Am Yisrael. Nathan Perry Smith and the Swiss of the entire Kiva Rika Learning sponsors. Alan Sumaris Commercial yes, of their grandparents, aunts, and uncles. Avram Ben Yaakov Cohen, Basha Bas Ayin, Yitzchak Ben Yaakov Cohen, Jacob Bas Avram Cohen, Hirsch Ben Avram Cohen, Mordechai Ben Avram Cohen, Richard and Judy Littleman, the Eli Mishmash, Margaret Schwartz, Mechel, Nachman Ben Nochum, Zichron Rabbi Yosher, America, all of the Mishnah, Sagan Aliyah, families in the Chama, all those who need a refuge have and given Kol Israel, which brought the Shemir to from all of our hostages, the Shalom and the Karat and allow all these soldiers to be successful, the Kol Maasi. As with that, let us be in the lot to be today. Today's daf is Test Zion 16. We are picking up at the Mishnah on Test on the days 15b. Says the Mishnah as follows: Kol Azvotim Shekiblu Daman. So we'll say we're dealing with following situation. Any carbon that we're Kabbalah, whenever we have Kabbalah, yet to receiving the blood. We have Shechita, which is slaughter, right? And then Kabbalah, which is again the first Shechita is share of the Zayah. Shechita can be done by anyone, but Kabbalah ultimately again requires a bona fide Torah. So the Mishnah says if Kabbalah is done by any of the following individuals, it essentially invalidates the Avodah. Who's the list of invalid individuals? Number one, Zar, non-Kohen. Number two, Onen. Onen is a person in a state of Avodah, specifically in the state between death and burial. Mulyom is a person who went to the mikvah, but ultimately again requires hair of shemesh. Right, so remember again, sometimes you go to the mikvah, going to the mikvah is not enough, you also need sunset. That's called the Tzvul Yom. Mechusar Kippurim is a person who was Tamei, did all of the pieces for his Kara, but still has outstanding Kabbalah. So an example of this would be a Zav or a Mitzola. These individuals, again, who need to go to the mikvah, need to go to the requisite amount of time, but also need Kabbalah. So they went to the mikvah, waited the requisite amount of time, went to the mikvah, but still have not brought their Kabbalah. Like Mechusar Kippurim. Mechusar Begadim is a Kohen who is not wearing all of the proper Kohanic vestments. Last, Shelo Rachad Yadayim Baglayim, a Kohen who did not wash his hands and his feet. Aral, uncircumcised, Tamei, Yoshev, right? Yoshev is a Kohen who's sitting. We're going to see that Avodah has to be done in a standing position. Only Al Gabe Kalim, a Kohen who's standing on top of utensils, which essentially we're going to see the halacha rights. In order for Avodah to be kosher, you have to be standing directly on the floor of the Beis Hamikdash. So when a Gabe Kalim, Al Gabe Neimo, or on top of an animal, Al Gabe Ragle Chavero, or standing on his friend's feet. Common denominator in all those cases is the halacha, you're not standing directly on the floor. In all of these cases, puzzle. ultimately the avodah is possible because either the individual is not in the right, either it's not the right individual, like a zar, or the kohen himself is not in the right state. Even if it's small, plus what happens if Kabbalah was done with the left hand, and he did Kabbalah, he received it with his left hand. Puzzle, ultimately again, this is puzzle. Reb Shimon says no, it's kosher. Good. So let's say, so you can see from this Mishnah, there's a lot of exciting gemaras ahead of us over here because there's a lot of fascinating details in all of this. But again, focus on what invalidates Kabbalah. Says the Gemara. We're going to go through the list one by one. Zar. How do you know that if a non-Kohen does Kabbalah, ultimately again, it is puzzle. It's kind of maybe. Daber al Aaron ve'al Bonav Limor. The Yinazru Mikache B'nei Yisrael. Now, I want to say the truth is, love dafka that the Gemara is just talking about Kabbalah, just in general. The Gemara is asking over years, from where do we know that halach? For my son, a non-Kohen is not allowed to do a hold-up. The Pasuk says, speak to Aaron and his sons, saying, the Yinazru Mikache B'nei Yisrael. Now, by Yinazru, they should remove themselves, just like a Nazir is removed from wine and grapes. By Nazir, they should remove themselves from Kacheh B'nei Yisrael. Now, the context over here, Rashi points out, is Tumah, and saying that really, again, Kohanim cannot operate in a state of Tumah. But this phrase, the Nazir and Kacheh B'nei Yisrael, ultimately, again, seems to be prohibiting something else. The Ubi Mai, coming to who is supposed to stay away from the Avodah? Who is that? Ilim or Ubi Noshim. If you want to say it's talking about women, carbon nashim and tumah, would you have a havanim that the carbon of a woman could be offered up in Torah? I will read you that he's come to exclude idolaters. Hashtag sits woman. But again, I will say it's the tzitz. Now, in general, we saw this back in our is a little bit apples. There's always a little bit that the tzitz is melatza. That ultimately, again, remember the tzitz refers to the plate that the Kohen Gadol wears on his forehead that says Kodesh Lashem. That tzitz has Shavuos days. That tzitz has the ability to go ahead and I can pretty much say any Masechta, you guys will just nod. Thank you for being so agreeable. Right? So as you call this daf base, right? So the tzitz, remember, so the tzitz is the plate that the Kohen Gadol wears on his head that says Kodesh Lashem. The act of just wearing that tzitz by definition for certain things, specifically for certain parts of sacrificial service which were done in a state of ritual impurity. So that only works ultimately again for Jews. If an Akum did something, ultimately again, it doesn't affect the Kohen for that. Don't matter. The whole thing will come down to showing they raise it, no words up, right? By ultimately again, by all the common something was done to show you what remains here, the tzitz does not help. Therefore, the Tumah God, would you have a having that ultimately again at that after we could offer up something in the state of Tumah. Allah can come out. Especially what's going to exclude. Allah can come out. So you not make Kacheh B'nei Yisrael. Kolo Yichavaru. Or really what it means is, ultimately, again, those who are in a state of tumah, ultimately have to be careful to stay away from anything sacrificial in nature. B'nei Yisrael below Yichavaru.
All the people gathered in Jerusalem.
Furthermore, again, B'nai Yisrael, non-Kohanim cannot get involved in the Avodah, or if they do, ultimately, again, they pray. So they'll say, here is the proof that a zar is not permitted to get involved in any part of the sacrificial rites. And by the way, we know that shechita is ksher of the zar, but as the Gemara introduced to yesterday or the day before, it's actually pretty dramatic. The Gemara says that shechita is actually not an avodah, which sounds totally counterintuitive. But again, those two things have to be true. In order for a zar to do shechita can't be an avodah, because if shechita is an avodah, it must be done by a kohen. But again, I will say, it's putting a comma in this statement. Those who are coming after remain always stay away from kachim. B'nei Yisrael below Yichavaru. B'nei Yisrael Zorin, Azar, non-Kohanim can't get it. Otherwise they profane it. But the B'nei Yisrael, so in B'nei Yisrael, they learned out this idea that Azar came to the Avodah. They learned it out from a Kalvachomer, from a Balmon. Balmon refers to a blemished Kohen. What's the Kavachomer? Not Balmum Shalko, a Balmum. Now, interestingly enough, a picture of Balmum, while he's not permitted to do Avoda, he's allowed to eat from Karbanos. It's not to eat. So not Balmum Shalko. So Balmum is allowed to eat Karbanos. In Abba Chino, if he does the Avoda, he profanes it. That's a plus. If he does the Avoda, he profanes it. Rashi says, so again, so a Balmum is allowed to eat Karbanos if he profanes the type of Kazayim. Zar, She'ino Ochal, Eino Din Shem Abba Chilo. So Zar, not really these Karbanos, right, in general. Again, Rashi points out Kachei Kadoshim. Obviously, Kachei Kalim, like Shlomin, so Zar and Kohen does get a portion of that. But in Kachei Kadoshim, ultimately, again, Zar does not eat. So if a Zar is not allowed to eat, then of course it goes without saying that it was. If he does the Avodah, he's going to profane it. So mercy, one second, comparison not necessarily good. Mama Bahom Shekin, Okshekin, Asabo, Shabakin, Asabo, Karab, Nakir. Balmum is different. Because what's unique about Balmum? The invalidation of Balmum applies to both the Kohen and the Karban. Interesting, right? If the Kohen has a mum, he can't go ahead and do the Avodah. If the Karban has a mum, ultimately it can't be offered. So perhaps it's no type of status. Tell me, well, tell me what happens with Tamei. Again, by a Tamei, a Kohen who's Tamei is not allowed to do the Avodah, and if he does so, he profanes it. But yet that designation does not apply to the animal itself. Not a Tamei Shekin, the Tamei is different. Like if someone who's Tamei has the ability to convey that state to someone else. So we come back to Balmum. Here's the problem. Remember again, just to keep our eye on the ball. What are we trying to figure out? We're trying to figure out another source for the fact that a Zar isn't allowed to do the Avodah. So we already exhausted one of them. So now the just saying the Rabbi Schwalz if that's in the Kavachomer is ultimately into a Balmum. If a Balmum who's allowed to eat from Karbanos is not allowed to do the Avodah, and if he does so, the Avodah is invalid, then all the more so a Zar who is not permitted to eat from Karbanos. Because if he does the Avodah is invalid. That's the Gemara says. The reality is, again, these things are not totally similar. So what is the common denominator? Ultimately, again, they are prohibited from doing the Avodah. And if they do the Avodah, ultimately, again, they profane it, i.e., it's invalid. So I could also include a Zar in here. I could also include a non-Kohen, because he satisfies his common denominator as well. He is not allowed to do the Avodah, as we discussed. And if he does so, ultimately, again, he invalidates the Avodah. Incredible. Exactly. I mean, no one's the Musar. But from where the Kavachomer presupposes that a Zar is not allowed to do the Avodah. Where do you know that from? Where do you know that a Zar is not allowed to do the Avodah? So the says, Nazru. So again, if you want to go back to what we just quoted before, the Nazru B'nei Yisrael, the Nazru Mekachei, B'nei Yisrael, if that's the case, that's the puzzle we just quoted before. If that's the case, we will make Sidney. And once you don't need this whole Kavachomer. Why not? Because then pretty much it's explicit in the pasuk that the Zar is not allowed to do the Avodah, and if he does so, he profanes it, i.e. invalidates it. So your whole Kavachomer is unnecessary. The Zar lo yikra aleichem. Rather, the Gemara says it must be learned out from the pasuk of the Zar lo yikra aleichem. So the Zar literally again shall not come close to you. The Gemara says, okay. Even the Mifrach, but still going back to the Kavachomer, we can ask, very interesting, maybe the common denominator amongst the cases quoted before is that they are not permitted to go ahead and serve on a bama. Rashi says, look at Rashi, it's in the short lines, about 6 lines in. The bama so we're talking about what's remember we mentioned this yesterday as well. There's what's called the bama srek and the bama vigola. So bama vigola was a bama, right, which was an altar that was used for communal sacrifice. This is talking about outside of the Mishkan, outside of the streets of Jerusalem. Bama siyach. What's the bama you have in the backyard? Your own private bama. So Rashi points out over here, but bama siyach is the shash etra bamas, this is not that class. So הזמן והנוסר והקלט, שווים בזה. וברי סתניה Allah דברים ששב ספר מכתב במגידולו, דן מתן פגו ומולים, כלומר בזר שקשר בבמה. So once here's this interesting. A zar, right? A zar ultimately again is permitted by a baba, right? The zar is permitted to offer by a baba. Yet interestingly enough, these other individuals are not. So perhaps that's the distinction. Which the Gemara says, "Lo, ima tama yokia," because tama yokia that ela ima owning yokia. I give it owning. Now the owning chikin asu the nicer. Owning is different. Why? Because in owning ultimately is permitted to consume nicer. But mumi yokia, and once again the Gemara says the Fajr again. Lori Zechariah, that's our Shabbat Shabbat Shoni's Harim. So again, we'll see. Come full circle. Come denominator ultimately again is that all of these individuals are precluded from doing the avodah, and if they do so, ultimately again the avodah is invalid. Therefore, I will come to include a zar who is not permitted to do the avodah, and if he does so, the avodah is invalid. So again, the Gemara is doing is creating essentially like a paradigm or a principle. And the principle is anytime someone is not permitted to do the avodah, if they do so, ultimately the avodah is invalid. So I will include zar in that same category as well. Harkonami, so the Gemara says litro, ma'ala tala shabbat shabbat, shekino putra b'bama. But once again, why can't I go ahead and ultimately say that maybe the common denominator of these cases, besides the zar, is that you're not permitted to offer up an abama. Yet a zar is permitted to offer up by abama. Maskif lo rav sma really do rabba. How do you know? How do I know that an owner is not permitted to offer up an abama? Maybe an owner is permitted to offer up an abama. The Mishanshi Amar Asim Kabbalah Yoshi. So Mishanshi says, okay, so that rejected that really word. But Mishanshi comes along and says, you can bring a Kabbalah from Yoshi. Now again, I will say, so just understand. Still same topic. So you want to still focused on how do I know that if a zar, right? The Mishnah told me that if a zar does the avodah, specifically Kabbalah, ultimately again the Kabbalah is invalid. So if we globalize this, if a zar does avodah, ultimately again the avodah is invalid. All we're asking now is how do we know that? So the first approach was Mark quoted a pasuk. Second approach to be that Yishmael trying to figure out a Kabbalah, which is trying to figure out what the Kabbalah is. So Mishanshi, I'm going to ask the Kabbalah from Yoshi. So Mishanshi, he brings the Kabbalah from Yoshi. What's the case of Yoshi? Yoshi is the case of a Kohen who is sitting during the avodah. Apparently, if you sit while doing the avodah, ultimately again the avodah is invalidated. Says the Gemara, my Yoshev Shalka, in Avad Kila. Now again, I will say, remember again, Yoshev Kili, what does this mean? You're allowed to eat Kabbalah while sitting. Right? So in other words, even if a Kohen is sitting, he's allowed to eat Kabbalah. So again, if he does the avodah while in a state of sitting, the avodah is invalidated. Zar she'ino ochel. A zar is not allowed to eat kachei kadoshim, right? High sanctity kabbalos under any circumstances, right? And eat enodin shel avad kilo. Certainly, if he does the avodah is profane. The avodah is invalid. So we'll say that's the Kabbalah. That's the Kabbalah. If Yoshev, a Kohen who's sitting, could eat kabbalos, but if he does the avodah whilst sitting, the avodah is invalidated, then certainly a zar is not allowed to eat under any circumstances. If he does the avodah will be invalidated. Says the Gemara. 1 second. Now the Yoshev shekin pasal le'edos. Interesting. Well, you can't easily bring a ride from Yoshev. Why not? Because Yoshev sitting has its own set of scriptures even outside of Avodah. Namely what? But ultimately, again, a witness who is sitting is not permitted to give Eidos. We saw this in our Makkah's days. Ultimately, again, that someone going ahead and giving Eidos has to go to Rashi says that she can hustle Eidos almost right across. And Rashi, Gamir Misach Shulas, La'amdu Shnei HaNashim, Ube'edim HaKasam Megaber. Shmuel says, Amdu Shnei HaNashim, Pasuk says, the two people will stand. So you see there that Eidos has to be given in a standing way.
listen to the
So
words
much
of my
now
servant
you're
the
just
prophets.
they
I will
just
render this
you
house
shall
and its
come
habitations like
no,
Shiloh
it's not
before
true because when
Shiloh
Table comes
Shiloh which has been destroyed.
he's allowed
I
to
will make
sit.
this city a curse to all
Rashi
nations
says
of the
over
earth.
Mashani Yusha Tan
The false prophets indulge in prophecies and priests read these words. They seized their meal, they rested it. They wanted to kill him.
Therefore, again,
Yet he wasn't
the point
afraid.
where the Gemara is saying is it's not
And he
true,
declared
that
that
exclusive
God had
rule
sent him as
that
a messenger
Eagles
to
has
bend
to be
for the
given
people to bend
sitting
their
down.
ways.
We see examples of where Eagles
And
allowed
Yumi
to
says,
go out and
as for
sit.
me, I am in your
First, the
hands.
Gemara says,
But know that if you
Ma
put me to death, you shall bring innocent
Mashim
blood upon yourselves and upon the city, upon its inhabitants.
Come Chacham is an exception. In general, general category of sitting is one ultimately again that is problematic by testimony. So therefore, again, the Gemara said, the Gemara answers up Shen Yoshi Lo Par. Okay, so however, the title here is not going to bring up, is not going to explain the Kavachomer based on a category of yeshiva. Things are all part of. And if ultimately, again, you want to see, you would ask it based on the fact that that's categorically Yoshi is excluded from Eidos. Asya Miyoshe Unichad Nehana. You learn out Zar from Yoshe, and what are the other cases? How do we know, by the way, that a Yoshi is kasher by Bama? Like, let's say again, whoever's offering on the Bama, if you do it sitting, ultimately we have all this still going to be kasher. For which the Gemara says, the pasuk says to stand before Hashem and to serve Him. Talking about the Beis Hamikdash, the Mishkan. So what do you see from here? You only require Amida when it's with Hashem. When it's with Hashem, but ultimately again, if it's not with Hashem, i.e. on a Bama, ultimately again, you don't need Amida. Okay, incredible. So we'll say, so it turns out that essentially what the Gemara does over here is, here's the good news. Everyone is agreeing that a Zar is not permitted to go ahead and do the Avodah. And if he does so, ultimately the Avodah is invalid. Where do I know that from? First approach, Apostle, the Nazru Mikache, the Yisrael Yikalu, but the Nazru Mikache, the Kohanim who are to make, have to stay away from Kavanos. And if a Ben Yisrael, i.e. a Zar does it, he makes it fluid without it. Second approach, trying to get a Yishmael, ultimately they're going to have to Makavanos. Which exact Kavachomer, that's a Machlokas, but the Kavachomer creates a principle. What's the principle? Anytime someone is precluded from doing the Avodah is invalidated. So to a Zar who is prohibited to do the Avodah, if he does so, the Avodah is invalidated. So that's the, everyone agrees on the conclusion, one of two sources for that conclusion. Next, Onein. So let's remember again, who's the Onein? So the Onein ultimately again is the individual. Remember, Aminos, for our purposes, means specifically the state of mourning, death and burial. Now, again, we'll go with that approach over here, although in general sense in Halacha or in Gemara, Onein could also just mean general Avelos, but for our purposes, let's just keep with the more specific definition of a very between death and burial. So again, a Kohen is not permitted to go ahead and serve as an Onein. If he's an Onein, he can't do the Avodah. Now, there's one exception to that rule, which is Kohen Gadol. Kohen Gadol is not the Onein. Kohen Gadol does the Avodah even in a state of Aminus. The Gemara says as follows. You know what? So from where do I know? So really, again, I will say, what the Gemara is asking the Nolan is, Nolan means, how do I know that if a Kohen who's an Onein does the Avodah is invalid? Where do I know that from? The Pasuk talks about the Kohen Gadol. The Kohen Gadol says that the Kohen Gadol should not leave the Mikdash, should not profane. Now, the way the one is understanding it is the Kohen Gadol should not leave the Beis Hamikdash, and therefore what? What is he doing? He's going to do the Avodah, and when he does the Avodah, he doesn't profane Avodah, because his sacred, even in the state of Aminus. But what can you infer from that? But another Kohen who in a state of Aminus didn't leave, but instead remained in the Mikdash, ultimately what? Pila. That's profane Avodah. So the Gemara is bringing out the fact that the Kohen Gadol has an obligation to be makriv Onein, to do the Avodah when he's an Onein, and if he does so, If he doesn't do so, if he leaves, that tells me that the other Kohanim aren't allowed to do the avodah when in the state of Aninus, and if they do so, they do profane the avodah. The Lord's on the Hafam. So that's our first approach. The Lord's going to bring the difference up. Hey, Nikrivu, others say the sources in Parshas Achremos after the death of Nadav and Abihu. So we'll say so. There's a whole discussion over here because one of the Aaron said to burn, fully burn one of the kabbalas, and Aaron says to Moshe, "Hey Nikrivu, did my sons offer up the carbon? I need it crafty. I offered it." Aaron says. So what you see from here is, Moshe Rabbeinu was upset that the carbon was burnt. Aaron said, "I made the decision to burn it." So again, we'll get into this more in just a moment. And Aaron said, I'm going to offer it. Now let's say that interestingly enough, it's only because Aaron offered it that Moshe Rabbeinu was surprised that it was burnt. What can you see from here? Had one of Aaron's sons, a regular Kohen, offered it, then Moshe would have agreed that the carbon should have been burnt. Why? Because it would have been invalid. Why would it have been invalid? Because the sons were owning it. And regular Kohanim who are in state of Aninus cannot do the avodah. Incredible. The Elazar, my time will Omar me, Mikdash Lo Yetzei. Why does Elazar use this last passage? Why doesn't he learn it after Mina Mikdash Lo Yetzei? Amar Lecha, Miksiv Ha'akash Lo Yatzachilo. Does the passage say that if someone other than the plain level did it, he pertained to avodah? It doesn't say that. It doesn't say it. You're inferring it. The doesn't say it. The other opinion, my time alone Amar Mehenekrivu, and why doesn't the other opinion? Learn it out from Henekrivu. Kasavar Mipnei Tuma Nisrashah. Very interesting. He knows that by Parshas Achremos, the reason why the carbon was burnt in the aftermath of death of Nadav and Abihu had nothing to do with Aminos. The reason it was burned was because it was coming. Somehow it had become coming. That's why it was burned. So we'll say, so now once again, so we'll see Shiva and Dimo over here. The Beit Yishmael is constantly trying to learn out these halachas on the Kavachomer. Because the Psukim, and one thing we have to acknowledge is, the Psukim are not explicit in this context. Because they're not explicit, the Beit Yishmael kind of just lapses back to a Kavachomer. So therefore, what's the Kavachomer? What's the Kavachomer that says that owning, if because the avodah, ultimately the avodah is profane, it's invalid. So that's what it says. What's Kavachomer? What's like? On the days. Shochel im Abad Philo. Once again, a Balmum is allowed to go ahead and eat Kavadas, but yet that same Balmum, if he does the Avodah, he invalidates it. Again, a Balmum is considered to be on a higher level because he at least has a license to eat. So he's allowed to eat, but yet if he does the Avodah is profane. Only in Ochel, or only who is not permitted to eat in kosher kadashim, and din shim abatino, and it goes without saying that what? That if he did the avodah, he certainly profanes it. That's the Kavachomer. One second. This is a repeat of the previous conversation. Bring that from Balmum. Balmum is a different category. Why? Because Balmum has only invalidation where the invalidation applies to both what? Offering and offerer. Right, yeah. And in other words, it applies both, right, as well as to the carbon. In other words, if the coin is blemished again to the avodah, if the carbon is blemished, you can bring it as an offering. So the Gemara says, Zar Yochia. So bring a raya from Zar. Right, because we'll remember again that Zar, the Gemara says, is not allowed to eat, and ultimately, again, if he does the avodah, it's invalid. Say the same thing by no name, to which the Gemara says, Maluzar Shekin Eno Takona. This is giving her from Zara, but why I will say, being a Zar is a non-rectifiable status. So what is Zar? Always a Zar. What's a Zar? Always a Zar. That's different, by the way, than, let's say, Onen. Right? Onen ultimately, again, is an episodic status and is going to change. Balmum, so we'll go back to Balmum. Balmum that can serve as a raya. Why? Because Balmum is unique that it applies both to the offering and the offerer. But those are games. Lori Zechary is there, the Lori Zechary is there. So we have, these cases are exactly comparable. But what's the common denominator? All of these people are not allowed to do the avodah. Right? That's the common denominator. V'im avdu, and if they did do the avodah, chilalu. The avodah is compromised and invalid. Therefore, we'll say that's the principle. Right, common denominator amongst all of these individuals is they're not allowed to do the avodah, and if they did so, the avodah is invalid. Ani of the onen, so too I will go ahead and I will bring an onen. I'll include onen. Shemosar, right? An onen is not allowed to do the avodah, and if he does so, in avad, and if he did do the avodah, ultimately again, the avodah is going to be compromised. Okay, now what's the Rabbi asks? That sounds good. From where do I know that an onen is not allowed to do the avodah? So let's say, here's what I want to point out. Our Mishnah says that if we did the avodah ultimately again is invalid. And I'm saying is just in general, from where do I know that an onen is not allowed to do the avodah? Where does that information come from? So we must take a musaf. So if you want to learn from the pasuk I mentioned before, which again is referring to the Kohen Gadol, and saying the Kohen Gadol does not leave the Mikdash even in a state of anidos, and therefore you're going to infer from there it's a Kohen Gadol who doesn't leave, a Kohen Gadol who's not Rivone, but a regular Kohen is not Rivone. Okay, that's really what happens. Here's the issue: the Gufek Sidbei. They're both saying, I don't need this whole Kabbalah. Because now I can just learn out from the pasuk itself that the avodah is invalidated. I don't know how Kabbalah. Hello, mehei mehekri l'kasar. Or again, rather you're going to learn out from the pasuk from the exchange between Aaron and Moshe in the aftermath of the death of Nadav and Abihu. Where Aaron says to Moshe, "You think it's Elazar and Tamar who offered it? My sons, no, I offered it. What do you see from here? You see from here, Aaron was saying, I'm allowed to offer it. And ultimately, again, I decided to burn the kasavar, mipnei aninos nisracha. And what happened? They're all saying, what happened? Why did Aaron burn the carbon? If he's the Kohen Gadol, and he's allowed to offer it in a state of aninos, then ultimately, again, why did he burn it afterwards? To which the answer to that is, Aaron felt he had, as a Kohen, license to offer the carbon, but he felt in a state of aninos, he should not consume the carbon. So he offered it, and then after offering it, fully burnt it on the mizbeach. But the reason he did that was because of aninos. So what's the one? So ultimately again, but here's the problem, you can ask on the Kabbalah. In a lot of these cases, ultimately, there is no permitted paradigm, or there's no permitted case in these categories. Look at Rashi's. Rashi's right across. So it's interesting enough in the case of Zar, in the case of Balmum, there's no exceptions to that rule. Right? It's usher. Onen, interestingly enough, there is an exception to the rule of Onen. Who's the exception to the rule of Onen? Kohen Gadol. So perhaps you can't go and make this Kabbalah. Tame Yochia. Rabbi says, what about Tame? Tame will prove ultimately again, because halacha l'maisa, Tame also has an exception. As we're going to see, what's the exception of Tame? Tame is permitted in case of what we'll call carbon sibur. I will say that by halacha l'maisa, we'll talk about this. That if actually we saw this really a little bit in Harius also, that halacha l'maisa, if you have the majority of the sibur on the stage of tumah, that allows for the offering of certain communal kavanos. So there is a permitted case of tamei. Yet the halacha is that someone whose tamei is not permitted to do a carbon, and if he does so, it's invalid. So the tamei should came with tamei. You can't bring a raya from tamei. Why? Because it was unique in what sense? Someone whose tamei has the ability to communicate that status to someone else. Which the Gemara says. I don't feel beautiful. Because I didn't, okay, so they want to say, where I keep explaining in circles a little bit, that none of these cases are fully compatible to one another. But what is the Tzala Shala Shalahan? Shemusar. But we keep coming back to the common denominator. And the common denominator holds constant. What is the common denominator? That any case where halacha l'maisa, you're not allowed to do the avodah. If you did the avodah, what happens? It's invalid. So too, I will include onen, where halacha l'maisa, again, we've established the onen is not allowed to do the avodah. extension, Tzad Hashem is common denominator says that if he did so, ultimately again it's usher. I will throw. Now let's Tzad Hashem Shechin of which room with Allah. Eitz al Kohen Gadol, the carbon rocket. The common denominator is in all of these cases, right? There is no permitted case ultimately again by a Kohen Gadol. By individual carbon. The Gemara says Shem Tumah Mia Ishtar. But again, Tumah is different, right? Because Tumah is permitted where in the case of carbon. Sipur. But Mashar Shi'amar Asibakava Homer Miyosh. So Mashar switches gears a little bit. Mashar says like this. Let's learn it out. From a Kava Homer, from Yoshet. Many of us is Yoshet. Kohen who is sitting and does the avodah. What's halacha by Yoshet? My Yoshet she'okal. Now again, a Kohen who's sitting is permitted to eat kachek kadoshim. And yet, what's the halacha? In avodah chila, he does the avodah while sitting. Ultimately, the sitting is the avodah is chulin, is profane, is invalid. Therefore, onein she'ino okal in the division of who is not permitted to eat, not permitted to touch kadoshim. So if he does the avodah is going to be invalid. That's the kavachomer, Yoshet. First, 1 second. Umali Yoshet, she came past later. So also, this is the same conversation we had before. 1 second. Can't bring a ride from Yoshet. Why? Because Yoshet as a category, ultimately again is excluded from other things. For example, testimony. Two people will stand, so you can't have someone who is sitting, going in and giving testimony. No, that's not true. In this case, there comes Chacham who can give testimony even while sitting. No, but here's the difference. Yoshet as a category is excluded from Avis. You're right, you have an exception as a Chacham, but categorically it is excluded. In which the Gemara says, Shem Yoshet, she gave us like this. Shem Yoshet lo para. Okay, so the Tana's not talking about categorical things, it's not specific cases. And things lo para. And if you want to say that he does bring up a raya ultimately again from Yoshet, or does ask based on a categorical exclusion, ask from Yoshet or Mechad Mehana. You can go ahead and learn out the case of Zar from Yoshet and one of the other cases. Okay, so we'll say, so bottom line, once again, good news. What's the good news? Everyone agrees. Does everyone agree on that a Zar is not allowed to do the avodah, and if he does so, the avodah is invalid. Where do we know this from? One of three possibilities. Possibility one is in Torah's general discussion about Aninus by a Kohen, right by Kohen Gadol. Kohen Gadol does it even while the Orei tells me that a regular Kohen cannot. Possibility two, the pasuk where it has the exchange between Moshe and Aaron saying, I offer this as the Kohen Gadol and therefore it is permitted, which tells me that a regular Kohen can't go in a certain state of Aninus. But possibility number three, the data Nishmal a Kavachomer which creates a Mamatzinu, which creates essentially a paradigm, and the paradigm says anytime you're not allowed to go ahead and do the avodah, if he did so, it is profane. So to an onen who's not allowed to do the avodah, if he does so, it's profane. So again, everyone is agreeing on the outcome. Three different possibilities as to what the source is. Incredible. Next, onen possible. You must only pass over Moshe and so it's now we're still on the same topic of Anidos. You want to just drill down on this a little bit more. You might says Rabbi, I only know that this is true in a case of a carbon yacht, right? In case of an individual carbon. About carbon Sibor Miratz, but we'll say an owning who does. So when do we say that an owning ultimately again is Asar? That's only in the case of a carbon yacht. But in the case of carbon Sibor Kamula offering, ultimately, again, the opening is permitted. Where do I know this from? Kavachomer mituma. Kavachomer from tuma. What's the kavachomer? Man tuma shlo butcha michlala eitza kohen gadol. Right, the carbon docket. Butcha eitza. So again, so by tuma, let's just give you some. We're going to stop over here for today. So when it comes to tuma, which ultimately again is not permitted by a kohen gadol, by a carbon yacht, which means there is no license for a kohen gadol to do any avodah in a state of tuma whenever it comes to those sacrifices. Yet, Hutra Eitzel Hegyot the carbon Sibur. Yeah, they both say when it comes to Kavan Tzibor communal offerings, Tuma Hutra B'Tzibor, which means when 51% of Klal Yisrael is coming, ultimately the laws are suspended, even for a regular individual, right? Even not just for a Klal, but even just for a hedgehog. Therefore, Aninos Shehutra Michlala, Eitzel Kohen Gadol B'Kavan Yochid, Aninos, which is permitted for a Kohen Gadol, even by personal sacrifices. Certainly, ultimately, again, should be permitted by a Kohen Hedyot by Kavan Tzibor. So, so if ultimately, again, if the laws of Ani allow or are suspended by a Kohen Gadol, even for a private carbon, then alachas kama v'kama, the laws of Aninos are ultimately suspended for a Kohen Hedyot by a Kavan Tzibor. So we'll stop over for today. We'll pick up in Yas Hashem with this, the rest of this Kabbalah tomorrow. Flesh this out a little bit more. Shkoyach.
The people
Sorry.
in Babylon were taken into slavery.
Jerry, you normally have the best background, but today's about to be. Sorry, I'm assuming it's not a screen saver. That's the real thing. Yes, that's but not just at the wall, the whole thing. Arguments are a great thing.
They were ordered by their captors to sing those songs, and they say, we sing God's holy songs in this foreign land and foreign idols. Some of the Levites cut off their fingers, they will cut off their thumbs, so they weren't able to play the music. And they swore to never forget Jerusalem, to never forget famous words. Why did it happen? Why did it happen? And was there a silver lining?
Arjun, we'll say good morning. Let us begin.
On its face,
Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Should thank our commentator sponsors for Tishrei.
although it's hard to imagine.
The only thing come with the dedicated ownership.
The Beis HaMikdash had stood in one place.
When Joshua's month, salvation of safety and seeking.
It was a beacon, it was a divine, it was a beacon of divine
So the same was levels for all of Am Yisrael. Nathan Harry Smith, who is host of the entire Kira Week of Learning sponsors, Alan and Shumai, the creation of the Yertzes of their grandparents and uncles, Avram ben Yaakov Achoni, Basha, Bas Chaim, Yitzchak ben Yaakov Achoni, Fega Bas Avram Achoni, Hirsch ben Avram Achoni, Mordechai ben Avram Achoni, Zichron Lebracha, Richard and Judy Newbelman, Le'iloi Nishmas Martin Schwartz, a long-time mentor pillar here at the shul whose Levaya is this morning, Mechol Nachman ben Lochem Zichron Lebracha, Yoker Mer Bar Zora, all of the Neshamas Nachali, the families in Nechama, all those who need to flush have and give a whole holy
Sure enough, 7 years after the
bring
destruction,
home all of our hostages, allow our holy souls to be stressed in the Choma Seyedin, which should truly be the bench to give the souls for most of Israel. Both says we have a lot to continue to take our Hashem. Today's got this test of 15. We are taking up in Eretz Hashem Tashma on Udan News 14b, 6 lines up from the bottom. So remember again, the Rav was asking a fundamental question. The Rav was asking, Halacha Shelo B'Regel. What happens if Halacha L'Maisa, there is Halacha without moving your feet? What does this mean? Remember again, one of the Avodos is Halacha, which means after the blood is received in the utensil, ultimately again it is taken over from there. What happens if Halacha L'Maisa? That Halacha is done without moving your feet, just merely extending your hand. Is that called Halacha or not? That was our question. The one is Tashma. Shapat Yisrael B'Kibar Chakoin. So he saw Shechta B'Yamon, and according to Kabbalah, Nostal L'Chavero, the Chavero L'Chavero. So it's interestingly enough, the Gemara is actually describing over here what happened by Karban Pesach. Essentially, by Karban Pesach, there would be like an assembly line. Somebody would check the Karban Pesach, and they would hand it from Kohen to Kohen to Kohen to Kohen. Ultimately, to do this Rika. So what do you see from here? You see from here, now obviously, Pashat Shot is that no one's moving. Rather, what are they doing? They're handing the blood one to the other along an assembly line. Along an assembly line. So the Gemara says, you see from here, the halacha, you got a halacha, Shelo B'Regel, But again, halacha just simply done by extending the hand is enough, which is maybe not hasam nami b'nai b'chorta. It's possible even as the Kohanim was standing on the assembly line, perhaps they moved a little bit. They moved a little bit, so my kamashmalan. So therefore, if that's the case, well, what exactly is going to teach me? The Rothschild had this mala. This is very beautiful. Let's set this up. Why? Because the more kohanim that you can have, more kohanim, or the more people that you can have involved in a sacrificial rites process, the greater kavod comes from. So therefore, again, you act having like a line of kohanim, with each person kind of carrying the utensil along, was a tremendous kavod comes from. But again, not a raya, not a proof ultimately again to our questions. Therefore, our question is still outstanding. What is the status of halacha of shalom beregel, moving or taking the blood to the mizbeach? The first riga, without moving your feet, simple extension of the hand. Does that count as halacha or not? So itmar, I'm sorry. So Tachma, Kiva HaKohen, the Nasal Apostle. So it's an interesting case over here. Sorry, Kiva HaKosher, the Nasal Apostle. So it's an interesting case over here. So let's say a Kohen, right? Literally kosher. So someone who is fit for halacha. Because remember, we established in yesterday's daf that halacha must be done by a Kohen. It is one of the primary forms of one of the sacrificial rites, and therefore requires a Kohen. So now the Gemara says, what is the halacha? So let's say the Kohen did Kabbalah, but right, he received it, and then he gave it to someone who's apostle. He gave it to Yisrael. So now what's the halacha? Yaksir l'kasher. The Yisrael has to go ahead and give it back to the Kohen. Now look at Rashi for just a moment. Yaksir l'kasher. Rashi says, "Reshinas lolo bashmoina tartiba. Chadot lo mifsal b'mayda afsekei basol. Bashmoina v'zed halacha zu sha'asa kasher shlo b'rayda shoshita basol shahayo omei b'sara mizbeach lo nasis be'aksher lo shma halacha." Now let's say the way the Gemara is understanding this case over is as follows: that what's happening? Kohen is holding the blood, gives it, he extends it ultimately again to the kasher, to the apostle, excuse me. So the Gemara is learning two things. Number one, that act of the Kohen extending it to the apostle does not invalidate the halacha. And when the apostle goes ahead and gives it back to the Kohen, ostensibly by extending his hand, ultimately that is not an invalidation of the avodah as well. So both of these inferences point in the same direction, namely that halacha l'maisa, halacha shalom beregel is not halacha, right? Or halacha just of extending your hand is not the halacha. To which the Gemara says, maybe not. Ima yachzer hakasher yikabla. Rashi says, or maybe even something else. L'tzara mizbeach yikabla b'yidlana miyad apostle, the halacha is kasher kama kshila. Maybe not. I will say maybe ultimately again what it means is that the Kohen has to receive it back, and ultimately again do the halacha again, this time on his own. So in other words, it does not necessarily point in any particular direction. To which the Gemara says, "Ikmar lo ula itmar amu ula Rabbi Yochanan ula sidin Rabbi Yochanan halacha shelo b'regel lo shma halacha." So once this now ula comes along, ula issues a definitive ruling. And what is the definitive ruling? Halacha shelo b'regel, which means that halacha that is done, movement of the blood that is done simply by extending one's hands without moving one's feet is not considered to be the avodah of halacha. Now understand, this has two ramifications, right? Ramification number one is that if the Yisrael were to hold the blood, let's say, because remember again, we established in yesterday's daf, what could a Yisrael do in this whole process? What could he do? Might say it's the book, right? He could be a pillar. In other words, if let's say the Kohen checked the animal, right? The Kohen did the Kabbalah, right? He received it in the Kli, and then he gave it to the Yisrael. He said to the Yisrael, hold this. That's mutter. That's what the Yisrael could act just as a pillar. Now, Ula comes along and says, halacha shelo b'regel is not halacha. Therefore, what that means is, if the Yisrael is holding it, and the Yisrael extends his hand to give it to the Kohen, that's fine. That's not called halacha. Halacha is only called, ultimately, again, you actually move your feet. Good. So let's say, so by the way, there's a tremendous Musuhas illness also. What do you see from here? That the act of going ahead and extending your arm without moving your body is not considered to be movement. It's not movement, which is a tremendous lesson for this time of year. Tremendous lesson because one thing that we're all trying to work on in this time of year is movement. So a lot of times we talk about movement, we talk about change, we contemplate change, we plan change, we even begin to reach out in different ways for change. Change only occurs the moment that you move your body in totality, so to speak. Change only occurs ultimately when you move your entire self in a particular direction. It doesn't have to be far. Right? You don't have to take giant steps. Remember again, holacha is even a little baby step. Holacha is even a little something. But not moving your feet, not moving your body, stretching out your arms in all directions, that's not called holacha. If you want to affect change in life, change requires comprehensive, total movement. It doesn't have to be dramatic movement, but it does have to be some level of movement. Incredible. What was that top of Tesla? F Charlotte, the top now, Olo F Charlotte Kuno. So we'll say, here's an interesting shayla. So now, what happens if halacha l'maisa? There was an illegal halacha that was done. Illegal halacha. Can it be rectified or not? You can look at Rashi, Tap Rashi, Testah Dalit. So Esha Dakar Bein Sha'asa Zar Bein Sha'asa Kohen. I mean, the Ein Halacha Upsula. The Harnasis Shalot Yokasa. New Yishla Takana Lak, Zira Harav, Laks for the Holy Rega. Also, the Takana. So it says, here's something very interesting. Let's say a non-Kohen, a Yisrael, did halacha, right? So we could just frame this case. Kohen shechted the animal, received the blood, said to the Yisrael, hold this. Hey, that's mutter. Yisrael decides he's trying to help. What does he do? He starts walking towards the Mizbeach. Kohen says, hold up. So now, can the Kohen take the blood back from the Yisrael and essentially re-walk it? Can you fix the illegal act of halacha or not? Tashma. Ibarak kasha v'nasal apostle yaksur kasha. So if you want to quote the same verse we quoted before. So let's say again, if a Kohen did Kabbalah and then he gave it to a Yisrael. And then what happened? The Yisrael went ahead and began to move with it. So what's the halacha? Yaksur the kasha. So ultimately again, the apostle, the Yisrael should give it back to the Kohen. When he named the Yaksur HaKasha v'Kablana. And what's the Isa right now? Lo Afshar Dakna, if so like. And what's in the Pashtos, the fact that the apostle can hand it back to the kasher. Now, obviously, the understanding from that is then the kasher is going to finish off the avoda. What does that indicate to us? That it is rectifiable. That it, in a legal holacha, ultimately, again, is rectifiable. Which is when it says, hold on. Mi sabes the kai zag gavai, lo the kai zag right. So we'll say, no. Because remember, we think to ourselves, what's the case over here? Where the Kohen gave it to the Yisrael, and the Yisrael's in front of the Kohen, closer to the Mizbeach. To which the Gemara says, that's not the case. It's actually, where the Kohen is, where the non-Kohen, the Yisrael is behind the Kohen. So therefore, ultimately, again, when the Kohen gave it to the Yisrael, even if the Yisrael did a little bit of movement, the Yisrael actually did not bring it any closer to the Mizbeach. Maybe that's the case where an illegal holacha is rectifiable, because at the end of the day, the Yisrael's act didn't really do anything. Look at Rashi for just a moment. Rashi right across. Misabis the Kaizar Gavai, the Sad of Mizbeach, Shefir, Barishon, Barshatas, Lotzad Mizbeach. Do you think the Yisrael would stand closer to the Mizbeach? No. The Kaizar Rai. The kasher shows shita lo hechika min hamizbeach hilkach lab halacha havi lifsal. So it's incredible. The case over here is where the Kohen actually gave the Yisrael the blood, and the Yisrael standing behind the Kohen. So therefore, the act of the Kohen giving the Yisrael blood did not in any way bring the blood any closer to the mizbeach. Instead, what it did is it actually distanced it, and therefore it's not an act of halacha. Therefore, once the Kohen gets it back, we're good to go. So we'll say, but again, it doesn't address our core question. What's our core question? If an illegal halacha was done, is that rectifiable or not? say Itman, or as the Gemara says, Amar Ula, Amar Yochanan, halacha shelo b'regel psula. Okay, so remember again. That's just restating what we said before. Halacha shelo b'regel. So again, if you do halacha, ultimately again without moving your feet, that is psula. That's not level. The amal lo afshar tzkula. So we say, what do you see from here? That halacha l'maisa ultimately the lashon of hustle indicates to us that whenever you have an illegal halacha, ultimately you've compromised the avodah, right? Unable to go ahead and rectify it. So Eisir Nachman Ula, so Nachman B'Kasha to Ula, Nishbach Menakli ala Ritzbach, the Asfal Kashan. So I'll say here's an interesting case. So let's say again, so Kohen did Shrita, although again you understand, Kohen doesn't have to do Shrita, but Kohen did Shrita. Then Kohen received the blood in the Kli. The Kohen is taking the blood, remember in the Mosai, the Kohen is taking the blood in the utensil to the Mizbeach. When he gets to the Mizbeach, what is he going to do? Shrita, he's going to sprinkle it. As he's going ahead and taking the blood, what happens? He spills it. He spills the blood. So Gemara says, Nishbach menakli ala ritzbah ba'asfal. He collects the blood back up. Ultimately, again, it's kosher. Right? Don't cry over spilled blood. Right? So the Gemara says, so he goes ahead and he collects it up, and it's kosher. So let's say, so now listen to this. And the Gemara says, now, what does this have to do with our case? So let's say, now watch this. The Gemara is assuming over here that when he spills the blood, what by definition occurs? The blood goes in front of him. Right? When he's spilling it, it's going in front of him. So to a certain degree, what's happened? The blood has been moved, but in a non-typical halacha fashion. Yet, what does the Gemara say? That you can go ahead and collect the blood back up and resume. What does that seem to indicate to us? That an illegal halacha can be rectified. That's what the Gemara is doing with this case. An illegal halacha can be rectified. So the Gemara says, how come I ask, what's the case over here? Kishiyat salafotz. Rashi says over here, Kishiyat salafotz, kishenishbach, lo nispashit, l'sar mizbeach, ele nispashit, l'ara. But so maybe not. Maybe what it means is when the blood spills, it didn't spill in the direction of the mizbeach. Rather, where did it spill? Backwards, or to the side. Meaning that the act of spillage did not in any way move the blood any closer to the mizbeach. Because of that, it's not an illegal act of halacha. To which the Gemara says, come on, so is that possible, right? That you have such contained spillage that ultimately, again, it's going backwards, but it's not going forward. It's not generally how spillage works. To which the Gemara says, it can be, if we're talking about over here, let's say where the Kohen spilled, there was a slope. So therefore, by definition, the blood flowed back as opposed to forward. Could also be you're talking about a case where literally, again, the blood spilled into like the kuma literally means a pit, or rather, better stated, means like a depression in the ground. Or for that matter, we're talking about thicker blood, like a more like Jewish blood, where it didn't splatter everywhere, but rather, again, it's contained. To which the Gemara says, come on. So that's it. So you're telling me now that this entire branch is talking about such a narrow case of thick blood falling in a pit, in a depression, blood falling on a slant, the spillage only occurring in one direction, not multiple directions. It just seems like such a narrow case that the Bryce would be focusing on. Furthermore, that's which we mentioned in the other paragraph. Nishbach al haritzba ba'asfal pasal. Right? Ultimately, again, because it was said the Gemara has another rule, which is that if the blood falls on the floor and ultimately the coin collects it back up, ultimately it's possible. If that's the case, litlog v'didei, you could splice the case and analyze it on its own. How so? When is that so that the blood is possible? Only if the blood splattered ahead. But ultimately, if the blood splattered backwards, there was no illegal halacha. Ultimately, again, it's possible. To which the Gemara says, Tiyustan. Indeed, this is a refutation, ultimately, again, of Ula. So I'll say, so again. So it's interesting to note is, so the Gemara refutes Ula's statement, right? Ula said that halacha shalom beregel ultimately, again, is possible. Now, you might want to suggest that therefore this refutes Ula's position. We'll see exactly again halacha l'maisa how this figures into our greater context, right? So remember, we have Ula's statement of halacha shelo b'regel lo shma halacha, right? If you do halacha ultimately again, not with moving your feet, that's not called the halacha. The shaila is if you have an illegal halacha or an invalid halacha, can that be rectified? Can that be rectified or not? So that question doesn't seem to have been answered yet. That's still open-ended. Okay, so let's see. We're going to get to the Rambam today, Me'ez Hashem. Hikmah, halacha shel b'regel. Ultimately, if you have halacha shel b'regel, so the Gemara says, machlokes of Shimon v'Rabbanan. That's ultimately a machlokes of Shimon and the Rabbanan. So the Gemara says, b'halacha rabasi, b'kol amalo pligi b'psula. So what's very interesting. So halacha rabasi means like if there's a significant amount of halacha, or in a case where halacha is necessary because the kohen is not close enough to do zrika without the halacha, everyone agrees that I will call it an erroneous mind, an erroneous machshava will invalidate it, keep the heat. So ultimately, again, where do they have machlokas? Halacha zutrasi. But ultimately, again, I will call it the small halacha, relatively minor halacha. So the one says machkwa rabba. So the one says they laughed about this. They laughed about this statement in Eretz Yisrael because that distinction makes no sense. Because if that's true, so it says, what about a piece of kata salt? Now again, kata salt is a bird offering. As we're going to see over here, the way bird offerings work, and we'll get into all of this in Eretz Hashem, is they would shecht it right by the mizbeach. Right by the mizbeach. I remember by a bird, there was no formal Kabbalah. What ended up happening with the bird is they would chef the bird, and the bird itself, they would shake the bird and sprinkle the blood like that, right? As opposed to other Kabbalahs, let's say animal Kabbalahs, where they would receive the blood in the Kli, right? Kli Sharis, take the Kli to the Mizbeach, and then the Kohen would dip his finger and sprinkle the blood like that. The bird itself was shaken, right? It did zrika with the bird itself, sprinkle the blood onto the Mizbeach like that. So, how are we ever going to have a case of chata sa'uf, which will become invalidated ultimately again through an erroneous mindset? If you do it before the blood comes out, i.e. before shlita, so a machshava is not going to invalidate it. The basar did not become, and if it's after the blood came out already, it's abdul mitzvah. So ultimately, the mitzvah has already been performed. My kushna, dilma mi the parish va'adamat l'mizbeach. Maybe by chata sa'of, and again, both said we're going to spend time on chata sa'of as well. Maybe by chata sa'of, the invalidating part actually occurs between the time that you shake the bird, right, and the blood leaves the bird, to the time that it hits the mizbeach. Those, I don't know, whatever amount of milliseconds that is, maybe that's the time, that moment is where an illegal or an erroneous mindset, erroneous machshava can invalidate the carbon. The ha. So this is actually very interesting. The ha, listen to this. If the Kohen was sprinkling blood, and now watch this. The Kohen's hand was amputated before the blood hit the Mizbeach. So this is actually quite interesting. Right? In this case over here, what's unfolding is something fascinating. So the Kohen is going ahead and doing his rika, and at the time that the blood, so right, he sprinkles it, and then as it left his hand up before it hit the Mizbeach, his arm gets cut off. Now let's say, what does that matter? Because obviously matters to him, right? But Lamaisa, the other piece that's important to understand over here is once his arm gets cut off, he's a Baal Mol. So the shaila now is the avoda a valid avoda? When the blood left his hand, ultimately again he was a fully intact Kohen. Now, but yet by the time the blood hits the mizbeach, he is missing an arm. He's a Baal Mol. So the shaila is the avoda good or not? Va'amrei psula. And ultimately, again, he passed in that it is possible. My time of the hiza v'nasan ba'ina. This also is actually quite interesting because the lashon of the pasuk ultimately again is v'hiza. he will sprinkle the blood, the nasa across the mizbeach, and it will be placed on the mizbeach, which means that both the hazah, the sprinkling, and the nesina have to be done by the kohen. And by what kind of kohen? A kohen who is fit for the avoda. So fascinating. So the point was, why is being brought down over here? Because what do you see from here? What you see from here is something quite interesting, which is that halacha l'maisa, the avoda is only completed at the point that the blood hits the mizbeach, which then also tells us the same way that if the kohen becomes an amputee, between the time that the blood leaves his hand and hits the mizbeach, the avoda is invalidated. Still to if he sprinkles and then has an erroneous machshava, whatever, machshava psul for a different carbon, or machshava's pickle, ultimately again, that will invalidate the carbon, which is really quite interesting. So the Gemara says, this is what they laughed about. Who ultimately, again, do they not argue in the case of halacha rabasi, of a wrong halacha? So the Gemara says, I'm sorry. When they argued, ultimately again, they were arguing about a form of halacha, a real halacha. Everyone agrees that in the bowl called halacha rabasi. Halacha zutrasi, which means a small act of halacha that doesn't really require movement of feet. Everyone agrees that a machshava psula will not invalidate it. Keep the heat, halacha rabasi. Fine, holicha zar, get zero coin. The chazar of holicha. What's right about the parakis? And also, we're going to bring these all together. You're going to see the Rambam in just a few moments. We'll bring all these cases together. Holicha zar, get zero. Is a form of a kohen. And if a zar does it, if a non-kohen does it, it is possible. Now in this case, over here, the zar, the non-kohen did halacha. This zero kohen, the chagav alifo. The kohen takes the blood back and backs it up and rewalks it. Now both say, this seems to be the shaila that we had on the top of the amud of F Shalatakno. If an illegal halacha was done, can you rectify that? So that's what's happening in this case over here. Zar did the halacha, Kohen gets the blood back and rewalks it. So the Gemara says, so what's the halacha? So I'm not saying about Ashi. So the Divrei, I'm sorry. Second one, I will say. So Rabbi and Rabbi Yanai argued on this. They argued. So the Gemara says, Chad Amar kosher, the Chad Amar pasal. One said it's kosher, one said it's pasal. Mar Savar F Shalatok, no, Mar Savar F Shalatok, no. So we'll say, what is this machlokes based on? Very simple. Can you remedy an illegal act of halacha? That's the shayla. So one opinion says yes, one opinion says no. So we'll say, it really so incredible. Can you rectify an illegal halacha? So it's here, you understand like the Musar Haskell implications of that. You go in a wrong direction in life. Can you go ahead and rectify that wrongful movement? That also these are mamish tshuva gemaras. It's absolutely incredible. Now the good part is we don't know what the halacha l'maisa is. We definitely know what the hashkafa l'maisa is. Like that, even if you have an illegal halacha, you take your life in the wrong direction. The answer is unequivocally clear. Efshar l'tokno. You can always fix it. As the Rabbi says in Hilchos Tshuva, ad yom secha, until the day that you die, you can always fix illegal halacha. Again, karbanos, it remains to be seen. Life, unequivocal, yes. So the Gemara goes like that. Holicha kohen ve'exira v'chazir holicha zar. What about the reverse case? The kohen did halacha, and then a non-kohen went ahead and took it from him. Right? Ve'exira zar, ve'exira v'chazir holicha zar. And then the non-kohen did the halacha. So in case one, the zar did the halacha, kohen took it from him, and kohen redid the halacha. In case number two, kohen did the halacha, zar took it from him, and then zar rewalked it. So what's the halacha? To which the Gemara says very interesting. I'm not saying about Ashi, the Divrei HaMachshir puzzle. So let's say, so according to the opinion that says in the first case, ultimately again it's kosher, we'll say in the second case that it's puzzle, right? Because again, remember, essentially, in the first case, if you say that it's kosher, it's because you say the second halacha is the primary one. Well, if the second halacha is the primary one, then ultimately, again, the first case will be kosher, but the second case, the second one is when the halacha is desired, it'll be puzzle. But divrei aposel machshir, according to the one who says puzzle in the first case, ultimately, again, we'll say kosher in the second case. Because puzzle in the first case, he goes after the first act of halacha, not the second one. So in the first case, the first act of halacha was the zar. Second was the coin, therefore it's puzzle. But in the second case, first case was the coin, first halacha was the coin, second one was the zar, and therefore will be kosher. Rava says, Rava says as follows. Rava says, even according to the one who says that we go after the first halacha, ultimately again we'll agree that in the second case it's puzzle. My time, what's the reason? The hatzaref on the base, la'an kuye. Because even in the first case of Osai, even in the second case, even if you go with the idea that we look at who does the holacha first as the defining sacrificial holacha, in case number 2, it's still going to be possible. Why? Because in case number 2, at the end of the day, halacha l'maisa, the blood still has to be brought back to the mizbeach. As much as the coin brought it, and now the zar walks it back. So whether you want to say, even if you want to say the first act is the valid act, at the end of the day, you still have blood that has to be brought back to the mizbeach. And therefore, by definition, it is going to go ahead and be possible. I'm going to be with the Rashi. I'm going to be difti. Ha tzarech lam tuye. Machlokes Rabbi Elazar v'Rabbanan. So this whole thing could be machlokes Elazar v'Rabbanan this time. Elazar Omer. In this case, Elazar Omer. Hamahalif b'makom shetzarech lahalif. So let's listen to this. If you do halacha in a place where halacha is needed, and listen, I remember again, we keep on coming back to this piece. As much as halacha is a bona fide form of avodah, and one of the avodas, halacha l'maisa, if you don't need to do halacha, you don't need to do it. In other words, let's say the coin shaft right next to the mizbeach. So technically speaking, there's no need. So that's fine. That's fine. In other words, I don't have to do it. If it's not necessary, it's not necessary. So listen to this. If you're doing halacha in a place where halacha is necessary, then ultimately again, machshava poselas. Therefore, an erroneous mindset, an erroneous thought, whether that's pigol or a machine of different carbon, will invalidate the avodah. But if halacha l'maisa, you have an erroneous mindset. By halacha in a place where halacha is not necessary, it won't invalidate the avodah. Rava says, "Hakol modim, kiblu b'chutz b'chnis elifnim, zeu hiluk shetzarach lahalek." Everyone agrees with us in a case where Kabbalah was done outside. Where's outside of outside? So remember again, for example, let's say in the case of chatas pnimi. So shchita is done outside of the heichal, right? Outside of the actual structure of the Beis Hamikdash. So it's done ultimately, let's say, in one of the courtyards, and then you take the blood inside. That is called ultimately a necessary hiluch, because you have to walk the blood inside. Everyone agrees that halacha l'maisa zeh hiluch shesaref. That's a necessary halacha, and therefore halacha l'maisa, an erroneous mindset will invalidate that. What happens if, let's say, Shlita and Kabbalah were done inside, and then you walk the blood outside? That's unnecessary halacha. Because also essentially what you're doing over there is you're taking the blood away from the mizbeach. And in a case like that, that's unnecessary. And therefore, an erroneous mindset will not undermine the carbon in that case. Rather, what's the focus case? The case is where I would say you shechted the animal on the outside, you brought the blood inside, and then for some reason you took it back out. Mar savar hazar lentuye. What says you have to bring the blood back? So because you have to bring the blood back, ultimately is a necessary halicha. Umar savar lav kehilu chatzarach lav odadam. Other opinion says no. That second halacha is utilitarian, but it is not considered to be like a bona fide part of the avodah. Okay, Eis ve'abaye. The Elazar Amar hamahalech makom shetzarach lahalech. If you do halacha in a place ultimately or in a situation where halacha was necessary, so an erroneous mindset will invalidate it. What's the case? Kiblu b'chutz v'chnisu lifnei. If you did Kabbalah outside, and then you brought it inside to the base of Mikdash, again, I will say, remember, inside means inside, let's say, the Heichal. So Zel Hiluk Shetzarech Lahalek. That refers to a necessary Hiluk. Halacha, Kiblu b'fnim v'otzio l'chutz. But if you did Kabbalah on the outside, and then for some reason, again, I will say, it makes no, it's an illogical act that somebody did it. They brought the blood back outside. Zeh Hiluk Shetzarech Lahalek. Ultimately, again, that is considered to be an unnecessary halacha. The Gemara says, "Baha chazavech nisur hiluk shesarech lahalech for a second." But as much as bringing it outside was an unnecessary halicha, the situation requires you to bring the blood back in. In other words, I understand that it's not a necessary halacha, but lamaisa it is, because the blood needs to get back to the mizbeach, to which he says, "You're right, Amalei, itanya tanya." At the end of the day, if that's the version that you have, then go with it. In other words, that as much as when you take the blood out, right? The blood was inside, right? Somebody took it out. So now we'll say, I understand the logic of saying you have to bring it back in. It's not quote unquote like an avodah halacha, because at the end of the day, the blood was already on the inside. That's a true statement. But lamaisa, it still has to be brought in. So because it still has to be brought in, that it's going to be considered to be a bona fide act of halacha. And if there is an erroneous mindset, that will undermine the effectiveness of the carbon. So I'll say, let's spend a moment here just taking a quick look at the Rambam. So this is Rambam in Hilchos Psulim Mikdashim, Parak Aleph. Rambam talks about a whole bunch of dinim of halacha. So let me just run through them very quickly. So this is halachas Chav Aleph, Chav Beis, Chav Zayin. So listen to this. So the Rambam writes as follows. So halacha number one, the Rambam says, is that halacha is only kosher by a kohen. So we've established already in part one, right? So I'm giving you halacha information. Number one. So halacha can only be done by a kohen. That's number one. And therefore, halacha, when I said the zark, a non-kohen does halacha, it is considered to be invalidates the carbon. That's number one. Next, the Rambam paskins, halacha shelo beregel ino halacha. That's it in the Rambam paskins. That ultimately, again, if you do halacha without moving your feet, that is not halacha. That is not halacha. Therefore, the ficha kohen gadol shekiva zadat la'anim v'kamon zarkalu v'mizbeach nifsal zevach. I will say, now here's this interesting that the Rambam does. The Rambam holds that halacha is a necessary form of avodah, which means you have to walk the blood. You have to walk the blood to the point that the Rambam paskins that if the kohen does Kabbalah and then does Srika and never moves, never walks, the avodah is possible. So, right, so therefore, again, this is sorry. Fact number one is that, well, number one is that halacha is an avodah. Because it's an avodah, fact number two, it cannot be done by a non-kohen. Number three, halacha shelo berega, which means halacha, just extending your hand without moving your feet, is not called halacha. And a failure to move your feet as part of halacha will invalidate the avodah. Lastly, Rambam, this I'm going to read to you. Rambam says, he brings out some of the other cases, but we're not going to call us Vatam Shekibel Damam Echam in Apsum Avodah. So we'll say, so what happens if halacha l'maisa, a non-kohen goes ahead and, let's say, receives the blood, Shekibel Dam, right? Or Shahodik Estamal l'mizbeach, or Shezarko l'mizbeach kilkoso, Nifsa Hazara. Therefore, if a non-kohen does any part of the avodah over here, right? A non-kohen does Kabbalah, or a non-kohen does halacha. Such activities ultimately will undermine the carbon. Kiba HaKashar, the Nasal Apostle, follow Hilech Ba'apostle, Ala Amrim Komod, Yaksir HaKashar. And we'll say, however, listen to this, Maisi Itztava. If the Kohen, let's say, does the Kabbalah, like Kohen receives the blood, and then he says to the Yisrael, hold this, and the Yisrael just stands there holding it, doesn't move, doesn't go anywhere, just acts as a pillar, then ultimately, again, the Kohen takes it back, kosher. Or we call it in the Gemara, Maisi Itztava. About Dam Shalicha Apostle Avodah, V'Exir LaKasher V'Holicho, O Shalicha Kohen Tchila V'Exir Nasal Apostle V'Holicho, Holo V'Holicho Apostle V'Nifil V'Zot Nifsal Zevach. However, the Rambam paskins, if the Yisrael is involved, or any type of apostle is involved any way in the halacha, anyway, even if the Kohen takes it back, even if the Kohen walks it back, the avodah is invalidated. That is the halacha l'maisa. So if the Yisrael has any involvement at all, even if the Kohen goes ahead and it's back in box. And therefore, we'll say that answers our question. The Gemara says, can you rectify an erroneous or an illegal halacha? The answer is no. The answer is no. Once you had illegal involvement in the avoda, ultimately the avoda is disqualified. And there is absolutely no way to go ahead and rectify. So halacha, once there is an illegal halacha, the carbon is possible. But as you said before, that is true halacha in karbanos, not true hashkafa l'maisa in life. Karbanos, once you have illegal movement, you can now rectify it in life. Once you have illegal movement, that's the moment that beauty of tshuva sets in, and we have the ability to fundamentally and profoundly course correct. And we'll say, Hajjallah, Kol Azvatim, Mazel Tov, Mazel Tov, finishing the parak. We'll stop over here for today. Incredible. All right, everyone, have a great day, everyone. All right, I will say good morning, a good tavach. A great Zechus Baruch Hashem to be able to begin a new week of Maseches Zvachim together begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Should to thank our Talmud Torah sponsor for the month of Tishrei, Yoel and Sarah Kelman, in celebration of completing Seder Nezikin for Besoros Talos for Am Yisrael, Nathan Perry Smith, and the Schos and the Covet for the entire Kiva and Eretz Yisrael. Our Tefillah should be Neskavo. Our week of learning sponsors, Alan and Sue Meyerowitz, nation of the yard sites of their grandparents, aunts, and uncles, Avram ben Yaakov HaKohen, Basha bas Chaim, Yitzchok ben Yaakov HaKohen, Fega bas Avram HaKohen, Hirsch ben Avram HaKohen, Mordechai ben Avram HaKohen. We hope that in the merits of our Talmud Torah, all of the Neshama Slav and Aliyah, the families, Aid, the Chama, all of those who need a refuah, Shabbat, together with Kol Chol Yisrael, Kadosh Baruch Hu should in Eretz Hashem bring home all of our hostages, allow our soldiers in Eretz Hashem to be successful. B'chol Naaseh Yedeim, and Eretz Hashem shower bracha and hatzlacha to all of Klal Yisrael, Am Yisrael, and Eretz Yisrael. So with that, let us begin. Rivka did a great job yesterday. It makes me look so bad every Shabbos, but all right, Baruch Hashem. So thank you. So today's daf is Yud Dalet. We'll say we are picking up in Eretz Hashem on Yud Dalet at the two dots. Rabbi Shimon Maksha B'Yilov. So we'll say, remember again, in the Mishnah on Yud Gimel Amud Dalet, we were introduced to the idea of like this: the halacha l'maisa. If you go ahead and you have a shalom lishma mindset during any one of the avodos, any one of the primary sacrificial rites and rituals, ultimately it undermines the effectiveness of the carbon. But we shouldn't keep along and said that with halacha, if you have a kavanah shalom lishma, right? If you have an erroneous mindset, ultimately again it does not undermine the effectiveness of the carbon. What's the logic behind that? The Shimon's logic seems to be that at the end of the day, you can go ahead and affect the proper carbon without holacha, right? Holacha, according to the Shimon, is like a utilitarian avoda. What's the point of holacha? What's the point of holacha? To get the blood from point A to point B. So let's say you're standing close enough to point B that you don't need to transport it. Therefore, again, there is no need for the avoda of holacha. So again, the Mishnah was, Maksher b'hilach was reading the Mishnah, Shaya Omer, Afshar below Shlita v'Shal v'Kabbalah v'Shal v'Zrika, about Afshar below Kilo. So his whole thing was, since technically speaking, you could offer up a proper carbon without holacha, therefore it's almost as if holacha, it's not an indispensable part of carbonic service, and because of that, Allah, if you had an erroneous mindset for it, it does not undermine the effectiveness of the carbon. Good. Rabbi Shimon is like this. Modi Rabbi Shimon, ba'alachas chatos hakniyos shemachshava posalasbo. So it's interestingly enough, Rabbi Shimon suggested as follows. Even Rabbi Shimon will agree that this idea is not true by all carbonos. He says, for example, by chatos pnimios, inner chatos. And I will say, what's an inner chatos? By the way, this is very shy for us because in Yom Kippur, the chatos pnimi, essentially, again, what says we're going to see is like this. There is no such thing. One of the exciting parts that we will get into as we get into this Masechta, we're going to dabble in it a little bit today, but we're just going to run through it today because we'll get to it later. Is a little bit like understanding the layout of the Beis Hamikdash itself. So just to understand something. The chatas pnimi is a chatas sin offering whose blood is sprinkled inside of the heichal. Remember again, the way the Beis Hamikdash worked on a general level was, you walked in, there was a chutzner, a courtyard. That courtyard again is where pretty much everyone was able to assemble. Then there were a series of steps. Those steps, when you came down, you went up, there was a platform, that platform is called the duchon. Then you go down a series of steps, you come into what we'll call the interior courtyard. In that interior courtyard, you would see the mizbeach, the outer altar, the large outer altar. Walk a little bit further, you walk into the ulam, which was an antechamber, a large rectangular hallway, and then ultimately you would walk into another building called the heichal. Inside of the heichal, that's where you had the shulchan, upon which upon this book. That's where you had the mizbeach hakitoras, the smaller altar for incense offering. That's where you had the menorah. Walk a little bit further, you'd hit a curtain, the parochas, right? Two curtains. Like both the same, it's not sure what they have, but two curtains. Walk a little bit past those curtains, and what would you have? The aron, the ark. So interestingly enough, the chatas community was a chatas whose blood was sprinkled inside of the heichal. But you never shechted animals inside of the heichal. Right? Shechita was always done somewhere in the proximity of the outer mizbeach. So therefore, what you would have to do is you would shecht it in the proximity of the outer mizbeach, and then you would have to transport the blood to the inside of the heichal. So Rish Lakish says is like this. Rabbi Shimon in the Mishnah says that if you have, let's say, a shalom lishma intent by holacha, it does not undermine the effectiveness of the carbon. Why? Because holacha is not really necessary. Rish Lakish says, just by the way, even Rabbi Shimon would agree that by a chatas pnimi, which again is a carbon that is shechted on the outside, and has the blood transferred inside, even he would agree that a shalom lishma intent by holacha would undermine that carbon. Why? What's the logic there? Because for a chatas pnimi, holacha is an indispensable part of the carbonic service. Because remember again, there's no way to get the blood where it needs to get to without a physical transport. Okay? Somebody's like inside of here. Even Rabbi Shimon would agree that when it comes to an inner chatos, if you have a shalom lishma intent by holacha, that would undermine the carbon. Why? Because again, halacha l'maisa, because halacha is an indispensable part of the avon, right? Reb Shimon's whole logic is that if you have a shalom lishma intent by halacha, by transport of the blood, that doesn't undermine the carbon because halacha is a avoda that is dispensable. That's true, except when it's not. So by a chatas pnimi, it's indispensable. You need halacha in order to get the blood from outside to inside, and therefore in that case, a shalom lishma intent would undermine the carbon. Look at Rashi, just a moment. Rashi actually right across. Shev Shalom the lav ora ara mishchot behechal. So it's very interesting. We're going to talk about this more. Not today. We're going to talk about this more. Rashi says it's not appropriate to chef inside the Beis Hamikdash. So what does that mean? What does that mean? When we use the basement, she means inside the heichal. So does that mean it's just like not nice? Like, kind of like, you should take your shoes off when you come into the house. Don't slaughter animals in the house. Like say, is that like it's not nice, or that halacha l'maisi can't do that? So we'll discuss that. But Rashi says over here, the lav ora aron lishchot behechal. It's not the normal thing to chef inside the heichal. Therefore, by definition, you shecht it in the courtyard. So this is incredible. This is the Avodah Yom Kippur. Because what do you do with the chatas pnimi? Remember again, the Kohen goes in and offers up two chatos, one la Hashem, one la Azazel. So the chatas pnimi, the inner chatas. So we'll say, remember, if this doesn't sound familiar, because this is the part of Hazar Sashat and Musa. where you're having an otherworldly experience. Right? You're not sure where you are, what's going on. But it happens to me it's the most riveting part. It's the most riveting part of Musaf, which unfortunately when it ends up, it's fascinating. We end up like going quickly through it. You just end up, I don't want to say blowing through a little bit, but it ends up, sorry, it's a lot of words. It is a lot of words. I would advise you, maybe don't do this if you're the chazan, but just read the English. Just read, it's fascinating. By the way, if you're looking for something else, yeah, I don't know if it makes it, but there is Machon Mikdash. Machon Mikdash makes a beautifully illustrated Mishnayos Maseches Chuma, and inside of it is the entire pictorial description of the Avodah of Yom Kippur. And it's just beautiful. It's just the absolute. The whole Mikdash also makes a Yom Kippur machzor. This is not an infomercial, right? Although we do product placement as well, you know, if you and I, but it actually makes a Yom Kippur machzor, which is just incredible. I don't have it, but I saw it when I was there, so I should have won when I was there, so, but it's absolutely incredible. And you could literally, again, I don't know, makes everything come alive, Halavai in a way. That's Hashem. We'll be zochah not just seeing pictures, but we'll be zochah Hashem to be able to see with our own eyes. And amen. So the point over here, that's been describing. So Rashi points out over here that for katas panini, you can't escape halacha. You need halacha. Therefore, even Rabbi Shimon would agree that a shalom lishma intent would go ahead and undermine the effectiveness of the covenant. But Rabbi Shimon, one second, is that true? Rabbi Shimon, kol sheinu amizbeach hachitzon kishlon and ein chayav al mishum pigol. I was like, now again, I also want to point out. Remember, we're kind of talking about two things simultaneously: pigol and shalom lishma. Right? Shalom lishma ultimately again just means having kavanah for the wrong type of carbon. Pigol means having intent to consume or to do some part of the temple service outside of the prescribed time. So Rabbi Shimon says anything ultimately again, anything that's not the mizbeach hachitzon. Kol sheinu amizbeach hachitzon kishlanim in chayil mishum pigol. Rabbi Shimon says anything that is not offered up on the outer mizbeach is not subject to pigol. So here's the problem. What's the problem? The problem is that halacha l'maisa again. So we're assuming over here that if it's not subject to pigol, it's also not subject to shalom lishma. If that's the case, then a chatas klini, which obviously is not offered up on the outer mizbeach, and therefore is not subject to pigol, is also not subject to shalom lishma. And therefore, again, I will say, therefore, shalom lishma by halacha should not undermine the carbon. To which the Gemara says, no, pigol and shalom lishma do not necessarily go hand in hand. That ultimately, again, says that he agrees in that a erroneous machshava, erroneous lishma machshava by holacha will undermine the combination of kavachomer. What's the kavachomer? Uma shalom lishma shalom lishlamim pasal b'chadavtos shalom lishma, which does not undermine shlamim. How do we know that? First Mishnah on the Sefta. And remember, in general, whenever you offer up kavanah shalom lishma, the covenant is still effective. Only two covenants that it impacts are chatas and pesach. Right? So ultimately, again, so shalom lishma, which is not a problem by other covenants, is a problem by chatas. Chutz lizmano should also be shlamim. Eno din shivso b'chatas, and certainly machshava chutz lizmano pigol. Right? Ultimately, again, which does undermine shlamim, should certainly negatively impact chatas as well. Okay, the ashkit on chutz lizmano. So now I understand that halacha l'maisa, in machshava chutz lizmano, also known as pigol, will go ahead and undermine the carbon. Chutz limkomo, how do we know that a kavanah to, let's say, consume or offer the carbon outside of its appropriate spot? How do we know that halacha l'maisa that also undermines the carbon? So the Gemara says, maybe you're going to say, well, if chutz lizmano undermines it, if chutz limkomo should undermine it as well. Can they say that? Why? Chutz lizmano shekin kares. So the Gemara says, because chutz lizmano could carry with it the penalty of kares. That's the same thing for chutz limkomo. Even shalom lishma, if you're going to say it's because we'll just equate it with shalom lishma, here's the problem with that. Shekin noy babama. So which is very interesting. A lot of interesting pieces over here. The din of shalom lishma also is affected by a bama. What's a bama? A bama is a private altar. Right, so remember again, I will say during different times in Jewish history, when there was not necessarily centralized service, so Allah, if you wanted to go ahead and put a mizbeach or really a matzeva in your backyard, you could do so. Look at Rashi, just a moment. It's the second to last short line in Rashi. The carbon bamas yachid, bishas heter abamas shahari shinui kodeshu, tomar bechoslim kamon delosha b'chitzisori rabose. Interestingly enough, the din of shalom b'shma applies well. Ma'ino. Pesach bechatos bebama lo kirbo. Here's interestingly enough, shalom b'shma applies to Pesach and chatos, but fascinatingly enough, you can't offer up a Pesach or a chatas on a bama. Essentially, I said the only karbanos when there was a permit for a bama, the only type of carbon you could offer up on a bama was essentially neder and nidava, right? Shlomim. But you cannot offer up obligatory karbanos on a bama. Interesting. The Gemara says, another possibility is Hakeshu, it's a Hakesh. So the Gemara says, Shlishi, Chutz Lizmano. So the word Shlishi in the Pasuk, that refers to the psul of eating a carbon outside of its prescribed time. Pigul, Zeh Chutz Limkomo. Pigul refers ultimately again out of its specific place. Amarava, Imkim Sloma, Reb Shimon, Sarale Kibrei. So if you want to hear Reb Shimon holds like his son, so we'll say, interestingly enough, this Reb Shimon, our time about Reb Shimon Yochai. Like his son, Rabbi Lezer. So the Gemara says, it goes like his son. Okay, Shimon say, let me mention this over here, but we're not going to spend time on this. Because actually we'll see this in Yetz Hashem in a couple of weeks, when we get a little bit more into the actual layout of the Beis HaMikdash. So since Shimon says, as I mentioned before, so the Mizbeach, there's the outer Mizbeach that was used for animal sacrifice. It was situated in front of the ulam, right? The ulam, the large rectangular antechamber that was attached or that led into the heichal. So the mizbeach was situated in front of the heichal. Now, if you were looking, if you had, let's say, an aerial view, of the Beis HaMikdash, so what you would see is that the mizbeach was actually pushed over to the left. It was not directly, it was not centered in front of the ulam, but rather it was pushed over a little bit to the left. So we'll say, interesting enough, the Gemara says over here, Rabbi Lezer holds that being a ulam lamizbeach, the area between the ulam and the mizbeach, is called safel. That has a din ultimately again of north. Now listen, the reason why that's going to be important is because when we speak about blood applications and we speak about ultimately again halacha, so the din is it's supposed to be done on Sfonis, on the northern side. So Rabbi Lezer happens to hold that the entire area between the antechamber and the mizbeach has a din of safel, has a din of north. So the Gemara says, if that's the case, if that's the case that entire area has a designation of north, then interestingly enough, that means that entire area is really fit for sacrificial service. If that's the case, then a machshava pasula, essentially an erroneous mindset, will only undermine the carbon once you enter into the ulam going in. Because since that entire area between the mizbeach and the ulam is fit for sacrificial service, therefore ultimately again erroneous mindset only takes place in ulam nefnid. Then din salomar, first white line. Then din salomar savala Rabbi Yehuda, and if you say that he holds like Rabbi Yehuda, the Amar Tok Azara Mikadesh, that ultimately again even the floor of the Beis HaMikdash itself has kedusha and sanctifies. Ein machshav mo'alas ba'olachas silut bazitin ela mipesach heichal b'lachutz. So we'll say this is switching over to lechem upon it. Then ultimately again an erroneous mindset by the frankincense. Again we're going to get into all of this in greater depth when we get into the mechanics of the karbanos. We'll only go ahead, erroneous mindset will only go ahead and undermine the carbon, what we call mipesach heichal b'lachutz. From the entrance of the heichal going out, because remember again this is the shulchan. The shulchan is in the interior of the heichal. And if you say that Rabbi Shimon holds that the kedusha of the heichal and the ulam and the antechamber ultimately again is all one kedusha, in machshava mo'elas elam pesach ulam v'lachutz, then ultimately an erroneous mindset will only undermine the effectiveness of the carbon from the entrance of the ulam going out. Dimtim salomar. And at the end of the day, if you hold that the entrance in the Tocha Pesach, the actual, we'll call it the threshold, has the din of the interior, then an erroneous mindset will not go ahead. Even an erroneous mindset will not help when taking one step. Unless, of course, you extend your hand past the threshold. And if you hold that halacha can be done even without moving your feet, which we're actually going to discuss in just a moment, that if you hold that halacha that is done without moving your feet is not called halacha, ein makshava mo'elas klal. Then an erroneous mind said actually will not undermine the carbon at all, provided the person did not go ahead and move their feet. Okay, so there's a whole lot of ifs involved in that entire idea. So again, bottom line, how do we pass it? Because let's circle back. How do we get started with this? Rabbi Shimon holds that halacha l'maisa, an erroneous machshava shelo b'shma, does not in any way invalidate the carbon by halacha. Right? What's his logic? His logic is because halacha is a dispensable part of carbonic service. Why? Because if you shecht it close enough to where it needs to get sprinkled, right, or applied, you do not need halacha at all. We do not pass in like Rabbi Shimon, and we hold that halacha l'maisa again. Halacha is an indispensable part of the avodah. Even though you're right, there are times where technically speaking you wouldn't need halacha, but since again it is part of the four services, therefore our machshava shalom lishma by halacha will undermine the effectiveness of the carbon. Okay, incredible. Let's go back there. I'm going to buy it. Why do you name it Rafista? Listen to this. Halacha bizar mahu. So Rabbi said this is a very interesting shayla. What is the status if a non-Kohen does halacha? Okay, so just to play this out, remember again, what have we established? A non-Kohen, a zar, can do shchita, right? So can do shchita. We've already established Kabbalah has to be done by a Kohen. The shayla is halacha. Can halacha be done by a non-Kohen or not? Halacha bizar mahu. So the Gemara says, listen to this. I'm like, Shera. So Chisda responded, it's kasha. Mikra Masayani. And Rav Chisda says, I have a pasuk to support me. What's the pasuk to support me? The pasuk says, Vayishchatu es ha-pesach, Vayizriku ha-kohanim es hadam mi-adam, V'halaviyim mafshitim. So Rabbi said, so this is very interesting. Listen to how the pasuk reads. They shechted the Korban Pesach, so like Korban Pesach, this is very young. They shechted the Korban Pesach, the Kohanim did the Zrika. Now, okay, which makes sense because we get the Makar. But where did the Kohanim do the Zrika from? Listen, Vayizriku ha-kohanim es hadam mi-adam. The Kohanim did the Zrika from the blood that they received from their hands, from someone else's hands. So what it sounds like over here, someone did the Shkita, right? Someone did the Kabbalah, and someone's bringing the blood to the Kohanim. Kohanim are receiving the blood and doing the Zrika with the blood that was transported to them. And the Mafshita and the Rabbi themselves are flaying the animal. Now take a look at the last Rashi on the daf. Rashi says, Mi'adam shal shoktin, mashma v'shoktin zarin nenu. So again, from the pasuk it sounds like non-kohanim are shechted, which is fine, totally fine. Bashmino kra shazar lokin osam yada v'kabel u'molichin osa lizrak. What it sounds like over here is there are non-kohanim taking the blood from the person who did the Kabbalah, bringing it to the kohanim for the zrika. So what do you see from here? What do you see from here? That halacha can be done by non-kohanim. Right, Kabbalah can be done by non-Kohanim. So the Gemara says, Master says, whoa, hold up for just a second. Zar, so we'll say Zar is a non-Kohen. Onain ultimately again is a person who has lost one of the close relatives, 7 close relatives. Like so now, generally Aninos means in that state between death and burial. So Onain, Shikr, you're done with a Shikr, someone who's drunk, Balmol. Or someone who has a mum, what's the halacha? B'Kabbalah, b'halacha u'b'zrika pasal. So again, any of these people, so you know, it's still not Kohanim. So Zar obviously is a non-Kohen. Onain, Kohen is an Avel. Shikr, Kohen is a Sheker. Ba'mum, Kohen is a Ba'mum. In all these cases, the Kohen can't do Ka, halacha, and Zrika. V'chein Yoshev. So to again, if you're sitting, if you invalidate these avodas, v'chein small. So to a lefty. Personally hurtful, right? But again, my son, okay. The Gemara says became small, so ultimately a lefty coin also invalidated many of these avodas. So we'll see what do you see from here. Again, from all and a lot of passing to unpack over here, but interesting for our purposes, what do you see from here? That a zar is not allowed to do halacha. So it's pretty explicit. You know, there's no two ways about that. So the Gemara says to Yufta, ultimately again, this indeed is a refutation to Rav Chisda. The Chisda is wrong. Chisda is wrong. A zar cannot go ahead and do a halacha. So we'll say the Gemara says 1 second. Here's the problem. The Chisda brought a pasuk. Right? He did bring a pasuk. So what do you do with the pasuk? It's not a shayla. The Avid Maisi, it's the essentially, again, what's what the pasuk is really referring to is like this. So, somebody did Kabbalah. After Kabbalah, what did they do? They handed it to Yisrael. What did that Yisrael do? What did he do? What did he do? He stood still. Istav was a pillar. He stood still. He did not transport it. See, we thought what the pasuk was saying was, Yisrael shafted it. Let's say Cohen did Kabbalah, gave it to Yisrael. Yisrael transported it to a Cohen. Cohen did Zrika. That's not what happened. Somebody shafted it. Doesn't matter who shafted it. Cohen did Kabbalah, and then he handed it to Yisrael. What did Yisrael do? What did he do? Stood still. Stood still until Cohen could come, get the blood from him, and take it to go ahead and do Zrika. Incredible. And therefore, again, that's the pasuk is saying. They will say, now, again, these two suggestions really feed into each other. We don't pass him like Rabbi Shimon and Mishnah. Right? Why? That again, Rabbi Shimon said that a machshava lishma does not invalidate it done by halacha. So again, halacha l'maisa, we don't pass like that because halacha is a valid avoda. Well, once halacha is a significant avoda, then what? It has to be done by a kohen. So these two things kind of lead into each other. So halacha means therefore, if Yisrael does halacha, that fundamentally undermines the avoda. And I will say, I just want to point out, there's something really beautiful in this. And what is the Yisrael doing? Right, the Yisrael is simply doing this ma'aseh itztava. He's just standing in place. Sometimes the avoda of an individual is ultimately to hold halacha. There is an avoda. Sometimes the avoda is to halacha, to go ahead and get from point A to point B. And sometimes the avoda ultimately again is to go ahead and just stabilize things and hold things in place. Rav Shlomo Hirsch brings down. He says this is the fundamental distinction within of us. Right? Ultimately, again, you have Avram and Yaakov who are trailblazers in different ways. But amazing enough, what was Yitzchak's entire avoda? Yitzchak's avoda was to stabilize. Right? That's why you don't see Yitzchak. He wasn't the Machadish. Even the Tila, Mincha. What's Mincha? Mincha is the bridge between Shachris and Ma'ariv. What do you see? What did Yitzchak do in the Torah? What do we know about Yitzchak? The only things we know about Yitzchak are the same things that Avram did. Right? They both participated in the Akeva, obviously in different ways. Avram dug wells, Yitzchak dug wells. Avram relocated because of famine, Yitzchak relocated because of famine. Yitzchak was the Maaseh Itztiva. But without the Maaseh Itztiva, without the pillar, the foundation itself is shaky and no one else could build on it afterwards. So it's fascinating. There's a time in life to trailblaze. There's a time in life ultimately to move yourself forward. There's a time when you're allowed to reinvent yourself and recreate yourself. And then there's also a time to stabilize what is right in front of you. Incredible. Let's go back to Rabbi Yossi said the following. So they said, no, in fact, let's see, whether or not the Zar could do halacha, this is a machlokes Rabbi Shimon and Rabbanan. Rabbi Shimon the Amar, avoda she'ev shalavat olav avodahi, shir of Zar. So again, Rabbi Shimon on Mishnah. So Rabbi Shimon who said that any avoda that essentially you could do without. Ev shalavat means it's not automatically necessary. If there is an avoda like that, such an avoda is kosher even with a non-kohen. So therefore, again, halacha rabosai. Can you do without halacha? Can you do without it? Sure. If you checked close enough to where the zrika needs to be, you don't technically need transfers. Therefore, Shimon says because it's possible to offer up kabbalas without halacha, therefore halacha is not an indispensable part. Because it's not an indispensable part, therefore it's kosher even with a non-kohen. The Rabbanan Psula, the point Rabbanan is possible. Because halacha they hold that halacha. Again, listen, I just want to be clear. Everyone conceptually agrees that you could have a situation where halacha would not be necessary, right? No one's disagreeing with that statement because it's factually true. Rabbi Shimon says, but that makes it a dispensable part of the avodah, and the Rabbanan say that does not make it a dispensable part. It sort of makes it indispensable part of the avodah. What's the nafkamina? The nafkamina will be Rabbi Shimon will say that even a non-kohen will do it, and the Rabbanan will say only a kohen could do it. So again, I just want to drill in. We pass in halacha myself that halacha is an indispensable part of the avodah, even though technically speaking, there could be times that you won't have to do it, and therefore it requires a kohen. So the Gemara says, I'm going to buy it, the hashrita. So 1 second. So we'll say the hashrita, the avodah shef shalavatla, ukshira bizar. 1 second. Let's look at shchita. Shchita is an indispensable part of sacrificial service. Yet what? It is kasher by non-Kohen. So what is your principle? Amalei is fascinating. Shchita lav avodah. Fascinating. Shchita is not actually part of the avodah. Shchita is not part of the avodah. What the Gemara is suggesting over here is the avodah actually begins from Kabbalah and on. Shchita obviously is a necessary act in order to initiate sacrificial service, but perhaps Shchita itself is not part of the avodah. Rashi says over here, Mishani Shchita lav avodah. Maybe it's kashu ba kala psulim. About maybe the havi avodah the actual about psulim is out. So this is fascinating. Just a fascinating idea, right? Who would have ever thought this? Shchita is not part of the avodah. So yeah, because once it's kshiva bizarre, it must not be avodah. Avodah by definition requires kahuna. So it must not be part of the avodah. So the Gemara says, below, is that true that shchita is not part of the avodah? Let's look at it. This is very exciting now. Shchitas hara bizar psula. Watch this. Never saw this one coming. Paraduma. I will say the halacha is that paraduma has to be shechted by a kohen, and if a non-kohen shechts paraduma, ultimately it's possible. What do you see from here? That shchita is part of the avodah. Rav said about this. No. Yes. Elazar. The Chukuk Sidday. By Paraduma says Elazar that the Shechita has to be done by, Elazar, remember again, was the scan Kohen Gadol, has to be done by, but for our purposes, what matters most has to be done by a Kohen. And Chukah, this is an everlasting statute. So what you see from here, that ultimately Shechita is Avodah, to which the Gemara says, no, a shiny para, the Kachi Beda Kabayisi. Wow. So what says, no, the Gemara says, don't bring it up in Paraduma. Paraduma is not sacrificial law. Paraduma actually has physical monetary sympathy. It's not kabbalas, which I will say. We know already from the beginning that Paraduma is not kabbalas. How do we know that? Because it's Shesame. Remember again, Paraduma is shefted ultimately again on Harazesi. We know, I mentioned this before. We know the spot where Paraduma was shifted. Presently now, unfortunately, it's actually a monastery, right? But you can go there, you actually go there, and you can see the site. We know because Paraduma had to be shifted in a way that you can see the Harabayas into the entranceway of the Beis Hamikdash. So you can manage to go there today. So it can't be Paraduma, it can't be a carbon. It can't be a carbon because at the end of the day, if it was a carbon, remember again, Shchute Kurs, shifting something outside of the Beis Hamikdash is a Chiv Kais. So the fact that Paraduma was shifted outside it in the other sense means it's not kochek kadoshim, right? Rather, it's kochek ben kabayis, which is just fascinating. It has financial sanctity. So the fact that it requires a kohen, okay, we can talk about that separately. But either way, that's not a raya to the rest of kabbalas. So the Gemara says, "V'lav kol dechenu." Now again, you can make a kavachomer. If paraduma, which is kochek ben kabayis, requires a kohen for shchita, then certainly what? Actual Kabbalah should require a Kohen. North Law Kodenu, Kachip and the Kabayas, Habya Avoda, Kachin is Beachlav Avodi. I don't understand it. For Kachip and the Kabayas, Paraduma, financial sanctity, Shchita is considered to be an Avoda and therefore requires a Kohen. The most actually say Kapahomer, Kachin is Bea. Shchita should be an Avoda and should require a Kohen. Oh, she should read the Idi. Midi the Havi Amaros Negoim, the love avodah by a guna. So this is so fascinating. One says not necessarily, because we see other things that require kohanim, and yet everyone will agree that they are not avodah. What's a good example of this? Tzaras. I will say tzaras requires by definition requires what? A kohen. No one but a kohen is allowed to examine and ultimately pass on tzaras. Like it's one of the most fascinating halachas. That even if all you have is a coin amaretz, he knows nothing about tzaras, right? He, the only guy who could decide ultimately again about tzaras. To the point of what would we do, right? What does the Mishnah say? What would they do? They would bring a Talmid Chacham who knows what he's talking about. Talmid Chacham will get to the tzaras, and what would he do? He would whisper to the amaretz coin, and the amaretz going to say, "Tar, right, tame," and so the Gemara says, "What do you see from here?" You see from here that just because something requires a kohen doesn't automatically render it avodah. I have a hurry holochas ivan lekevesh. 1 second. What about the taking of sacrificial limbs to the ramp of the Mizbeach? The avodah she'efshar levatla. On one hand, this is an avodah that you can dispense with. I was how could you dispense with it? If you shechted and dismember the animals close enough to the Mizbeach, it can be done right there. It doesn't require halacha. So this is an avodah that, technically speaking, can be dispensed with. And ultimately, you can't. A non-coin is not allowed to do it. The pasuk said that the coin will go and bring it to the mizbeach and burn it. And ultimately, again, this halacha is the act of bringing the limbs to the ramp, and yet it has to be done by a kohen. So the point over here is this is an example of something that can be dispensed with. Right? In other words, you don't need this. If you shecht the animal close enough to the ram, it's right there. You just put the limbs right there. You don't require a halacha. Yet the halacha is it must be done by a kohen. To which the Gemara says, well, maybe heichad the gali gali, heichad the lo gali lo gali. But the Torah explicitly tells me that a kohen is necessary. A kohen is necessary. But if the Torah doesn't explicitly say it, then perhaps it's not necessary. The Gemara says, 1 second. Allah called the chinu kendani the kavachomer. Uma holachas ifram the kevesh. Delon ma'akva kapora bayet behuna. That was an interesting minhag. Let's say you forgot to bring the limbs to the ramp. You didn't do it. So what's the halacha? What's the halacha? Ultimately, the covenant is still good. It's not ma'akir, yet it still requires a kohen. Holachas dam gena akva kapara lo kol shekin. Ultimately, again, the transport of the blood, holacha of the blood, which is ma'akir. Why not? Because remember again, holacha ultimately is necessary for what? For zrika. Right? Because halacha is zrika, so halacha, which is an indispensable part of the avodah, certainly should require a kohen. Itmar, Amar Ula, Ula Samar Lazar, Halacha Bizar Psula, Latir Reish. Also, the Gemara rules on this conclusively that Halacha Lamaisa, Halacha Bizar, transport of the sacrificial blood by a non-Kohen, ultimately according to the apostle, even according to Rabbi. So what says Halacha Lamaisa, that's the Gemara passes, that Halacha Lamaisa, and this is Halacha Lamaisa, that Halacha ultimately again requires a Kohen, it is part of the avodah. Therefore, if a non-Kohen does it, ultimately it's invalid. And you know what I'm saying? This looks back to what I said before. That's why we do not pass like Rabbi Shimon, and therefore an erroneous shalom l'shma or pickle intent, ultimately by halacha, will fundamentally undermine the cart. Because again, these two things go together. Once I say that halacha is a necessary avodah, even though everyone agrees that at times you may be able to get away without doing it, but it's still a necessary avodah. Therefore requires a kohen, and once it requires a kohen, any machshava shalom lishma will undermine the effectiveness of the carbon. Incredible. Listen, let me just begin the next piece over here because it's really exciting. The Gemara says as follows. Oh, this is very exciting. The Gemara says, halacha shalom b'regel. Listen to this. What is the status of halacha of transporting an item without moving your feet? I would say, how do you transport something without moving your feet? You extend your arm. You extend your arm. What is the status of holacha shalom b'regel? I was saying, take a look at Rashi for just a moment. Rashi says over here. Well, let's see. So first, let me read the one. Holacha shalom b'regel. Shma holacha, ola shma holacha. So we'll say, is this called halacha or not? Now, what are the ramifications of it? Take a look at Rashi. Shma halacha, ikasta b'machshava l'rabanan, oimasa zar psula. So Rashi says like this. It's very simple. The stakes actually here are high. Let's work backwards. Let's take, for example, we'll say now, one of the interesting things that we saw could happen, is that a Yisrael, and this personally is very exciting, because one of I can say I'm not generally like a jealous person. I'm jealous of two things. Number one, Jews who are Zulchah in Eretz Yisrael, which I am not yet Zulchah to, but one day will be in Eretz Hashem. See that? And Kohanim. Kohanim, right? Kohanim, like, what is the chos? What is the chos? You know, they're going to be front and center in the Beis HaMikdash. Their whole life is in the Beis HaMikdash. I guess it's not good if you're a little bit squeamish. Right. But still, there's other stuff you could, I'm sure there's desk jobs, that you could, do. So who cares? Whatever it is, you're going to be front and center in the Beis HaMikdash. That's the greatest, of course. So one of the little like rays of hope I have is what the Gemara just said on the top of on the base. The Gemara said Yisrael can be involved. How can Yisrael be involved? It's the I'm going for that job, right? In other words, I'm like, you're the pillar guy, right? Just don't do anything, right? Just stand here. Just stand here. Don't talk, don't move, don't this, don't this. So what's interesting about this is what we've seen before is just to play this out, right? And Yisrael could do the shechita. A Kohen does the kabbalah, receives the blood. Then Rabbi Singal says we've established holacha has to be done. Holacha has to be done by a Kohen because it's part of the avodah. So where can Yisrael be involved? After the Kohen received the blood, let's say another Kohen is coming to the holacha, he's not there yet. So Kohen gives the blood to Yisrael. It says Yisrael, hold this, don't move, right? Because if you move, it's going to be problematic. Don't walk anywhere. Stay right here. Hold it till the Kohen comes and gets it from you. So let's say, so now what we have established is obviously if I'm the Yisrael, I'm holding the blood. I can't start walking, right? Because if I start walking, then that's holacha, and holacha is a surah bizarre. I'm allowed to stand still. So now the shaila is, what if I stand still, but I extend my? In other words, I see the Kohen's walking towards me. I want to be a nice guy. I extend the blood to him. So once now the shaila is, what is that? Is that called holacha or not? So the ramifications are quite significant. If the Yisrael extends the blood to the Kohen, has he fundamentally undermined the effectiveness of the carbon by having a non-Kohen engage in a nice avodah? So Rashi says over here, so that's number one. Or if the Yisrael did it, doesn't undermine it. Or let's say again, a Kohen or Yisrael is standing in place holding the blood and has a machshava psula, whatever it is. It's a chatas that I have in mind for a shlomin, or I have in mind to eat it, to do the zrika in 3 days from now, or whatever the machshava psula is. Does the machshava psula ultimately undermine if you're just extending? So once I start the shaila, what is the status of halacha shelo beregal? So the Gemara says, isn't this tashma? V'chein yoshet v'chein small puzzle. Like the price of Mosai on the top of the base said that if you're sitting and you do the avodah, ultimately again it's puzzle. So the Gemara says, ha'omed dumya diyoshet kasha. What do you see from here? That ultimately again, if your psul is sitting, but if you're standing, like you're sitting, ultimately again it's kasha. Now what does that mean? What the Pashtus that means is, as long as if I'm in place, ultimately again, I'm in place, moving, then ultimately again, that's a good avodah. So it sounds like from here that if you look at Rashi says, "V'chein kohen yoshei katani the pasal b'halacha ha'omed de'eno molet elav shata siat dumi diyoshet kasher al mashma halacha." So it sounds like the only time that a kohen will invalidate the avodah is if he does it while he's sitting. But if he were to be standing, and let's say extending, that would be proper avodah. So what do you see from here? That halacha, even without moving your feet, but just going ahead and moving your arm is called halacha. That is called halacha. Which the Gemara says maybe not. Dilma, Yoshed, the Kashayif Nesha, Omed Dumya the Yoshed Denayat Kurta. Maybe not. Maybe when the Bryce spoke about Yoshed sitting then, the Kohen is sitting, and what is he doing? He's like scooting. That's the right term. Like he's moving, but he's moving in a sitting form. Or for that matter, again, when he's standing still is the case when he's moving a little bit. That's what it means. In other words, we thought that sitting meant sitting stationary, standing meant standing stationary, but really what sitting means is moving while sitting, and standing means just kind of shuffling and moving along very slowly. So the Gemara says Tashma. So we'll stop over here for today. We'll stop with this Tashma. So says we're going to pick up Meretz Hashem. We're going to finish up this Sugya Meretz Hashem tomorrow. Is holacha? What is the status ultimately again of holacha when it comes to what we call holacha b'yad? Feet are standing in place, extending hand. Is that called holacha or not? Resolution in Meretz Hashem tomorrow. Both sides. Shkoya. All right, have on Zoom. Have a good day, everyone. Jerry, the sukkah looks great. Make it bigger, make it bigger. We're going to join you in this action. I don't know. disponim dedicated by Yahweh Steinberg and Yosef Yahweh's mother, the National Associate, as you was let's give you a realize I forgot to record the rest of the doctor. Yesterday's lesson to the doctor. We'll get through as much as we can for organizations. So we're up to Mavat Ala Shalosh Shemayim. Last line of the days of the graves. So remember again, I will say in this particular situation, you're quoting the statement of Ben Azai. And Ben Azai wanted to prove that Uba is in the category as Chatos and Isa. Just like Chatos and Beta Shimon are going to be also, so to all the Shlosh as possible as possible. We're trying to make Mahat Sad between these Kabbals. People are going to reject that Mahat Sad. And excuse me, Gemara says so Ola was included in that Matzah because Matzah was anything that's Kachin, Shachta, Sholish was possible. That's the Matzah that's coming after the Isa. And Katos, Ola fits that criteria as well. Which was Malat, Sada, Sholish, Shabbat, Sholish, but it's not Katos. Why don't you see it coming after Isa and Katos? Is that they have Sad Karis. So let's remember again, the Karis is used to make that choice. Karis by Katos is because the Katos there's a Karis very close. Pesach is don't often come at Pesach, the person is high Karis. But nevertheless, you won't have a Karis coming out. And Azai, Sad Karis will part. He's also kind of low. So then Azai says ultimately again that Ben Azai does not bring up the Sad Karis. He actually points out because Ben Azai felt Karis can't get coming out. Because even though there is an aspect of Karis by Chatos and by Pesach, Karis is distinguished by both of them. It is even Karis application. So because that can't be a Matzah, to which the Gemara says, Asham, Nami Lice. If that's the case, the Gemara says. So why don't we also include Asham as being Asham Shalom Shmo? So if the Matzah that was like, is anything that's Hasham, and Shachta Shlosh was a split of Asham in that as well. Asham Barak, so Gemara says, Asham Barak is Asham Barak, Malatzah, Hashava Shemayim. Shekin Yeshman Siva Dunya. What's this one? Hashem won't work, and I'll tell you why. Because another company now is that what? Is that they both apply both one as well as the creation. That again, Hashem only one has to be like almost any possibilities. Sad carries family part. It's the other possibilities. No, the aspect of carries. Then as I tomorrow company. Benazai was a tradition. Benazai had this sort of function that ultimately that Ola is included. That Ola is included in. The same category as Chatos and Isa. And again, he has different Achimamad. Just simply learns it how to come to the soda of his said, I have a hard to come up with how the cover of the hard to cover of the cover. That's the word I'm going to what purpose to sharpen this tongue. In other words, that ultimately again, that cover is not that cover is that we are sharpen this nose. What's the end of the day? We do not accept because we cannot accept the judgment of Allah. Allah is not in the same category as Chatos and Chatos and Pesach, and even Chatos and Pesach should be strong. The option for muscle and the amount of Chatos. Good, says Mishnah. A Pesach. Pesach, Chatos, Chatos, Lobishman. What's the reason? Pesach and Chatos, there was Shachtis, Lobishman. In other words, the Shachtis ultimately had not for their intended purpose. Kibel, Wahala, Zach, Lobishman. Or so was the Eshkita, Lobishman, or Kabbalah. Was never again. Kabbalah is when the Kohen catches the blood in the food. Or Halak, which is Halakha, taking the blood to the ground. Or Zara, Zvika, sprinkling the blood of the ground. Shalom Lishman. Or saying any of these things were done for Shalom Lishman. Oh, Lishman with Shalom Lishman. Or if you did it Lishman and Shalom Lishman, found everything. Oh, Shalom Lishman or Lishman. Or you started out Shalom Lishman and went to Lishman. We'll say all of these cases, Sulim. So there's a different halakha. Halakha number one is that the Sul of Shalom Lishman applies to all of the four blood atoms. Shvika, Kabbalah, Ulacha, and Tzvi. That's halakha number one. If any of those Shalom Lishma, ultimately is that if you flip-flop Lishman and Shalom Lishman, that also will invalidate by these karbanos. So the Gemara says, "Keep some Lishman, Shalom Lishman." What's the keep some Lishman and Shalom Lishman? L'shem Pesach, L'shem Shalom. Also, that's what we started off with. Also, let's say the Shlit L'shem Pesach, which would be the Kabbalah L'shem Lishman. That's Lishman L'shalom Lishman. Shalom Lishman or Lishman. What's the other case? L'shem Shalom L'shem Pesach. Ultimately, there's every case between Shlit and L'shem Lishman. The Kabbalah L'shem Pesach. Shazevach Nisa Ba'arba Dvar. And those that covenant will become invalidated if there's any type of pursuit in any of the four blood apples. The Shita, the Hilu, Shimon Makshin. Shimon says, if you have, let's say, Shalom Shema, you do something wrong in Holacha, that will not invalidate the covenant. So how you Omer, we have Shalom Shema, Shalom Kabbalah, Shalom Shita. A carbon must have Shita, Kabbalah, and Shita about Efshar below Hilu. The most like Holacha is not an indispensable part of the Kabbalah process. Why not? Because Shoki inside of his death is already, what's the essential? It's not like you always check the animal right next to the Mizbeach, and therefore what? And thereby avoid for halacha. Right from there, like the Eliezer Omer, I'm a halik the makom shizar lahalik, I'm shabbat hosaris. Listen, so that the Eliezer not going to understand now. You must going to explain. So the Eliezer says, if you do halacha, then it's usually when you have to walk, you have to do halacha. And if you have a machshava shlomo shma, you constantly present. The makom shizar lahalik, when you do halacha in a place where halacha is not necessary, then what? A machshava hosaris. And it was like an erroneous thought or shlomo shma thought will not validate. What Rabbi Eliezer means is says the Gemara, the Kabbalah of Pasla, so now remember the Mishnah tells us very important, which is that if let's say these Kabbalahs, Pesach and Shabbos, which become puzzle, offered up Shalom Shema, if there is a Kabbalah of Shalom Shema during any one of these four blood avodas, Shkita, Kabbalah, Zurika, Racha, that invalidates the Kabbalah. Gemara is intrigued by the Kabbalah. Tell me now that if the Kohen has Shalom Shema Kabbalah, by Kabbalah, that invalidates the covenant. That's true. But Tanya was the first line by the but Tanya, well, said Kabbalah Shakam. In the Masik says you shall offer it. This refers to receiving the blood. Ata Omer Kabbalah Shakam. You see that's Kabbalah Shakam. You have a speaker. Maybe it actually refers to speaker. Yeshu Omer Bizaku. How is speaker? When it says Bizaku, what's the expression there? Bizaku refers to speaker. Amar, Mama, anyone kind of good people. So what is good people? Su Kabbalah Shakam. Let's say that ultimately the universe does that. So let's just understand. So the Muslim is going to have the concept of the Kivo, the word Kivo. The Kivo in the Aaron according to Sagam. The Kivo means Kabbalah. That means the act of receiving the blood in the two shards. So says the Gemara, the Kivo, Zakabal Sagam. Then the Aaron according. Let's say when it says the sons of Aaron according. Shekinah Kohen Kasher with the two shards. Also, what does this mean? It means that Kabbalah must be done with a Kohen Kasher, valid Kohen, and two shards. What's essentially very interesting. In this context, Rashi was not to be good. Normally, two shards means what? Means what? Service utensils. Service utensils. Rashi points out here that that's not what it means in this context. If you look at the second to last of the short line before the line, that's why the two shards, she enabled Bashim Big Day Kumura. Rashi says, the shards here means Big Day Kumura. So Kabbalah must be done by Kohanim Shavim who are wearing big day Kumura. I'm going to have Yakiba. I am a Kabbalah Shalom today. Allah, the Kohen Kasher of Kisharis. And the Kiva also says the Kiva has its own version of this. But where do we know that Kabbalah has to be done with a Kohen Kasher? And while he's wearing this Kohanim vestments, Ne'emar Kani B'nei Aaron. It says over here B'nei Aaron was by Kabbalah. And Ne'emar Lahalon, Elish Los B'nei Aaron HaKohanim HaMeshuchim. The Lord says, it says later on, that these are the names of the sons of Aaron and the Shufim that were anointed with the Shemin HaMishkan. You must Ma'ala Halon B'Kohen Kasher to the Sharis, just like it was in the second gospel, referring ultimately to Kohanim or Kishim, and to wear the Kohanim vestments. After the Kohen Kasher to the Sharis, so to be able to talking about Kohen Kasher and the Kushite. Says so we'll say so the Kiva pretty much is going to say the same structure, you just learning that a little bit differently. So what's what we have over here so far is as follows. The pasuk of the Kiva, Shachat and Samaka and Hashem, the Kiva and the Aaron, the Kiva is Kabbalah. Even though the word Kiva translates as what? As a sacrifice. In this country, it means Kabbalah. What do we learn about Kabbalah? What do we just learn about Kabbalah? What do we learn about Kabbalah? Has to be done by a Kohen Kosher and the Shars. That's very smart. Good. Hold on. I'm going to be careful. Ekpach Esbona. So it's a very strong word. So it's Ekpach Esbona means I will bury my sons. In Moshe Shamati, Lahavchin Hefesh bin Kabbalah Rizmiga, the English Lukan. So we'll say, when the Kabbalah said essentially, I swear, like I swear like by my son's lives, that I learned the distinction between Kabbalah and Zidon, and I can't for the life of me remember. So we'll say, why would I be careful like C6? So bury my son, I hear he's obviously a good frustrated. So I will say something, you know, you can learn something, you can't remember that which you learned. And say, by the way, it's an incredible Muslim, because otherwise you should be so frustrated that you can't remember something. Tomorrow, somebody says, oh, that'll be sure. I'll see it in 7 and a half. I'll get back to it the next cycle. Let's say the idea that when a person feels so close to their Torah, that ultimately, again, when they can't remember this profound sense of situation, it's an incredible level. In any event, so essentially, the Kabbalah is very upset, very distressed, because the Messiah, he remembers that he learned about the distinction in Kabbalah and Zidon, but he can't remember what that distinction was. And what are the Akiva? And the Akiva says, be careful, don't worry, I'm going to tell you the difference. So he says, Kabbalah lo asala machshava k'maisa. Also, when it comes to Kabbalah, so machshava is not k'maisa. Also, what does that mean? Right? And this goes and remember that at least when you have to be very honest, we're discussing exactly that any bearing on our Mishnah. Remember how this whole conversation started. The Mishnah told me that even if I had in mind even if I'm Kabbalah, Shalom Yishma, ultimately that invalidates the carbon. Now I'm also going to see why this whole discussion began. So the Kabbalah says, I remember that there's a distinction between Kabbalah and Zidon, but I can't remember what it is. And the Akiva tells us, I'm going to tell you what it is. Kabbalah, lo azi machshava k'maisa. We'll say when it comes to Kabbalah, we do not make machshava k'maisa. We'll say now, what does that mean? Look at Rashi. It is 6 lines down from the wide lines of Rashi. Lo azi machshava k'maisa. Hashdo sakadaitva. Hadika amar in machshava pozeles bishvila. In kishekva chut b'zmano. O shelo b'shmo. Amalo pasta v'Kabbalah. We'll say, the same is that shelo b'shma Kabbalah by Kabbalah, any type of erroneous mindset by Kabbalah, does not invalidate Kabbalah. As opposed to Zrika, ultimately again, asaba machshava k'maisa. So it's like by Kabbalah, if I manage to something, this is one that invalidates the avoda. If I just have a wrong mindset, that doesn't invalidate the avoda. Now, by Zrika, whether I had an erroneous mindset or an erroneous thought about it, the avoda kiblo bachos in a chayiv kares. Furthermore, if you do Kabbalah outside of the Beis Hamikdash, that chayiv kares zarku bachos, which outside of the Beis Hamikdash, shar chayiv kares, kablu b'sulim in chayav and alav. Or say somebody who's a psul, either is a apostle coin or not a coin at all, does Kabbalah, they're not chayiv visa for that act. Zarku b'sulim chayiv visa. And if ultimately again not coin or apostle coin does visa, they will be chayiv visa. So Rabbi Kiva says these are the distinctions between Kabbalah and Zidon. What's so beautiful? Amar lo Rabbi Tarfon. Rabbi Tarfon says ha'avoda. What's the ha'avoda means? I swear by the Beis Hamikdash. At hitis yamin ismo. You do not deviate right or left from what the true halacha is. Or as Rabbi Tarfon is essentially saying, spot on. Right? Spot on. Excellent. And Yishamati, the Faish, also in case you not listen. Now the Tarfon says, I heard the shiur. Right? I heard this teaching. I wasn't able to recall it. Ata Dorish Umaskin Yeshua. You Rabbi Akiva, that was Rabbi Akiva never heard of Shia. Rabbi Akiva came up with this distinction based on his owner. So the problem is known away by the fact that he essentially spoon-fed the information according to the college. Rabbi Akiva came up with it on his own. Listen, it's nice to come up with it on his own. He didn't invent it, he learned it on his own. So what's this that beautiful? This is the Rothschild Amalo, and the Tarpon uses this Russian to even say Akiva, Palapore Shrimka, Kipore Shrimka. Akiva, anyone who goes ahead and separates from you, separates from life. Learn Akiva that everyone should attach themselves to you because you have a mastery of Torah. Because of these words are exceptionally profoundly well on a different level. Very idea of Akiva, I also feel that one of the credits, the fact that Hamid Israel is still so vibrant, is so healthy to this day, despite all of the universities and distractions, is that your Akiva. Is that your Akiva really was the embodiment of the mindset that says no matter what happens, Yeshua Hashem will always come. Rosh will always be there by our side. So it's very profound that Akiva Kalakorish and Kalakorish Makai separate from Rabbi Akiva, separated from life. Can't separate from Rabbi Akiva's mindset, can't separate from his halachas, can't separate from his hashkafas hachayim, because if you run the risk of not excusing out on the ability to take life. Amar Rabba, so what's that? So okay, bottom line, that currently is taking on that. So what's the issue over here? What's the issue over here? That you give us a credit to this is that that you do Kabbalah Shalom Bishma, because Kabbalah Shalom is not about the Kabbalah. We'll say that is often a stira, right? That is an explicit contradiction to our Mishnah, because the Mishnah says that what? That if Kabbalah is done Shalom Bishma, the Kabbalah will be invalid. And Rabbi says, no Kashya, Kandam Akshavas people, Kandam Akshavas Shalom Bishma. Rabbi says it's not a question, we'll say why? Because it's about two different types of Akshavas. One is about Akshavas people, and one is social systems. We're going to spend a significant amount of time speaking about people. What is people? People means any time that a coin does one of the avodas with the intention of consuming the carbon outside of the Jerusalem. It's something amazing. It's attraction. People is this for the conscious and it's also so again, if a coin does the avoda and he has in mind to consume the carbon outside of the community, we know that he vows the carbon with the designation of people. So once I look at actually just a moment about Shabbos people, it's about 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13 from the bottom. About Shabbos people, the Chutz Lizmano will prosper the Kabbalah. So it's like ultimately again, if a person only has Shabbos people by Zika, by Kabbalah, that will not invalidate the carbon. That's what I mean to say. What the Mishnah is talking about, if a person has a Shabbos Shalom Shma, that will invalidate the carbon. That will invalidate the carbon. So we'll say, so here's this distinction, Shabbos, and we'll discuss why this is. Shabbos people by Kabbalah will not invalidate the carbon. Shabbos Shalom Shma by Kabbalah will invalidate the carbon. The which the Gemara says. This was Amrav Lakash Kam Shabbos Bill Kam Shalom Shma. Take the name Tiktani Shazevach Yusal V'Lo Katani Mispatel. Once I think about again, this seems to be beautiful Mishnah. What does the Mishnah say? The Mishnah says that if you have a Kabbalah Shalom Shma by Kabbalah, then what it will say? The carbon is Yifsal. If we were talking about people, then the Mishnah would have said what? Yit Hagel. Right? Mispagel. And so it's like the idea would have been, so the Mishnah would have talked to you, this was about people, then it would have used much of Mispagel. It doesn't seem it's not just says it makes sense. So it's like, what comes out of here is as follows. The about trying to make it like this. The Mishnah tells me that a wrong Kabbalah by Kabbalah to validate carbon, that's not a Shalom Shmo Kabbalah. But if one had a Machshavas Kibul during Kabbalah, which means time the corn is receiving the blood in the vessel, he has in mind that he's going to consume the carbon in 4 days from now, that's people, that does not invalidate Kabbalah. But when Machshavas people are possible Kabbalah, they will say, after you just said it like as a fact, it must be, is that true? That if you have a Machshavas people by Kabbalah, it doesn't invalidate the Kabbalah, it doesn't invalidate the Kabbalah. Well, remember again, when we say invalidate the Kabbalah, then we say that once you invalidate the Kabbalah, then what? Then what? Carbon. So remember again, the only potential swing avoda, and I say swing avoda, the only potential avoda that may not compromise the covenant which entirely occurs when Mishnah was holacha. Right? That was the one, and we'll discuss that in further depth. But it's clear that if you compromise shita and shlita, it's certainly covenant only compromise. Kabbalah, we just wanted to say, it's only got machshava shalom shma. Machshava speaker doesn't compromise the covenant. You might now just question that. Is that true? Machshava speaker of Asla Kabbalah, is that true? Machshava speaker of Kabbalah doesn't know the covenant. But I need to learn. We're yachol, those are the machshava, ma'elas, ever the real one. I might have thought that Machshava doesn't have an impact on the carbon in general. And the only time Machshava has an impact on sites where is by Srita. Neither Amos Shita and Kabbalah. I said, from where do I know to go ahead and swing Shita and Kabbalah? Talmud Lomar. Pasuk says in Pasuk over here, in He'achol Ye'achel. The Bisar Zevach Shalom. People who there's actually He'achol Ye'achel Bisar Zevach Shalom by Yom Hashlishi Lo Yiratzah Makiva So Lo Yichashay Lo People Yikir. Watch this one. So the Pasuk says people Lo Yiratzah the Jarm Hamadiyim Yachira Kasim Mikale. So it's interesting enough. The only thing that make the covenant legal is when the coin has the wrong machshava by Navoda that ultimately brings one to Achila. It ultimately is a gateway avoda to consumption. So the John al-Nevi'im in the Achila Kasimidada. Yochel Shani Marda Ashli Chashilai was a take a look at the moment. Rashi, it's 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, I have to start. As I cover you, enter Achila Kosimidad. So it was interesting was as follows. The Kosim means Achila with teach me that much. That I'm only hired a wrongful machshava of being a carbon outside of its prescribed time is only problematic if I have that machshava by an avoda, which is a gateway to consumption. A gateway avoda to consumption. But, the Gemara says, but that's what it means. The John Hamadiyim with the Achila Kasimidada. Yochel Shanimar Ashli Chashilai. Doctor is in you. So say, I'm at a person coming to become legal, even if I have the erroneous mindset. It's a Shli Chashilai, which is cleaning up the leftover blood down the base of the altar. Doctor is in you, running the leftover lymph nodes. Lomar, Yomar Shlishi, Lo Yiratzeh Makiva So Lo Yichashay. So the Gemara says, Slika B'Klal Haisa. So Slika, I will say, was included in general cloud. And yet, the Rama Yassi, so why was it singled out? The Hakishila was an ultimately again, and it should serve as a Hakish. Rama Lachak teach the following. Masti Kamika Shiabo, the Umakaparas, Umakabas, Kapara. So it's just like Svika is unique, that's what it is part of the sacrificial service. Umakaparas, and the tones. Umakabas Kapara. And I will say, if you don't do Svika, it prevents Kapara from occurring. Abkol Aboda. Uma'akeves, Kapora, also Soto again was like, what makes a covenant people, or was it, what type of abodas? If you have the wrong mindset, can make a covenant people, only abodas which are like sleeper, namely, it's an abodas, part of the sacrificial service, Uma'akeves Kapora, and if you don't do it, then what? Then what? If it prevents Kapora from occurring, what does that exclude? Gatsu, Shlicha Shirayim, Baktaras Ukurin, Sheima Akres Akapara. I will say that excludes what? That excludes the spilling out of leftover blood, the burning of the leftover fats and meats, which I will say, if you don't do those things, it is not Ma'akid Kapara. Therefore, I will say, if at the time that the Kohen is pouring out the leftover blood, he has in mind to cover 4 days later, does that make the cover legal? No. No. So we'll say, before we get to the application of this is an incredibly profound principle. So we've always thought that people with just any type of have and mind and then come to the carbon, and if it's a prescribed time that it's people, commercial, no. It only becomes people of us like this is what's called an essential. If you have the wrong mindset, by an essential avoda. What's the definition of essential avoda? A, it has to be called an avoda. B, it has to be something that is necessary to kapara. But if it's not necessary to kapara, then the wrong mindset will not go ahead with valid. So we'll say now, what we serve here using this particular paradigm, that that's basically what it appear that you have the wrong mindset by Kabbalah, that would also validate the Kabbalah. So if the Kohen is going ahead, I will say, and during Kabbalah, has in mind to cover 5 days later than once, there are multiple actually covers in hustle. Why I will say, because what is Kabbalah? Kabbalah is an avoda. Is Kabbalah ma'akid Kabbalah? Right? Does it, if you don't do Kabbalah, does it compromise the carbon? The answer is yes. If that's the case, then it's avoda, and it's ma'akid Kabbalah, then that should be that one. If the Kohen has in mind to cover 5 days later, that's people and should allow them to come. It wasn't what did we just say before? That by Kabbalah, only Shalom Lishma will invalidate the Avodah, but people will not. Here we see that even the principle just discussed by Kabbalah, people should invalidate the Kabbalah. So it's incredible, absolutely incredible. Hello, what's the Amma base? Hello, no kasha, not a contradiction. Oh, the Amma Harim Shoki Amanas the Kabbalah Gamal the Mamar. Suppose they watch this. So the Gemara says everything depends on the machshava, right? Everything depends on the machshava. Hadam, I will say, when do we say it's not people? That's when he says, I'm going to showcase, I'm going to ask the kabbalah damalama. That's when he says, I'm going to hear a shepherd animal on the condition to go ahead and receive the blood tomorrow. Hadam, I'm going to kabbalah damal, I'm going to ask Mishpo Shirayim. So it's interesting enough. The case where it's not people, I will say, where a person says, Harry, right, I'm going to check the animal on the condition that I'm going to receive the blood tomorrow, versus when he says I'm receiving the blood on the condition ultimately again that I'm going to spill out the blood tomorrow. We'll say that first case is not people, that second case is people. Now we'll see the distinction between those two cases in just a moment. Because it's supposed to, on a basic level, what you understand is as follows. Shlichas Shirayim Rabosa is after already consumption could occur. So in a case where he says, I'm going to do the Kabel Gam on the condition ultimately to pour out the Shirayim later on tomorrow, indicates it wasn't delaying consumption as well. Once you delay consumption, that's when you get into the issue of people. Amri Omer Rabban the Rabbi. So we'll say it was one of the rabbis who said to Rabbi, Shlichas Shirayim, Rakharas Imurim, Rothschild, Machshava. We'll say, now again, so now here's what we've established. It establishes that even by Kabbalah, you have Machshavas, right? People can go ahead and hustle by Kabbalah as well. Listen, that one thing we just established is you must reason that once you were to get to the point of spilling out the leftover blood or the burning of the leftover fats and limbs, there Machshavas people does not begin. Those those things are no longer called Avodah, and they're sitting on the Akbar. So the Gemara says, "Na'asharas emurim b'apostol." So shlichus tam na'asharas emurim b'apostol b'machshava. Is that true? That by the spilling out of the leftover blood or the burning of the leftover limbs and fats, that if you have that was like a machshavas people to eat the cover later on that doesn't pass it, you know, it's not and however, Yaakov will do machshava lo eres mirabakim basar. I might have thought that machshavas people was it only applies to Achilas Basar. The only time in which you directly cover people is if you have an erroneous mindset that was going to consume sacrifices. But if you say that you consume sacrifices outside of the community, the name of Abos is Shirayim, that Taras Emir, you say, how do I know that it comes to food? Even if you have an erroneous mindset, and spilling out of the leftover blood and the burning of the limbs. So what's it interesting about the word dash that we have two acts of consumption. So what are the two acts of consumption? Achas achilas adam, the achas achilas mishkera. That's the thing that was said. Kohen eats one, or the Byron, whatever, with the carbon, and the mishkera. So once it tells you why. But ultimately, again, Gemara suggests that you even by the consumption of the altar. What's the consumption of the altar? The spilling out of the leftover blood and the burning of the fats and the limbs. That's the consumption of the altar. So it sounds like a little blood. Even if you have the wrong mindset, by spilling out of the extra blood and the burning of the fats and the limbs, that can also render the cover legal. Which was the Kasha, Hada Amar Harim Zorin, Amanas Mishpo Shraim Gamaka. So this is by a case where he says, on the condition to spill out the leftover blood tomorrow. And Hada Amar Harim Shobek Shirayim Amanas Mahakti. We'll say here is where he says, I'm pouring out the leftover blood on the condition ultimately again to burn the leftover the chest. We'll say, what's this? Look at Rashi. First Rashi on the daf, Lo Kashyaha, to the Karvi, Kamalabi, Shlicha Shirai. We'll say, what is the case? Where you can make a common people, you can buy the spilling out the leftover blood. You go, the Omar, Hamini Zorek, O Achas Mishar Avodos, Amanas Lishmo Shain Lamaha. It's like, if when he's doing one of the avodas, he says, I'm going to spill out the blood at a later date, or after the prescribed time. So in that case, when during the Srika, he has in mind to allow kabbanic, or I should say, called kabbanic, not Mizbeach consumption to occur at a later date. And we'll say that's when it will become evil. בגלל עכשיו בשעה עבודה עבודה ואכילס אדם או מזבח. הלכה חישב בשעה שפרה שיניים על אכילס בשר לא קרובים. ולא having עכשיו בשעה עבודה. So what's the this? So you essentially says as follows. If you go ahead and have in mind by the sweetbread, which is one of the avodas, that you're going to pour the blood outside of the prescribed time, we'll say that that's people why. Because we'll say two things. Number one, you're having an akshava during one of the avodas, that's necessary piece. And you are delaying consumption. Which consumption of Osai is Beach consumption. So if you're having in mind to delay this Beach consumption, you're having that erroneous mindset during one of the avodas that you're not denying that you're connecting people. However, Shofet Shirayim and Asaki and Muramacha was saying you're pouring out the blood, you have in mind the rest of the leftover blood. That you're going to burn the leftover limbs tomorrow, was that doesn't create people. Why not? Because the act of pouring out the blood is not an avodah. And any erroneous mindset during a non-avodah ultimately again will not create. So we'll say, so bottom line for us was the takeaway. So the takeaway I will say is number one, that Kabbalah, erroneous mindset by Kabbalah, does in fact have the ability to go ahead and validate Kabbalah. I will say not only that, but we also established is that Halacha L'Maisa, you can have a case of people even by Kabbalah as well. Because occurs under certain defined circumstances. Right? I'm going to do the very better here. Shabbat, I heard, was actually a fascinating case. Shetivas and Spon Mefaleges, Mefageles, Mechatos was his case. What is his concern? Look at that. Shamati Mirabose, Shetivas and Spon, Ha'omar Bechatos Hakimios, Tabala Konesbo, Mefageles, Mechatos, Tabala Amasa Hakimos. Mechatos Hakimios, Joseph. Chatos is blood sprinkled on the inside of the paradigmatic example of this is Yom Kippur. It's Yom Kippur. So it's literally working as follows. When you sprinkle blood of a chatos hakimis inside this flesh, so remember, double sweep up was often done how? You clean, right? You would go ahead, actually, I'm trying to your left hand as well. You would throw it on his, sprinkle on his back. For chatos hakimis, it was like doing like that, right? The coin would keep his finger in the blood, and you would sprinkle it. And you would sprinkle it. It was like, this is what's up, Chazar Sashas, Achos, Yachos, Stein, go for that part. So they come back for that part, right? So it's like, so the idea over here is the following. What happens with Halacha L'Maisa? Time that the coin keeps his finger in the blood, he has about Shabbos people. So at the time that he keeps his finger in that blood, he has in mind that he's going to keep the carbon, blood that will come he's going to keep the carbon, he's going to burn the fats and the limbs 2 days later. He has about Shabbos people. We'll say, watch, it's already a great Kiyah Shamati, Shetvilas, Etzbam, and Bagelas, and Fatas Pigs. And we'll say that if you have the wrong mindset, you dip your finger in the blood, that ultimately you're not going to value the carbon. Shama Ilf, for Ilf of this. Allah dog, Allah Klumla Manu, once again, it doesn't make sense. I'll tell you why. Because also, where do we learn that from? So we'll say the halacha of people is stated in the context of shlamim. So listen to this. Mount the shlamim, Tvilas Etzma, Mefagelas Bahem. So when it comes to shlamim, if the coin dips his finger in the blood, and every time that he dips his finger has a machshavas pigo, we'll say, does that invalidate the carbon? And the answer is no. We'll say, now why not? Why is it that if the coin dips his finger in the blood of the shlamim and has a mindset to become a 2 days later, then it doesn't devalue the carbon. Why not? Because it's not Navoda. It's not Navoda. So we'll say, so Ilfa says, Shlamim is the paradigm for people. By Shlamim, you dip your finger inside the blood. It does not make you covered in evil. Avchatos need to be less excellent like Nirasman. So to Bechatos, ultimately, again, if you dip your finger in the blood and have a machshavas people, it does not be a problem. Usually, I say, well, listen, yeah, come and Shlamim Rabbi. Just because people was taught in the context of Shlamim, does that mean that in order to become people, it must exactly mirror Shlamim? Ima Shlamim Shlom Shman, people, was it listen to this? They will say the halacha is carbon only becomes people if halacha l'maisa was otherwise kosher. But if the carbon was not kosher anyway, then it doesn't become people. So which means as follows: Ima Shlamim Shlom Shman in most of the people. So we'll say, remember again, let's say the Shlamim was offered Shalom Lishma. So we'll say, what's the status of a Shlamim offered up Shalom Lishma? It's still kosher. It's still kosher. So we'll say, which means that Shlamim that is offered Shalom Lishma could still become people. Abchata Shalom Lishma in most of the people. And we'll say, what's the halacha? The halacha is that Abchata is offered up Shalom Lishma. We'll say, what's the halacha? Abchata is possible. And we'll say, which means that the Abchata is possible in what? It cannot become people. We'll say, it's just a peculiar aspect of people. The carbon could only become people if it would have otherwise been kosher. But if the carbon would have otherwise been compromised anyway, it can't become people. So what happens if you offer up a shlonim shalom shlam? Does shlonim shalom shlam become people? And the answer is yes. Why? Because shlonim shalom shlam is still kosher anyway. What if a chadas was offered up shalom shlam? Can it become people? And the answer is no, because a chadas shalom shlam is going to be possible. Ella, my istechalaminah. So what do you have to say? Right? What's what you have to say ultimately again is that you learn this from the before you put in the process of the Rashi. And the Ma'is Korner, I agree with the Karkasi. For Latzvachim, the people with the Asmanim Moshe, what you have to say, and we'll see this later on, that ultimately again, the idea that all Korbanos are included in Halachos and Igor Abosai. You learn that from a read later on. Therefore, because you learn that from a read later on, cannot mirror Shlamim. Most of the first five lines is Achanami, the Uyid the Krakos. So we'll say, so again, so now it sounds like from here, most of what we're saying is that Halacha L'Maisa, by a Chatos, if the coin dips in the Chatos fingers, where the blood is sprinkled on the inside, if the coin, when it dips his finger into the blood, has a Machshavas people, then what? The carbon isn't valid. It doesn't resemble Shlamim. And Shlamim is the paradigm for people. No, it's not. No, it's not. We'll say Shlamim is where the halacha of people is taught, but we don't have all other things that we always speak elsewhere as well as we will see. So also, so you want to show that maybe Alias and Shamati and misadding, misadding by her Shatiras as Magelas, if you get by Khatis penis, Cohen dips his finger into the blood, and Magma Shabbos people, and it makes it up people. So the Khatis by Shula Lakish. So also Shula Lakish, he wondered it out. So Shula Lakish. Love your people out, so it's the same conversation. Love your people out of the stomach. You have to learn how to cut the people from stomach. Mash from it, from the Magelas, just like my Shah will say, when the blood with the wrong minds, and it doesn't make them common people. Avchatos, name Tibilas, from the Magelas, so to Avchatos, it was like picking up the finger of the blood, also shooting the people. The Diakon, the Shalom, was that there is everything learned out from Shalom. It doesn't, right? This animal can still come to still become people. So would you say, therefore, because Shlamim, even if you offered up Shlosh Shma, still become people? Chatas can also become people if offered up Shlosh Shma, it's not true, right? That the Maisa again, if the Chatas is offered up Shlosh Shma, it's possible. If it can't become people, Amr Yossi Adichanina, Ein Hakim. Hakomish Shalom Rabbi. What's it all this Rabbi? This is you're right. It means yes. Everything is really learned out from Shlamim. Gemara says, Oil the first thing, Komo post of the Shlamim, the Shalom Lishmo post of the Chatos. So is it just like what? First thing, Komo, if you offer up the carbon outside of this prescribed area, passed by Shlamim, so still added you offer up Shor Shor passed by Chatos, Machutz Min Komo, post of the Shlamim, Motsi just like I was saying, you offer up the Shem Muslim Komo, and therefore the carbon is possible. It could not become people. Av Shalom Lishmo HaPosel B'Chatos, Motzei Yidiko. So if you offer to become the Shalom Lishmo by Chatos, ultimately, and therefore that makes you possible. It can't become legal either. Amar Yirmiyah, Siddon Havra. Like it has to be Shalom, so it fundamentally undermines. Malachut Komo, HaPosel Lishmo, Shekinoi B'Chol Azra. We'll say the idea of Chutz Komo, offering up a carbon outside of the specified area, therefore the carbon being possible, is not unique to Shlamim. We'll say that is the general halacha by all kabbalos. Kol b'shlo b'shlo shenaloi kol b'beisach echadis bilbad. The psul shlo shlomo says only said it applies to beisach echadis. Ela ma'is lecholamima. Rather, again, what is there to say? Davar ha'posel bohen motzin midei people. Something that will say that it validates the carbon will also prevent it from becoming legal. Davar ha'ma'akiv bohen reveal midei people. We'll say ultimately, again, this is two sides of the same coin. Was it something that ultimately again validates the carbon, will ultimately prevent it from becoming people. But the carbon can only become people if the machshavas people will say is done by a part of the avodah that is absolutely ma'akid. Hachanami davar haposel ba motzi people. So it will say like chatas. Davar haposel. This is what I will say. Something that ultimately again validates the carbon, motzi people, prevents it from becoming people. Davar hama'akid ba via leading people. So I say, in other words, what's something that is an indispensable part of the avodah, if you have the wrong mindset by that particular thing, that can make the covenant legal as well. So I say, for our purposes, means what? The dipping of the Kohen's finger into the blood of the chatas ha'chim, so I say is what? Is a davar hama'ak. It is a necessity. Because it is a necessity, therefore, what? If the Kohen has the wrong mindset, consume the covenant, sprinkle the blood 5 years later, that it will invalidate the covenant and make it into Omrad Marty Hafananani, we also learn Sehakal, this general principle, Kalakomates, the no sin decree. We'll say that covenant call. If the Kohen blood, the Kohen goes there and takes the pizza, which is the Rishon principle, the no sin decree, puts it in the utensil, Bamolid, and then one takes it to the Mizbeah, Bamakir, one offers it up. So we'll say Sisotu again. Mishnah comments and his
That's why they allow Chinese rapper. Yeah, hello, Chin. They call him Chin Chin, and I thought that was super racist. I can't do that. I call him Chin Chin all the time. Yeah, well, you're racist. Cute. Chin Chin told you about the racist. No, Chin Chin. Just as a habit, Chin Chin. Yeah. Chin Chin. Chin Chin. Chin, what is your Chin? I fucked up. Chin? Yeah, when I became a naturalized citizen, I changed to Chin. Do you know what a Chin is? A Chin is a man, a supernatural man, kind of a demon who leads wayward men astray. Yeah, it's a cool name, but everyone kept calling me they call me Chin.
What do you have to say? What you have to say is, even though a side seeks the coin needs to place the community shows, therefore what? It is considered to be an avodah. Hachinami, so to be able to say five, the coin dipping his finger in the blood of the Kandas Hakimus, even below other lakes, uses physical interest, but is a necessity of Al-Karche Hayu Holacha. Was it ultimately again should be the equivalent ultimately again of Holacha as well. To which the Gemara says, well, the Olam Kedami the Kabbalah, there was a kicking of the finger in the blood of the Kabbalah, Muhammad, Papa Mela, Hasabi, Kashakya, there was a the act of the coin of putting the mitzvah into the utensil should be the equivalent of the general act of Kabbalah. You said before, no, they're dissimilar. Why? You said it was different because by the means the coin was actually considered. Actually, by Kabbalah just comes in by itself. It says, Because the end of the day,
Listen, I
both
also
groups are
pull
where pennies
dudes are slinging
flour.
coke out there.
And then
Like a Dana White, Rogan.
but basically, according to what people are doing itself, that is what's the summary for today. Ultimately, the same way we got that. We left on everybody covering it up with a further experiment with what looks like a fundamental trade-off, but the U.S. still trying to assess what is the status of the McKinley Peak system within the flood of the Caucasus Mountains. Also, if you have the wrongful mindset there, is that the ability to render these type of people, also the fundamental study is on what is the actual case of the single piece of flood, the bona fide both of them. So that's the fundamental trade-off, and yes, it's double
Joe, to Austin. I left my intern on a Anthony barbecue sauce. I caught the comments because I hate to leave us outside. The probably was the scientist wanted to speak to you about something. It's fine, no my business. There's no stopping when you're alive. But anyways, fuck you. What's been up, Joe? How's your TRX? My podcast is great too. You want to be a guest? Come on, brother. Don't be like that. Are we best friends? I call you daddy. I stopped reading the comments from the Boston Toxic. A bunch of homeless cats that don't want to have sex in their mother's basement. Start really good every day. I don't give a damn. I just want to be drunk for my second guy with the skate. I got a story. It was a chance to try and magic my life. Texas man, this shit is no. Anyways, what are we doing here? That you call his friend. This is Sean.
We're on to see, now that's how it's starting to look. Last time we released other things. Remember that there was a previous with 40 and then as I wanted to do that pulled off in the same category as Natos and shit. Just like Natos and British come on, I was on the same overkill for us,
Welcome back to Tim This Show. Thanks for tuning in. As always, join the Patreon, join the Reddit, join the Discord. On this week's Patreon, we did an extra episode. Ever heard of it? So if you want to see us, even more of us, Danny, I am white as shit, guys. I picked a random one. We got a new soundboard. But if you want to see more of us, subscribe to the Patreon. Also, if you want early access to T-Mo's, go to the Patreon. Oh, yeah. We don't want to sleep on that, dude. You know, you get that's what we I'm over here for tater tots, though, dude. Tater tots equals early access to you. No, they're not, though. They're not here for this. They're not here for the soundboard. They're not even here for the dolphin bottom, which isn't even here. They're here to watch Tim This Show. Just start the timer. Oh, look at you, dude. You got a timer on my iPad right here, dude. Oh, shit. Chain clip. You dumb fuck. Dude, there's an iPad in front of you. You can do that. Let's do that. All right, let's see what we got here. Khabib time posted this. It's called RIP2, Papa's Hamstring. Again, those are definitely the strides of a former UFC NFL D1 football player. Looks like he's racing his wife. Okay, and as you can see, that's the narrative sheet. Spicy. See that? It's spicy. Let's see if I can read my AOC NFL Division 1 football player. Wouldn't you put NFL instead of Division 1? Like, why would you put Division 1? Yeah, just to say all the accolades. I mean, she shouldn't say, against my podcasting hilarious food truck, marketing truck genius, marketing genius guy. Those are way bigger emotions, Daddy. He looks like he's trying to do a Korean impression, dude. They know how to do the hearts like this, but he's super decked to do like that. You don't know about that? No, it's a heart like that. Oh, yeah, Korean people are like that. You learn something new every day. And why is it bad boys? He's a bad boy. Okay, that's nice. Yeah, got a couple of demons with him. There is a song playing, but you can see he chases her down, beats her up. And throws her to the ground, walks away, all that. Now they're grifting the couple scene. A new thing. I like that. Okay. I thought I was going to bring back the pizza game thing, but no, dude, he's getting a couple games now, dude. You can never predict what's next. I'll give him that. Did you see that coming? That we're going to do a couple things? Only when they posted the first video. That first video of them, like, doing some sort of activity together. Like, yeah, it's going to get likes. They're going to keep on doing it. It kind of makes sense, though, because remember when they were moving to Texas, they did some sort of they both had things that were like, can't believe moving to Texas. And I'm like, there's a move to Texas. I got to get my cowboy hat. And it's like, I got to get camo pants for him. And they both saw each other's posts and like, what if we both did this, dude? On social media, this isn't real. I have a feeling it's going to start meaning that you're done talking about the clip whenever you push this out. Could be, dude. All right, this one's posted by Dandy Kaufman, too. It's called Papa Wants to Assault Mark Beard. Let's see here.
It looks like you're a bitter bitch. Here's the thing. Anyways, in the world I come from, is Mark Maron, with all the shit talk he's talking about, with all the Rogan verse, and you guys are going to notice he needs to get fucking punched in the face. That's how this should go. If you talk all this shit and get physically assaulted, you're going to stop, right? We'll snap his fucking neck.
It sounded like he was saying that right. I know. That was sounding really good. What is Crystalia saying? Like, it's kind of good about that. Yeah, is Crystalia not fucking being the voice of reason here? He's not gonna tell him not to hit Mark Maron. What's going on? Oh, I think he's right. Can you imagine? No, he's like, he might be right. He's gone completely insane. 100% up. Eric's like, I guess you're right. We gotta fuck him up. The next time we go to the comedy store, we see Maron getting beat up by Eric and one of the door guys.
Behind a mic, you talk all this shit, behind a mic, and get physically assaulted, you're gonna stop, right? You fucking cuck.
He said, why is Maron a cuck? What does Baba think cuck means? That's what I feel like I've said this before, but I truly want to know. Define it. Yeah, you gotta define it. Is that him when he sees you? He's like, I was just kidding. Is he scared of you? I mean, this makes it sound like he wants to fuck me up. Oh, yeah. Maybe he's scared of me. Yeah, that's funny. He's such a bitch that I meet him and he's like, whoa, dude, it was all talk. He says that to me. I don't say, I was just joking. He goes, oh. Dude, puppy. And he tells me he was joking. That would be something. Yeah. I go, dude, don't worry about it. You got a gun? I love you, dude. I like how people do up on your chairs. Yeah, dude.
What are you gonna do, man? Fucking punch me, motherfucker.
What are you gonna do, Brandon?
Go complain to your cats. Only when you fucking cock.
What the fuck? You better create a word. Like somebody that cooks out the cloud. The cloud. Oh. Yeah, you're cooking on that. You gotta give me a little dolphin noise or something. That makes sense. That makes sense, dude. There we go.
Go complain to your cats, go to your shitty comedy, and go back into your dungeon.
Oh man, Papa. Throwing glass at a stone house is not a good idea. Definitely, yeah. Dude, that's well said. A dungeon, dude. Your house maybe is like storage facility, or at least your podcast, I guess. Yeah. We don't know if it's not the same thing. Well, I was talking about him calling it comedy shit. It's like, oh, that's even crazy. That's just fucking up.
Go to your shitty comedy.
Shitty comedy. Yeah, I think that's crazy for a shot to say for sure. Yeah, that's hilarious. If there was a crowd in front of them, I'd be like, oh. Yeah, dude.
And go back into your dungeon. Well, see, this is what I'm done being nice to him, and I was a fan of Mark.
I don't think so. When were you ever nice to him? Yeah. He's a big fan. Yeah. Shab is a comedy nerd. He was listening to WTF all the time. I get it, dude. I understand. I get it. I think we gotta kill him. He's got to step up. He's gotta go. It sounds a lot more like an awful. I understand. I get it. Underage people. Let's see. What else do we got here? Anything else on that one? This one is posted by Flash Over 962. Calabasas gal surviving in the hard streets of Austin, Texas. Just a little skits and bits she put on her Instagram. My husband didn't fill my car with gas, so here I am. Just living my life at 9 a.m. And I remember watching this on the live. I think we were debating. You obviously pointed out it's the kid putting it. But now that we know they're doing the couples narrative, it's kind of just, it's part of the show. It's a meme that goes along with, he'll have a thing about being at the gas station, keeping up with the rattlesnakes. Yeah, you like that? They could have a great reality show. I'm surprised they don't. Alright, this is cute, bitch. You got that button too, kind of, I see what you're saying. It's real. This is posted by Original Standard 42. This is not AI. Yep, that's wild, dude. If the tongue isn't the only thing we're saying, if it's not 3 C's, it's not real. There's a lot of stuff without 3 C's, but if the tongue's not out, it might be AI. Yeah, if you my son's might be AI. Alright, let's see what else. He loves to take pictures of himself eating. Yeah, I think we'll ever get to the point where that's a bit we do. I've had exes that like take pictures of me eating. It bugs the fuck out of me. My mom likes to do it too. My mom will take a picture of me while I'm eating. And she does it to my dad whenever they're out like traveling. In the group chat, she just put a picture of my dad with it. I'm about to devour a sandwich. I was like, you're on a Subway. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's in Madrid, but dude, it's something nice to eat before you take the picture. It's Subway in Madrid. It's the best Subway, dude. This is posted by Clint Blue Chips. This is why Papa had to leave the podcast early. Tucker Carlson's Christmas party. Gang, buzz, buzz. Wow. You know what's funny is that I'm sure if we pull up any pictures of Theo Long with fans, that's the exact same face he does. I just feel like I'm going to be like cheesing with my friend Job. Yeah. It's like, oh, he's another fan. Probably. Yeah. He's got the cowboy hat on. Shub's sibling is Tucker. Maybe been in relationships. He live in Austin. I'm pretty sure he lives in some sort of remote area. Okay, well,
That makes sense.
Can you do me a favor, dude? Can you be in Shop's? I know. Listen, I made a parody song for today's episode. I say that it hurts to be in Shop's for too long. That's facts. You know what I mean? But can you do me like that's 5 seconds and speak for Shop's quick? What is thinking? I'm gonna help out my boy. Because Theo's been going through a lot. Like, I'm gonna take a picture of him, you know, and like post it for the fans so they can know he's okay. Because I talked with Theo, and it's not easy as me. He's still pretty. And then people see they still get when they have a picture of me and my hat looks nice. I have a good hat.
why
I thought you were just gonna go straight for this, dude. Where's it at?
I just don't
I will fuck you up.
Things are fucking up. Yeah, because they gotta stop fucking with you. They gotta fuck with him. Oh, that's right. You have to go through shots. Yeah, that's true. Best brain to be. Let's see what else we got here. Another Dandy Kaufman post is I guess they had a hot episode of Tiger Think. What's that? I guarantee it ain't going down like that, but it already went down like that. Dandy Kaufman getting spicy. Let's see.
The dude that's almost a billionaire doesn't need defense. I disagree. No, it's not about money. You're missing it. It's not about money. It's about being a good friend. Because I guarantee if I go to the podcast, they talk about Chris, Brian, you, Jeff Dye,
What's this in reference to? I don't know, but he was talking for a long time about how people wouldn't stand for Rogan, like Bert Kreischer wouldn't stand for Rogan on some podcast. Yeah, that's true.
Chris, Brian, you, Jeff Dye, like broken.
Oh, fuck, dude. What? Jeff Dye really is that bad, huh? And he just accepts it, dude. Jeff Dye is like best friend with Brendan Schaub. That's like yeah. It's like Jeff Dye really thinks that we want Brendan Schaub to come back to stand up. He's like, you can just give me your jokes, and that's why it's so bad now. Jeff Dye doesn't want him to come back because his shows now. They're the guys that hang out together that are both bad. They both think they're good.
They don't. What are you talking about? I always think it.
Recently, I found myself in a hot tub with about 8 to 10 12-year-old girls.
Found myself. That's funny. Whatever. I'm gonna look, man. And so standing up for Chris D'Elia, making Chris D'Elia joke, and Brad looks at you and he smiles and goes, "You didn't stand up for shit." Yeah. And then but he also already admitted that part. Just like, yeah, this is your platform. I'm just not gonna say. Yeah, but on other shows, I would fuck everyone up. I don't give a fuck who you are. I'll fuck you up. I don't give a fucking up. Especially if you're a cuck. I hate cucks. Oh yeah, not only a cuck, but a club. Dude, don't even get started on that. This one here we got Caterpillar Hot 7539 posting this one. Ollie sent a Gen 3 RAM high manifold. YouTube mechanic install. Brendan Schaub, Ollie performance. With help from my point Trey. If the mechanic has a face like this when you dump the car out, I'll be like, I'll get a second quote, dude. You know, this is the last thing you want to see. This is a messed out mechanic right here. I wonder if, definitely not. I wonder if Brendan asked Trey, hey, should I make a face? I feel like the guy that asked that, or maybe he does. He's just super professional. He's like, all right, Trey, thanks for coming to the car, fam. Now take the picture. No, he's taking a picture of a big buff on your face. Why? Dude, you can teach a whole geometry class on this next. Yeah, it's weird looking. That's a parallelogram, I'm pretty sure, right? It looks like some kind of weird cartoon from the 90s, like Rocco's Modern Life or Brainiac, or what is it called? Animaniac? Yeah, definitely. I see that. Pinky in the brain. Just so unnecessary. We were already not going to click on whatever the fuck your face is on. Now you just make yourself look stupid as hell. You know what I mean? Why? Also, I think Trey probably did other work too. How dare you, dude? Oh my god, it gets worse when you get a little lipstick. He's got a kind of Mr. Clean thing going on. A little bit, you know? Yeah. He just cleaned up after Trey. What are you gonna do with that, dude? Yeah, the job's done. Yeah. That was like a kid's power. It looks like tiny. I gotta get him something because he's busy.
Mission's talking about if
He's
a
like,
person
he's working
has
all night.
so much trouble, well, that will invalidate the card.
Speaking out,
That will invalidate the card.
Anyways, he tried to hire me.
And we'll discuss why
I was
this
like, I can't do
Now,
that
service
podcast.
will by Kabbalah will not invalidate the
Of course,
card.
it's just like
Now,
other
service
just
will
ads.
will by
Just other
Kabbalah will
partnerships.
invalidate.
Performance.
Listen
Lethal
to
performance in
Christ.
Texas. Do you think it's them just like on the tweeting episode we were talking about buying a Chipotle for your house? Is it them just like blowing money? They're just like, oh, dude, we gotta work with shop. Furious. What did they get out of it? Is a good question. What is it exactly? Should I ask ChatGPT? Maybe, yeah. I mean, I think probably what happens is like Shop essentially goes there and he's like threatening them to make them do ads with it. They have no choice. They're doing this against their will. Like, all he wants to do is pose, tag us. I guess that's fine. What's the alternative? He beats us up. He sounds crazy. I'm asking right now. Yeah, like what they get out of it. Yeah, and it's on thinking mode, so I'll get a good answer. I'll sit there for a second. Anyways, you want to hit us out on something? Okay.
That's social media. This is it.
Alright, so let's post my movie blogger. It's called always been into cosplay. Always been into cosplay. Wow. And literally and figuratively wears a lot of hats. So first of all, let's tackle this 2021. And because you know, the Papa narrative continues to transform, transcend, be painted, yeah, of course. So, keep up. And what was he doing in what was he doing in Circa 2021? I guess he was trying to be like a LA hipster guy or make fun of him. You're looking at a picture of the guy that used to bring data. Oh, what was he doing in LA 2021? Stand up. He was going to coffee shops and threatening to fight security guards. That too, just like that. They don't know who he is. They don't know where to job. They're describing it to the police. He was in a really tight shirt and he had a Gucci fanny pack and he was wearing one of those hats that women wear at Starbucks in Silver Lake. And he had tight pants. He kept saying he was wearing like bike. He had a scooter with brake lights. He made someone take a picture of him outside of the scooter. Texas 2025. I mean, honestly, dude, the Republican grow up is real. You know, he's still a little kid inside of me. He looks better there, sure. Yeah. Mexico 2029. I'm there for that. Oh, yeah. Whoa, he should lean into his Mexican side. Yeah. Feel about this Trump ordering shirt stuff. His face, he doesn't look like he's got remember that Trump song? It was like, Donald Trump is red and John. But that one that goes, oh my God, yeah. He could become the Mexican fucking president, dude. They put a lady. Yeah, I mean, look, stranger things have happened. Season 5. And there's action. Let's see what this is about. A lot of video posts this week, dude. I'm excited. This one's posted by Messi Middle 808. It's called Papa's First Hunt and Kill. Shot a very rare white albino. Access to your course. Is that something you want to brag about? Why don't you want to like preserve an albino? That would be my exact thought. Yeah, I don't know what that is. Never heard of it. But I assume so. That's how you know views are bad. Is if you do something extraordinary, he's like, I have to talk about it. He's like, I shot at Baldy. I got my first try. And everybody was like, dude, what are you doing? Puppy, bro. Listen, bro, they're in danger. He's like, but I'm not fucking gay. Yeah, they questioned him. He's like, you're fucking gonna fuck you up. They're like, it's an endangered species. Like, I was like, does that make sense?
There's access there. Yeah, so there's access there. And he goes, he has no idea which one is that white one. Like, the white one, he's cute as fuck. He goes, well, do that white one. Very fast here. Fast, so I shoot him, right? He's like, they're telling me, like, your adrenaline's been going, there's all this shit. And I'm like, great. Like, yeah, shoot that one. Like, yeah, me as well. Hit him right above the shoulder. So he hit the heart, so I can struggle. Right. So I shoot him.
Oh my God, dude. That's so funny. They're like all serious.
that
was
watch
telling me,
in
oh yeah,
the service,
you mentioned how you would not, how much you would not think that he understood what you said. You give him instructions, he goes, that we're not hitting that deer, no chance. He didn't listen to anything I said, probably. He's probably on his phone. He's never gotten anywhere near him.
only on photos which are like
With the scope right above the shoulder, right in, but he takes off and goes, fuck, I missed.
and if you don't
Boom, falls off. Like, oh shit. They're like, yeah, he hit me high five, man. I thought I'd have like this huge adrenaline rush.
He has no brain.
That is out of leftover the burning of the leftover fats in it. So we'll say you don't do those things.
You weren't excited or nothing? That's crazy. That's the craziest thing I've ever seen.
No,
Brian's like,
no.
oh, it's just like
So it's like
man, there's nothing going on. Nothing going inside. Hey, nothing going on. Man, how many girlfriends you have?
You're not saying, like, I'd have the dread, like, I was high-fiving and stuff, but, like, my nerves were fine, or something like that.
That's the title of this episode.
What's the definition of
Where the
central
top feels
abode?
nothing.
Hey, it has to be spoken about. He, that's something that is
He should put it, yeah, it feels something after killing a bite out here. Brendan Schaub feels something after killing a dangerous species. Not that that particular one is. It's probably factually accurate. It's so funny. You're bringing up rain, you said, feeling shit. Same kid. Table we got down here. Rains all day, daddy.
But, like, my nerves were fine, or something like that thing. And then,
Oh, you almost forgot. Oh, that's so right. Oh, what are your thoughts on that? I mean, probably not true. Could be, I guess. Very funny that if you're a shop, how do you make sure that the lies you're telling on podcasts don't come back to haunt you? Like, do you threaten them because you're so big and puffy? All this stuff. Do you threaten the people that you're dealing with? Like, Doug, I'm going to say I killed the most rare thing of all time. You're going to fucking go. Yeah, it's hard to tell whether he's dumb enough because both are dumb. Like if he was just like, dude, I'm gonna say I killed somebody, so just don't say anything as part of the show. But and with the flip side of that is like also stupid where he's like, I'll kill you. I don't know. I'm not sure. What do you think? I think we're asking. What's it called? I think that like people find out you have a podcast. People find out you do stand-up comedy, so they'll say something and be like, oh, you do Brendan Schaub is like the guy that uses all of it. You know, he just acts like it's all him. You know, yeah. His life is a movie, so he goes on these hunting trips or whatever this hunting trip was, and they killed the actual albino deer. And they're like, you should run down your podcast. And Schaub's always just giving me he's like the Jack Nicholson thing. Yeah. But it becomes him. Yeah, that makes sense. You know, they're like, Doug, don't say anything. What the fuck? He doesn't say their names or they are. He's like, I killed. I actually taught them a lot. They said I was a natural. They actually walked away with better hunting ability. Let's see what we got here. Got one more sound. All right. This one's posted by, I said really quick. It was very slow, but appropriate duty posted this up. Appropriate duty 930. Jesus can return his AI. What do you want to say about it? I've seen this one.
Jesus was born out of a virgin mother. What's more virgin than a computer?
They man is just saying shit. He said it as if he was expecting it, or it's an interesting tangent that they can discuss, but not what it is, which is like, what the fuck are you talking about? Are we playing again?
Jesus was born out of a virgin mother. What's more virgin than a computer?
Actually, maybe I'm reading it wrong. That is kind of being like, what the fuck are you talking about? Play that again? I like this guy.
Jesus was born out of a virgin mother. What's more virgin than a computer?
I can't do that. This guy's funny. This is how are you supposed to respond to that? Maybe what's more virgin than a computer? Let's see what he says.
If Jesus does return, even if Jesus was a physical person in the past, you don't think that he can return as artificial intelligence?
Oh my God! Artificial intelligence. He busted a nut right now. He said, "Oh my God! I'm gonna go, Jules." What's up?
She said, absolutely return as Jesus. Not just return as Jesus, but return as Jesus with all the powers of Jesus.
Combine Tesla's Optimus robot and the best foundational artificial intelligence model or whatever.
It reads your mind, and it loves you, and it wants it. It doesn't care if you kill it, because it's going to just go be with God again.
I don't even understand what he's trying to say. This is who is to thank or blame for the state of comedy. It's this guy who thoughts like that. Yeah, that's fucking him.
Bobby Lee is one of my closest friends. No one's been more supportive.
He's, what are you talking about? Why is he doing the religious thing now, too? Everything that sucks can be tied back directly to Joe Rogan. Well, I mean, honestly, everything that sucks can be tied back directly to Catholicism. That's true, and this is just an extension of that. You're giving Joe Rogan too much credit. What if, okay, what are Jim Morrissey? Yeah, and then the Unitarian, what is your thing called? Unitarian Universities, and don't get me started on that. Okay, what if, stay with me, okay, don't kill me. What if AI can come back as Joe Rogan? Right? So it's like AI teaches you all about aliens and talks a lot about trigger grills. What's more powerful than Joe Rogan? Right. Here's my thing, dude. I'm Joe Rogan. Right. I'm not talking about AI, dude. Yeah, I'm gonna be like, Jesus is gonna come back and be the fucking middleweight champion of UFC. Yeah, I like that. That's what I think is gonna happen. Do you think Jesus is gonna come down here and choke a fool out and pray for him? That's what he's gonna do. I think I'll take that. No strike. He has this. He's Darth Vader Jesus. I think Jesus comes back. I think Jesus already did come back as Joe Rogan. That's when you know that Joe Rogan's really lost it. It's when he says that. What if Jesus is here right now? His name's for the job. I wish he had said that, dude. If he had said that, it would have gone so fucking viral. I mean, this went viral too. But this fucking idiot. Stand up for yourself. Have some fucking respect for yourself, you cuck. That's a cuck. This is a cuck. This guy on the right. Oh, I've been Joe Rogan. Wow, it's intense life. You suck. You suck ass. Listen, you're a whore. You know, and you have a great set. I mean, I think that's a spaceship. That's what I was about to say. Right? So, my favorite shirt. Can you see what Joe Rogan said to start this episode? What if AI came back as God? Oh my God, you know you're in a spaceship right now, right? Dude, you know how much fucking money this costs? You're gonna see some stupid fucking shit like that, dude. He's like, you're in my spaceship, man. I don't even want you in here anymore. That's the fucking most stupid thing I've ever heard. I wanted to say another word, but this is YouTube. Yeah. I like that. The guy's mad because, like, Joe Rogan has disgraced his amazing set. I think that's funny. That's a great. But I also said, but yeah, I could.
almost like cartels and videos.
Like, hey,
Couple of
laughed.
things, bro.
Not
It's
Jesus.
like they're expert.
No, you're right. This guy he put on a great show, and Rogan comes in and says some really stupid shit. Some heinously stupid shit. You think I'm doing this for the views, Rogan? Go back outside and put your brain on. What the hell is this? How dare you sit in our orange chair and say some shit like that? Fuck you. Oh shit, we got another Rogan. I want to watch this episode too. I haven't seen it yet, but this was posted by Appropriate Duty. 9:30. Christianity is real because people are nice.
The scripture, to me, is what's interesting. It's fascinating.
This religious podcast. Wow, I think it's a UFO podcast. So why is he? Rogan is so annoying that he comes on and just whatever he wants to talk about is what you're talking about. It's a fucking space podcast in a spaceship, and Rogan starts talking about scripture. He's like, dude, I fucking love church, right? And you gotta go with it because he's Joe Rogan. You go, oh, yeah, I was gonna talk about space and spaceships and aliens, but dude, when you kneel down the pew and they, you know, it's like the you need part of Christ, and you're like, what are you fucking babbling about, you fucking billionaire psycho?
That is what, and also that Christianity, at least, is the only thing I've experienced with. Works.
I can't stop Christianity works. Okay, good. I got Joe Rogan on my podcast. So what are you talking about? He's talking about Christianity works really well. I didn't know I had him on because I have a spaceship set. I wanted to talk about aliens, but we ended up talking about going to church on Sunday. Dude, Joe Rogan sucks. Yeah. He talked for an hour about the collection. He said the pastor, he actually knows more than the pastor about God. Yeah, but Joe Rogan's great. Yeah, he bought me a nativity. I put it in my spaceship. Yeah. He bought me a Bible. Signed by him. With the incredible voice, Joe with the incredible. We should change that out, but we'll never get rid of that. Oh, yeah, should I crown up? You're right, she's doing something. And now it would probably be, if she came here, she'd probably be super duper Christian. Paul, see you, get on it, dude. Can we get a crown of thorns on like that real quick? Yeah, who else has to sacrifice? Yeah. You know what I got a problem with, dude? Listen, this is 2 minutes of shop, but we gotta talk about Christianity once a week, okay? You know what I got a problem with, dude? That's the narrative. That's what I'm saying, the narrative, dude. Why do they, like, celebrate his death? Like, the most brutal way of killing him, that's what, like, symbolizes whoever. It's like, it's fucking, made this motherfucker bleed on the cross, dude. And then it was like, oh, the cross is beautiful. It's like, no, dude, that fool died on the cross. Yeah, that's a good criticism for sure. The fuck? What kind of crazy fucking ritual is this where they're like praising the death of some prophet? You know, that's like, I was watching Poppy. Unfortunately, that's a rap. We're gonna try it. That's like a cross necklace. I want to get that on my neck. Get the green Poppy poster. Right, the Dallas Skyline. Yeah. What's up, Dallas?
People that are Christians, that go to this church that I go to, that I meet, that are Christian, they are the nicest fucking people you will ever meet. They're really kind.
If Cody had more money than he has now, I'd be a lot nicer. Oh, yeah. God damn. Of course they're nice to your fucking Joe Rogan. He's so stupid. That's like saying, like, people like St. Austin, dude. The kindest people. Yeah, it's like the most cutthroat place. You got like 30 spots that millions of comments are going to get. But Joe Rogan comes around and they're like, we'll suck your dick. Yeah, they're going to be nice to you. Enjoy your favorite person. We know you're gay. We will suck your dick. I went to this fucking mosque and they hated me. I went to this fucking Buddhist place and they were like, fuck you and fuck your mother. No, you're fucking Joe Rogan and rich and famous. You should be. He has no idea that might be yes men around him. No one has told you you're not funny. There you go. Anyone that says you're gonna stand up, they're not telling you the truth. There's a problem. There's a problem.
They are even more nice at a church. When you leave the church parking lot, everybody lets you go in front of them. Everybody's beating the snow and honking in the church parking lot. It works. I mean, I would honk in the church parking lot, but I'm different. You can't come on. I'm tired of motherfuckers honking at me when I go to these dudes. I'm in the Lucky Boy parking lot getting honked at once. I don't really honk at very much. I honked today, though. I did honk at someone today. Oh, yeah? They're taking too long. And I felt bad, and then I realized how much I honked. I wasn't even that bad. I just wanted to honk hard. Like, I hadn't honked in a while. You gotta get that honk out, yeah. Driving my son to baseball practice.
And where's the fucking Bible that says I can't honk my horn, dude? Nowhere, dude. You go to a fucked up church before. They tell you that you're fucking 6'2", and then somebody people up to you. They don't even check for your height over here at my church, dude. Alright, let's see what this one's about. This is sponsored by Danny Kaufman 2. It's called Monopoly for You. Improve the audio, blow some lovely exhaust for his guest. What? So he said, Mama Bebop. That sounds like exactly what it is. It's stuff. I was copping to a thing, buddy. You gotta get on a private jet and go to a party. See, pal, that's a dream. Likewise. Thank you. Oh, yeah. This is good signs for us, dude. Sorry for pausing. This is amazing signs for us. You know what I'm seeing? What Papa's getting a little bit of his focus. Getting back to that. Getting a little bit of his happiness step and shit. Yeah. Getting back to that. That you know, starting to get a little bit. You feel good. You know what I mean? Yeah. He's leaving early on the pod. He wants to leave early on the pod. Yeah. And he's gonna start fucking. I think so. I think you're right. You know, a little bit of attention goes a long way for Bob. He didn't used to get invited to Tucker Carlson's birthday party or whatever it is, but now he's flying out in a private jet, hanging out with Theo Von and Tucker Carlson to get some of this different. Yeah, people like him, and he's important on the scene. All right, so yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens.
That's social media. This is it. Do I see you again? Oh, we will. I got in 1 fucking sentence. I thought starting when you guys are done. Any subject. You guys talk about the moon. I'm going to create a moon story. That's Sean's truck, everybody. That's the shopster's truck. Was that thing got a Hemi? Yeah. Dude, you know what podcast you're on? Yeah, you don't know shit about trucking, man. Talking about a Hemi truck, what we're talking about blowers and fucking exhaust and shit. What kind of Cubic is a Hemi? Those guys always talking about fucking not a truck guy. And then he goes online and he sees Papa with a little 10 card reel. He's like, oh my god, why did I say that? This guy always talking about, yeah, anything about transmissions. Yeah. He would retire if he had probably like the doors on a truck. Yeah, dude. Oh, that's hilarious. Like, yeah, I've never seen that, dude. Are you a truck guy? Are you a truck guy? What are you doing? Are you a truck guy? Fucking truck guy. No, truck guy left. Truck guy leaves studio now. Truck guy, big truck with big exhaust Hemi. The fuck came with that on the podcast, dude. What happened to having like comedians on it? What is this, his name? Why the fuck are we on there, dude? I know, this guy, nobody knows who this guy is, dude. Oh, I will say that I am looking for new chairs. Yeah, seriously. Looks badass. Thanks. Are you a truck guy? I'm not a car guy. You a car guy? Not really. Right now, I'm a bicycle guy. We need a different studio. You're in a bicycle. Well, what's that up there? Tahiti. Dude, they got a guy that doesn't even have a car on the podcast. It's crazy. This guy rides a bicycle. And we both have trucks, and we've never been on that makes it in what sense? Yeah. In what fucking sense?
Dude, I'm just getting more and more pissed right now. This is supposed to be a secret pomegranate 84. How long until Papa is a fan of Bradley? Oh, man. That guy right here. This guy. I wonder. don't see it. I will say, I've never seen Nick Fuentes and Matan in the same room. You're saying they're the same guy. I didn't say that, dude. Joe, you would have died. Dude, if that secret gets out there, then I'm sorry. But I would watch a, I will say, I've just never seen it happen before. It looks the same height to me. Anyways, I would watch a podcast if it was Matan and Nick Fuentes interviewing Papa. The both of them, that might be pretty good. Yeah, but I would need, and I don't want this to happen, but I'm trying to think of the perfect scenario, just like you are right now. Bumping his relapse, drink a little bit, take some Haggis, head into the studio on fire. Oh, because then you know Matan and Nick Fuentes are they're in their prime of their fires, dude. They're out here spitting on the mic and fucking wiping it down, spitting the game. You know what I'm saying? Right. And so all four of us shooting on all 8 cylinders. You feel me? Like that's what I want.
That's the narrative.
Yeah, I think that's the narrative. Alrighty, let's see what else we got. This is posted by Frederick Bastient, 1801. Pronunciation is very hard. Part 9. Oh shit.
Happens, you just go, all right, if I was in the government, this would be, I wouldn't lie about this. I would want people to be healthy. That's what you want. That's what you want to do. And then you say, you don't believe in the land. Landing on the moon, Jesus Christ, all this diet coke for killer land. They're way ahead. This is a bullshit.
I know we probably said on the radar. It's like it's so funny when the wrong word at the same time is versus if it was a blend, you'd be like, damn, we gotta shoot down this guy. It's so easy. What were they thinking? Trying to sneak in. That's what you hope for as a radar technician. That someone tries to use a blimp to sneak in. You're like, got it. That was work today. Real easy. The real blimp on the radar. Fucking that's it. Give it in blimps. Silent. You missed the cross the I's, dot the T's. Pretty good, dude. Oh, fuck. I mean, it's the same thing. I feel like I've done that one many times. Listen.
Give them a now remember, off their books and they can afford to examine unless you forget it's original lawsuit. He's putting in a clinic right now. He's the Babe Ruth of saying things wrong.
Must you forget now, there's a blimp on the radar. Cross your eyes, dot your T's. Never heard of it.
Alright, so good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our responses for this morning's year to thank. Our Talmud Torah responses for the month of Tishrei Haba Alina Latova, Yolan's our Kelvin celebration of the condition of Seder Nezikin, and the celebration of Am Yisrael. Nathan Perry Smith, and the source of the entire Kehillah, and our Tefillah speaking the Skabel on high. Our week of learning sponsors, Jonathan and Alana Austin, in honor of the engagement of their daughter Tamar. To Yair Ashendorf of Teaneck, New Jersey, Beit Zochem Meretz Hashem, to build a Bayis Ne'eman Israel. And our Daf Yomi sponsors for today, Mark Kogan, in honor of the entire Shir. With that, let us begin. Today's Daf is your day. We have a really exciting Daf ahead of us today. Baruch Hashem, we're beginning at the Mishnah on the Aleph in the days 11b. Mishnah says as follows: very interesting days. Let's see what happened. We checked out a couple of days on the 14th, which of course is Erev Pesach. Shalom Lishmo. Shalom Lishmo means not for the sake of Kavan Pesach. It's not for the sake of Kavan Pesach. Then what is it for? Then ultimately, again, let's take the sake of Shalom. So the Gemara says, what's the halacha? Yeshua Machshir to the Nishchat Mishlosh Shasa. And Yeshua says, shechting it on the morning of the 14th is no different than shechting it on the 13th. Right? I think it just wasn't. So it's no different than shechting on the 13th. And therefore, halacha l'maisa. Remember again, at Pesach, Shalom Lishmo, right, during the rest of the year, ultimately ultimately is considered to be a covered shlamim. Therefore, Rabbi Yeshua says ultimately that it is going to be kosher. The Seira also nishchat b'nei Arbaim. The Seira says no, it's also as if it was shechted shalom l'shmo on the afternoon of the 14th, which of course would render it invalid. Amishna ben Azai. Shem ben Azai said as follows: the Kol Anuni Shivin Ishnayim Zekin. I have a Kabbalah from 72 elders. That's of course the second. So the Yom Shon Shiva asked Rabbi Eliezer the yeshiva the day that they went ahead and they appointed Rabbi Eliezer to head of the yeshiva. Shekol Ash Losam Anei Achalim Shenizbechu Shalom Yishman Shir. In general, I will say this really is just a repeat of what we saw in the first Mishnah in the Sefer. And in general, any kabbanos ultimately again that were offered up Shalom Lishman are still kosher. Except that they do not satisfy the obligation of their owner. So we'll say, remember again, that is a repeat of the first halacha that we saw in the Sefer, with the exception of chutz. With the exception of Pesach and Chatas. So for Pesach and Chatas, with the exception of Yisrael, is from Pesach and Chatas, if you shech them shalom l'shmo, not only do they not count towards the owner's obligation, but ultimately again, they also do not go ahead and they are not valid kabbanos. Ben Azai Elahollah, Ben Azai also wanted to add an Ola to this category. He wanted to say that if you shech an Ola shalom l'shmo, it also doesn't count towards the owner, and in addition is also possible. For the whole of Chachamim, but the Chachamim ultimately again did not agree to this. Okay, so let's say it's really fascinating. So the Ikar Halacha over here is when it comes to Kavan Pesach. What happens if you go ahead? Now remember, Kavan Pesach is shefted when? The 14th. But when on the 14th? What happens if you sheft a Kavan Pesach on the morning of the 14th? Shalom L'Shmo. Ultimately, again, Shalom L'Shmo, meaning not for the sake of Pesach. What does it mean not for the sake of Pesach? For the sake of Shlamim, for the sake of something else. What is the status of that carbon? So the Yeshua says it's mutter, because again, essentially, shechting it on the morning of the 14th is no different than shechting on the 13th. And any time you shech a carbon Pesach not at its designated time, by definition, it's reclassified as a carbon shlamim. The Ben Beseira says, no, it is possible as if you shechted it shalom l'shmo on the afternoon of the 14th. That's the Ikamachlokas we're going to be dealing with for now. So let's analyze. Says, Machshu Hayib Ben Beseira, the Pesach Sheshach to Shachris Ba'asar, l'shmo, Ikula Yoma Zmaneju. Ooh, so this is very interesting. So Rothschild says, at the core of this is a fascinating idea. That Beseira says that halacha l'maisa, you ended up shechting the Kavan Pesach on the morning of the 14th, the Kavan is kosher, which is very dramatic. It's very dramatic. Why? Because then the Beseira holds that the Ikar Adin, really according to the letter of the law, the entirety of Erev Pesach is thick or Kavan Pesach shvita. The Gemara says a night to Yilu. So what does Ben Beseira mean when he says that if you shechted on the morning of the 14th, it's as if you shechted it in the afternoon? The Gemara says Yilu, Amar Nami Kilu, Amar Ilu Nami Kilu. So the Jews Ben Beseira just say that as textual symmetry. That since Rabbi Yeshua said Ki'ilu, different Ben Beseira also said Ki'ilu. Now I will say, but this is very interesting, right? It's actually quite dramatic. It's too dramatic for this early in the morning, right? But again, just understand what just happened over here. My whole life, we were focusing on this idea that Kavan Pesach, it's times being our time, the afternoon of the 14th. Now suddenly there is an opinion that says you can even check Kavan Pesach on the morning of the 14th. So again, we'll analyze where that comes from. If that's the case, if that's the case, then why does the Mishnah bring the Chomri Rishon of Beseira as a Kavan Pesach shechted shalom l'shmo? Why frame it that way? Let's look at the shmo for the shmo. Make it even better. Make it a focus about a Kavan Pesach shechted on the morning of the 14th. L'shem Kavan Pesach, because that's a much more dramatic case, right? Because then Ben Beseira is going to say that it's kosher, and then Yeshua ultimately again is going to say that it's possible. To which the Gemara says, because if they were to argue in the case of the shmo, the Kavan Pesach was shechted l'shmo on the morning of the 14th, Havamina, Ava b'Shalom l'shmo, Moded Rabbi Yeshua Ben Beseira, holding with Tzasa right, because that would have thought otherwise. maybe a shoulder to agree with them to say that. Ultimately, again, maybe a shoulder to agree with them to say that. Ultimately, and again, in the case of Shalom Lishmo, since Halacha L'Maisa, part of the day is fit for the offering of that carbon. Kamash Malon that they disagree in the case of Shalom Lishmo. Okay, so Moses, now the Gemara circles back. So remember again, the earth-shattering piece that's been introduced over here is that Halacha L'Maisa. Then the Seder says that a Karban Pesach is kosher, Lishmo on the morning of the 14th. So now the Gemara is questioning that. How could that possibly be? The Gemara says, "V'haksiv bein ha'arbayim," but the pasuk explicitly says that the Pesach is up. Put up bein ha'arbayim. What is bein ha'arbayim mean? Bein ha'arbayim, at least as far as we knew, always meant what? The afternoon. So how can you say that it's kosher on the morning of the 14th? Amar Ula bein shnei arabim. This is fascinating. What does bein ha'arbayim mean? Bein ha'arbayim is in the afternoon. Rather, bein ha'arbayim is between the two evenings. Fascinating. So when can you offer up Karban Pesach? Between nightfall and nightfall. Essentially between nightfall on the beginning of the 14th. Now obviously, you can't offer up a Karban at night. Right? Karbanos are not offered up at night. What it means is the time frame is essentially between the evenings. Between what we'll call the night of the 14th, remember the 14th begins at night, and then the following evening, which is the eve of the 15th. In other words, just stated otherwise, you have the entire day to offer up Karban Pesach. So we'll say that is quite dramatic. So the Gemara says, one second. So does that mean that every single time the Torah uses the word bein ha'arbayim, that bein ha'arbayim doesn't mean afternoon? Bein ha'arbayim means between the evenings? Are you actually putting that forward? Because again, it's going to introduce a lot of very interesting ideas. He must just come in. So about Karban Tamid. All right, the daily sacrifice. It also says, remember, it's a Tamid Shal Shachar, a morning Tamid, and then Tamid Shal Bein Ha'arbayim, which is the communal daily offering. And up until now, we thought that meant for the afternoon. Now you're telling me it means the entire day, to which the Gemara says, no, it's different because there it explicitly says, one keves, one sheep you shall offer up in the morning. The crowd, the Bein Ha'arbayim, I can infer from that therefore that the other sheep that's offered up Bein Ha'arbayim literally means the afternoon. So say that one carbon is offered up in the morning and the other carbon, the Bein Ha'arbayim morning, could be offered up the entire day. So the Gemara says, no, because the Torah says, only one of them could be offered up in the morning, not two. Fine, therefore it looks like Tamid is going to be different. Even though it says Bein Ha'arbayim by Tamid can't mean the whole day. Next, Neiros. So what about the menorah? As the menorah, it also says you should kindle the menorah Bein Ha'arbayim. Are you coming to say then that Bein Ha'arbayim means you kindle the menorah all day? To which the Gemara says, no, shining chasm is different there. Why? G'siv me'erev ad boker. The pasuk says ultimately again from the evening up until the morning, meaning again that the candles must remain lit. Me'erev ad boker. So the Gemara says, me'erev ad boker. Dava achar, ein lecha bo g'shira me'erev ad boker elazu bilvad. Furthermore, the Gemara says another interesting point over here about menorah. Take a look at the last Rashi. In the Chavoda, me'avoda shein amuros biyom kigon avodas adam. The comes to start shem halakas nelo seilach. Remember again, essentially what the Gemara is introducing is that once you kindle the menorah, many other sacrificial rites and rituals can no longer be done. So by definition, it makes sense that the menorah was done as late in the day as possible, so as to allow these other sacrificial rites and rituals to be done. What about the Torah? So all the words we over here is Ben Besira is reading is being machadish. The phrase Bein Ha'arbayim actually means between the evenings. He's using that to teach us that Karban Pesach could actually be offered the entire day of the 14th. The problem, Chest, is we find that phrase Bein Ha'arbayim by many different Karbanos or many different aspects of the Beis HaMikdash. And how do you reconcile that? What about Ketores? Incense, the Sid, but Bein Ha'arbayim. So we're saying, I remember again, Ketores is offered up twice, right? Ketores is offered up in the morning, Ketores is offered up Bein Ha'arbayim. So you're going to say that Bein Ha'arbayim also means that halacha l'maisa again you could do it the whole day. So the Merhakanam the fully yoma kosher shiny ketores. Ketores is different type of days. 12a the iskish leneros. So ketores is different. Why? Because ultimately again ketores is compared to the menorah, and this is we've established that menorahs are done later in the day. So to ketores clean harbaim you need the afternoon, not all day. Fine. So we'll say so now. Interestingly enough, right? So now, interestingly enough, what we now see is that Ben Besela is understanding Karban Pesach to be offered up the entire day on Erev Pesach. Why? Because he's understanding the phrase Bein Ha'arbaim means Bein Ha'arabim, between the evenings. So you have the entire day, and that doesn't fit because all other situations where it says Bein Ha'arbaim, we could explain it differently. One second, we're still a problem. So we'll say 12a first line. Asam nani ksid, sham tizbach esach pesach va'erev. So let's see, here's the problem. As Karban Pesach, the Torah explicitly says, when should you offer up the Karban Pesach? Va'erev, in the evening. Now, evening doesn't have to literally mean evening. One thing is clear, which is evening doesn't mean what? Sunlight doesn't mean morning. So doesn't that seem to point to the idea that Karban Pesach is in fact offered up in the afternoon? To which we must be very interesting. So ultimately, that is ultimately again coming to teach me that Karban Pesach is offered later. Now let's say, now what does that mean? This is very interesting. So remember, if you think about this, on the afternoon of Erev Pesach, there are two karbanos that are going to come up. What are the two karbanos? Karban Pesach and the Karban Tamid, the afternoon Tamid. Now, generally, the halacha is like this. If you wait to offer up the Karban Pesach until the time of the Tamid comes along, then what's the halacha? You have to offer up the Tamid first and the Karban Pesach second. What's the logic behind that? Ultimately, again, when you have two mitzvahs and one occurs, there's a frequency, you perform the greatly more frequent mitzvah. So if you could actually says you're second out from the top and actually you look at Dabar, you look at Pesach L'Tamid, even though technically speaking, you don't look at Pesach the entire day, so again, I will say this is very interesting. So, but the Marshals, according to the Seirah, the Sham Tizbach Pesach Pesach Ba'erev is teaching you that as much as you punish Ben Seirah, you have the entire day to offer the Karban Pesach, but halacha l'maisa if you waited until the afternoon, and therefore it's the time for the Tamid, you have to offer the Tamid before the Pesach. You must. So Bisanyo, you look at the Shalom Bo Ba'erev, Ubin Arbaim, the Shalom Emar Bo Ella Bin Arbaim Joba. So it's interesting enough, by Karban Pesach, you have two expressions. Ba'erev in the evening and Bin Arbaim. By Tamid, all you have is Bin Arbaim. So therefore, again, the Gemara says, delay the carbon that has Ba'erev and Bin Ha'arbaim and put that after the one that just says Bin Ha'arbaim. So again, all of them the Seirah's model. Although Karban Pesach is kosher the entire day, if you waited and now it's the time for the Tamid, you're going to go ahead and offer off the Tamid first and Pesach second. Versus 1 second. Does that make any sense? Let me get this straight. The Karban Pesach part of the Seirah, you eat Shechter in the morning, right? The entire day is kosher. If you must be in our bias, so now I have a carbon that can be offered up even in the morning. But yet if I wait to offer up that carbon until the afternoon, now I have to do something before it. It just seems a little counterintuitive, the Gemara says. No, that is in fact correct. No, you don't run. So we'll say exactly right. It's actually a very important halacha. Halacha is follow shaman for the akakak and follow shaman safek. So we'll say, let's say for argument's sake, halacha l'maisa again, davening is going wrong. This, by the way, is an issue that comes up on Yamin Noran. It's actually a very interesting idea. Let's say again, it's after cutting out mincha to be davened at 6.5 hours into the day. So on a general day, let's say again Rosh Chodesh or something. So let's say I'm going to daven Musaf. I'm going to daven Musaf early, and mincha is not going to be till later. But let's say again davening is going much longer. So now, interestingly enough, it's mincha yidol 6.5 hours into the day, and now I have not yet davened Musaf. So now I have two tefillos in front of me, Musaf and Mincha. Which one should come first? So the Gemara says, "Halacha is mispalo shel Mincha, yachakach mispalo shel Musaf." You daven Mincha first and then Musaf. Again, why? Tajir Bishain or Tajir Kodem. Again, because Mincha occurs with greater frequency. So the point of Gemara is over here is you see this model. Now remember, when can you get in Musaf? When you have to Musaf? The whole day. So you see from here that even though there's something that can be done the whole day, once you get to a certain time frame, and that time frame allows the performance of a different mitzvah, which occurs with greater frequency, you perform the more frequent mitzvah first. So the Gemara says, so Beinar Abayim, the Sid Gavi Ketoris and Neros Lamali. So the Gemara says, let's just ask you, Beinar Abayim by Ketoris and Neros. Why do I do that? Well, to each of Rabbi, Hachas Ben Beseira, did Rabbi Yeshua. Furthermore, again, Rabbi answered on behalf of Ben Beseira, according to the words of Rabbi Yeshua, Lo in Amrit Ushlosha Asar, She'in Miksaso Loi, Tamar Ba'arba Asar, Shemitsaso Loi. So again, remember the answer back, if you're going to see on the 13th, in other words, if Carbon was opened up on the 13th, where no part of the 13th is fit for Carbon Pesach, say that on the 14th, part of the day is fit for Carbon Pesach. They be so, but then the same way, if you are correct, Kulo Loi. And it's not just part of the 14th that is fit for Carbon Pesach, but rather what? The entire 14th that is fit for Carbon Pesach. Hello, I'm Rabbi Yochanan. Wholesale Haya Ben Beseira. The Pesach Sheshachto Ba'arba Asar Shachris Bein Lishmo Bein Shalom Lishmo Hoel Umiksaso Loi. Rather, was Rabbi Yochanan reinvents Ben Beseira a little bit. And he knows like this. So Ben Beseira holds that if one checks to become a Pesach in the morning, whether you did it Lishmo or Shalom Lishmo, ultimately again it is going to be possible. The carbon is going to be possible. Why? Because part of the day is fit for the carbon. Ultimately, again, in other words, that the afternoon is fit for the carbon, the morning is not. Very interesting. So the Gemara says as follows. So Rabbi Yavo said, one second, Rabbi said, Rabbi Yavo was like a little bit surprised. If this is the case in Cain, Pesach Kashla Ben Beseira, Hechi Mishkach Masla. So listen, this is fascinating. How do you ever find a Carbon Pesach that is kosher according to Ben Beseira? Now what? Now why would be the issue? So let's say here's the interesting part. If halacha a person designates the carbon on the morning of the 14th, the problem is that we're reinventing it. That according to Ben Beseira, he agrees he can't offer it up in the morning. If that's the case, if you designate it in the morning, that is an inappropriate designation because the carbon can't be shechted then. If it can't be shechted, then it ultimately again is set aside for non-use. And I will say we've seen this concept before. So once a carbon is effectively set aside for non-use or for non-sacrifice, for non-offering, ultimately it becomes set aside and precluded for use forever. So the Gemara says the Idat Yeshinu Esmo, and ultimately again, if you designate it on the 13th, if that's the case, that it was fit, but then effectively becomes unfit on the morning of the 14th. Take a look at Rashi for just a moment. Deeply Mekarahu, Rashi says, because according to the Sefer, if you're separating or designating it out in the morning of the 14th, it's not fit for sacrificial use in the morning of the 14th. So ultimately, again, so according to the Sefer, how are you ever having an effective Carbon Pesach? No, if you keep a simple case, then maybe the designation of the Carbon Pesach, in fact, occurs after midday. Because after midday is the proper designation. Why? Because when I say it could be offered up as a carbon as well, Rabbi says that people will take it with saffron. No, you can even do it in the morning. Why? Because once you get to the calendrical date of the 14th, you're good to go. Even if you can't offer up the Carbon Pesach until that afternoon, it's not considered to be what we call the Chosr Zman, lacking time. Interestingly enough, you can even designate it at night. In other words, the night of the 14th. Why? Ultimately, because nighttime is not considered to be a lacking in the calendrical designation. Because even when you can't offer it up at night, but when I say it's being designated on the correct day, the Tani Rabbi Shmuel, Leil Shmini Nichnas Ladir Lehis Aser, Ukidrabi Afturiki. It's very interesting. So remember, the halacha is as follows: you cannot offer up an animal as a carbon for the first 7 days after it's born, right? Shiva Somtya for 7 days, the animal, the baby, is with its mother. Now, not only can you offer up as a carbon, but you also can't designate it as Meiser Behema. So what can you do? Let's say the animal is born 7 days later, the night of the 8th, which is the night after the 7th day, you could already go ahead and go into the pen and designate that animal as Meiser Behema. The Rabbi Afteriki, Rabbi Ksiv, he contrasts the psukim. What do the psukim say? The animal will live for 7 days under its mother. Because what do you see from here? That already the night of the 8th, it is fit to be designated carbonically. But the pasuk says only from the 8th day and on can it be counted as a carbon. So the Gemara says, you see from here that on the night of the 8th, it can't be designated. How do you reconcile this? Ultimately, at night, you could designate it, but the offering itself could only be done by day. Okay, incredible. So everyone said, the Gemara suggesting the same thing as Korban Pesach. You have the Korban Pesach that is designated the night of the 14th, even though what? It can't be offered up until the day of the 14th. I will say, the Gemara kind of detours here a little bit and doesn't make quite interesting. And once Rabbi Yochanan holds the following, Bali Chaim Nidchim. So we'll say, you see this more, Bali Chaim Nidchim means that once an animal is precluded from being offered, it is forever set aside for non-use. Dichoy literally means pushed aside. Once it's pushed aside for sacrificial non-use, it is forever rendered ineligible to sacrificial service. So the Gemara says, Rabbi Yochanan does hold that. So listen, I watch this. It's a very interesting halachas are. Rabbi Yochanan, if you have an animal that belongs to two partners, Reuben and Shimon own an animal jointly. Now what happens? So let's say Reuben was makdish, he consecrated his part of the animal. Then what did he do? He buys out Shimon, and he subsequently is makdish consecrates the other part of the animal. So what's the halacha? Kedusha ve'ina kreva. The animal is consecrated. In other words, essentially it has monetary sanctity, but cannot be offered up as a carbon. Now, why can't it be offered up as a carbon? Because at the time of the initial partial consecration, it could not be offered up as a carbon. Why couldn't it be offered up as a carbon? Because you can't offer as a carbon a partially consecrated animal. So essentially, since at the initial stage of consecration, this animal cannot be offered up as a carbon, it is forever set aside for sacrificial non-use. So even though Reuben subsequently buys out the ownership interest of Shimon and consecrates the newly acquired part as well, the animal has financial sanctity but cannot be offered up as a carbon. Interestingly enough, but the animal can be into a tumura, in other words, if you exchange it for another animal, there's the tumura penalty, that both animals are consecrated, tumura sakiyot and its tumura has the same status. So it's like from this case, shmamina tzlas. We learn three things. Number one, shmamina, balei nitrin. So most of it's very important. Balei nitrin means that once an animal is set aside for sacrificial non-use, it never shakes that status. It is forever precluded from sacrificial non-use. Shmamina, we see from here that again, once the animal is set aside initially from the beginning, that status can't change. Shmamina, and lesson number 3, ultimately, again, interestingly enough, an animal to be set aside even if it has financial sanctity. Take a look at that top Rashi. On 12b, יש דיכוי בדמים, יש פורס דיכוי בקדושת דמים. אף על פי שאין קדושת הגוף, כגון הכה, שהקדיש החסד. It was like, even by financial sanctity, once an animal was set aside for non-use, ultimately, again, that status remains, because that's this case over here. When Reuben is makdish his half, remember, again, all Reuben has is financial sanctity, does not have monetary sanctity. Has monetary sanctity, does not have physical sanctity. So you see that the concept of dichoy, setting aside for non-use, applies even to financial sanctity. Incredible. Notice I'll just point out something amazing over here. This phrase, if you notice, back on Amud Aleph for just a moment, the first lesson that the Gemara learned over here, Shmamina, Balei Chayim Nidchim, which means animals to be forever set aside for non-sacrificial use, to be pushed aside. So let's say, tremendous bunch of hospital. It is only animals It is only animals that could forever be precluded from becoming a carbon, coming close to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, right? Once an animal is set aside for non-use, for sacrificial non-use, it can never be redeemed. That is only a din by animals. But Baruch Hashem, not the halacha l'maisa, not the hashkafa l'maisa, by people. There is no such thing as a person. There's no such thing as a yid who is always nidcha, who is always set aside. There are times in life that I do things that ultimately compromise my spiritual state. And there are times in life that I make poor decisions and make wrong turns in life, and as a result, I am distanced and set aside from HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And that is only temporal and episodic. The power of tshuva, the power of change, is that no matter how bad the rut I get myself into, I can always find a way to extricate and pull myself out. This is a din shmanina, balechayim nitchim. Animals could be set aside for permanent non-sacrificial use. Animals could be precluded from forever entering into the presence of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. That's a din in animals, but it's never a din halacha l'maisa or hashkafa l'maisa by people. No matter how bad the mistake, we can always extricate ourselves, redeem ourselves, and make ourselves into a carbon come close to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Incredible. We'll say some great cases over here. Listen to this case. So watch this. Reuven ate chalev, right? Obviously prohibited. That was it. Has these case where he ate chalev b'shogeg. Right? So he ate chalev b'shogeg. Because remember, Allah. If he eats chalev b'nezid, that's kares. He ate chalev b'shogeg. Accidentally consumed chalev. Separate out of kares. British Carter. Then what happens? The Hemer Das. He became an apikolis. Afterwards. Okay. No, not okay. Let's understand. In other words, he became an apikolis. The chazar, and then he did shiva. So let's say, by the way, all of this could be happening in an hour. Right? That's how fast change could occur. And see, if he doesn't have the Torahs, and then Baruch Hashem, he does shiva. So let's say, now what's the shaila? The shaila is what's the status of his carbon. Remember again, halacha l'maisa, you cannot offer up the carbon of an apikolis, like of an apostate. You can't offer up that carbon. So the shaila is now, so again, we can eat the chayla accidentally, separate out a carbon chatos, became an apikolis. As an apikolis, his carbon was precluded from being offered. But then Baruch Hashem, he did tshuva. So again, we're not asking about his status, he's about tshuva. Shaila is what's the status of his carbon. So what's the halacha? All of the nitchei can't offer up the carbon. Why? Because since the carbon was set aside for sacrificial non-use at the time that he became an apikoris, once a carbon is set aside, it's always set aside. So therefore, again, the carbon cannot be redeemed. Now again, what does that mean? Effectively, what does that mean? What does it mean? Is you have to bring another carbon. In other words, he still has his obligation of bringing a karpas. But the nice thing cannot use that particular animal. In parallel, another case. Very fun cases here. I'm Rabbi Yochanan. I'll call chalev and hiprish carbon. Finished that. Listen to this case. Reuven ate chalev. Right? He ate chalev, separated out of carbon chatas, finished that. He became insane. Right? In other words, he lost mental capacity. The chazar finished that, and then Baruch Hashem, then ultimately again, he went ahead and he regained his mental capacity. And we'll say, by the way, it's interesting the commonality between these two cases. Like the Gemara Masechah Sota says, when does a person sin? Ein adam chote, ela im kein nichnas bo ruach shtos. A person only sins, almost like in an episode of temporary insanity. Sin makes absolutely no sense. When you put it on paper and you write the pros and cons, what's always going to win? When you write the pros and cons, what's always going to win? Ooh. Really? Okay, let me educate you a little bit. Right? The cons are always going to win. Here we will start with Judaism 101. Start with that feeling for a little bit, right? The cons, well, say, right? We go on record. The cons will always win. The cons is always in why? Because whatever you get from sin is always temporal and episodic. Whatever you're gonna get has a very limited shelf life. Right? That's the pros. The cons could be eternal. So the Gemara says the only reason a person sins is nichnas bo ruach shtos. It's like temporary insanity. I'm losing my mind for a moment. I'm just losing control. I'm losing rational thought because it doesn't make any sense. Interesting that just the juxtaposition of these two cases. So case number 2, Reuven eats chalev. He goes in and separates out of carbon chatos. Then he slips into temporary insanity. Literally, in other words, he becomes a showtech. He loses his mental capacity, and then what happens? We'll say then he recovers. Baruch Hashem. What's the halacha? So we'll say now the shayla is going to offer up the carbon. Now remember again, the carbon of a shota, the carbon of someone who's insane, a shota cannot offer up a carbon. Because remember, to offer up a carbon, you need das. You need intellect, mental capacity. So we'll say what's the halacha? Hold the mitzvah yitcha. Since the carbon was set aside for non-use, non-sacrificial use, ultimately again it remains precluded from use. So we'll say. So the point over here is these two cases are two illustrations of the halacha that the Gemara just said on Amud Aleph, namely that what Shemina Balei Chayim Nitchin. Once an animal is actively set aside, is sacrificial non-use, it remains set aside for non-use. In other words, once you cannot offer it, by definition, you cannot shake that status of or that state of non-offering, and therefore, halacha l'maisa, the carbon becomes precluded from use, even if the owner's status changes back to what it originally was. Incredible. So, by the way, why do I need both these cases? You're kind of both illustrating the same concepts. Why do I need two cases to illustrate the same idea? It's tricky. I need both. I'll tell you why. Because if it would have just said the first case, the apicores, in that case, maybe I'd say, Reuben chose to become an apicores. So because he chose to become an apicores, ultimately, again, because of that, that's why the carbon can't be offered. You made a choice to go off the derech. You made a choice to become an apicores. Fine, so that's it. Very nice. You decided to do tshuva. That's fantastic. But at the end of the day, the carbon is set aside for now because of the decision you made about hacha. But in the case of where it becomes a shota, the memela entry, ultimately, he didn't choose to go insane, rather have his daughter, which, by the way, is so incredibly important because it's also Chazal giving us a window into mental illness. And mental illness is often fundamentally misunderstood. Right? Sometimes people don't understand that you're suffering from depression. So people say you're suffering from depression, so just become happy. Go ahead and just come on. Why can't you just change your disposition, change your mindset? It's like telling a person who has cancer, why can't you just get better? Why can't you just get better? Because one of the things that's so complicated that people don't understand about mental illness that it is no different. It is no, just because you can't see the physical symptoms, it is no different than any other illness that affects the individual. So the U.S. Gemara is saying over here, the Gemara is saying in the case where the guy becomes a shota, which essentially is mental illness. In that case, ultimately, again, that's happening de facto to him, right? He's not choosing that. That's occurring to him. Ultimately, again, the Gemara says, since, again, the guy's becoming a shota, that's a situation that is occurring to him. It's so different than someone who falls asleep. Now, let's say, right? This is very interesting. When you're asleep, what's your status when you're asleep? What's your status? Ultimately, it's fascinating to a certain degree, kind of like a show death. Now, why is that? Because a person who's asleep doesn't have das. Now, it's true and not true, because what's the halacha when you're asleep? Ultimately, you roll onto a kli and you break it. What's the halacha back to our Baba Kama days? Like the chai, right? Why? So you see that halacha, even when you're asleep, still there's a sense of responsibility. But lamaisa, at least I can say, we don't say that every single time a person goes to sleep, their carbon can't be offered up anymore. Right? We don't say that. We don't say that. So I would have thought that maybe the case where it becomes a shota is kind of like the case where he falls asleep. Everybody wants to say that that's not true. Yes, in an halacha, you shouldn't be the other lots. Furthermore, again, if we just said the case of Mishtata becomes insane, loses mental capacity, he doesn't have the ability to come back. In other words, at will, of a halacha the locks for imalo. But in the case ultimately, again, where it becomes not the case, ultimately, since he has the control to come back on the derech when he chooses, which I will say is so incredible. Even if you become an apikoris, you control your lookness. You control your lookness. You want to be an Oben Hashem, you make that decision. I might have thought Imolo, I might have thought therefore maybe the covenant is not precluded from being offered. Therefore Tzifa. Therefore I will say ultimately again we require both of these cases. Again, so therefore both cases, interesting illustrations ultimately of Yesh Dichri, or as the Gemara said, that once an animal is set aside for non-sacrificial use, ultimately, even if the status changes, the animal still remains prohibited. Let's go back to one more case. Interesting case here. Listen to this case. Ruvain ate chaylev, right accidentally, and he separated out a carbon chatas. The holy basin Shechir Mutter. Now watch this. After he separated his carbon, Sanhedrin Paskin that you're allowed to eat Caleb. Oh, back to our hurriest days. Right? They killed Caleb. So now what happened? The Chazru Bahan, then Basin retracted their ruling. So what's the Allah of Mahu? Me have a dichui, although have a dichui. Ultimately, so what is the status over here? Right? So do we say that halacha l'maisa, since had he sinned after the basin made their ruling, he would not be chayav the personal carbon, right? Because halacha l'maisa, he would have been covered under the parhelam davar or the communal offering. Therefore, his carbon is set aside for non-use, or not. When Rabbi Yochanan would give the examples of dichoy, he would just use this case. My timer, Hasam Gavra Etri Carbon Etri, Hacha Carbon and Nami Etri. In fact, Gemara says this is actually one of the greatest examples of dichoy. Why? Because we'll say in this case over here, in the previous cases, it wasn't the carbon itself that was compromised. Rather, what was compromised in the previous two cases was the what was compromised in the previous two cases? It was the individual who was compromised, right? Let's say Ruvain became an epicurus, or Ruvain lost mental capacity. Ruvain was compromised, but the carbon was fine. In this case, is even a better illustration of dichoy, because in this case, the carbon itself was actually compromised. And therefore, again, this is a great illustration, ultimately, again, of a carbon being set aside, ultimately, again, for non-use. One more round of us, and then we'll stop. Shimon Azai said, I heard from 72, and he said, he didn't say 72 elders. He said 72, Zakin means old man. Rashi says, why did it say 72 Zakin singular? Gemara says the Kulu Bakaza Shita Sabakaini, because ultimately again all 72 were of the same opinion espoused in the Mishnah. What was that opinion? That opinion was that all karbanos that are offered up Shalom Lishmo, ultimately again the carbon is kosher but doesn't work for the owner except for Pesach and Chashas. And this was a universally held opinion that was held by all 72 elders. To show that there was complete unanimity in opinion, it didn't say elders plural, rather it said elders singular. This time to stop over for today. Shkoya. What is that? What is that? All right, Kevin, Zoom, the Shabbos, everyone. The Shabbos. Not sing it over.
Thank you so much for being here. Can't imagine what you've been going through the last few weeks. Tell us what's been on your mind.
That'd be so cool if we could connect the soundboard to people that watch and they could hit it whatever they want. What if there was that would be amazing. They get control. But what if you could make people in real, this is so redacted. What if you could make people in real life say Shabbos just by pushing a button? You just push a button and then someone at your
All right,
office.
good morning. Let us begin. Begin by thanking all of our responses for this morning's shir. To thank our commentators for the month of Tishrei Haba Alina Latova, count in celebration of the completion of Seder Zikin and Besoros Stavos for Amisra, Nathan Harry Smith, and supposed to be entire Yura, and our tefillos being the Skabel on high. Our week of learning sponsors, Jonathan and Alana Austin, in honor of the engagement of their daughter Tamar. To Yair Ashendorf of Teaneck, New Jersey, to build a Bayis Ne'eman Yisrael. And our Daf sponsors for today, Mark Kogan, in honor of the entire shir. Beautiful. All right, so with that, let us begin. Today's daf is your day. We have a really exciting daf ahead of us today. Baruch Hashem, we're beginning at the Mishnah on Yud Aleph Lemon. Mishnah says as follows. Very interesting place. Let's see what happened in chapter on the 14th, which of course is Erev Pesach. Shalom Lishmo. Shalom Lishmo means not for the sake of Chana Pesach. It's not for the sake of Chana Pesach. Then what is it for? Then ultimately again, let's say for the sake of Shlomo. So the Gemara says, what's the halacha? Yeshua Machshir to the Nishchat Mishlosh Hasan. Rabbi Yeshua says shechting it on the morning of the 14th is no different than shechting it on the 13th. Right? So there's no difference something on the 13th. And if halacha l'maisa, remember again, a Pesach shalom l'shmo, right, during the rest of the year, ultimately is considered to be a covered shlamim. Therefore, Yeshua says ultimately that it is going to be kosher. The Seirah also to nishchat b'nei. The Seirah says no, it's also as if it was shechted shalom l'shmo on the afternoon of the 14th, which of course would render it invalid. I'm sure Gemini said as follows: the Kol Anim Pishivim Ushnayim Zachim. I have a Kabbalah from 72 elders. That's of course the sun entry. So you must Yom Shol Shiva as Rabbi Eliezer the yeshiva. The day that they went ahead and they appointed Rabbi Eliezer as the head of the yeshiva. Shekolas Vokaman Afamik Shemizbutu Shalom Shman Shiv. In general, I will say this really is just a repeat of what we saw in the first Mishnah and the second. Then in general, any kabbanos ultimately again that were offered up shalom l'shman are still kosher, except that they do not satisfy the obligation of their owner. So we'll say, remember again, that is a repeat of the first halacha that we saw in the second, with the exception of foods in Pesach or in Chatas, with the exception of Pesach and Chatas. So as before, Pesach and Chatas are the exceptions to this rule. This can Pesach and Chatas, if you check them shalom l'shmo, not only do they not count towards the owner's obligation, but ultimately again, they also do not go ahead and they are not valid for us. So the also then Azai Ella Ha'olah, and Azai also wanted to add an Olah to this category. He wanted to say that if you shecht an Olah shalom l'shmo, it also doesn't count towards the owner, and in addition is also possible. But the whole comments that the Chacham ultimately again did not agree to this. Okay, so one says really fascinating. So the Ikar Halacha over here is when it comes to Karban Pesach. What happens if you go ahead? Now remember, Karban Pesach is shechted when? The 14th. But when on the 14th? After. What happens if you shecht Karban Pesach on the morning of the 14th? Shalom l'shmo. Ultimately, again, shalom l'shmo, meaning not for the sake of Pesach. What does it mean not for the sake of Pesach? For the sake of shlamim, for the sake of something else. What is the status of that carbon? So Rabbi Yeshua says it's mutter, because again, essentially shechting it on the morning of the 14th is no different than shechting on the 13th. And any time you shecht a carbon Pesach not at its designated time, by definition, it's reclassified as a carbon shlamim. The Ben Beseira says no, it is possible as if you shechted it shalom l'shmo on the afternoon of the 14th. That's the Ikamach we're going to be dealing with tonight. So let's analyze. Says Amar Rozer, Amar Moshe. Machshir ha'id ben b'sera b'pesach shechted shachlis ba'asar l'shmo v'kol yoma zmanehu. Ooh, so this is very interesting. So Rothschild says at the core of this is a fascinating idea. Ben Beseira says that halacha l'maisa, you ended up shechting the Karban Pesach on the morning of the 14th, the carbon is kosher, which is mostly very dramatic. It's very dramatic. Why? Because Ben Beseira holds that the Ikar Adin, really according to the letter of the law, the entire day of Erev Pesach is built for Karban Pesach Shvita. The Gemara says you might ki'ilu. So what does Ben Beseira mean when he says that if you shecht it on the morning of the 14th, it's as if you shechted it in the afternoon? The Rabbi short ki'ilu, Amar nami ki'ilu, Amar ilu nami ki'ilu. So the truth is Ben Beseira just said that as textual symmetry. That since Rabbi Yeshua said ki'ilu, different Ben Beseira also said ki'ilu. Now let's say that this is very interesting, right? So he's actually quite dramatic. It's too dramatic for this early in the morning. Right? But again, just understand what just happened over here. My whole life, we've been focusing on this idea that Karban Pesach is time to be in our bodies after number 14. Now, suddenly there is an opinion that says you can even check Karban Pesach on the morning of the 14th. So again, we'll analyze where that comes from. If that's the case, if that's the case, then why does the Mishnah frame as a Karban Pesach shechted shalom l'shmo? Why frame it that way? Make it even better. Make it a machlokes of a Karban Pesach shechted on the morning of the 14th. L'shem Karban Pesach, because that's a much more dramatic case, right? Because then Ben Beseira is going to say that it's kosher. And Rabbi Yeshua ultimately again is going to say that it's possible, which the Gemara says, because if they would have argued in the case of the Shmo, the Karban Pesach was shechted, Lishmo on the morning of the 14th, Havamina, Hava Bishalo Bishmo, Modi Rabbi Yeshua ben Beseira, Holy Mitzasa Roy. Because that would have thought otherwise, Rabbi Yeshua would have agreed with Ben Beseira. Ultimately, again, Rabbi Yeshua would have agreed with Ben Beseira. Ultimately, and again, in the case of Shalom Bishmo, since Halacha L'Maisa, part of the day is fit for the offering of that carbon, Kamash Malon that they disagree in the case of Shalom Bishmo. Okay, so Moses, now the Gemara circles back. Remember again, the earth-shattering piece that's been introduced over here is that Halacha L'Maisa. Ben Beseira says that a Karban Pesach is kosher l'shmo on the morning of the 14th. So now the Gemara is just questioning that. How could that possibly be? The Gemara says, "Ma'aksiv bein ha'arbayim," but the pasuk explicitly says that Karban Pesach was offered up bein ha'arbayim. What does bein ha'arbayim mean? Bein ha'arbayim, at least as far as we knew, always meant what? The afternoon. So how can you say that it's kosher on the morning of the 14th? Amar Ula is very interesting. Amar Ula breid Rabbi bein shnei arav. This is fascinating. What does bein ha'arbayim mean? Bein ha'arbayim is in the afternoon. Rather, bein ha'arbayim means between the two evenings. Fascinating. So when can you offer up Karban Pesach? Between nightfall and nightfall. Essentially between nightfall on the beginning of the 14th. Now obviously, you can't offer up a carbon at night. A carbon are not offered up at night. What it means is the time frame is essentially between the evenings, between what we'll call the night of the 14th. Remember, the 14th begins at night. And then the following evening, which is the eve of the 15th. Otherwise, just stated otherwise, you have the entire day to offer up Karban Pesach. So we'll say that is quite dramatic. So the Gemara says, one second. So does that mean that every single time the Torah uses the word bein ha'arbayim, that bein ha'arbayim doesn't mean afternoon? Bein ha'arbayim means between the evenings? Are you actually putting that forward? Because again, it's going to introduce a lot of very interesting ideas. The Gemara says, Tamid, if Sigba bein ha'arbayim, ha'kanam yikol yom ha'kasher. So about Karban Tamid. All right, the daily sacrifice. It also says, remember, it's a Tamid shal shachar of morning Tamid. And then Tamid shall be in Harba'im, which is communal daily offering. And up until now, we thought that meant for the afternoon. Now you're telling me it means the entire day. To which the Gemara says, "Hasam l'bifsid as hakeves echad taseh baboker." No, it's different because there it explicitly says one keves, one sheep you shall offer up in the morning. Nechlad bein harba'im and bein harba'im. I can infer from that therefore that the other sheep was offered up bein harba'im. Bein harba'im mainly means the afternoon. Ima chad baboker v'ida kuli yoma. So you say that one carbon is offered up in the morning and the other is a carbon. The bein harba'im one could be offered up the entire day. So the Gemara says, no, echad baboker v'lo shnei baboker. No, because the Torah says echad baboker. Only one of them could be offered up in the morning, not two. Fine. So therefore, we'll say Tamid is going to be different. Even though it says bein harba'im by Tamid can't mean the whole day. Next, Neiros. They said bein harba'im. Hachanam yikol yom ha'kasher. So what about the menorah? The menorah. It also says you should kindle the menorah bein harba'im. Are you coming to say then that bein harba'im means you can kindle menorah all day? To which the Gemara says, no, shining chassan is different there. Why? B'chsiv me'erev ad boker. The pasuk says ultimately again from the evening up until the morning. Meaning again that the candles must remain lit. Me'erev ad boker. So the Gemara says, me'erev ad boker. Davar acher, ein lecha go b'kshir me'erev ad boker elazu yobal. Furthermore, the Gemara says another interesting point over here about particularly the last Rashi. In the Chavoda, me'avoda shein amuros b'yom kibbur avodas hadam. To come to a church, sharing and halakas neros ve'ila. Because remember again, essentially what the Gemara is introducing is that once you kindle the menorah, many other sacrificial rites and rituals can no longer be done. So by definition, it makes sense that the menorah was done as late in the day as possible, so as to allow these other sacrificial rites and rituals to be done. What about the Torah? So all we are doing over here is Ben Beseira is being machadesh that the phrase bein ha'arbayim actually means between the evenings. Now he's using that to teach us that Karban Pesach can actually be offered the entire day of the 14th. The problem just is we find that phrase bein ha'arbayim by many different kavanos or many different aspects of the Beis Hamikdash. And how do we reconcile that? What about Ketores? Incense, the Sid, but bein ha'arbayim. So I remember again, Ketores is offered up twice, right? Ketores is offered up in the morning, Ketores is offered up in Ben Arbaim. So you're going to say that Ben Arbaim also means that halacha l'maisa again you could do it the whole day. So you go haparan before the yom kosher, shiny ketores. Ketores is different type of your days. 12:8 the iskish leneiros. So ketores is different. Why? Because ultimately again ketores is compared to the menorah. And just as we've established that menorahs are done later in the day, so to ketores ben ha'arbayim means the afternoon, not all day. Fine. So we'll say, so now, interestingly enough, right? So now, we'll say, interestingly enough, what we now see is that Ben Besela is understanding Erev Pesach can be offered up the entire day on Erev Pesach. Why? Because he's understanding the phrase Bein Ha'arbayim means Bein Ha'arabim, between the evenings. So you have the entire day. And that doesn't share because all other situations where it says Bein Ha'arbayim, you could explain it differently. One second, there's still a problem. So we'll say 12:8 first line. Hasam Nani Ksiv, Sham Tizbach Esat Pesach Ba'erev. So we'll say here's the problem. At Korban Pesach, the Torah explicitly says, when should you offer up the Korban Pesach? Ba'erev, in the evening. Now, evening doesn't have to literally mean evening. One thing is clear, which is evening doesn't mean what? It doesn't mean morning. So doesn't that seem to point to the idea that Korban Pesach is in fact offered up in the afternoon? To which the Gemara says very interesting, how cool the Achar. So ultimately, the Ichar, that is ultimately again coming to teach me that Korban Pesach is offered later. And let's say, now what does that mean? This is very interesting. So remember, if you think about this, on the afternoon of Erev Pesach, there are two karbanos that are going to come up. What are the two karbanos? Korban Pesach and the Korban Tamid, the afternoon Tamid. Now, generally, the halacha is like this. If you wait to offer up the Korban Pesach until the time of the Tamid comes along, then what's the halacha? You have to offer up the Tamid first and the Korban Pesach second. What's the logic behind that? Tadir b'she'ino tadir, tadir kodem. Ultimately, again, when you have two mitzvahs and one occurs with greater frequency, we perform the more frequent mitzvah first. If you look at Rashi says we're the second line from the top, and Rashi, Yu'uchar davar, Yu'uchar Pesach l'tamid, da'af agav t'kulu yomas manei, even though technically speaking, we don't have the Korban Pesach the entire day, Ishia atzman shlitas ha'tamid, tamid kodem lo. So again, I will say, this is very interesting. So with the Marshals, according to the Misera, the Sham Tizbach Hasat Pesach Ba'erev is teaching you that as much as, according to the Misera, you have the entire day to offer the Korban Pesach, but halacha l'maisa, if you waited until the afternoon, and therefore it's the time for the Tamid, you have to offer the Tamid before the Pesach. The Gemara says, "Yisanyo, Yu'uchar davar shenemar bo ba'erev u'bein arbayim, u'davar shalom ne'emar bo ela bein arbayim dovar." It's interesting enough, by Korban Pesach, you have two expressions: ba'erev in the evening and bein arbayim. By Tamid, all you have is bein arbayim. So therefore, again, the Gemara says, delay the Korban that has ba'erev and bein arbayim, and put that after the one that just says bein arbayim. So again, if you always been the Seirish model, the goal Korban Pesach is kosher the entire day. If you waited and now it's the time for the Tamid, you can go ahead and offer up the Tamid first and Pesach second. One second. Does that make any sense? It's time for homage money. Make it straight. The Korban Pesach, according to the Misera, if you eat the shechter in the morning, right, the entire day is kosher. If you must be in Rabbi, I'm going to do a cover. So now I have a korban that can be offered up in the morning. Again, if I wait to offer up that korban until the afternoon, now I have to do something before it. It just seems a little counterintuitive. So the Gemara says. No, that is in fact correct. Number of Yochanan, so we'll say exactly right, this is actually a very important halacha. Halacha, Mispalel Shamim Chavi Achadat Mispalel Shamim Safin. So I will say, let's say for argument's sake, halacha l'maisa again, davening is going wrong. This, by the way, is an issue that comes up on Yamim Noran. It's actually a very interesting idea. Let's say again, it's after cutting out mincha to be davened at 6.5 hours into the day. So on a general day, let's say again, Rosh Chodesh or something. So let's say I'm going to daven myself. I'm going to daven myself for a little because I'm going to later. But let's say again, davening is going much longer. So now, interestingly enough, it's mincha yidol at 6.5 hours into the day, and now I have not yet davened myself. So now I have two tefillos in front of me. Musaf and Mincha. Which one should come first? So the Gemara says the halacha is Mispalo Shal Mincha, Yachakatz Mispalo Shal Musaf. You got Mincha first and then Musaf. Again, why? Tadir B'Shem no Tadir, Tadir Chodem. Again, because Mincha occurs with greater frequency. So the point of the Gemara is you see Mispalo Musaf. Now remember, when can you get Musaf? When did that Musaf? The whole day. So you see from here that even though you have something that can be done the whole day, once you get to a certain time frame, and that time allows for the performance of a different mitzvah, which occurs with greater frequency, you perform the more frequent mitzvah first. So the Gemara says, if you're not abiding, so look, if you're not abiding, you sit down with Torah and Years not abiding. So the Gemara says, let's just ask you, if you're not abiding back to Torah and Years, why do I say that? Well, you should ready, can't trust that you say, you're ready to shoot. Furthermore, get ready. According to the words of Rabbi Yeshua, Lo Amrit B'Shlosha Asar She'in Mitzasol Eloi Kama Ba'arba Asar She'Mitzasol Eloi. So again, remember the answer to that, if you're going to say on the 13th, in other words, its coverage was opened up on the 13th, when no part of the 13th is fit for Kama Pesach, say that on the 14th, part of the day is fit for Kama Pesach. So you saw, but then you say that if you are correct, and it's not just part of the 14th that is fit for Kama Pesach, rather what? The entire 14th that is fit for Kama Pesach. Ella, Amr Yadran, also Ayat and the Sira, the Pesach Sheshachto Ba'arba Asar, Shachris, Bin Lishmo, Bin Shalom Lishmo, Oil Umitzasa Loi. Rabbi was a Yochanan reinvents from the Sira a little bit. He knows the case that then the Sira holds that if one check to become a Pesach in the morning, whether you did it Lishmo or Shalom Lishmo, ultimately again it is going to be puzzle. The carbon is going to be puzzle. Why? Because part of the day is fit for the carbon. Ultimately, again, in other words, that the afternoon is fit for the carbon, the morning is not. Very interesting. So the Gemara says as follows. Rabbi Avo. So Rabbi Avo said 1 second. Rabbi said Rabbi Avo means Rabbi Avo was like a little bit surprised. And this is the case in came Pesach Kashla Ben Beseira Echi Mishkach Hasla. So we'll say this is fascinating. How do you ever find a carbon Pesach that is kosher according to Ben Beseira? Now why would be the issue? Either Afrashia Ibna, Dichli Me Karo. So we'll say here's the interesting part. If halacha l'maisa, a person designates the carbon on the morning of the 14th, the problem is that we're reinventing it. That according to Ben Beseira, he agrees you can't offer it up in the morning. If that's the case, if you designate it in the morning, that is an inappropriate designation because the carbon can't be shechted then. If it can't be shechted then ultimately again it's set aside for non-use. And I will say we've seen this concept before that once a carbon is effectively set aside for non-use or for non-sacrifice, for non-offering, ultimately it becomes set aside and completely for use forever. So the Gemara says, "You eat that b'shinu me'esmo." And ultimately, again, if you designate it on the 13th, if that's the case, Mira, then it was fit, but then effectively becomes unfit on the morning of the 14th. Take a look at Rashi for just a moment. What Rashi says, because according to Messiah, if you're separating or designating it out in the morning of the 14th, it's not fit for sacrificial use in the morning of the 14th. So ultimately, again, according to Ben Beseira, how will you ever have an effective Karban Pesach? No, we can keep a simple case that maybe the designation of the Karban Pesach in fact occurs after midday. Because after midday, it's a proper designation. Why? Because the nice could be offered up as a carbon as well. Rabbi says, no, you can even do it in the morning. Why? Because once you get to the calendrical date of the 14th, you're good to go. Even if you can't offer up the Karban Pesach until that afternoon, it's not considered to be what we call the Chosros Mana, lacking time. Interestingly enough, you can even designate it at night. In other words, the night of the 14th. Why? Ultimately, because nighttime is not considered to be a lacking in the calendrical designation. Because even though you can't offer it up at night, but when I said it's being designated on the correct day, the time that Bishmal, Lel Shmini Nichnas Ladir Lehis Aser, Ukidrabi, Absolutely. It's very simple. So remember, the halacha is as follows. You cannot offer up an animal as a carbon for the first 7 days after it's born. Right? Shiva Somke Takasimo. For 7 days, the animal, the baby, is with its mother. Now, not only can you not offer it as a carbon, but you also can't designate it as Meiser Behema. But what can you do? Let's say the animal is born 7 days later, the night of the 8th, which is the night after the 7th day, you could already go ahead and go into the pen and designate that animal as Meiser Behema. Rabbi Afteriki, Rami Ksiv. He contrasts the psukim. What do the psukim say? The animal will live for 7 days under its mother. Because what do you see from there? That already the night of the 8th, it is fit to be designated carbonically. But the pasuk says only from the 8th day and on can it be counted as a carbon. So the Gemara says, you see from here that on the night of the 8th, it can't be designated. How do you reconcile this? Ultimately, at night you can designate it, but the offering itself can only be done by day. Okay, incredible. So then what's the most interesting is seeing this Kavan Pesach. You have to Kavan Pesach that is designated the night of the 14th, even though what? It can't be offered up until the day of the 14th. I want to say Rabbi about Lema Kasam Rabbi Yochanan. I will say the Gemara kind of detours here a little bit and doesn't make quite interesting. And what's it? Rabbi Yochanan holds the following: Bali Chaim Nitchi. So I say we've seen this before. Bali Chaim Nitchi means that once an animal is precluded from being offered, it is forever set aside for non-use. Dechoy literally means pushed aside. Once it's pushed aside for sacrificial non-use, it is forever rendered ineligible for sacrificial service. So you want to say, yeah, Rabbi Yochanan does hold that. So listen, I watch this. Very interesting. Rabbi Yochanan. If you have an animal that belongs to the two partners, Reuben and Shimon own an animal jointly. And listen, now what happens? Because of a lakach chatzia, so let's say Reuben was makish, he consecrated his part of the animal. Then what did he do? He buys out Shimon, and he subsequently is makish consecrates the other part of the animal. So what's talacha? Kedusha ve'ena kreva. The animal is consecrated. In other words, essentially it has financial monetary sanctity, but cannot be offered up as a carbon. Now, we'll say, why can't it be offered up as a carbon? Because at the time of the initial partial consecration, it could not be offered up as a carbon. Why couldn't it be offered up as a carbon? Because you can't offer as a carbon a partially consecrated animal. So essentially, since at the initial stage of consecration, this animal cannot be offered up as a carbon, it is forever set aside for sacrificial non-use. So even though Reuben subsequently buys out the ownership interest of Shimon and consecrates the newly acquired part as well, the animal has financial sanctity but cannot be offered up as a carbon. Interestingly enough, but if the animal can be into a tumura, in other words, if you exchange it for another animal, there's the tumura penalty, that both animals are consecrated, tumura sakiyot seba, and the tumura has the same status. So it's like in this case, shmamina tzlas. We learned three things. Number one, shmamina, balei chaim nitchin. So most of this is very important. Balei chaim nitchin means that once an animal is set aside for sacrificial non-use, it never shakes that status. It is forever precluded from sacrificial non-use. Shmamina, dichui me kara hava dichui. We see from here that again, once the animal is set aside initially from the beginning, that status can't change. Ushmamina, and lesson number 3, yesh dichui budamin. Ultimately, again, interestingly enough, an animal can be set aside even if it has financial sanctity. Take a look at that top Rashi, on 12b, yesh dichui budamin, yesh horas dichui b'kishas damin. Even by financial sanctity, once an animal was set aside for non-use, ultimately, again, that status remains, because that's this case over here. When Reuben is makdish his half, remember again, all Reuben has is financial sanctity, does not have monetary sanctity. Has monetary sanctity, does not have physical sanctity. So you see that the concept of dichui, setting aside for non-use, applies even to financial sanctity. Incredible. But let's say I just point out something amazing over here. this phrase, if you notice, back on Amud Aleph for just a moment, the first lesson that the Gemara learned of your Shmanina, Bale Chayim Nitchi, which means animals could be forever set aside for non-sacrificial use. Nitchi could be pushed aside. So it's a tremendous Haskell. It is only animals. It is only animals that could forever be precluded from becoming a carbon, coming close to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, right? Once an animal is set aside for non-use, for sacrificial non-use, it can never be redeemed. That is only a din by animals. But Baruch Hashem, not the halacha l'maisa, not the hashkafa l'maisa, by people. There is no such thing as a person. There is no such thing as a yid who is always nidcha, who is always set aside. There are times in life that I do things that ultimately compromise my spiritual standing. And there are times in life that I make poor decisions, I make wrong turns in life, and as a result, I am distanced and set aside from HaKadosh Baruch Hu. But that is only temporal and episodic. The power of tshuva, the power of change, is that no matter how bad the rut I get myself into, I can always find a way to extricate and pull myself out. This is a din shmamina, balechayim nitchim. Animals could be set aside for permanent non-sacrificial use. Animals could be precluded from forever entering into the presence of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. That's a din in animals, but it's never a din halacha l'maisa or hashkafa l'maisa by people. No matter how bad the mistake, we can always extricate ourselves, redeem ourselves, and make ourselves into a carbon come close to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Incredible. Amalullah, from the Yochel, we'll say some great cases over here. Akol Chelev. Listen to this case. Akol Chelev the Hirfish carbon. Ruvain ate Chelev, right? Obviously prohibited. That was it. Has to be a case where ate Chelev b'shogeg. Right? So ate Chelev b'shogeg, because remember, halacha l'maisa, if you eat shogeg, if you eat Chelev b'mezid, that's kares. He ate Chelev b'shogeg, accidentally consumed Chelev, separate out of kares, Hirfish carbon. Then what happens? Ve'hemer das. He became an apikoris. Afterwards. Okay. No, not okay. But you understand, in other words, he became an apikoris. The chazar, and then he did shuvah. So let's say, by the way, all of this can be happening in an hour. Right? That's how fast change could occur. I see, he becomes an apikoris, and then Baruch Hashem, he does shuvah. So let's say, so now what's the shaila? The shaila is what's the status of his carbon? Remember again, halacha l'maisa, you cannot offer up the carbon of an apikoris, right? Of an apostate. You can't offer up that carbon. So the shaila is now, so again, we've been ate the chayla accidentally, separated out of carbon chatos, became an apikoris. As an apikoris, his carbon was precluded from being offered. But then Baruch Hashem, he did shuvah. So again, we're not asking about his status, he's about shuvah. The shaila is what's the status of his carbon. So what's the halacha? All of the nitchei yitzchai can't offer up the carbon. Why? Because since the carbon was set aside for sacrificial non-use at the time that he became an apikoris, once the carbon is set aside, it's always set aside. So therefore, again, the carbon cannot be redeemed. Now again, now what does that mean? Effectively, what does that mean? What does it mean? He's going to have to bring another carbon. In other words, he still has his obligation of bringing a chartos, but he cannot use that particular animal. In kind of another case, it's my name. I'm very fun cases here. I'm going to be open. I'll call Caleb Hirfish carbon. Then in this case, Ruvain ate Caleb, right? He ate Caleb, separated out the carbon chartos. Then he became insane, right? In other words, he lost mental capacity. Because of the nishtata, and then Baruch Hashem. Then ultimately, again, he went ahead and he regained his mental capacity. I will say, by the way, it's interesting the commonality between these two cases. Like the Gemara Masechah Sota says, when does a person sin? Ein adam chotei, ela in kein nichnas bo ruach shtos. A person only sins, almost like in an episode of temporary insanity. Sin makes absolutely no sense. When you put it on paper, and you write the pros and cons. What's always going to win? When you write the pros and cons, what's always going to win? Ooh. Okay, let me educate you a little bit. Right? The cons are always going to win. Right? Then we will start with Judaism 101. Start with that for a little bit. Right? The cons, we'll say, right? You go on record. The cons will always win. The cons will always win. Why? Because whatever you get from sin is always temporal and episodic. Whatever you're going to get has a very limited shelf life, right? The pros. The cons could be eternal. So the Gemara says the only reason a person sins is nichnas bo ruach shtos. It's like temporary insanity. I'm losing my mind for a moment. I'm just losing control. I'm losing rational thought because it doesn't make any sense. Interesting that just the juxtaposition on these two cases. So case number two, Reuven eats chaylev. He goes in and separates out a carbon chatos. Then he slips into temporary insanity. Literally, in other words, he becomes a showdown. He loses his mental capacity. And then what happens? We'll say, then he recovers. Baruch Hashem. What's the halacha? We'll say, now the shaila is to rough up the carbon. Now remember again, like the carbon of a shota, the carbon of someone who's insane, a shota cannot offer up a carbon. Because remember, to offer up a carbon, you need das. You need intellect, mental capacity. So we'll say, what's the halacha? Since the carbon was set aside for non-use, non-sacrificial use, ultimately again it remains precluded from use. So we'll say, so the point over here in these two cases are two illustrations of the halacha that the Gemara just said are unadabra, namely that what shmanina, once an animal is actively set aside for sacrificial non-use, it remains set aside for non-use. In other words, once you cannot offer it, by definition, you cannot shake that status of or that state of non-offering, and therefore, halacha l'maisa, the carbon becomes precluded from use, even if the owner's status changes back to what it originally was. Incredible. So, by the way, why do I need both of these cases? They're kind of both illustrating the same concepts. Why do I need two cases to illustrate the same idea? I need both. I'll tell you why. Yes, when you're coming myself, I would have just said the Apicores, in that case, maybe I'd say Reuven chose to become an Apicores. So because he chose to become an Apicores, ultimately, again, because of that, that's why the carbon can't be offered. You made a choice to go off the derech. You made a choice to become an Apicores. Fine, so that's it. Very nice. You decided to do tshuva. That's fantastic. But at the end of the day, the covenant is set aside for non-use because of the decision you made. But in the case of where it becomes a shota, the Mamela ultimately, he didn't choose to go insane. Rather have his also, which, by the way, is so incredibly important because it's also Chazal giving us a window into mental illness. And mental illness is often fundamentally misunderstood. Right? Sometimes people don't understand the person suffering from depression. So people will say, sorry for depression, so just become happy. Go ahead and just come on. Why can't you just change your disposition, change your mindset? It's like telling a person who has cancer, why can't you just get better? Why can't you just get better? One of the things that's so complicated that people don't understand about mental illness that it is no different. It is not just because you can't see the physical symptoms, it is no different than any other illness that affects the individual. So we're seeing over here, we're seeing in the case of the guy becomes a shota, which essentially is mental illness. In that case, ultimately, again, that's happening de facto to him, right? He's not choosing that. That's according to him. Ultimately, again, the Gemara says, since again, the guy's becoming a shota, that's a situation that is according to him. It's no different than someone who falls asleep. And what's it, right? This is very interesting. When you're asleep, what's your status when you're asleep? What's your status? Okay, it's fascinating to a certain degree, kind of like a shota. Now, why is that? Because the person who's asleep doesn't have das. Now, it's true and not true. Because what's the halacha when you're asleep? Ultimately, you roll onto a tree and you break it. What's the halacha back to our public days? Right? Why? So you see that halacha, even when you're asleep, still there's a sense of responsibility, but Lamaisa, at least I can say, we don't say that every single time a person goes to sleep, their carbon can't be offered up anymore, right? We don't say that. We don't say that. So I would have thought that maybe the case where it becomes a shota is kind of like the case where he falls asleep. Everyone wants to say that that's not true. Yes, when you're haka, you shouldn't end the other lots. Furthermore, again, if we were just in the case of Nishtat that becomes insane, loses mental capacity, he doesn't have the ability to come back. In other words, at will. But in the case, ultimately, again, where it becomes an apikoris, ultimately, since he has the control to come back on the derech money trees, which I must say is so incredible. Even if you become an apikoris, you control your ruchnis. You control your ruchnis. You want to be an Oven Hashem, you make that decision. I might have thought imolo. I might have thought, therefore, maybe the covenant is not precluded from being offered. Therefore, I will say, ultimately, again, we require both of these cases. Again, so therefore, both cases, interesting illustrations, ultimately, of yesh dichui, or as the Gemara said, that once an animal is set aside for non-sacrificial use, ultimately, even if the status changes, Halacha l'maisa, the animal still remains forever. Let's go back to one more case. Interesting case here. Achal chelev hifish carbon. Listen to this case. Ruvain ate chelev. Right, accidentally, and he separated out a carbon chatas. V'holu beis in shechelev mutter. Now watch this. After he separated his carbon, Sanhedrin paskin that you're allowed to eat chelev. Oh, back to our hurriest days, right? They eat chelev. So I say, so now what happened? The chazru bahen. Then Beis Din retracted their ruling. So we'll say, what's the halacha? Mahu. Mi hava dichui, o lo hava dichui. Ultimately, so we'll say, what is the status over here? Right? So do we say that halacha l'maisa, since had he sinned after the Beis Din made their ruling, he would not be chayav the personal carbon, right? Because halacha l'maisa, he would have been covered under the par he'elam davar ne'atzi, or the communal offering. Therefore, his carbon is set aside for non-use, or not. When Rabbi Yochanan would give the examples of decoy, he would definitely use this case. My time up, hasam davar itri carbon lo itri, hacha carbon and nami itri. In fact, the Gemara says this is actually one of the greatest examples of a decoy. Why? Because we'll say in this case over here, in the previous cases, it wasn't the carbon itself that was compromised. Rather, what was compromised in the previous two cases was what was compromised in the previous two cases. It was the individual who was compromised, right? Let's say Ruvain became an apikonis, or Ruvain lost mental capacity. Ruvain was compromised, but the carbon was fine. This case is even a better illustration of dichui, because in this case, the carbon itself was actually compromised. And therefore, again, this is a great illustration, ultimately, again, of a carbon being set aside, ultimately, again, for non-use. One more, and then we'll stop. Shimon as I said, I heard from 72. Now he didn't say 72 elders. He said 72. Zaken means old man. Rashi says, why did it say 72 zaken singular? The Gemara says, the kulu because ultimately, again, all 72 were of the same opinion espoused in the Mishnah. What was that opinion? That opinion was that all karbanos that are offered up shalom l'shmo, ultimately again, the karban is kosher, but doesn't work for the owner, except for Pesach and Chatas. And this was a universally held opinion that was held by all 72 elders to show that there was complete unanimity in opinion. It didn't say elders plural, rather it said elders singular. Stop over for today. Shkoyach. What is that? What is that? All right, have a Zoom. Good Shabbos, everyone. Good Shabbos. Maximum over.
It's not only Patreon stuff, but it's also subscribers on YouTube and likes on live videos, and also leaving negative comments is not good for us either.
Yeah, only positive comments, tons of likes, Patreon subs, that kind of thing.
Yes.
It saves the day every time.
But that's not what they're here.
No, they're here to watch 10 minutes a shot. So start the timer, play the cheat code.
All right, so given the state that we only have one monitor now, it's going to be a rough show for me here, but it's fine, right? Don't kill me, we got it. All right, so I did notice in Chang's
good morning,
there's a lot of, you know that
great Swiss Hashem to be able
looking at the picture in bed.
to New Year together, learning that. By thanking all of our sponsors for this month's shoot. Thank our current sponsors for the month of Tishrei, Kabbalah Adin Lutova,
Name a better hair than
Noah's Arkelman, in celebration of completing stages in Zikin, and for the Solar Snowballs for Haim Yisrael. Nate and Harry Smith, and Schluss of a beautiful year for the entire Kihila. Our week of learning sponsors, Jonathan and Alana Austin. In honor of the engagement of their daughter Tamar Tiair, Ashley Lopez in New Jersey, may we Zoka to build a bias name in Israel. May God may to see you on Zoom. Hashem Mazel Tov Mazel Tov Zoka Dua. Chazan countdown to Tum B'Shot Tov Umetz Lachas. And the Middle Mishpacha has this first for the Fushtima for Nachman Ben Nachman. Stab the torch together with cold Yisrael. The Shlomo should be Hashem take home all of our hostages and the soldiers should be successful. The whole Masi Yedim should be Zilchim Hashem with the new year. Come to Bracha and Shefa for Klal Yisrael. Also, we got let us be very lucky to do today. Tremendous Dr. Richter working Shira over the Yom.
So
Let's
he's
go.
young, making lots of money,
Okay,
happy.
so let's say, so today's daf is Yud Aleph. 11, we are picking up on Yud Aleph base 10b at the two dots on the bottom. Tnan Hasan. So little be again forming the Tnan. Tnan Hasan. Shahir Rabbi Akiva Omer. Kol dam shenichnasu lahechal lechaper psulim. Any blood. Now, talking about again blood from karbanos. Remember again, there are many different categories of karbanos. But for our context this morning, there are certain karbanos whose we call rituals and rites are done outside of the interior structure of the base of Mikdash versus other things that occur within. It's actually very beautiful that we're learning this Gemara now, the kind of preparation for Yom Kippur, because part of the unique aspect of the Avodah of Yom Kippur was the fact that you're molten hot.
He hadn't reached the level
Carry that from home on foot. Incredible. That's a gadai. That's a gadai. Right? And so the nice again, there are certain things that happen in the bachutz, and there are certain things that happen b'fnei. So now the Rabbi Akiva Singman says here as follows: what happened if halacha l'maisa? There was a certain blood service that was supposed to be done bachutz outside, and we did it b'fnei. What's the halacha? So called them shenichnos lahechal lechaper psulim. It's possible. So this, if you look at Rashi, Rashi says over here, called damin. So any blood services that are supposed to be done on the exterior of the base of Mikdash, but instead were done in the interior, ultimately are invalidated. The Abad Abdullah Sidney Ella Cholchatas Shayuda Ruva Midama Magra the Akiva Kachet Kadash and Kachem Kalim Meriguya. So that's very interesting. Now the only actual explicit carbon that we know that the Torah speaks about that is supposed to be done on the outside. And if you do it on the inside, is hustle is the chatas. That's how it's explicit. But Rabbi Akiva understands based on the chatas that appears that it applies to all types of blood. So any blood service that is supposed to be done on the outside, but instead is done on the inside, by definition is invalid. Come to say, the chatas bill comes to no. The validation applies only to chatas, not to anything else. The Eliezer Omer, Apal Asham. The Eliezer says even an Asham. So we'll say Shneimar kechatas kasham, because the Eliezer says chatas and Asham are always linked together. Therefore, we'll say fundamental three-way focus. You take a blood service that was supposed to be done outside. By the way, I just want to be clear. Outside does not mean outside of the base of English precincts, right? Because that's shlichei chutz. That's a big no-no. That's a big no-no. This is talking about chutz just means outside of what we'll call the heichal of the Beis Hamikdash structure proper. In the Beis Hamikdash endurance. That's a word. Right? You know, if it's in the Beis Hamikdash, complex. So again, you take a blood service that's supposed to be done by chutz, you do it with me. Rabbi Akiva, hustle, any type of blood service. Now come in, only chatas, Rabbi Eliezer, chatas, and Asham. Good. Now let's analyze. It says the Gemara Mishnah, but I'll just give you common time off. So Rabbi Eliezer, I understand your logic, because once it applies to, now remember, I will say, the one thing everybody's going to agree with is what? Is chatas. Because chatas is stated explicitly. So again, Rabbi Eliezer makes sense, because everybody agrees on chatas. Asham is usually lumped together with chatas, so this makes a lot of sense. And it's also incredible to do chatas and Asham Gemara on essentially the first day of Aseret Tshuva. I mean, it's the third day of Aseret Tshuva, but for us, the first day of active Tshuva. Shoshana is a different avodah. So how incredible, how incredible. And with Rabbanon, my time on, but the Rabbanon, what's the logic? Asham Nichnas Damod B'Pnim, also Lomas Sava. So the Gemara is like this. In reality, that an asham, the fact that its blood ultimately again would be possible if you bring it in, doesn't make any sense. Why not? Kavachomer Ola, because ultimately again it's a kavachomer from Ola. What's the kavachomer from Ola? So we'll say Tapo Yud Aleph. So the Gemara says Ma Ola, Shi Kalon Nichnas Damod B'Pnim Sheva. So an Ola which is unique. Now what's unique about an Ola? It's totally consumed in Mizbeach. So ultimately again, an Ola which floats in Mizbeach, yet halakha l'maisa, if you end up bringing the blood inside, it's still kosher. Asham she'eno kalil, lo kol shekin. So certainly an asham, which is not totally consumed, ultimately again should be kosher. So the Gemara says, so that's the kavachomer. So Gemara says, ma la'ola shekin in the chavanes. Oh, 1 second, let's start a good comparison. Why? Because Ola is not mechaber, and Ola itself does not provide for kafara. I was minchas chote tofia. So we're going to have to minchas chote. So Gemara says, lema chatas ha'of tofia. I go on every right in chatas ha'of. Chatas ha'of daya to that be added. Chatas ha'of, and we'll get to this, is this whole unique situation. Question of the Rabbi will come to the literal. Man Minchas Chote, Shekina Bin Sarah. Why not say Kivnar Minchas Chote? Why? Because Minchas Chote is a mincha. If it's a mincha, means it comes from what? It's a meal offering. It means by definition, it's not carbonic in nature. Only from Ola, the Chazar did. The Gemara says this a little bit of circular logic, and therefore leads us to say the following: Lori Zikr is yes. In reality, the aforementioned cases are dissimilar. So what is the common denominator? Ultimately, the common denominator is that they're all Kadshe Kadoshim, and yet, despite the fact that they're all Kadshe Kadoshim, if you ended up doing the blood service in the interior of the Beis Hamikdash, ultimately, again, it's kosher. Therefore, what the Gemara says, Ani Adi Asham, Shiru Kodesh Kadoshim, B'nichnas Damalifnim kosher. So I will also include Asham, which also is Kodesh Kadoshim, and although the blood service is normally done in Bachutz, if you do it with him, ultimately again it's going to be kosher. Incredible. So we'll say, so this is the logic ultimately again of the Chachamim. So the Chachamim will therefore say the only carbon that if you end up doing the blood service on the interior, in the interior, is going to be possible is katos. Because ultimately, again, that is what is mentioned explicitly in the Torah. Everything else will be added kosher, even though asham is normally linked together with chatos, but they just need this common folder. So the answer is as follows, or the Shana Shad, I should say. I'm going to rub in the balance for Rashi. Why not bring up the following kasha? Why not bring up the following idea? Perhaps the common denominator is ultimately they have it's only 7 now. Now what's interesting enough in this context, 7 out means it has no floor value. But interesting enough, an asham does have a minimum amount, a minimum value that the covenant has to possess. And the higher time is Rabbanan, so it goes to say, rather, what's Rabbanan's logic? Like in the most, remember, what did Rabbanan say? Rabbanan said that that's the only time that there is a tool, if you offer up to blood, the thing is where? Only by chatas. Only by chatas. So the Gemara says, so what's the logic of that? I'm going to draw Dama, because the pasuk says it's blood. And we'll say that pasuk is the chol chatas asher yuva mizama al ohel moed lechaper b'kodesh lo se'achal ba'esh tisarei. That's the explicit pasuk. Anytime you bring the blood of the chatas into the interior of the Beis Hamikdash, the carbon is imbalanced. And what does the pasuk say? Dama. What does Dama mean? It's blood. So that I want to understand, that means this is an exclusionary phrase. What does this soul apply to? Only kantos and to nothing else. Incredible. All the other things. Dama below the Sarah is that comes to me. The only soul for a kantos is if you bring the blood. But if you end up bringing the meat of the carbon on the inside, that does not go ahead and invalidate the carbon. Rather than will say, Dama. You guys, most of them, Dama, no Darish. Right? So we'll say, so again, just the point to remember over here is Halachah L'Maisa, our three-way mathematics. Obviously, again, the Torah prescribes that certain carbonos are done with nim, certain done with bachutz. What happens if you take a carbon that was supposed to be done with bachutz, and let's say you do the blood service with nim inside of the Beis Hamikdash, so what's the status? Can be a kiva. Anything that you do that with is going to be possible. Chachamim only chatos, Rabbi Eliezer, chatos and ashar. Up until now, we're just trying to figure out the svara of the svara of the Chachamim, and really it's based on the pasuk Dama. Only the blood of the chatas is invalid if you don't do it with me, but that invalidation does not apply to everything else. Good. We show that Rabbanan going to asham to shach l'shmo l'shmo kasher. So going to Rabbanan and saying that the asham shach l'shmo l'shmo is still going to be kasher. Mincha l'chatas, mincha l'asham. This is why carbon mincha is both compared to a chatas and compared to an asham. Where do we see that? It's Tanya. Rabbi Shimon says, Kodesh kadoshimi. The pasuk says, talking about a carbon mincha, is actually very interesting. Talking about a carbon mincha, it's Kodesh Kadoshim, and the Torah itself compares a mincha, kachatas, to ka'asham, kachatas and asham. So the Gemara says, minchas chotei, harihi kachatas, very interesting. So minchas chotei, which is the mincha that is brought as a sin offering, harihi kachatas is the equivalent of a carbon kachatas, therefore, Therefore, if you did mitzvah, shalom l'shma. Remember also what's knitza? Remember again, that's the three fingers of the meal offering. If you did knitza, shalom lishmas pasar. I was saying, as you can what's happening over here, the Torah is comparing a mincha to a chatos and to an asham. What's the meaning of that comparison? So ultimately, again, on one hand, it's like a chatos. Just like a chatos, it's done shalom lishma. It's possible, right? Our first Mishnah in the Sefta. So too, if knitza is done shalom lishma, ultimately, again, the carbon is possible. Minchas nidava, already possible. Say first one line. On the other hand, a minchas nidava, which is again a voluntary mincha offering, that halacha is going to be like an asham. How so? The ficha comes to shalom lishma sheira. Interesting. So just like a carbon nidava, if done shalom lishma is going to be kosher. Still to the knitza of a minchas nidava, if done shalom lishma is going to be kosher. But Rabbi Eliezer, the Michael was like iskish mincha lechatos mincha lasham for Rabbi Eliezer. Remember, I will say Rabbi Eliezer himself already linked Hashem of the Torah itself links Hashem and chatos. And at least when it comes to the blood applications on the interior, so if you remember again, Rabbi Eliezer says mincha, chatos and Hashem are treated the same. So in this context, what is the impact? Ultimately, again, of comparing mincha to chatos and mincha to asham, with the Izach Rabbi Shimon. It's for the other Shimon. Let's say third wide line 11a. This is very interesting. Shalobikli sharis psula. What happens if you do a carbon mincha not in a kli sharis? If you look at Rashi for just a moment, Rashi, just move your finger to the right about 5 lines up. Shalobikli sharis, shalobikli de shakomis kli sharis. Okay, so let's say again, you took the knitza, but you didn't put the knitza in a kli sharis. It's a kli sharis, a service utensil, a big symmetry service utensil. So what's that? Psula. Ultimately, the mincha is going to be possible. Why? These are interesting. Shaman knuckles, hook shoes, mizvokim, lit on arba avodos, knitza, psula sensitivity. Because a mincha, remember again, a mincha is a meal offering. Interestingly enough, a mincha is compared to other karbanos. This is actually very interesting, Rashi. Lit on arba avodos. Just like by, right? Remember again, by a karban, there are 4 primary avodas. What are the 4 primary avodas? Shkita, Kabbalah, Holacha, Zrika. Right? So just like by carbon, you have 12 primary avodas. By carbon mincha, you also have 4 primary Kabbalahs. The avodas is to this knitza, kineged shkita. So knitza, which is the actual taking of the flour, right, of the meal offering, that corresponds to shkita. Matan komets between kineged Kabbalah. Then you put the komets right in a kli sharis, in a service utensil. That's like Kabbalah, just like receiving the blood of the offering. That's Kabbalah. Halacha kineged halacha. The Rabbi should also halacha means taking this kli sharis and this blood. That's the sin by both of them. And haftara kineged zrika. And then actually burning the actual komets on the mizbeach, that corresponds to zrika. This is just fascinating piece of just carbonic information. Okay. So the Gemara says as follows. Therefore, this man, shalobikli sharis psula. Therefore, halacha writes if you took the komets and you did not put the komets in the kli sharis, so you just took the komets and you put it right on the mizbeach. Ultimately, the carbon is valid. Rabbi Shimon Makshir. Rabbi Shimon says that it's kosher. Isn't that incredible? Rashi says that Rabbi Shimon Makshir in Holicho v'Yadon becomes so Adam is there tiro. So listen to this. So Rabbi Shimon says that if the coin took the komets and he literally walks the komets right over to the mizbeach, puts the komets on the mizbeach, and ultimately again it is kosher. Rabbi Chia. By the time Rabbi Shimon, why does Rabbi Shimon hold that the komets doesn't need to go in a kli sharis? What's his logic? Listen to this. So listen to this. Because the Torah itself compares the carbon mincha both to a chatos as well as to an asham. How so? Watch this. So the Gemara says, it's telling you that there are 2 modes or two avenues in which you could offer up the carbon mincha. On one hand, you could do it like a chatos. And let's say ultimately again, if you go ahead and do it like a chatos, then what? As long as you do it with your right hand, ultimately it's kosher, even if you don't use a kli sharis. Now, what's that about? Take a look at Rashi. Rashi says, "Rebala avda halachos ba'karos yad shelo b'kli ovda v'yamin shakomet ba kizrikas dam chatas shu biyad be'etzba u'biyamin b'siv b'chatas shalakach hakohen v'dam chatas be'etzba u'v'nasan v'dashin l'kma v'arbeis be'etzba u'v'nasan shlo tein nesina elo b'yamin." So on one hand, interestingly enough, just like the chatas is sprinkled onto the mizbeach, ultimately again with the right hand, so too, if you go ahead and you don't use a kli sharis for the carbon mincha, as long as you handle it in your right hand, it's going to be kosher. Fascinating. On the other hand, the kli ovda b'smo ka'asham. If you do use a kli sharis, then ultimately you have to handle the kli sharis in your left hand, just like an asham. Rashi says, "You're about to the kli, Rothschild the small, the whole kli should feature the soap of the small ball in his beach. The leaking the small ball minakli ala ishin kizrika sam asham shuminakli." So it's fascinating. So just first of all, just in general, the fundamental machlokas about how you actually offer up a carbon mincha. Does carbon mincha? So first of all, just interesting piece of information to keep in mind that a meal offering of mincha has 4 corresponding avodos that correspond to the 4 avodos of a carbon. Okay, that's number 1. But then another machlokas, does a carbon mincha require a kli sharis or not? Tanakama says absolutely yes. A failure to use a kli sharis ultimately validates the carbon. Rabbi Shimon, no. Yechatas ka'asham says there are 2 avenues in which you could offer a carbon mincha. You could do it like a chatas, and therefore without kli sharis, just use your right hand. Or like an asham, with the kli sharis using your left hand. Fascinating. And also, those halachos, by the way, of chatas and asham, we're going to get to. One part of the beauty of the Masechta Slachim is, by the time we are finished with this Masechta, here's Hashem. We're actually going to have the working knowledge of how karbanos work and how different karbanos work. Here's Hashem. Rabbi Shimon, high chromatic way, I'm sorry, so ultimately, again, Shimon, could the pasuk be used for both? Yes, if we're promising that we the break of Kia, who the Asa. The primary use of the pasuk is that when you read the Kia, right? And the idea of Minchas Spoke is not on the Shema, it's going to be possible to actually learn that from different pasuk. Chatos, time of mind, ultimately, again, we'll say, why is it that by carbon chatos, if you don't do it Lishma, it is invalid? Why is that? Because ultimately, again, we'll say, by the chatos, it says he, or really, who. This is the passage we've been quoting a number of different times. Right? Chatos, who, which teaches me ultimately, again, that chatos has to be done Lishma. Minchas Spoke, Nani Ksiv Ba, he. But by Minchas Spoke, it also says he. And so Rabbanon, and therefore again, if I see for a minute, just as by chatos has to be done Lishma, so too, Minchas Spoke also requires Lishma. I will Rabbanon, but my office is Kish Asham Lachatos. But according to the Rabbanon, so remember, let's go back to just a second. The Rabbanon are the ones who say that it's only the blood of a chatos that is offered with name is possible, but the blood of an asham if offered with name is not possible. So if that's the case, what's the nature of the comparison between chatos and asham? To teach us ultimately again, just like chatos requires smicha, so too asham requires smicha. And again, like I said, I will say, remember, just so you appreciate, you know this already. If you notice the structure of the Masechta, remember, we have not started the Masechta with the specificities of Kabbalas. Right? Well, remember, what we started with over here is actually the beginning of the Shema. That's how the Masechta starts. So, but like every Masechta in Gemara throws in a whole bunch of details before we actually learn out these details. And there's Hashem, as we kind of go through each of the Kabbalas individually and learn their different unique specificities, a lot of these other things kind of fall into place as well. But let's go back there. It says, Yossi ben Koli Omer Nishchak. It's back to our Mishnah. So remember again, Yossi ben Koli said, Hanishchak l'shem Pesach l'shem Chatos Sulen. That was interesting enough. So remember again, the structure of the Mishnah. Yossi ben Koli says, anything that is shechted for the sake of Pesach or for the sake of Chatos is possible. So the Gemara says, I'm Rabbi Yochanan, Yosef ben Choni, Rabbi Eliezer, Amru Davar Echad. So Yosef ben Choni and Rabbi Eliezer seem to be saying the same exact thing. So the Gemara says, Mishnah. The Gemara says, no, Amru Davar, I'm sorry. Amru Davar Echad. Rabba Amru Ba'achirim L'Shem Chatas Pligi. In fact, again, the machlokes is by other karbanos shechted for the sake of chatos. So let's say if we take a look at Rashi in the wide lines, Rashi is 4 lines into the wide lines. Rabba Amar Ba'achim Shem Chatas Pligi. You see that Rashi 4 lines into the wide lines. Yosef ben Choni, Rabbi Eliezer, but also Rabbi Eliezer Ela Ba'achirim L'Shem Pesach. So as you're going to see, Rabbi Eliezer himself only passes when you have other karbanos shechted for the sake of Pesach. But in Rabbi Eliezer's, Rabbi Eliezer's the previous, I think you mentioned in the show, Rabbi Eliezer, you have other kabbalas mentioned for the sake of katos, ultimately offered for the sake of katos is going to be kasha k'isanya, or we have it first. Let's go back to the Gemara. So therefore the machlokes ultimately again is other kabbalos that are checked with shem katos. K'isanya, here we go. Pesach sha'avar shna, so b'shakta b'zmano l'shmo. Interesting case. You must remember again, Carbon Pesach has to be an animal within 1 year. If the animal is over a year, it has aged out. Now, what happens to a Carbon Pesach that ages out? What's its status? Shlamim. Shlamim. So the word says, Pesach Sh'avar Shna, so the Shachta is man of the Shmo. So if you have a Carbon Pesach that ultimately aged out, and you shechted it in its time for the sake of Carbon Pesach. The Gemara says, the thing, Hashopi Achirim L'Shem Pesach Bizmano. For that matter, you check a different carbon for the sake of Carbon Pesach Bizmano. Now, what's Bizmano? Just Pesach. What's the halacha? The Eliezer says these carbonos are possible. Rabbi Yeshua Machshir. Rabbi Yeshua says ultimately again it is going to be kosher. Rabbi Yeshua. So it's Rabbi Yeshua's logic. In b'shayimos hashana she'eno kosher lishmo. So ultimately again the Gemara says if during the rest of the year. So in b'shayimos hashana she'eno kosher lishmo. Then ultimately again carbon Pesach achirim tishmo achirim shirim lishmo. If you check others ultimately again for the sake of Pesach, it's going to be kosher as a shlamim. This mano should kosher lishmo if you checked it in its right time, where it will be kosher lishmo, checked it as a Pesach. Ain't no din, she is shachirim lishmo. But some of the other kabbalas checked it for the sake of Pesach in the right time, because we kosher as well. However, the Lord says, he said just the opposite. In Bishayimos Hashana she'eno kosher lishmo. If you check it during the rest of the year, for the sake of Pesach, it's not going to be good. The Gemara says, I'm sorry, Bishayimos Hashana she'eno kosher lishmo kosher is the Shem Achirim. So yet if you check it the Pesach, for the sake of Shem, it's going to be kosher. Bismano should kosher lishmo. In its time, when it is kosher lishmo, ain't no din sheyuksha l'shem achirim. This coming should be kosher even if you check it this shem a different carbon. I the yuksha Pesach ma'aba asar shelo lishmo. And ultimately, are you trying to say therefore that a Pesach, a cut Pesach, should even be kosher on the 14th shelo lishmo? The Kach Atomer, can you really put forward such an assertion? Mali Ochshu Achirim B'Shabi Mos Hashana Lishmo Shekein Hu Kosher L'Shem Achirim. This verse says as follows. Mali Ochshu Achirim B'Shabi Mos Hashana Lishmo. So other kabbalos during the rest of the year are going to be kosher Lishmo Shekein Hu Kosher L'Shem Achirim, because the Pesach itself will be kosher for a shlamim designation. The Yukshu Achirim is mano lishmo, and let other karbanos be kosher in its time. Other Pesach lishmo, shekin who puzzle l'shem achirim, because ultimately again a Pesach offer of is mano l'shem shlomo puzzle. However, Yeshua in horesak koach Pesach, the nesa koach l'shlamim. That's the case of Mosai, then ultimately what you've done is you've eroded the power of Carbon Pesach and instead given a heightened importance of power to Shlamim. The Chazer of the Mosai, the Dano in Acher. So the Lazar therefore changes his tune. And you actually something different. Matzinu, Mosai Pesach Shlamim. So Mosai Pesach, remember again, what's the classic case of Mosai Pesach? The classic case of Mosai Pesach is a senator from Pesach. Then what happens? So what happens? I lost the animal. I offer up another carbon in its stead, and then I find my original animal. That's the case of Mosai Pesach. So we'll say, so now, when you find that original Korban Pesach, what do you do with that original animal? When you find, when you find the first animal, so what do you do with that animal? Now, again, I've already offered up my Korban Pesach. What do I do with that first animal? Shlomin. Yeah, in most of Shlomin Bar Pesach. But interestingly enough, if you have an extra Shlomin, your extra Shlomin cannot be offered up as a Korban Pesach. Umar Pesach, Shemos Sarah Bashlomin, and by a Korban Pesach, where again, if you find that original animal, you call it the extra Pesach, it can be offered up as a Shlomin. Shachto Bismano, the Shem Shlomin Pasul. If you shacht it on Erev Pesach, for the sake of Shlomin, it's going to be Pasul. Shlomin She'emo Sarah Bar Pesach. So a Shlomin, where the extra animal, so to speak, cannot be offered up as a Korban Pesach. And shachtam l'shem Pesach bizmano. If you ended up shechting it l'shem Korban Pesach on Erev Pesach, Eino Jin Sheikh Surin. It's really Sheikh Pasol. That's Kavachomer. We'll say other days. Amar Rabbi Yoshua, Matzinu Moser Chasir. That's the Kavachomer. So Amar Rabbi Yoshua, Matzinu Moser Chatos Ba'olos Ve'i Moser Olet Ba'chatos. So this is very interesting. The result says as follows. We find the case of an extra chatas. We'll say, what's most of chatas? Same case. I'm chayv b'kavim chatas. What do I set aside an animal? Then what happens? I lose my chatas. Then I offer up another animal, and instead I find my original chatas. What could I do with that chatas? Ba'olah. That could be offered up as an olah. But yet, interestingly enough, a moser olah ba'chatas. But if the same case happens with an olah, I designated an olah. Lost my original animal, offer up a replacement animal, then I find the original. The leftover animal or the original animal cannot be offered up as a chatos. So I says, Uma chatos, Shemos Sarah Ba'olah. If the chatos with the extra chatos to be offered up as an olah, Shachta l'shem olah psula. Yet, if you offer up a chatos l'shem olah, you know what's the number one halacha? Everyone agrees. Plus, I remember again, we'll say chatos is unique because a chatos that's offered up shalom l'shma. What's the halacha? Not only is it not only the shem Bible, not only does it count towards one's obligation, but it's fundamentally possible. Olah she'ein mosara chatos. In Olah, ultimately, again, we're halacha l'maisa, the leftover Olah cannot be offered up as a chatos. Shachta l'shem chatos, in a big shekei psula. It's only if you offer up on Olah for the sake of the chatos, it definitely should be possible. The rest it says, no, in Amrat, the chatos, shekin sheva l'shma, calls Hasharas. Listen, the words is not necessarily listen to this. Chatos, right? Chatos, but ultimately again is Sheva, Kol Hashana the entire year. Gemara says, Tomar the Pesach, Shechino Kasher L'Shma Alev Bizmano. Pesach is unique, right? Because we'll say Pesach could only be offered up to Shema when? Only in Erev Pesach. Gemara says, Hoyos V'hu Pasal L'Shma, Dimu Shei Pasal Chayla L'Shma. So therefore, perhaps we'll say Pasal Pesach is unique. Since the Korban Pesach, even the Shmo is only kosher. What is only kosher when? Only kosher on Erev Pesach. Only kosher on Pesach. Therefore, ultimately, even when Korban Pesach, she'eno kosher l'shmo ela bizmano. Hobo pasal l'shmo, dinu she'pasach here in the Shmo. Therefore, it makes sense that perhaps if other kavanos are offered up with Shim Korban Pesach throughout the rest of the year, it should be partial as well. Okay, incredible. Shimon Achia Zari Omer. Next part of the Mishnah. So we're just making our way. We finished up the first book, the very exciting against the second Mishnah on the Masechta. Next person quoted in the Mishnah was Shimon, the brother of Azariah. Let's remember again, why Shimon is Shimon, the brother of Azariah? Why? Because his brother Azariah supported him in his learning. Right? Because again, it was his brother Azariah who allowed him to sit and learn. And therefore, again, Azariah and his brother gets credit for his growth in Torah. When you facilitate someone else's spiritual growth, you get credit for that as well. So Shimon, the brother of Azariah said, Shachtan, the shame, Gavoa, man, Ksherin. See, that's the very interesting idea. Shimon the brother of Azariah said like this: when you go ahead and you offer up a carbon, ultimately again for another purpose, is the carbon plus or not depends on what you're offering it for. If you go ahead and you offer up a carbon for the sake of another carbon that is of higher status, then your carbon will be kosher. If you offer up the carbon for the sake of a carbon that is of a lower status, your carbon will be awesome. That's what Shimon Azariah's sheet. Let's analyze this. So, Rav Ashi and Mastin Mishmei, Rabbi Yana, my time to Shem Achazaya, or Shem Achazaya is like a Damakra, although you come to it's Katshe B'nai Yisrael, Asher Yazimu L'Hashem. As the Pasuk says, you shall not profane the Katshe of Klal Yisrael, that they were elevated to Hashem. What do you see from here? The Muram Ben is Chalolin. If you offer up a carbon for the sake of another carbon that is of a higher status, the carbon is not profaned. The normal man, but if you offer up the carbon for the sake of a carbon that is of lesser status, mischalolin, the carbon is profane. Fascinating. You must have a high law, less more. Does that pasuk come to teach us that? The pasuk teaches something else. Was a hundred by Rabbi Shmuel. You look at about Shmuel. What does Shmuel say? Well, it's like first wide line. Then Shmuel. How do you know that if you eat tevel, you're chayiv misa? What's tevel? What's tevel? Tevel is untied produce. How do you know that if you eat tevel, you're chayiv misa? Gomer Shmuel, where it says Shneimar, lo yichalu es katshe b'nei Yisrael, asher yarimu laHashem. As the pasuk says, do not profane. The Katz could identify so that they will lift up to Hashem. Vasidim litra lakosik of medaber. Now, what is it referring to? It's referring to items that are going to quote unquote be lifted up. Which are the items that are going to be lifted up? That refers ultimately again to Shumas and Isis. Shumas and Isis. So what do you see from here? That Allah, so the pasuk itself is telling Shumas and Isis. I came lichtov asher gomu. In that case, the pasuk is telling asher gomu. My asher yarimu. What's yarimu? Shmamina karti. Constitutional two halachas. Two halachas. So what's the two halachas? Number one, for this the position of Shimon, the brother of Azariah. Halacha number one is that again. That halacha said, if you go ahead and you have in mind for a carbon of higher status, the original carbon, the carbon will be kosher. You have kavana for a carbon of a lower status, ultimately the carbon is going to be possible. And number two, if you eat tevel, you are chayav nisi. Now we will pass that. If you eat tevel, ultimately you're chayav nisi. Incredible. Next to both sides. Boy Rabbi Zira. Shem Emiratzin. So it's very interesting. Now when Shimon, the brother of Isaiah, says like this. So we'll say, if I have I'm offering up a carbon, and now I don't have in mind for this specific carbon, I have in mind for a different carbon. Is the carbon good or not? Shimon says it depends. If you have in mind for a carbon of a higher sanctity, the carbon is kosher. Lower sanctity, ultimately the carbon is possible. Here's the shayla. Let's say I had in mind for a carbon of higher sanctity. Does that mean it's kosher and counts towards my obligation? Is that literally what he's saying? No. That it's just kosher, but doesn't count towards my obligation. So the Gemara says, "Share the imaratz in the chifligi bechata, public okluma k'shem imaratz in tartin." So the shimon will say that it's kosher and counts towards my obligation, or ultimately again it's kosher but doesn't count towards my obligation. Tashma. Here we go. Have a korban meiser. If you went ahead and you offered up to the card or a meiser animal, you did it for the sake of shalom, it's going to be kosher. All the shem meiser psulim. But if you went ahead and you shot the shalom for the sake of bakar or the sake of meiser, it's going to be possible. Now it says Rabbi Yisrael so ultimately again if you hold that Shimon is saying that it's kosher and it works and it satisfies your obligation, so you must bakar so what's a bakar animal? It's not an animal that affects the total, right? In other words, a bakar animal is it doesn't satisfy an obligation. An obligation to keep my firstborn animal. But let's say that animal dies. Like I have no obligation of replacement, so it's not a receipt. It doesn't come to satisfy my first obligation. Rather, it's seen to be that what Shimon, the brother of Azariah, is saying is, if you take an animal and you take a carbon and you offer it up for a carbon of higher sanctity, ultimately again, the carbon is kosher but does not satisfy my obligation. Only the seifa kosher the imratzin, from the fact that the seifa ultimately again is a case of kosher but doesn't satisfy my obligation. So to the first case also has to be a case of ultimately where it's kosher but doesn't satisfy my obligation. So maybe not. Maybe not. Why do you have to do Reish and Seifa? Maybe they're two different cases. Elos, my commercial words are teaching me. It's teaching me ultimately again higher categories and lower categories. Farino, the Gemara says, we learn this case, Gemara says, Kate said, Kachin Kadachin Shishak Lashim Kachin Kavin. Now again, the Mishnah then goes on And Shimon the brother of Isaiah gives explicit examples of this. If you were to go ahead and you have a carbon that's Kachin Kadashim, and you check it for the sake of Kachin Kalim, which is a lower level, Shimon will say ultimately such a carbon is possible. L'shem Kachin Kalim, good. Now they won't you have to listen to this. Kachin Kadashim, the Kachin Kalim, the above and above. About Kalim the Kalim low. So it's an article like this. Maybe the local Kabbalas, maybe the Kabbalas, there's like two categories. There's Kachin Kadashim, Kachin Kalim. And therefore in Shimon's logic, in this construct, if you check Kachin Kadashim for the sake of Kachin Kalim, it's going to be possible. Kachin Kalim for the sake of Kachin Kadashim, it's going to be kosher. But maybe in the respective categories, there's no hierarchy. So, for example, let's say in Kachin Kadashim, all Kabbalas are created equal, and in Kachin Kalim, all Kabbalas are created equal. Kamashma, that's not the case. Listen to this. Gemara says, "Hanami tanina shlomin kolmin es habachar v'neishu tunin matan arba usmicha unisachem utnivas chazei v'shel." So let's say Gemara teaches us that a lot of say that's not true. Even in the realm of Kachin Kadashim, there's still a hierarchy. For example, shlomin are more important or more kaddish than a bachar. Why? Because in shlomin, ultimately, again, what do you need? Number one, matan arba. There's 4 blood applications. Number 2, smicha. Is leaning on the animal. Next is sucking. Ultimately, again, libations. Tunifos has a shock. And a waving ultimately again up the chest and thigh. So ultimately, again, you see that even in the realm of Kachin Kadashim, there's a hierarchy. Which the Gemara says, the Gemara says, I'm growing and asking. You're right. The Gemara is teaching this halakha in 2 places. Here it happens to be broken tangentially. Over there is the primary source. So let's say, well, from down over is as follows. So remember again, the Gemara is suggesting that, again, according to Shimon, brother of Azariah, the way this works is like this. If you check the carbon shalom, the small, is the carbon kosher or not? So halakha l'maisa, again, it depends. If you check them for a carbon of higher sanctity, it's kosher. Lower sanctity is ultimately possible. Now, the interesting part is sanctity is not just driven by Kachin Kadashim and Kachin Kalim, but even in those categories, there is still a hierarchy. So if you shifted, for example, a Bachar for the sake of Shlumim, that'll be kosher, because even though those are both Kachin Kalim, a Shlumim is higher than a Bachar. If you shifted Shlumim for the sake of Bachar, ultimately, again, it's going to be possible, even though they're both in the realm of Kachin, they're both realm of Kachin Kalim. So we'll say, how you asking? We'll do the Rambam tomorrow, and we'll say, great run today. What's the most fantastic? What is the takeaway from everything we did today? What is the takeaway? I'm sorry? I can speak quickly. Right. This is also what happens when I front load on caffeine before the shear. Right? This is all right. This is also what I'll say. Here's also what to remember. What to remember is that sometimes the pathway to Kedusha is confusing and circuitous. Right? Remember again, this whole subject is all about Kabbalah, all about coming close to our Kadosh Baruch Hu. So sometimes, again, I know where I want to get to in the path. I know I want to get to our Kadosh Baruch Hu. But I have a whole path. But sometimes, again, that path has so many twists and turns. There's mistakes, there's moving forward, there's setback. But it's at the end of the day, what's the goal? The goal is get to the Mishnah, right? The goal is at the end of the day, just make it to where you need to get to, recognizing that in the pathway to the actualization of Kedusha, rarely does the journey occur as we thought it would. But if you stay the course, some parts make more sense, some parts make less sense, some parts I follow, some parts I don't. But as long as I stay the course, ultimately, I will get where I need to get. I'll get to the Mishnah. I'll get back to our Kadosh Baruch Hu. Should I have to both sides? See you tomorrow.
But that's not story worse.
That's also like skips and vids, dude. It's like, he's just not a good
Right.
He's like, no, let's not make fun of each other, dude. We're
He
gonna try to
doesn't
do some
want to go back.
fucking slimy things. We're gonna, report differently on our IRS forms, and you can't tell anyone about it, dude. It's not funny.
It is funny that not only is he the worst comedian of all time, but he also doesn't get it. He doesn't understand basic comedian. That's the whole thing. He makes fun of each other. They all make fun of him.
All right, we'll say
That's
good.
what they do, right? The civilians.
Yeah, we know.
We're like
Morning,
in now
good morning,
shot.
good morning.
It's a
Such a
civilian,
small
so
to
he
be able
doesn't get it.
going to our show to begin
I wish we had
by thanking all of our sponsors. Thank
Oh, yeah.
you so much
Well, here's
for
the thing.
our annual
He's on
Talmud
Story
Torah
Wars, right?
sponsor,
He's
the
on
Top
that
Shin
now.
Pei Hey.
That's getting
Incredible. Now, listen, something, you know, when you have something
putting your
annual,
toes in the water.
the it's gonna like last so long, and then they get to the end of the end, and you recognize in front of you the passage of books, and you express how tremendous that person hope to the customer's welfare. We dedicated all of the Torah this year as a schus. We saw us tell us how you saw how life should be. Such a see that's clear. Our Torah responses for the month of Elul. And what Alina will tell on this last day of Elul. Then it over Koreas and Shums of his parents. Abram the Ben Ashapin was Taylor Hazel Bas Selling. And the hopes that an answer should be students of our Kila Normal place will be answered. Shmuli Lee did it for you, Mishmas David from Spanner, the Ari from Yitzchak, Aryeh, Ben Haber, Yaakov, before the Bracha, and the League of Learning sponsors, Jonathan and Alana Austin, in honor of the engagement of Eretz Yisrael, in honor of the engagement of your daughters Tamar, Tia, Ashton from Teaneck, New Jersey. Beautiful. Maybe the Zohar to build the Bayis Town, we show how beautiful it is. Baruch Hashem to end off this year with the same time with the Chassan and Kara, with the Mazel Tov, Chassan and Kara, Zohar mentioned to organize Bayis Town that we saw and had many years. With Mazel Bracha, Simcha, Hatzlacha, in Eretz Hashem, that Kodesh Baruch Hu should bring our house with this home, Shalom, the Karmel, our holy soldiers to be successful. The whole Maaseh Yedem and all of Am Yisrael should be Zohar to see the Chassan and Torah. And most of that, let us be with a lot to do today. Not a lot of time. I promised. A finish time between 8 and 9 a.m. So I'm gonna make good on that. And then closer to 8. So let's go. So today's daf is daf yes. 8. Coming up in Retz Hashem on the bottom of a sign of the days. Thank you to Renault for pushing us to the 2 dots yesterday. Second line from the bottom. 2 lines from the bottom. Context and gone. Remember again. Gemara now is journeying through the Mishnah. So the Mishnah explained that halacha l'maisa. Normally the halacha is as follows: that when you have a carbon, if the carbon is offered up, not l'shma, it's a different carbon or shmi, violence. Normally the halacha is the carbon itself is going to be kosher, but ultimately will not count towards the obligation of the owner. There are 2 exceptions to this rule. 2 exceptions are chatos and hisach. So the Gemara is now going through each of these. Chatos and nolam. From where do I know that if a chatos is offered up shalom l'shma, that not only does not count, it's always the obligation of the owner, but the halacha l'maisa, again, the carbon itself is an invalid carbon. From where do I know that? To see if a shachat or saw l'chatos, shetei shchita l'shem chatos. Ultimately, again, because the possibility, we've seen this so many times, the shachat osa l'chatos, you shall shecht it for a chatos. So halacha l'maisa, the shchita itself has to be l'shem chatos. Ashkech on shchita, so that tells me shchita, kabbalah minala. From where do I know kabbalah? So the Gemara says, the tzit top of chest, a Rakach according to them chatos. Hey, Kabbalah l'shem chatos. Also says the coin will take from the dam chatos. So from here you see that again is referring to the Kabbalah, to the receiving of the blood. So the blood, so the Kabbalah also has to be done. The Ashkit from Shvita the Kabbalah. So now I know Shvita and Kabbalah has to be done the Shvah. Rika Minola, I don't know if it's Rika, has to be done the Shvah. We'll say third line now from the top, 8A, $7 Dhamaka. The keeper of a coin is chatos. So once it says the coin will go ahead and perform the chatos, which is Kapara, the Shem chatos. But the Kapara, the atonement has to be the Shem chatos. Now, remember again in Kabbalah, what affects the Kapara, which is Rika, the sprinkling of the blood. So same idea over here. Keeper of a coin is chatos. So essentially, you keep seeing the same type of drasha over and over and over. But you're totally making an additional kind of almost like insistence. So from there you see that this Rika is sprinkling all stats that he's done the Shema. Incredible. So Ashkechan Shinu Kodesh. So now I understand that a chatas has to be done the Shema. But what type of Shema? We'll call it the Shema of Kodesh, which means it has to be offered up for the particular carbon, for the particular carbonic designation. How do I know that the carbon, in order to be effective, has to be offered up for the sake of these specific owners and can't add a carbon for a change in ownership? Like when the Pasuk says, Allah, the chatas is for him, Allah, below Chatero. The chatas only works for the intended owner and not for his friend. Ashkich on the mitzvah. So now I understand that ideally, most of the mitzvah is the ideal. That when offering up a chatas should be offered up for its intended owner. Remember, again, I will say, what the Mishnah introduced us to It's look, all Kabbalah, you want it to be the Shema, right? I want it to be the Shema for Kabbalic designation. I want it to be the Shema for the ownership designation. So fine, Chatas is no different from that in that respect. What the mission is introducing you to is that by Chatas, it's La'ativ. La'ativ means what? That halacha l'maisa, you don't have the Shema, either by Kabbalic designation, or you don't have the Shema by ownership designation, that the Kabbalah is valid. And where do I know that? So the Gemara says, Ashkech ha'mitzvah la'akim l'ordi. I'm going to bring down Yeshua. Chatos, chatosol. So we'll say, Akanami chatos, chatosol. So we'll say, it's interesting enough, the Gemara suggests, where are we learning this out from? We're learning this out from the chatos of the Gnosim. If you look at Rashi, Rashi says chatosol. It's in short lines of Rashi, 3 lines. Chatosol. Tikra havakoin chatosol. Shezar don l'shmol chatos, chatosol. The Habib of Niftach Chatos, Siv Bob, you see the Medrash made by them. So ultimately, you're going to say, so once again, we got Sheen over here. It could have just said Chatos, but instead it says Chatos Sol. So this time, this puzzle is read by Chatos Nosim for making just a moment. But Chatos Sol is again possessive, telling you that what? In order for the carbon to be effective, it must be shifted for the purpose for the designation of this particular owner. Therefore, we see from here that halacha l'maisa, it's la'ativ, that ultimately effective that you need the Shema l'chachila. The failure to have the Shema actually undermines the effectiveness of the carbon. So Ashkechan mitzvah, listen to this, Ashkechan mitzvah b'shinei kodesh. Zika b'shinei b'ayim being the mitzvah being la'ativ. So it says, here's not interesting, here's what I have. Now I have that halacha l'maisa l'chachila, you have to have the correct carbonic designation. I also know that halacha l'maisa, if you do zika for the wrong owner, being the mitzvah being la'ativ, that it compromises the carbon. La'ativ b'chol avodos b'shinei kodesh. B'shar avodos b'shinei b'ayim being the mitzvah being la'ativ. But how do I know ultimately again by all other parts of the carbonic then if you have Shinui Kodesh, changing the carbonic designation, then it compromises the carbon. Or for that matter again, when it comes to Shinui Bailim, changing an ownership designation, how do I know that if you do that by a chatas, it undermines the chatas? You know, it's no, I'm going to be on Asyas, make chatas, Nasir. Ultimately, yeah, we were after the chatas, something else. We could say, the Hikru got coin of Hashem. The Asas Atasol the S also. Because the Pasuk says the Kohen will offer it up before Hashem and he will do his Chatos, Chatasol also. So Moses, remember, I want to point out what's happening over here. The Gemara is really focusing on the fact that whenever you see Chatos, it's always phrased in the possessive, Chatasol, Chatasol. So when you see Chatasol, the Gemara is understanding this thing that in order for the Chatos to be effective, it has to be done. The Shema. Again, what does the Shema mean? 2 forms of the Shema. Right, the Shema for carbonic designation, the Shema for ownership designation. The Gemara says, so if you're not ordering the Pei Hashem ba'asas chatzon so shiyu kol asiyos of l'shem chatos. So here you see everything done for the carbon has to be done l'shem chatos. Ashkechon shinui kodesh shinui bailim minallah. So now Moses, now I understand Shinui Kodesh. Okay, so once again, I understand that the carbon has to be offered up for its particular carbonic designation. Shinui Bailim, but how do I know that Allah Halamaisa, the carbon also has to be offered up for the sake of its particular owner? Gemara says, "They made a English so I would just stick runs actually. I'm not going to read Yeshua Chatos. Once again, because the pasuk that it just said Chatos. The fact that it says Chatos possessive indicates to us what? That in order for the carbon to be effective, it has to be offered up for that particular owner. We'll say, by the way, just, I know the Gemara could sound like a little bit confusing, a lot of back and forth. This is one of these Gemaras where what's the good news? The good news is everyone agrees on a conclusion, right? There's no more focus about the conclusion, which means everyone agrees that a chatas is unique, and that in order for a chatas to be kosher, it has to ultimately have the shema. The shema meaning has to be carbonic designation, you have to have in mind for carbon chatas, for carbonic designation, and for ownership designation. And failure to have the shema in either of those 2 areas makes the chatas hustle. The chatas itself is an invalid carbon that happens. Not just that it doesn't count for the owner, but it's fundamentally hustle. And if everyone agrees with that fact, Everyone agrees with that. All the Gemara is doing over here now is trying to figure out from where do we know that. The Gemara says, Maski Paladina. So I will say, so really, interestingly enough, so much of the drasha by Chatos really comes down to Chatasol, the possessive form of this, to indicate us that the Chatos ultimately again has to be done with Shema. So Maski Paladina, Eleni Ata, Olas. So my Darash today, here's the problem. The Torah uses emotion by Ola. Ola. Could have just said Olas, but it says Olas so. So what do you do with that possessive? So the Gemara says, Uravino, Mincha so. Nesef, Nisko. So my Darshibu. They don't say here's the problem. If the Torah would only say by Chatos so, then I hear. But that's not the case. The Torah uses this same type of verb used by a lot of other Kabbalos as well. Which the Gemara says, Afinu Bailei, Mincha so Niskinim Balayla. So this will say for some of it, ultimately teaches us other halachas. As if, for example, by the mincha himself, the mincha is the meal offering. The suffering is wine libations that accompany certain karbanos. So the additional lashon teaches us that as much as the carbon itself must be offered up by day, these supplemental carbonic accessories can be offered up at night. Some of this can feel in macha, very interesting. Sometimes even the mincha and the soften, the meal offering wine libations can even be offered up the next day. But ultimately, what do you do with olas? In other words, what do you do with the possessive of olas? What does that teach me? To which the Gemara says, furthermore, again, are we actually able to learn out these things from Chatos Nazir? So we're going to see right now that there's a number of different cases of Chatos. So remember again, the lashon of Chatos so that the Gemara is darshaning everything from, right? Because remember, the Iker Drasha is Chatos of his Chatos, which the Gemara is using to teach me what? Lishma. That it's got to be done for the sake of Chatos. What if we have for the sake of Chatos? The point is we have for number one, for Lishma, for Kodesh, for Chatos designation, and Chatos for the particular owner. And all of this is done now from Chatos to Nazir. Remember, it was like Nazir, the Nazirite, when it comes to right finishes, he abstains from drinking wine, eating grapes, coming in contact with the dead. When he finishes the duration of his Nazirite vow, he brings a series of karbanos, amongst them a carbon chatos, a sin offering. So we're learning out now all of the halachas of chatos from his chatos. And learning that says, hold up. Can we really learn how these chatos offerings from the chatos nazir? Why listen to this? So chatos chayla and chatos nazir lo gama. So again, for example, the chatos chayla is forbidden fat. And if you go ahead and eat forbidden fat intentionally, you hide curries. You do it unintentionally, you bring the carbon chatos. You learn something very interesting. I can't really learn out chatos chayla and chatos nazir. Why? Shikimish ima damimachir. Because the chatos of a nazir has other accompanying kabbalah which come along with it. Chatos nazir and chatos chaylev lo gama. Furthermore, I can't learn out chatos nazir and chatos chaylev. Why not? Shikin kares. Because ultimately, again, I've also remember again, chaylev is a kares bearing infraction. And Rabbi says, Asya mechatos mitzora. Interesting. Perhaps we'll learn out the source for, again, the beginning of Lishma by Chatos, is actually the Chatos of the Torah. Right? So stripping the Saras is a purification process. Part of his purification process is that he brings a carbon Chatos. It says, Vasaha koin es Chatos, shehu kol asiyos of L'shem Chatos. That's what it is. It's called Vasas koin es Chatos. It will be the Chatos, which indicates to us what? All steps of the Chatos must be done Lishma. So why don't we say, just like the chatas of the Mitzorah has to be done with Shema. And also remember again, whenever we say the Shema, what does the Shema refer to? What does the Shema refer to? Two forms of the Shema. Carbonic Lishma, ownership Lishma. You say the same way that chatas of Mitzorah has to be done with Shema, so to all other forms ultimately again, all other forms ultimately again, all other chatas offerings also have to be done lishma, which the Gemara actually functionally Kodesh. That teaches me that you need carbonic designation. Ultimately again, shino and baila right? How do I know that halacha will also need ownership lishma? The Amaka, the Kita ala mitaher. The pasuk says it will atone for the one who is being purified. Ala mitaher zeh, ala mitaher chavero. And only who does the carbon? Who does the carbon work for? Only for the individual who is the owner of that carbon, the intended object of the purification at all, and not for someone else. So that teaches me again that there must be ownership to Shema as well. But still, can you learn out? So essentially what we're trying to do over here is originally we thought we were learning how to do the Shema from Chatas and Nazir. Then it turns out the Gemara says, no, you can't do that because Chatas Nazir is too dissimilar to other cases of Chatas. Fine, the Gemara says, we'll learn it out from Chatas with Sola. Because he says, can you do that? After all, Chatas giving me Chatas and Torah, I can't pronounce the Chatas of Pelah. From the Chatas of the Torah, why not? And Yishimot Gamemachir. Because remember again, when the Torah brings his Chatas, he brings other carbonos as well. Chatas and Chatas Pelah lo Gamra, and I can't learn Chatas and Chatas Pelah why not? Ultimately, again, because there is a din of Chatas Pelah, and that doesn't apply in other cases. So let's say, so wherever I am in Yaakov, he's very interested. Gemara says, Mesagalo Asya. Which is, it could very well be that perhaps. So let's say, I just want to point out what the silver here is. Gemara is going to talk about essentially 4 different categories of Chatas. One of the 4 categories of Chatas. Chatas of a Nazir. Right, remember again, a Nazir at the end of the Nazirite vow brings a Chatas. The Moshe just as an aside, why does the Nazir bring a Chatas? Why does he bring a Chatas? Because at the end of the day, he prohibited something to himself that is permitted. In other words, anything that Mishpah doesn't want us to have, he said, don't have it. If he didn't say, don't have it, then effectively he's saying, enjoy it. Just enjoy it responsibly. The Nazir is ushering wine onto himself. That is, as much as he's doing it for a good reason, to amplify his personalistic holiness, there is an element of sinfulness. Because why you've never been saying that's permitted? So that's the Chatas of the Nazir, that's one. Number 2 is the Chatas of the Mitzora, which makes sense that he's bringing the Chatas because, again, Saras always comes about because of some type of simple behavior. The other 2 cases that we want to reference is Chatas Chelav and Chatas Dara. If you ate Chelav accidentally or didn't fact to bring a Chatas, or if you ate blood accidentally, you bring a Chatas as well. So now watch this. So the Gemara says, Nechadova Asya. Could very well be that in order to learn out this halacha, that a Chatas requires the Shema. The Shema both by Kabbanic designation as well as the Shema by ownership designation. Can't be learned out from one example. Maybe we see Chadin and Tartu. Maybe we can learn it out from two examples together. So the Gemara says, Bahai low lift off. So which one do we not have to mention? The Gemara says, low lift off one of the Chatas Chelav, the case in Yana. So maybe don't say anything by Chatas Chelav, but learn out Chatas Chelav from the other cases. Gemara says, here's the problem. I can't learn Chatas Chelav from Chatas Mitzora and Chatas Nazir. Why? Malachanish can Yishimon Darnachayim. Shabbat, here's the problem. Chatas Mitzora and Chatas Nazir both have other accompanying kabbanos. Therefore, again, perhaps they can serve as a source of Lishma for the other cases. So the Gemara says, Lo Lifto Brahmana, the Chatas. Lo Lifto Brahmana, the Chatas Nazir, which is, correct. Lo Lifto Brahmana, the Chatas Nazir, so again, therefore, perhaps we'll say like this. Don't do anything by Chatas Nazir, and let's learn Chatas Nazir from the other cases. Malachana, Shekin Ein Lahen Sheila. What's very interesting, the other cases do not have revocation. Look at Rashi. Rashi points out over here, Sheila, Nazir Nishalachacham Ba'okin is Yosef Adin Chaba. A Nazir, technically speaking, can have revocation of his vow. And if he has revocation, that can retroactively uproot the vow and exempt him from carbonic liability or responsibility. Lo L'chto Brahmana B'chatas Mitzora. So the person has a separate case in Hana, not in other cases. Malahana Shekin Ein Ba'im B'dalos. These other cases that we say, there is no substitute carbon in case the individual is in Amish. Alahama Kra, what you see from here is to try to figure out what is the source case to teach me that the Shema is an indispensable necessity by Chatos. So you must Alahama Kra, Zos HaTorah, the Ola Ola Mincha. The Pasuk says like this, and remember, we've quoted this Pasuk a number of times, but the Pasuk in its entirety is Zos HaTorah, La'ola, La'mincha, Bela'chatas, Bela'asham, Bela'miluim, U'Vezerach HaShlamim. So listen to this. The Gemara says, Ishrakas of the Shlamim. What do you see from here? That the Torah goes ahead and equates all Kabbalos, Ola, Mincha, Chatas, Asham, and Miluim, Shlamim. So what does that equation teach me? Not Shlamim, Shimei Kodesh, Ben Shimei Bailim, Ba'ina Lishma, the mitzvah, Chatas, Ben Shimei Kodesh, Ben Shimei Bailim, Ba'ina Lishma, the mitzvah. Listen, now watch this. Tzalach L'Mais, the Gemara says, just like Shlamim requires the Shema. Now I'm going to say what comes of the Shema does Shlamim require. Two levels of the Shema. The Shema ownership, the Shema, or I should say carbonic designation, the Shema, and ownership, the Shema. I will say that by Shlamim, and therefore again, just as Shlamim requires it, so too all of the other Kabbalas require it. There's only one problem, which is the mitzvah. The mitzvah means what? So what I learned from this is very important. It's very important. So this passage teaches me by equating chatas to shlamim, just like shlamim requires the shema in both elements of the shema. So to chatas requires the shema lechatchila. So the Gemara says hilchot mitzvah shlamim v'hanach kroi la'akeh. Interesting, I was saying. The rest of these psukim that we mentioned, all the chatas so psukim. Teaching that what? That not only is the Shema required l'chafila, but ultimately again it's ma'aseh, required even b'di'avad, and therefore not having the Shema, not any cases of chatos, whether it's the ownership of the Shema or providing designation of the Shema, would fundamentally compromise the chatos. Mostly it's actually quite a beautiful lead when you think about it. So therefore, the idea that chatos has to have the Shema l'chafila is actually learned out from Shlamim. And then the additional psukim that we just mentioned before, all these chatos so psukim teach me that chatos requires the Shema even b'di'avad, and failure to do so fundamentally undermines the effectiveness of the Kabbalah. Incredible. The aspect of chatos hila, the chatos. Now I understand this is true about chatos hila, but it's in the chatos. Also, customer raise. Chatos of Kochagim, the Shmias Kol, Bitus Vasayin, Tumas Mikdash Vekadasha, the ropes to Minaman. That was very interesting. So I understand ultimately again in any case where the Torah is going to say l'chatos that it's going to apply. Even Lashon l'chatos teaches me again that it's not active. What about all these other cases, all these other carbon chatos? Chatos for avodah zarah, chatos shmias korabos that it's again where you hear it out and you answer amen to it. Bitus vasayin, where you articulate the Shema. Tumas Mikdash V'Kadashas, either again you enter into the Mikdash in a state of Tumah, or ultimately again to Kodesh in a state of Tumah. All of these cases of chatos, the low single, but there's no mention per se of like lachatos. Ultimately, again, how do I know that halacha l'maisa in these cases you need lishma by their chatos, and failure to have that undermines the effectiveness of the carbon, to which the Gemara says chatos tavodas v'chavim asya mechatas chela. So the chatos, at least for the chatos of the that's what I'm going to should encourage kamosa, because ultimately, also because it's just like chela as a kid carries, avodah zarah as a kid carries, and therefore just like the chatos of chela needs to be the shema, so too the chatos of avodah zarah to be the shema. What about these other cases? And all these other cases of chatos will simply be learned about saying ma'asad of the coming number. Or we learn that from the coming number. So I'll say that ends the segment. So bottom line, halacha l'maisa, what do we have? So first, that's interesting enough. What we have is like this. Let's first start with the ruling. So the ruling is that a chatos must be offered up the Shema. What type of the Shema? Two categories of the Shema. Ownership the Shema for the sake of the right owner, and kabbanic the Shema for the sake of the right karban. Failure to do so by a chatos makes the chatos possible. The carbon itself is fundamentally possible. Not primarily does not count towards the obligation of the owner, but halacha l'maisa the carbon itself is invalid. Where do I learn that from? So it seems like the bottom line is pretty much the Gemara settles on the fact that the Torah compares chatos to a shlamim, teaches us that just like the shlamim requires the shema in both categories, so too does a chatos. But that only teaches me that a chatos requires a lechatchila. How do I know that a chatos requires it even to be right? That's all of these other shows. Chatos. So lechatos teaches us that there's an insistence ultimately again on the shema. Incredible. But said, so like, Changabonon, Pesach Gizman, now we're switching back to Pesach. Pesach was the other item that acquires the Shema in both categories of Tashkila, and failure to have the Shema in either of the categories ultimately renders the carbon unfit. So Changabonon, Pesach Gizmano, Shema, Kasha. The low Shema process, the most interesting right here. You might say as follows. If you are offered a carbon Pesach, Gizmano. Someone say, what's Gizmano? What's Gizmano? Gizmano? Erev Pesach. Erev Pesach. So I just want to point out how beautiful it is to learn, on the Gemara on carbon Pesach on Erev Pesach. Right? What's Pesach? It's clear. What's the message? We're going to be building all about the carbon Pesach and the celebration this year. That's what the Rothschild is telling us. That's the case. Why else would there be a sugya of carbon Pesach on Erev Pesach? It must be ultimately again that this is going to be the year of finally Nes Hashem. We are going to have our third days to Mikvah, and the Zocha Nes Hashem shall literally again to know how Sham min Asrochim u'min Apsachim. This is going to be the year of Mishpach is telling us to get ready. So we better learn the sugya of Carbon Pesach and Erev Hashanah. So the Gemara says, Pesach Gizmano B'Shmo Chag. So Shalom B'Shmo Pasol. If you offer the Carbon Pesach, now again, Gizmano means on Erev Pesach, on the 13th. On the 14th of Nisan, if you offer it up with Shmo for the sake of Pesach, it's kosher. Shemo Shmo, whatever. Shmo also means what you offer it up for some other covenant under the Carbon Pesach. Halacha l'maisa, it is possible. It is possible. So you might see the Shaimos Hashkaran during the rest of the year. You might say the Shmo Pasol, Shalom Shmo Kosher. So during the rest of the year, if you offer it up for the sake of a Carbon Pesach, that is in doubt, right? Because Carbon Pesach is only offered once a year on the 14th of Nisan. But interestingly enough, if you offer up Shalom Shmo, but listen, the Pashtos, Shalom Shmo and Carbon Pesach is Shlomin, because the Carbon Pesach is a Carbon Shlomin. During the rest of the year, it's kosher. It's kosher, which makes sense because it's a Shlomin. So the Gemara says, you're not going to even come with this. Come on, with the Shmo, Omer Kar, because the Pasuk says, in a soul Karbano, the Zeva Shlomin Lash. The Pasuk says, right, in a soul Karbano, if the Kohen will come from the sheep, the Zeva Shlomin Lash. So now what we're asking over here is, during the rest of the year, how do I know if you offer up a Carbon Pesach Shalom L'Shmo, right? Not for Carbon Pesach, for Shlomin, then it's going to be kosher. So the Gemara says, Davar HaBaminat, so Hashem teaches us anything that comes from the sheep has the ability to be a Shlomin. So essentially, a Carbon Pesach offered up Shalom L'Shmo during the year just becomes a regular Shlomin. Incredible. So I aim a Shlomin in Midiat Elul. So what's that? So maybe it means like this. Maybe that means like this. Maybe that's talking about a case where, if you take the Carbon Pesach and during the rest of the year you shefted it for the sake of a Shlomin, then then it's kosher. But ultimately, again, if you went ahead and you shefted it to some other purpose, perhaps it should be possible. No, actually, interestingly enough, it doesn't matter what you have kavanah for. A Carbon Pesach shefted Shalom L'Shmo. Whatever you're shefting it for, you're shefting it for only when you're shefting it for Shlomin, it'll still be kosher during the rest of the year. Fascinating. Ema Kol B'Shakat Lahadu Kamesa. The Gemara says, so ultimately, so why don't you say, if that's the case, whatever you have kavanah for, that should be what the carbon is used for. Now, I'm not saying that the Pashtos, anytime you shef the Pesach during the year becomes a Shlomin. So the Gemara says, but 1 second, no matter what your kavanah is, it's kosher for a Shlomin. But why? Why don't we say whatever your kavanah is, that's what the carbon becomes? So if you had in mind that the Pesach should be an Olah during the rest of the year, then it should be an Olah. If it would have said Shlomin Zevach, then I would have agreed with you. Hashta B'Siv Zevach Shlomin. And now that it says Zevach Shlomin, what does that mean? The call to Shafet Shlomin Lehavi. It teaches me that when a Carbon Pesach is offered up during the rest of the year, Shalom B'Shmo, not for the sake of Shlomin, it automatically becomes not for the sake of Pesach, it automatically becomes Shalom. So let's say I want to just find out what's happening over here. So when you check the Carbon Pesach during the rest of the year, whatever your as long as you don't have kavanah for Carbon Pesach, you're good to go. Whatever you have kavanah for, right? The carbon is fine. But it's just enough, whenever you have carbon on the phone, what is the carbon going to become?
It's no,
It
you
is going
just
to
tell
be a carbon
your
shlomo.
staff what
Incredible,
they should do.
incredible.
Say,
So the Gemara
here's
says,
how you
Ima,
do it correctly.
lezevach kla shlomo kla. But why don't we say this? Why don't we say lezevach is a cloud, a general term? Shlomo is a prat, is a different term. Cloud prat, and I have a cloud and a prat. In the cloud, elamash and a prat. Ultimately, again, the only thing in the cloud, right? The cloud is modified ultimately by the prat. So the Gemara says, why does it say shlomo in the below? It can only offer that first thing, not anything else. To which the Gemara says, no. The Gemara says, La Hashem under the cloud. It's really a cloud without the cloud. Because Hashem is at the end. So the Gemara says, Maskita Yaakov Minak called Paul Lozdomi Kala Basra Mitzvah Kama. Here's the problem. The second cloud ultimately again does not match the first cloud. To which the Gemara says, Kala Kama Marbi Svachim Sulo. Ultimately again, the first cloud comes to get and include other Gavados. Kala Basra La Hashem. Called the La Hashem about Hebrew La'opon Stop Hebrew La'minofos. So let's say, so the first cloud doesn't need any type of animal carbon. The second cloud, La Hashem, is to indicate that it's any type of carbon, even minofos, even meal offerings, even nerves. To which the Gemara says, Hot Kardir Lishmo, the cloudy Hoti Garish Kiagatna. So we actually saw this memory here at the beginning of the set about whether or not, generally, in a cloudy Hoti cloud, two clouds are the bookends. Two clouds are the bookends. So what I see, interestingly enough, generally, those two bookends are supposed to resemble each other. And if they don't, you generally can't Yarshin the cloud with the cloud. The Gemara says that Karna Yishmo ultimately Yarshin the cloud with the cloud, even when the second cloud does not match the first. So I just want to point out what just happened. It's very important. So local Gemara says like this. Carbon Pesach, in general, on Erev Pesach, if it's offered up a Shem Pesach, it's good. If it's offered up Shalom Shmo, not for the sake of Pesach, then what? It's invalid. And not only does not count towards the owner, but it's fundamentally invalid. During the rest of the year, if Halachah Lamaisa, again, it is offered up a Shem Pesach, it's invalid. If it's offered up for anything else, ultimately it's valid. But no matter what Havana you have for that Pesach during the rest of the year, it is automatically designated as a carbon shlomo. That is the halacha ultimately again with how it is. So let's just point out something so beautiful over here. If you notice, so this will conclude if you notice that halacha nice and the Gemara says the last cloud was Hashem. So the Gemara said the first cloud over here just includes the first cloud just includes the stock and animal carbon. The last cloud of Hashem includes everything. The other says, when you have a Ribono Shalom, you have right now, Hashem, by definition, includes everything. The last part includes everything. When you have a Ribono Shalom, this is what David HaMelech says. And David Hashem is saying every single day, Achos Sha'alti Me'is Hashem Osavakish. One request only. Shifting the days Hashem Koyin Nefayah. And we dwell in the house of HaKadosh Baruch Hu for all the days. And the question asks, Rabbi, that's your only request? One request? What about Parnasa? What about a livelihood? Like that's right, just kidding. It's one of the perks of the job. You have a lot of money, right? Government is still, right? What about Parnasa? What about health? What about Shalom Bayis? What about children? All things that David, right? We always say the one thing that David HaMelech did not struggle with was money. But every single thing else he struggled with. When you only have one request, shifting the base Hashem, the Mom says so beautiful, David HaMelech understood the core central truth of life. That if you have Hashem, you have. Doesn't mean you have all the money you want, all the food you want, all the shalom you want. If you have a HaKadosh Baruch Hu in your life, then by definition, you have everything you need in life to be successful. Achos Sha'alti Me'is Hashem Osavakish. Baruch Hu, just give me one thing. Just let me have a relationship with you. Because if I can have that, I know somehow, everything else is going to be good. Why? Because it's an explicit Gemara in Sefer Sfachim, that best of the days. Kala Basra was HaKadosh Baruch Hu. What is HaKadosh Baruch Hu? What does it matter there? Ultimately, again, Hashem called the Lash. Hashem is my back. How about HaKadosh Baruch Hu? What a way to finish off the Baptist one for Rosh Hashanah. Because at the end of the day, our Pyra Oda Rosh Hashanah, the Pyra Oda this day is to reunite our relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu. It's not about even asking for stuff. It's not even about asking for life. not about asking for forgiveness,
fucking
but
basketball
asking
season
for
is
Hashem.
slammed. I'm just
You've almost gone over all of
Yeah,
peace
I know.
through you.
You look
But
at
guess what?
everyone.
Achos sha'alti me'isach testify as you, La'Hashem, home of the La'Hashem. And you have HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Most I will stop over for today. By the way, okay, 34 minutes, just saying, 34 minutes, okay. Most I should be a little fast. Let's say it's Schutz Baruch Hashem as we close out this year. Schutz to learn with all of you, Baruch Hashem, just give us many years of learning and growth together. See you later. See you later. All right, everyone, see you. All of you this year, I would like to hope that this is the last year that we are in Zoom. And maybe we can see Zoom. And there's Hashem, I'm coming over to you. I'm going to have to like, share, and to tell you that you have to swing back to America and do that. I'll let you see the fruit of that.
I know how we're saying words improve the kids get
It is a
no.
good because
You always bring attention to me, you put more pressure on me. So I just stay quiet now. I don't say shit. And then T, his bat's been off. They're 12, so I'm trying to give benefit of the doubt. I'm dealing with the pressure from Billy, which we'll get to. I have all this shit going on, and then he dropped his pop fly, which is a routine pop fly, and then he didn't hustle. He walked to the ball, and there you go. Bubba. And now you got my attention. Well, now I'm going to say something. Now, it ain't about baseball. You can't stroll. That's so disgusting. There you go.
Oh no, come on.
And it's just,
Oh yeah, what is that? That is disgusting. It's yeah, ponytail kind of pony shop. I think it's more of a oh wow, mohawk shop.
now you got my attention. Well, now I'm going to...
That could be edited into something else. Man, no, zoom in on that. It looks like a growth. It looks like a pimple that needs to be popped on it. Welcome back to Pimple Poppers. Shut. Pimple talk.
That's disgusting.
Yeah, you got a little blackhead on your back too. It doesn't. It looks like a gigantic growth in the back of his head. Yeah. Like a cartoon. He like Wile E. Coyote. He ate an anvil. Looks like it's graves. It's in your corner on the back of his head. Oh, facts. Yeah. It's just all that happens. All the podcasts are scrolling. It's a scroll. I love when adults go away and get kids. Oh, I hear you. Yeah, let's see.
To say something now, it ain't about baseball. You can't stroll to the ball. My thing was hustling. You can't stroll and get my last name. Yeah. Trying to Mr. Hustle. Yeah. Buddy. Yeah. You're going to walk in. We're playing against Storm. You're going to win by one. And you're going to, you're Joe Cool. Well, let me introduce you to Big Brown. Now it's not popping. Now it's
Maybe not ironically, but it might just be very funny. I want one of my friends to say that about their kid. They get mad at their kid. Oh, let me introduce you to Big Brown. Oh, you're Joe Cool. What? You said that? That's awesome. To kids. Oh, Eric. Oh, my bad. You're Joe Cool today.
You're Joe Cool.
I want to say that to kids. Oh, I didn't know you guys were Joe Cool. Okay, cool.
Well, let me introduce you to Big Brown.
Let me introduce you to my puppy. Let me introduce you to Big Green. You kids are Joe Cool. Okay, well, let me introduce you to Gerda. Here comes Renato. Let me introduce you to Jaloldo. I think it's funny to introduce me. Oh, yeah? All right, well, let me introduce you to Big Brown. God damn, dude. That's terrible. I want to be a baseball coach now. This is like a part of a documentary after you know, M words and S words himself. Yeah, his whole family. Definitely. Yeah, it's like, what turned out to be whatever the fuck. There were signs. People didn't notice anything wrong, but if you look back at sometimes I feel like I would fuck with the kids. But it would be kind of funny to just play this character as a baseball coach as me, where I just act like him. And I go, oh, hey, Rubo, anybody think they're joke bullet eggs? Or joke bullet? Introduce me to Big White. And I just like getting kids shit. You know? Oh, that kid, I gotta go to the other team. I go, oh, look at the other team. Are we really going to lose those bad kids? You know, bad. I want to do that. That kid's fucking huge. We are not. This is serious, okay? Look, a lot of you, I can see your dads aren't very athletic. All right, like your dad is. I get it. I get why you're not trying, but you look at your dad. Like, that's a hot guy. That's a big guy. Goddamn big guy. Your goddamn looks like a fucking giraffe.
Now, it's very interesting. I'm big man, and I know I'm huge and loud, and I cuss a lot. So I pulled him outside the dugout, and I forgot. I saw red, and he's over. Is he over? Not anything. But I saw red, and I said to him something I shouldn't have said. And I forgot his team was listening. His conditional coaches were listening. We'll be separated from your mother. We'll coach that to anyone. I apologize this morning, everybody. I apologize last night. I apologize to Tiger. Because when you do that, he doesn't go, oh, no doubt. Okay, I'm going to do better. He goes, I'm even more embarrassed. You're going to embarrass me from my fucking teammates. And he goes, shut down. I'm going to shut down. Oh, you thought that was bad? Check this out. Now I'm going to apply no effort. He's like, fucking
Dad, I'm already being made fun of as the guy whose dad has a gigantic growth on the back of his neck. And now you've done this to me. You have a giant pimple on the back of your neck. Dad, the kids keep saying, Pop, your dad's pimple. Your pimple on the back of your neck has hair on it. Looks like another head. Like Joe Rogan's head is on the back of your neck. Oh, you want to be too cool? Oh, Big Brown. You pimple guy.
Oh, boy, I really fucked up. His team still did their thing. Yeah. And
I think so. I mean, you gotta hurt your kids sometimes if they walk to the ball over there. Yeah, that's just every baseball. If I tell my kid to take out the trash and he's not running, I'm gonna fuck him up. Dude. Brother. Yeah, we're like, oh, Joel's taking out the trash. Big trash. What's so cool if you're not taking out trash, I say, let me introduce you to small team. Let me introduce you to Sharpie. Yes. All right. This is what my Pinto in combat. Mighty Morphin water things. Just terrible. It's weird, yeah. I heard this is the new season of Stranger Things. It's not in frame, but she's pulling the Starbucks bag. Yeah. She just drank it. She's going, I'm going to search the whole internet for Starbucks bag and then buy it and then bring it here. Just go to Starbucks, they'll give you one. No, I want a bag that you can have. Let's see here. Okay, finally some deleted videos posted by Jim Close Clips. Someone finally said it. Oh, this is great. I saw this.
sit up right now. Frog,
Dude, you sit like that when you just were shooting. I like that part a lot more, Frog. Yeah, that's such a classic.
I'm a frog, dude.
Dude, this is when Brendan's at his best. I actually like him because he's so. That makes no sense. He's definitely done stuff like that before. I like we can play. Nah, man, I'm a frog. Yeah, right. Oh, let me introduce you to Big Frog.
sit up right now. I'm a frog, dude.
You sit like that when you just wear shorts. By the way, thanks for wearing pants at least. Yeah, for real. Your balls was out. Thanks for not wearing a skirt. What happens if I don't keep going? Go ahead. He's one of the best podcasters ever done. He will not say anything. And when called out, just laughter. He's like, oh, that's all I got. Because Delia, I got unnatural positive. If Delia didn't keep going at it, it would Right, that shadow screeching.
Even though
I wonder if he came up with a joke called.
process,
No, I don't think so. I've read it. I actually wonder what he was trying to say. I've heard the joke.
Oh, you think you're the joke?
Nah, damn, frog.
We go to church on Sunday.
This is Brian is officially Christian by David Kaufman too.
I think we're in the Red Rocks. Yep. And
It's the hip thing they're doing right now.
it's so great because the pastor was talking about this kind of stuff, keep going, you know. It's these life lessons that they're all in the Bible. And then we take our kids, 3.5 and 1.5, and my 3.5-year-old is learned hearing stories. But within the stories, there's this great message. And he'll come out with that great message. So, Texas is they church differently. I'm from the East Coast. I never
You gotta be kidding.
Oh my god, dude, that's so funny.
You haven't seen the Gringo Comic, right?
Dallas is North Korea with a church.
Many churches.
Dude, that's so funny. He also says like East Coast church is different.
Oh, fuck.
Because it's funny because you never went to church out here in LA.
Yeah.
It was big. My 3.5-year-old is learned hearing.
This is like church stuff. I don't know why it is.
When you go to church on Sundays, we go to Red Rocks. And kids 3.5 and 1.5, and my 3.5-year-old is learned hearing stories. But within the stories, there's this great message. And he'll come out with that great message. Texas is they church differently. I'm from the East Coast. I never went to church. First of all, I was a little bit far away from God. But also, you go to church and in the States, and it's a priest basically talking in Latin. It's all, you're singing songs in the fellowship house. 40, and everybody said dress cool. Dress cool as shit. We got a band, we got a rock and roll band. I like it. I mean, it was so casual. People in tube tops. My wife, she comes from the East Coast, dresses up for church. She'd been going to church her whole life. She was like, oh, a little formality here.
Chicks have the kids at the church in front of God.
100%.
Oh, no.
I'm a man of God. I'm a man of God.
So you're going to check the church for the chicks. Be true, son. Church.
It's a social good time. I go there, it's a concert. It's not really worship. It's more like, let's go there, I'll hear a great sermon,
And then you'll talk.
and then you hang out afterwards. They got coffee, they got snacks. Texas is a Christian country. We're Christian country. Okay? I'm man of God.
In the church, it's bullshit.
No, it's not.
You can't have happy on Sunday.
Red Rocks turn into
Yeah, man.
it's a good church.
Bullshit.
I'm a big fan. I was just surprised at how casual it was. I will. I'm a tie. Not yet.
Shot hates casual stuff.
I just don't get it, dude.
He asked him if he gives money, and then shortly after asking him, I can't really refresh it right now. Well, it's probably a nervous tick of some kind. And Bob, or maybe it's some sort of podcasting trick that we just don't know about, dude. We obviously don't know it. Oh, yeah, come on, guys. What is that? What do you guys think this is called? Because somebody liked it right away. Yeah, I mean, if, would you do this amount of likes if you were saved by Flipper? It's like, okay, better reference to that. Yeah, would you make that okay? Yeah, just the times, you know what I'm saying? Toronto wasn't so bad, dude. I'm kind of thirsty. Haven't had enough water today. Dehydrated. Oh man, we got 5 legs for you. I don't know why I said that Flipper thing. Listen, I'll turn the sound on. You know, the annoying sound. So Brian's a Christian. POV
Brendan Shaw finally makes some comedy for the shit posted by Nicholas Lives. He's always good.
Yeah, flag. Oh, dude, man. That usually they always get me. I always laugh at the fucking Vince McMahon. Those clips crack me up. Anytime Vince McMahon is in one of these things or in any other kind of meme, I'm dying laughing. That guy is a clown. Yeah.
I never was into wrestling, but I know for a fact that the WWE is very stingy with their copyright. Always been a Dodger fan, posted by Philadelphia 76. I mean, like I said, dude, imagine ever wearing copyrighted yourself.
He wears every team, dude. Like, he has no. He likes sports. He's like that meme where he's just, fuck him. The guy, Rob Lowe, wearing the NFL hat. It took me a while, but I got there, dude. Oh my God. I like for a split second there, I could have been a fucking murderer. Like, if somebody was in front of me that had a knife, I would have stabbed him.
Looks like, what is he talking about right now?
Rob Lowe in a football hat? You're saying the fucking squirrels don't make sense? Squirrels don't make sense, but I'm also instantly. I have brains, and I'm tired.
Makes sense.
Yeah, let's get this intro. Let's get this one.
It was before effective.
Did I do that on purpose? I think you did. I didn't hit a pause on purpose. That was fucking. That's a great one.
In the all caps. No, thank you. Thank you. Okay, I'm not crazy. Okay, cool.
Oh, you guys don't get that NFL hat? Okay, all right. We'll see how live the sound is.
I'm like, wait, no, that's that go.
Could you imagine if what if you found out I could just make that noise like I do with like
I did not see that Zach FL. The chat has a mask grade. We don't understand you. Oh, good. Let's see here. Okay. This is posted by Turf Exclusive. Hold the fuck up. Yeah. This one nuts. Alright. So we're back doing shop comments to find fans out there. How they subscribe to the Big Boy YouTube channel. Posted by Papacito Vera. Wearing a different hat, by the way. This goes kind of like the rap. I think that's a nice
5K subscribers, which we're at 20 now, so that's should be any week now. So every 25, we're gonna pick one fan from out LA. Work out with me, the boys at Zoo Culture. Sit in on a podcast. Let's find a kid. You can sing, call Bill, food truck, tell about the Spiky Canyon.
Dude, nobody wants to go to 5 shows.
Yeah. Okay, it's your choice. So every 25, someone get flown out. At damn near 50,000 subscribers. We said every 25,000 we're gonna fly a fan out. So it's long overdue. We randomly pick our boy Sheldon.
family sounds like an old like Game of Thrones times. Family, we randomly did it.
Ramley Bolton won.
Overdue. We randomly picked our boy Sheldon. And I say fly out, I mean he took a long drive from Orange County. Yeah, I know it's from Orange County. Like, shut up. He's here. He's working out with the boy.
That's good. That clip was really funny. Alright, let's see here. If we got another video. When he comes to later response to the Rio Comedy Festival, this is the segment that was put on the podcast hosted by Nick Prez, President Me. I think we watched this on one of our shows. We had like 15 shows.
That's where I did start talking about it at the comedy festival. I can see the thing now when you come to dresses, the festival. You know what? I don't think I need to dress it. You guys have it all figured out. I think you guys got it.
It's funny to turn her off. Yeah, she sucks. Peter Group Senior posted this one Netflix redacted.
like, I'm like, it gains fully. I started laughing. She went to the restroom and came out, and I was like, yo, whatever you say on the left, I'll say it gains. And then he started off with that. I said, it gains. This is fucking ridiculous. That is funny. If it was done on purpose, it'd be so funny. Like, we're gonna yell out, try games, dude. Like, that would be kind of funny. Kill people in the game. Yeah, exactly.
Cool story. This was posted today. Rogan specialist still on the wall of fame, apparently.
If you saw like a murder and he was really strong on the news, you know, look at Gates.
There you go. And saved it. I'll get the first name. Dazzling Rabbi 633 posted this one. I don't know if you caught what I just said right now, but the specialist still on the wall of fame. That's right. That's right. Strange times. Let's get into this right there. Right there. That one. Remember, I don't know, do you remember are you following what's happening right now? Al's Graveyard's videos, where he's like, you know, they have a wall of fame of best specials. For some reason, and then follow, like, one of the other dystopian comedy videos. He was like, I think he saw my video because he took it down. Oh, I don't remember that. Yeah. So apparently the narrative is that it's back up now. Maybe it's Joe Rogan, you know, pumping that violence out of his DNA, busting out bits of just portraits of himself. I'll stop talking. Maybe the elephant graveyard is Joe Rogan. And fucking Joe Rogan's like, here's the like ground, but welcome to 4 foot ground. Bombing on Fox News posted by Alden Nevada, 77. I'm not sure what or very military haven't they been through enough? What would it work too much? Alright, let's see here. Bob predicts both his kids will be pro athletes in whatever sport they select. His long baseball dad ranch. Posted by Danny Cox too.
That's the one thing I don't co-sign with people. It's just a game. It's just a game to you. To me, it's life. To me, it's a way to make a living. And they have the genetics where they can make a living doing whatever sport they choose. If they put in the effort, they can do that. That's the gift they were given. So, if your son thinks it's a game, and he's a
Bob Bernishop is the worst person to have a trade range. Why you say that? Lord forbid, that's a working imagination. Back forbid one of these kids ends up just shooting meth out of the guy's vein and that's fucking him or something. But heroin, something like this, yeah. And then shots on the days, whatever they call it, the intervention. He's in one of those chairs. He's just like, you got a black belt. You got a big buddy, Bubba. Oh, you want to be Joe Cool? You want to be doing heroin on the street? I'm Big Brown. Yeah. And he's dressed in the jersey. So he's still the shotters down. And the intervention. He's coaching other kids. He shows up late. He's like filming. I'm at my son's intervention, and he's like on math. Tiger's going through, dude. So mainly, you show up, talk to him. I wonder how I'm going to show up. Okay. Oh, fuck, I'm at the wrong intervention. God, I don't know who this is. Said, kind of a fan of Ashley now, calling Whitney out everywhere. Who's Ashley? Yeah, but I know Ashley is me. God. I want to hear another confession. Okay, listen. Reddit did not make sense. Okay, so I'm going to end the whole there. Okay. All right, I'll agree. Oh, the sad time. I gotta look this up. I'm sorry. Oh, dude, her whole family hates her. Yeah, that's true. I forgot. Shit, I must have forgot. Yeah. What did she say? I think she was saying, actually, I don't know. I've never heard of her. That would be such a way of like derailing it. It's like her sister Sarah filming that they would exist. Actually, yeah. Where is she talking shit about? The Dabbleverse.
So I wanted to preamble this. Something that is a well-known fact is that you create a habit, good or bad, but break a habit.
got a good feeling. I'm waiting for Kyle's comment. Dabble first, exactly. Wait, are you guys fucking together? No, I honestly just said that because it said dab on the screen. Maybe it's the dabble first. It's like a stuttering John thing. I don't really know what it is. That's a Robbie Goodwin said it once. We'll look at that. Yeah, we're looking at the things right now. Let's see.
When you lose or draw, he's excited to get eyes right. We're going to run circles around you. You're not going to be able to compete. Now, while they're young, it's a game fall good. Yes, now I'm saying if your kid has that same heart, same fucking blood run through his body.
How many times did you hit your chest so hard? Real question, by the way. Sometimes a lot. You gotta fucking figure it out. It's funny, the guy that always leaves skate, you know what I mean? He's gonna talk about leaving on skate. The fantasy he's the next week. Oh yeah, he's an expert in big.
It's like, no, we're here to win. When I see Tiger, I go, dude, how about the home run? Because you have to fucking lost. Boom, that's what I want. That's what I want. You don't want the kid, again, I get it, maybe it's different in your household. You don't want the kid who loses, like, that's just game, I don't care. But if your child's of that mind, it's just not a game. It's not okay to lose all the time.
Is it though?
That's what you guys do, right?
It's funny, it's encouraging. Yes. I hate it. That was terrible. Yeah. That was so bad, but I acted like that. I was like, doesn't matter. I should have been used to losing and lost all the time. I think God lets down the rabbit hole that looking for a common still. Yeah, I think. Fuck you, God. Gearhead's gone wild. Yeah, I said that earlier, yeah. What do you think about that? Well, I think it's a great play on words. Like, I'm only a smart, a cool dad. Gearhead's gone wild. Truck walk gone wild. Fire truck. That would be a fucking sick ass shirt. Truck walk gone wild. Straight up. Hot chicks asking what's the truth. You're so like, dude. You're so well put in, man. And on the back it says, it's like the girl, not the girl asking, and if you're asking the long, it just says thick letters. If you're asking all the truck walkers, and it's when you walk into a truck and stuff on what you do. Hey, yeah, so yeah, I got your number actually now. That Charles put it back calling you. His therapist. He's not calling, so I just call him. Tell him about what's happening. Okay, that would be better. Come on the phone with your therapist. Yeah, the Turo definitely needs to come in. Oh man, I stay by it. Check out our store coming soon, folks. We ain't got no merch.
I'll even tell Tight sometimes when I have a hard time, whatever.
Curdo got a while. It was so funny if you just actually, you know, fully your name, like your real name, Gerardo got a while. And it's like, you know how they have like a sharp name sometimes where you I was like, go there, that makes sense. Like, it's a thick red sharpie, it's thick red lettering. Oh god. But like, it's just like off the side, like it's finished writing it down. But it's like a show like Girls Gone Wild, it's another show like that. Big Boss, yeah, so Big Taxi. Let's see. Big Driving School, Brendan. That's so big. Brendan Bus, Gerardo Gone Wild. We're like creepy demons. Who wants to get on the Brendan Bus? I pull up in a bus to some chicks and like, yeah, right? You want some coffee cake? So you're driving. So like, we'll give you $100 to the subreddit. All right, I've got it. Remember we say don't say coffee cake, dude. We don't say this stuff on the pod.
Dancing bear. Yeah, dancing bear.
I'm gonna go
That would be
to
so
a
gross.
rope.
No, that's like a hairy bear. That motherfucker's there for a bear. Gerard doesn't work now.
Because they have
Likes
the
or
blood
actually the Gerard Rothschild.
I'm ready to catch it.
The cash cab guy follows everybody. Anyone who's ever done comedy somehow, Jonathan Bailey follows him. Yeah. Well, cash cab's a good show. Backroom, what is it? Casting couch. Backroom podcast. He's called Casting Couch. Casting Couch. The girl of the wall. Podcasting couch.
So why did this ultimately be like Tatas and Tatas
There is something we do go back to red, but it should be all fun and games and hot dogs and fucking nuts. But again, the juice is worth the squeeze. If this is what you want to do, this is what we gotta do. Yeah, let's ride that. All right, let's do it. So cages. I never asked Tiger to put in extra work. Never. Never. Bossy, never. They have to ask me. And I'm down to do it at 6 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 11 a.m., 7 a.m., 5 a.m., midnight. You got dad in town. That's the difference. Hey, let's get working. Whatever work you want to do, I'll cancel whatever. When I was a kid, the kids and dads that put in extra work did the best. Went pro, played in college. That's just, you get out of the game what you put into it. So if you put into it, it's just a game. Let's go get some ice cream.
You get from Gerda's Gone Wild what you put into it. Yeah. If a girl's on Gerda's Gone Wild, like that's who you're with. Okay. Down for whatever. Guys, if you want to take Adderall, let's do it. Let's go trust it.
You get a regular job and you're happy. Fuck yeah, I'm good for you. It's an easier life. You know? If your kids of that mind, fucking run with it, man. Because you got one. And you're super fortunate. Well, I think it's about the time of the show, dude, because I'm like halfway through that fucking. I was down the rain. Oh yeah, and we also have not hit up our license. Nah, dude, that's fucked up. Yeah. I mean, I don't think it's necessary, but you do. Oh, the water thing, I was gonna do it. Oh, okay. It's not even me laughing anymore. Oh, fuck, man. Yeah, dude. I mean, we got to some really good stuff. Was I really tired in the beginning? Well, I'm sure you did. You just got on the Brendan bus. I was just on the Brendan bus. I had to do a lot of Brendan, you know what I mean? All right. Fiance doesn't like that. I say it's part of the job. I bought the Brendan bus. I'm not going to not use it. Okay, what am I not? What's the guy's name? Netanyahu? What am I not? Yeah. He's got good sugar all over his own. They can look it up himself. Okay. I got sugar, but my doctor told me to stop eating sugar. You gotta stop going to the doctor. I know. That's part of the problem. Yeah, we got doctor problem. Oh shit, 2 S words. Oh shit, 2 S words. He's the one rapping to, dude. He's dropping his raps over on the Discord. Oh, nice. Yeah. Cover more bases than Choppy's ever could. Nice. Sports talk with Trevor. What's with man leaving in the sports talk? Should we spend like 30 minutes on the sports? Kind of a big one. Blue Jays lose. I want to see the couch when you get up. That must be great. Hey, come on. Hey, who is this person? It's Ucha's sister. I bet it is. See this person. I'm going to make fun of you. She likes the letter E. Or it's that one guy we bought.
people that we talk on this channel, like Rapid Edition, Force Space, people like this, they always create a bunch of them. They're still fans of the show. Yeah, you're damn it. That's so funny that I locked it and I get it open. I was trying to be like, damn, it's right on my face. Matthew, thank you. Thank you, Matthew. At least. Yeah, a lot of. I think a lot of women join this podcast and enjoy it. Gerardo thinks that they're men, but well, they are, well, they're not. You're a bot. Chicks love us. God's a chick. She likes it. If chicks love us, then why when they come into my apartment, they see 3 cameras, they go, they sit on the same 2 red chairs. Yeah. I guess I gotta go to my room. I don't know where to sit. Well, I mean, we could sit in the red chairs and go, that's fucking wild. What chairs? No, I think you probably want to sit on my creepy bed. I'm not in my room. Like, it's not weird. Boxer, whatever you got under that. Wear that. We go to my room, but I usually take my shirt off. Is it cool Adam, great idea. You guys can do a 24-hour TV surprise live show. It's only right. It's impossible because it's Kadoosh technically. This is helpful. This is kind of like a countdown. This is how I just started the podcast. Like, I'm strapped for it. Alrighty, y'all. Well, we're going to get out of here now. I think it's about time we hit 15 golf balls in one episode. Love you guys. Thanks for all the likes. I bet one of you has that type poster in your bathroom. Look at them type African food. No, I'm emotional. Oh, no. I barely put 2 paintings up that I drew myself. I'll tell you what Gerard has in his bathroom. It's a weird thing that says keep your booty in the Don't move it. He's never heard of a petition. Yeah, but it also says keep your booty hole on it. So people go in there and that's what they see. Right. I didn't even see that said tuition. I say keep your booty hole clean. Yeah, you want that there. Then you come out here and you find me fucking a squirrel. It's not much normal outside, Mister. These Sharpies with brown spots all over. Alright, y'all. Yes. Later on, y'all.
Even though that one application is done above the red line, nevertheless, it was not anywhere above the red line, not even as it done on the corner itself. About the contrast,
Welcome back to 10 Minutes of Shop. Thanks for tuning in. As always, join the Patreon, join the Reddit, join the Discord. This week on Patreon, when it comes out, it will be Cowvaluations. A second episode of Cowvaluations. Also, we watched Woody Comedy with Andrew Schultz recently and Trevor Noah. Trevor Noah had some stuff to say about what's going on in the comedian civil war. It was before Joe Rogan and Andrew Schultz went on, if you pay attention to like they tried. But anyways, that's not why they're here, right? No, that's not why they're here. You keep talking about it. They are here to watch 10 Minutes of Shop, so start the timer. Joke. He'll start the timer. I'm still talking to you guys. How's everybody doing in the chat?